presume it's because they think it's looking.
Well, because the reason is because typically the people that did these things were already breaking a gun law anyway.
Yeah, right.
So you're going to create another gun law, so now he can break two laws, and then and then he does it. Someone else does it, and now you're going to make another law. Now there's three laws.
Yeah. I mean, I presume you guys have all, because you're Americans, you've got ready access to guns, and you probably own guns, don't you? And you're quite happy owning guns.
Well, it's not. No, that's a kind of a miss. It depends on where you live.
Right. No, I'm not. I'm not
in Georgia, you just need. Well, I'm just saying, like in Georgia, you can just go with a driver's license and get a firearm.
Yeah.
In Massachusetts, dude, you freaking need an anal probe. Like, it's not happening.
Right.
They have open carry in some states of pistols. To get a pistol permit in Massachusetts is forget it, man. It's like it's not like basically if you don't have a specific purpose to be carrying a pistol, such as you make deposits of like large sums of money, or something like that, you're not getting one.
Right.
Put it this way: in Massachusetts, all violations of the gun laws in Massachusetts is a mandatory 1 year prison sentence. Right?
Really?
So you need a firearms ID card, which is called an FID card. To get one of those, you have to go to the police station. Now, this is completely arbitrary. There's no rule. There's no specific rule which qualifies you to get one. It basically, the local police department has to approve it. Yeah, completely arbitrary.
Right. Yeah.
So, but if you don't have one of these, the firearm law is so broad. Getting caught with a single BB in your pocket can put you in jail for 1 year. A BB, which isn't even technically a firearm, right? A BB gun isn't a firearm.
Right. Yeah.
But then you can go to other states, right, where it's Wild West. So there's no, because it's state. What they try to do is pass federal laws to ban certain things, and these laws are completely ineffective because they're just stupid. They're just like dumb laws. Because at the federal level, you can get what is it called? A firearms dealer license, right? And if you get a firearms dealer license, you're exempt from all the gun laws, and it costs like $15 to get one.
Right.
And as long as you don't have any felonies, you're good.
Wow.
So these laws are just like, they're just dumb. They're just like, whatever. Anyway, but what I want to talk about is in 2010, there was a scientific study. So they took a bunch of issues, right? And they analyzed like how many, does the majority of the population support this solution to the issue? What is like corporations of America? What do they support? And only 1% of the time does the popular opinion win.
Really?
1%. This is an actual study, an actual scientific study. Crypto might have come across it.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I know that the populist opinion is not necessarily the one that's beneficial to the people running it.
Whether beneficial or not, we don't get our way. Period. 1% of the time we get our way.
Sure.
And usually, probably that 1% is they wanted that too. And you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they just happen to want that too by coincidence.
It's aligned with their agenda.
It's not who votes; it's who counts the votes.
Sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
America has something called a dual sovereignty. So there's the federal government, that sovereignty, and then there's the state government sovereignty. Each sovereign is in control of a particular aspect. So states are concerned with like birth certificates, death records, what else? School system, yada, yada, yada. the federal
General
government
consensus.
deals with interstate, the interactions between the states, but they get into the state by offering money in exchange for the states doing particular things. So I'll give you an example. Say the federal government wants you to teach the globe in school. They'll say, okay, we'll give your school system $1 million if you teach the globe in school. But under condition to get this $1 million, you have to follow all these guidelines. And it could be anything. They could literally say anything, like, pay your teachers $1 million a year, or, it could be anything.
Yeah.
So now the federal government, so what do we have? The federal government can't force them to do what they want, right? Because it would be so-called unconstitutional. But it can wave a bunch of money around and have the state sign a contract to voluntarily do something that would normally be unconstitutional in exchange for money.
Blackmail.
Yeah, bribery, blackmail, whatever.
Yeah.
And this is typically how the federal government controls the states in America, is by just offering a shitload of money.
Yeah, it's not that different in the EU, to be honest.
No, there is an element. I think there's an element of that in all politics, isn't there? To be perfectly honest.
What does the EU do that? Do they offer a bunch of money to get the member states to do things?
Yeah, yeah, it's probably not the exact same kind of process as with the federal government in the US, but for instance, when new
They're
member
working
states,
on it.
yeah, probably, yeah. But no, it's interesting the way the EU works. Actually, it's a lot more complicated than I can really be bothered to go into right now, and it's probably way more complex than even I understand. But yeah, it all comes down to money at the end of the day.
The EU interfaces both with nations and with regions within nations and with corporations within nations by way of corporate and non-corporate grants, so that they're pretty much free to align themselves financially with anything they want to.
Yeah. And what's really interesting,
law.
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And what's really interesting is, like, for instance, you've probably seen this in the UK. There'll be like a village hall, and it'll say like built with EU funding, and it's like, well, where do you think that money came from in the first place?
Yeah, of course.
Came from the UK government, so that might as well say built with UK funding, and then a little bit of interest was paid to the EU, like, because the UK government could have paid for that. I mean, maybe they wouldn't have, who knows? But it's interesting because the EU seem very, very interested in actually, what's the word, promoting themselves as a doer of good things.
Yes, I agree with that. There is an element of positive truth to that, in so much as like a lot of money was poured into the north of England that wouldn't have happened under the 2 decades of Tory rule had it not been for the fact it was taken by the EU and distributed that way. Because the EU is inherently a more socialist body than many of the member states' governments at any given time.
Yeah, well, it's run by communists. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, but the net effect of that was that, you're right, revenue distribution arguably was fairer in the UK for a small period of time because of that. It wasn't all bad, the EU. It's not all bad, but it's not all good. There are times when you think, okay, maybe it was, maybe it is worth having it in some respects, and other times when you think, oh dear God, no, why did we ever get involved in that? But it evolved from something else anyway. It wasn't like anybody came around a piece of paper with a member state saying, this is the concept of the EU, are you in or out? Because if they'd done that, no one would have joined in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Started as a common market, which was absolutely instrumental in the revival of the economies in the Europe after World War II. I mean, World War II was financially fucked. After World War II, Europe was fucked, and so it came from somewhere else. Really, and it's just evolved. And the only reason we're out of it now is because, well, you probably know that the right-wing Conservative Party in the UK wanted to go further in. They couldn't get the votes they wanted, so they thought if they got a mandate from the UK public, which they thought were going to say stay in, they generally thought that it would give them a bit of a political ammunition to coerce the the members in their own party who wouldn't vote for it to vote accordingly, and it just backfired on them horribly.
I would like to correct one thing that you said, but everything else I completely agree with. Describing the current Conservative Party as right wing, I can't agree with you.
All right, sorry, the more right wing of the politics in the country.
Yeah, I mean that's like saying that socialists are right wing when you compare them to communists. Like,
Sure, but generally speaking, that's true. I agree. I accept that. But generally speaking, the politics in this country is like the weather: never too hot, never too cold. You know what I mean? Never an extreme.
yeah. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like every single party in this country is centre left. All of them are. So if you're looking for anything else, you're not going to find it.
No, exactly. I think the only major difference.
We have a word for that over here in America. We call them rhinos. Republican in name only. Rhino.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah. Is there an equivalent terminology for a Democrat who's more right wing than he ought to be?
Well, that to a
really
certain degree here doesn't exist. I mean, they work together. But what you described, a Democrat, pretending to be a Democrat but actually voting like a Republican, that doesn't exist.
No, I wasn't sure if it did or if there was a term. That's all. I'm not certain that it does because I don't know American politics well enough to even. I understand that. Yeah, I do know just for as an English person or anybody in Europe looking at America, your politics is way more polarized than anything here, other than perhaps some of the Eastern European countries which are going through their kind of pre-EU, post-EU, socialist, right-wing, communist, post-Iron Bloc type tussles with themselves. Most of the EU most of the Europe is very liberal, very liberal.
You would think that our politics here is very polarized, but to be honest with you, people that adhere to one side or the other, like call themselves either Democrat or Republican, share so much in common, and the overarching agenda continues to march on. There is very little difference because the Republicans turn a blind eye to excessive government spending when a Republican's in office, and the Democrats turn a blind eye to the imperialistic warmongering if a Democrat's in office doing it. So it's just a false dichotomy, right? And as far as the political spectrum is concerned, in my opinion, it's one straight line. On one side, you have freedom or liberty, and on the other side, you have total totalitarianism, dictatorship, tyranny.
Yeah.
And within that political spectrum, the two-party system is so far towards the tyrannical tyranny side of that equation, you can't even distinguish between right or left. The two dots are overlapping on that line. It's nothing close.
It's our tyranny tastes better than their tyranny, but they're all tyrannical depending on the issue. Just let me say one more thing. So I'll give you an example. So the principle that you shouldn't be killing people. So Democrats, they apply that principle to the death penalty, but they don't apply it to abortion, and vice versa with Republicans. Save the babies, but kill everybody. Kill everybody else to commit crimes. So the principle of not killing people, they apply that willy-nilly depending on what they feel like at the moment.
Yeah, so even if you don't have a dual party system like the US, we in the Netherlands have a multi-party system, but it's still the same. It's a political cartel. They all gang up with each other. They all want the same. They tell you they want different things, but they need to form a coalition. So at the end of the day, they all want the same. And because of the fact it's so splintered up, right? Then they tell you, yeah, we need to make concessions, and it's the polder model, right? It's the Dutch model. We need to make us, but they all want the same at the end of the day. So it's just a cartel, even if you have a multi-party system like we do.
Lately, I've been trying to use the word collectivism instead of saying communism, fascism, or socialism, because all these isms fall under the category of collectivism, which is basically, just you working for the state is God and what's important or whatever, and the individual is not important. And so, yeah, just throwing that idea out there. Whenever you're talking about this to, any brainwashed leftist family members or friends, just use the word collectivism. Don't even say socialism or communism, and just make sure they realize, yeah, all this nonsense falls under collectivism, which is bullshit.
Yeah, and F.A. Hayek is quoted as saying collectivism is slavery.
Yeah, and on the other end, you have individualism, where it's the individual is the most important thing. Your individual rights, your individual sovereignty, your individual property rights, your individual everything, your right to be an individual.
Hey, I just thought of like some global brainwashing that goes along with that. Remember Star Trek, right? Spock, he's in the engine. Says the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. Promoting socialism right there.
Yeah, that's collectivism right there in like one sentence.
Yeah, exactly. But these are like, here we go, globe propaganda. Why do they want you to think it's the Earth's the globe? So they're trying to create this one world, we are all one socialistic nonsense, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they openly say Marxists openly say they don't believe in private property. They think that private property shouldn't exist.
They openly say they don't believe in your right to the freedom of speech. They've said that to my face.
Yeah. So here's the one thing, though, this false dichotomy of parties, well, all the political parties, doesn't matter what flavor, they all agree on. They're going to enforce their worldview with a gun. They all believe in that.
Yep, they all utilize the apparatus of the state, which in turn is basically a gun pointed at your head in order to enforce their ideas. And that's kind of
violence.
That's kind of the catch-22 of like true libertarianism or anarchy, right? Is that every interaction should be voluntary and should never come through threat of violence or coercion. And that system is basically not a system in and of itself. It's more of a moral understanding or belief system, not necessarily a system of governance.
Yeah, that's always the problem with anarchy is how do you enforce it? How do you enforce voluntarism without? Because if someone doesn't want voluntarism, you have to force that on them involuntarily, right?
Right. You only have in a voluntarist society, you really only have the right to defend yourself against those actors who would come in trying to force things upon you, right? So you only deal with the immediate actions of an individual should they try to force things upon you. So it's kind of a catch-22. It's a society without a society, I guess you could say. A society of no governance is like, it's very loosely knit. I mean, look at the way the Native Americans operated. I mean, they basically operated under a voluntarist society or an anarchist society. It doesn't mean that they didn't have structure as far as elders and things like that. They just they saw everybody as equal, and they saw themselves equal with nature. So that is a fundamental understanding that they have that doesn't allow for a system of governments to necessarily arise, right? So it's not like you can implement a system of governance that is anarchy, because you can't do that. It stems from an understanding of individuality and equality with everyone and nature altogether. I mean, even the Native Americans never claimed that the land was quote unquote theirs, right? before the Europeans got here, it wasn't like they necessarily staked claim to land. They looked at themselves as stewards, or basically renting the land for a time being, and they worked in conjunction with nature, never against it. And those are things that you can't implement by law, right? We see the consequences of that all over the place, trying to implement that via man's law. It comes from an understanding, which is why you can't necessarily operate with that understanding within a society that doesn't have that understanding. With the exception of maybe the Amish, they're doing a pretty good job of it.
Well, I thought this implementation. Now, I don't think anybody's ever tried it. I think the Israelis might be trying it. So if you're a Palestinian and you're in Israel, like, you have one set of rules that apply to you, and like another set of rules that apply to the Israelis. Now, of course, that's not voluntary. But what if we added competition to government, right? Say we had say like the laws, like because technically a government is the body politic, right? So it's basically like a political club. What if those rules followed you everywhere? In like the police that enforces like the laws, they enforce the laws that apply to you, right? So the police are kind of like agnostic, where they're just have like the universal enforcement of laws. Like, so say you go out and steal something, and your political leanings say there's this consequence stealing, and they apply those laws to you. But as another person might have some other consequence, right? So this is adding competition to government. Of course, it's going to be complicated. It would have to be worked out, right? So I'm just kind of like off the top of my head, something I've thought about for a while, but to actually implement it would be difficult.
As far as I know,
let's only finish this last sentence. Point being is that you had competition to government, and then you'll have theoretically, the best governmental system will have the most members, right? Shitty ones will have the least members.
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea of, taking aspects of the government and privatizing them in a way, right? So there's a monetary incentive or some sort of incentive they have to actually be of service to the people who are paying them to provide the service. So take, for instance, law enforcement. Instead of having it as an operation of the state where your taxes are taken from you in order to pay for it, having private security forces or private insurance type companies to where you're paying for the service of the police department, quote unquote, but it's actually a private security. So if you're ever in trouble and you need to call your private security, they have a vested interest in protecting you, right? So it's kind of like taking the government aspect of policing out and replacing it with a like a profit incentive or a profit motive. And you would have competing security forces, right? You would have competing security forces, and if you're ever not satisfied with the service, you can cancel your service and find another one.
Do you know of any country where that's implemented?
Not to my knowledge, no. But we operate in this way in all other aspects of our lives, right? Every other aspect of our lives that money is not taken from us in order to provide the service. This is how we operate. It's on a voluntary basis. And typically, any company who is providing a service to you has a vested interest in making sure that you're satisfied with the service that is provided.
Yeah, I would only just question how well they'll follow the Constitution or the law. But to what India was saying about, potentially like the police or whatever, or the government, putting some people in jail for certain crimes or alleged crimes, and then people of another political party not doing the same to them. I think right now that's happening with that January 6th nonsense. As far as I know, there's a lot of people that weren't even in the Capitol building that are like in DC jail right now and have been for months with these nonsense charges, and they're basically having their constitutional rights, taken away, their due process taken away from them. Like they're just sitting in jail, like, and they never even swung a punch or threw a bottle or anything like that. They were just caught on camera there. Like more than 60 people, I think more than, I don't know, maybe it's more than 100 people. I can't remember how many, but as far as I know, that's happening in DC right now.
Well, the rub of these independent government systems that just apply to the person, right? Because even the courts say like Massachusetts is not the territory. Massachusetts is a body politic. It designates for itself, hey, if you go past this imaginary line, we aren't going to enforce our laws past that, right? But it's not the territory. And this is, in the United States does this is itself, because if you go to a foreign country and you make income, the United States will tax that income even though it was made in a foreign country, right? So this body politic is because of sovereign citizenship relationship. It has nothing to do with the landmass known as North America. That's just a common myth that everybody believes in. But the rub is, say about a people get to like, okay, here's this governmental system, and it is completely unjust, and it lets me steal, it lets me rape, it lets me do all these things. How do you get rid of those? How do you negotiate like somebody that's in a just governmental system and someone that's in an unjust governmental system? How do you negotiate, how the laws apply across these two people that are in two different government systems? This is not an unsolvable problem, right? I don't think. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But these are like some ideas that need to be explored, because we know what happens now doesn't work. Okay, we know it doesn't work. We have 2,000 years of evidence it doesn't work. Works to a point. Yeah, we just need new methods, new ideas, like new solutions, man. Like we got to get off the hamster wheel. We know this hamster wheel is a dead end, man.
What do you mean, man? 2,000 years ago, they proved the Earth was a ball. I mean, duh.
Oh yeah, if you're going straight line, you end up in the same place. It's an inverse hamster wheel. Instead of going on the inner circle, you're on the outer circle.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to your point there, Indio, it's one of those things where a lot of people have a hard time changing unless they can understand or know for sure how a certain thing is going to work, and that's the problem. You don't know how a free society is necessarily going to organize itself and function until you start actually implementing and allowing for it to happen. Most people want to say, if I discuss the topic of anarchy or something like that, they immediately want to know how the roads are going to be built. And it's like, I try to give them the analogy of, if we're having this conversation in the 1800s and I tried to come at you from a moral standpoint saying that slavery is immoral, and your argument is, well, how is the cotton going to be picked? I couldn't have told you in the 1800s exactly what combines were going to look like, how they were going to function, how they would actually pick the cotton, and how a nicely folded cotton shirt would end up at the end of that line, right? I couldn't explain all those things to you. But the point being is, slavery is immoral, so it needs to be abolished. And with a lot of these things, it's like the threat of violence or coercion is immoral. That's what needs to be eliminated. Now, how everything is going to work out, who knows? But I definitely have faith in humanity as a whole, that those solutions will be taken care of and will be much more beneficial, because you take the immorality of the threat of violence, force, and coercion out of the equation. I don't know exactly how it's going to happen.
I'll tell you how to answer people that say this shit about the roads. This is funny. You'll get a kick out of this. This is my reply. Like, who's going to make the roads? Let's get some deer to do it. Look in the live stream.
I think the best way to end slavery today, like slavery in China, is to not buy anything in China unless you absolutely positively have to and you cannot find an American counterpart or a non-slave made counterpart to whatever product it is you're trying to buy.
Well, I'm less concerned with freedom because if freedom exists now, you can do whatever you want. The thing is the consequences, right? I can go kill people all I want. Consequences. We need just consequences. They need to be sure and just. They need to have the actual justice, not just us justice, actual justice. And in the old days, it was strict liability, and that's half the problem with the world now is that we're in this third party liability thing where like I just pay a bunch of money and I don't have to pay for the consequences of my actions, so I can just running around injuring people, right? So I can drive like a maniac, kill somebody. Oh, I got car insurance. Just freaking pay off their family, no consequences. Oh, I don't have to save for retirement. I got Social Security. Or third party liability. I mean, I could go on and on. Is that America is just one giant third party liability insurance scam?
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And also our quote unquote justice system. There's not really a good form of restitution for the injured party, right? And
they could care less. They could literally care less, dude. The government, oh, you beat your wife? Oh, we're going to press charges. Oh, I want to drop the charges. Oh, we don't care. We're going to press the charges anyway. Well, I was injured. Oh, okay. Good for you. We're compelling you to testify. You know what I mean? They're like interlopers. That's what I consider them, right? You have a dispute. So there's two people that have a dispute. So I shoplift. So there's a dispute between me and some store. The government comes in and they're interlopers and they stick you in jail. They get money. Like, people think the government pays to have you in jail. No, the government doesn't pay for a fucking thing. Never pay for anything in its existence. You pay for it. Anyway, the point is that they there's two parties. The injured party's the store I stole. The state jumps in and they do their thing, and the store that got stolen from, they don't get any actual justice, right? Who gets the justice? Who gets made whole?
yeah, that's what I was trying to say with the whole
Yeah,
restitution part,
I'm agreeing
right?
with you. Yeah,
Okay.
completely agreeing with you. People don't see when people think the average person, normie, thinks about laws and like what the state does to enforce the laws. I don't know why they just see past the actual victim. Like, the actual victim, what did the actual victim get? So if the actual victim isn't being made whole, then why the frick is the state involved in the first place?
Because they want their cut in the form of court costs, lawyer fees, all that fun stuff.
Yep. Probation fees. And now they can restrict you from getting a gun, and then they can do crazy stuff with your license or business licenses. They got their meat hooks in you forever. You become like a second-class citizen. Injured party. There's a thought. That's why, like, people say, "Oh, I'm gonna sue NASA for faking pictures." Have you ever heard people say this dumb shit? Like Globers, why don't you just sue NASA? You can't sue NASA. There's no injury. Who's the injured party?
Yeah. Could you sue Houdini?
Probably not. You tricked me. Shame on you, Houdini.
There's this guy, right? That people donate to for him to build some schools. His name is Dr. Umar Johnson, and he's been talking about building this school since like it might be earlier than 2012, but just to be safe, I'm going to say 2012.
I've heard about Elijah. I've heard about him, but give us the background because I've just heard about this guy, like just lightly. I don't know much, so I want to hear about this.
He's the
No
biggest
details.
con artist I know. The biggest con artist I know. So let's just, I would say 2010, but let's say 2012 to play it safe. So he started asking for donations because he wanted a school where black kids weren't labeled as having ADHD. This is his spiel, right? Or some other form where they're not emotionally tended to. They're just used and medicated for the profit of the medical system, which that's partly true because they're just leeches. But that aside, he's been having meetings with single black mothers exclusively for the past 10 years. And he's been getting donations for this Frederick Douglass Academy um, university. And so I would like to say 2 years ago, he finally bought like this dilapidated building that you can't really, there's no paper trail to say he really owns it, but there's that. And here it is 2 years later, last year, this year, he's like, right, I just need, and every year it's the same thing. I need just $1 million. $1 million, and we can actually get it up and running because we don't have government help. We're going to do it ourselves. And people just keep on giving him money. And he keeps on pushing it back a year. He disappears when shit gets hot. And then next thing you know, he like pops on like the Breakfast Club or anywhere that someone will have him to touch. And then he'll go, you know, it's the same shit over and over. So ultimately, I could see billions of dollars that just down the drain that nobody can really sue him for because if they could, they would have by now. So that's the whole reason I was bringing it up. It's like, you can't even sue Dr. Umar Johnson and all his janky promoterness. How you going to sue the government? So that's basically it in a nutshell. There's tons of videos of people exposing him on YouTube. Um, his responses are akin to a globe earther's responses.
So, at least in Massachusetts, I don't know about other states, for a nonprofit, you only have to give one penny on the dollar for the actual purpose of the nonprofit. 99 cents of that can be for administrative costs. Yeah, so I want to build a school. You know, give me $1. It's going to take me 99 cents to administer that penny because 99 cents is my salary. Yeah. Nonprofits are a huge scam, man. Huge scam.
It's almost like your bank account is the school.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Completely legal. Look, I mean, this is stuff that's easy to follow because just look at the government, see what they're promoting, right? Say, hey, what are they promoting? Like what so-called charitable thing are they promoting? They're going to give a bunch of money to. So one of them was like charter schools, right? So Mary Mom could probably chime in on this. She knows quite a bit about it. So they passed this legislation, this charter school legislation. All these nonprofit charter schools popped up out of nowhere because the government said, we're going to give you, for the first 3 years, we're going to give you like no interest loans, tax free. We're going to like give you government grants, and we're going to do all this stuff. So, lo and behold, what happens? A bunch of nonprofits pop up. These guys are paying themselves $500,000 a year salaries for 3 years, and then as soon as it comes time to pay the piper, right? Oh, the school goes bankrupt. The nonprofit goes bankrupt. They've made $2.5 million. They haven't broken any laws, and off they go. Because think about it, where'd all the charter schools go? Right? All the charter schools that they were like, what is this now? 15 years ago, 20 years ago? They passed all this charter school legislation. Where are they?
Nonprofits and foundations are a way in which taxes are avoided by the rich.
Well, that's one aspect. I was talking about the aspect of paying yourself for paying yourself and getting free government money for a so-called charitable purpose, but it's not actually going to that charitable purpose, or so little of the money is actually going to the charitable purpose as to be like a joke.
I think Bill Gates makes sure that his money gets to his charitable foundations and that it's spent actually on things, but I don't think they do good things.
Yo, I got a friend here. Can you give him like a pop quiz real quick? Are you guys busy?
Okay, first question. If Jack helped you off a horse, would you help Jack off a horse?
Is the horse on a ball that's spinning, or is it on a stationary earth? It's flat.
How do horses work on a flat earth?
Oh, before we get serious, like, word. Speaking of flat earth, like these groups that I'm in, man, like I used to take them serious, and now it's like I don't even have time for it. But every now and again, it's laughable. So I realized because someone pulled up this what is it NSRT or NRS, one of the somewhere on NASA's website, right? They explain something about a non-rotating flat Earth, as usual, because that's all over the place on NASA's website. And they said, haha, you dummy, that's just a simplification of it. And so I used to say, well, what's the more complex math? Like give me the math that this was simplified from. But now I'm just like, well, do you really believe that you could mathematically simplify from movement, non-movement? Like how does that work? Where's the math to simplify movement to something stationary, or the math that simplifies from a curve to straight? How do you do that? Like, because the simplicity has to be derived from the complexity, right? I mean, well, anyway.
Well, I agree. There has to be something more complex. If that's the simple version, there must be a complex version.
But yeah, Chemtrail, your friend.
Yeah, I just pretty much wanted you to ask him like what he knows about the topic and shit, kind of like an introduction. But I mean, he doesn't really want to talk to you. I kind of respect him for that. He listens to me and watches all the videos and shit like that. So like, he's a good friend. I think he doesn't want to be like put on the spot, but I showed him the Discord and shit like that.
Well,
Just a good
I
friend.
mean, he doesn't have to be put on the spot. How about he just ask us questions?
Well, I'm just gonna try to get him to create his own Discord, like I promised you guys I would.
All right.
Instead of bringing him in on my account, trying to sneak him in. But he's just a good friend. I didn't expect him to not want to talk right now, but pretty tight.
All right. Cool.
Yo, have you guys ever looked into the Titans and the Giants and all that? I'll take that as a no.
I'm sure a lot of people here have, but we try to stick to the topic of flat Earth. And
yeah, it's sort of related, but yeah, if you can't see past that, yeah, my bad.
No, it's not that I can't see past that. We acknowledge, or at least I will acknowledge, that there's certainly some compelling evidence for it. But we, for the most part, try to stick to empirical evidence that which we can prove.
And
in what way is it related? In what way is it related? Because I mean, geometry is one thing, or lack thereof, and
ancient Texas. Oh fuck! Someone's roboting.
Is that Indio? I think you're roboting. No, I mean, how is it related?
In the sense of ancient texts talking about it, talking about the snow gods, talking about the snow giants from the outer, what's the fucking words that they use? But from the outer circle, basically. It's just a lot of texts is written about it, and it wouldn't make sense on a ball Earth because they wouldn't come from outer space. And yeah, it's just there's a lot of evidence over the plasma apocalypses, the way plasma could work. A lot of things make a lot of sense. The way the sun was born. Just saying.
What magnitude is ancient text verifiable?
What? Say that again. Sorry. Say that again.
At what capacity is ancient text verifiable? I mean, I have faith as much as the next guy, but again, I fail to see how one thing relates to the other. You said there's evidence. When I think of evidence, I think of something that's directly related, something that we can prove.
Okay, so we can prove that there's no curvature. We can. How can I say? Obviously, I can't prove that a rock fucking lived, but if I can show you a rock that looks exactly like a snake's head, the size of 17 buses put on top of each other, clearly that is a snake's head that lived in that era. It was written about, and in that same text was written about they came from a place.
Well, you got two things in there. You got the snakehead that's massive, and then you have this era that you've linked it to. How'd they figure that out?
Sorry, say that again. The era that it's
Yes.
linked to.
Right.
Yeah, so it's written about, and then they write about it. So if they're written about it, and we
But
can see
how do
that
you date it though? Like, because remember, I said, well, how is ancient text like? For
okay, so
instance, the fact that it's ancient, like, how do you know when?
I
It's
don't give a fuck if it was written yesterday or if it was written 17 billion years ago. I don't give a shit between those two dates as long as it was written and it matches to what I see and it matches reality. Fuck, dude, it must be real. I'm sorry, it's written. I can see it. I don't give a shit when it was if it was done, like I say, yesterday or 14 billion years ago. The fact that it was written, saying, and I can see it's there. So if they're writing about it and it's there, and they talk about flat Earth or they talk about different realms, it must be real.
So what if these things you were reading describe the Earth as being flat and stationary? And that's true because the Earth is flat and stationary, so that part of it would be accurate. And then what if other parts of it were inaccurate? How would you know that the other parts are accurate if you haven't verified the other parts? You've only verified that the Earth is flat and stationary. You haven't verified the other parts. It could be bullshitting you half the time.
Which other parts, though? Because I can see there was a giant snake, for instance.
Well, that's just it. I'm not denying that there were, bigger people or giants in the far past. What I'm saying is it's just very hard to verify these things today, especially with how the Smithsonian, seems to cover up a lot of things. It's very, very difficult to prove these things. And it's become so difficult because of the Smithsonian that even talking about this without getting everyone else in this world to acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary first is kind of something that would work against us, I think, because it would really just make us look crazy making claims with no evidence, very, very extraordinary claims with no evidence, as opposed to getting everyone to acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary first, and then dragging the Smithsonian out into the open and, dismantling it and seeing whatever they might have been covering up, like that.
No, I agree. I just thought it would be a nice subject change to what's going on every day in this chat. If we could maybe, if it's possible, if one of the mods could maybe create a channel for this, because it's something I'm really digging into at the moment. Learned a lot, and I'm loving it. And I think it makes a way more sense that we live on a flat, stationary Earth. Even though it's measurable, provable that we do live on that, I just find it way more interesting starting to research into this topic.
There's a speculation channel. Yeah, there's loads.
Yeah, just
Where?
chat speculation. Scroll down, man.
No, that's speculation. I want to get into the mud fossil. I want a mud fossil voice chat.
There. It's all in there.
I don't see it. I see debate, biblical, Quran, philosophy, religion, spirituality, and politics.
I'll post a direct link to the chat in the live stream voice. But guess what? We are toying with the idea of having like an off-topic night. Okay, so not completely off topic. Okay, listen. So it's not going to be completely off topic. It has to be related in some way to Flat Earth. There has to be some connection.
100% related. 100%.
So like 9/11 has no connection to Flat Earth. So like
yeah,
that
but
wouldn't
it's
be one of
discussed
the
every
topics.
day. Yeah, it's discussed every day, and the vaccine's discussed every day. Yeah, it's got fuck.
Yeah, we know. Listen, we know. Dude, chill out, man. Smoke a joint.
You just need a safe room. You just need a safe room where there's no.
I swear to God, anyway. Listen, we know these topics are discussed all the time. We try to minimize it, but we're not perfect. Okay, if you want a perfect world, go to somewhere else because this isn't it. And yes, we get, but mud fossils have been discussed in this chat. But it's actually a couple years ago. But it's kind of like one of those things where that ground has been tread on, so nobody talks about it anymore.
It's sad though.
Vaccines are still like in our face, so like people still bring that up because every day we're having some stupid interaction with the government and vaccines and whatnot. Anyway, the point is that we're toying with the idea of having, like, you know how we have ladies' night? Are you aware of ladies' night? Have you been here that long?
Yeah, dude. I've been here for a while.
Okay, so we're gonna have something like ladies' night, but it's gonna be like off topic but related to flat Earth. So it's related in the sense there has to be some sort of connection.
Oh, there's 100% connection. I think it's introducing that wakes up more people to flat Earth than anything else, in my opinion. I've woken up more people that way. So yeah.
Well, what they say, anecdotal evidence isn't. But anyway, there's plenty of other chats that you can talk about mud fossils, and I don't see how they're related to flat Earth, though. I mean, could you tell us how they're related? I mean, I'm genuinely curious. I'm not like trolling you.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Everyone here is.
I'm pretty. I listen to this Discord a lot. However, I listen to it on YouTube. I used to join in on the discussions a lot here, but I think the way a lot of you guys treat the Globers in here is just wrong. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How should we treat them?
Sounds like cutting. You ever heard of
No, please don't. How should we treat them?
Just give them a time, like give them some time to warm up to the idea at least, because you just fucking flabbergast them and then they're like, cheers, bye, I'm not interested anymore, and then they fuck off. You know, if you guys just be a bit nicer to the guys, you know, introduce them a bit slower into the whole thing.
Okay.
And then
give me a link to your Discord. Give me a link to your Discord where there's Globers and flat earthers on there.
Nope. I do not have a Discord that do it that way. I'm just saying the way you guys chat to them.
So you have no Discord. So you have an opinion about something. You have no knowledge of how to fucking run a server, right? But you're going to give us your ignorant opinion. Thanks a lot, dude. I'm going to talk about how to like construct a Barbie doll house, even though I have no idea about Barbie doll houses.
This is exactly it. You don't want to
because concern trolling is what you're doing, and it's against the rules. If you've been here long enough, you should have read them.
Oh my god. Okay.
I would say like the problem is like how much of someone's nonsense or fallacies are we supposed to entertain before interjecting and disrupting the
No,
flow?
I understand that. I understand there's fucking Globers that are complete trolls and are really, really bad. It's just there's some guys that do hop in here that really want to hear some more, but they've been indoctrinated so bad that they regurgitate crap, and I understand, and it's annoying. But just be a bit patient with the guys and let them have their say. Fucking let them go. But then you just knock them with some more evidence, and then boom, they eventually realize how fucking retarded the globe is.
Well,
and yeah.
Well, we don't even kick them out.
Okay, can I say something, please?
Yeah, dude, you've been saying a lot.
I asked you specifically. Well, you know, I'm the admin of the server. I can talk as much as I want.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I asked you specifically, right? If you run a server or what we would like to do. So you actually have no constructive criticism. You have no suggestions on what we should do to improve it. You don't have any experience yourself on how to run shit better. So how are we supposed to take this? I've been doing this for 4 years, right? Yeah, I've been doing this for 4 years. We've dealt with Globers. I used to wake up and there'd be nothing but scat porn in the fucking lobby. We have rules and we run stuff a certain way for actual reasons, right? We just don't do stuff willy-nilly. There's actually a plan, right?
Okay.
So we do things for certain reasons you are not actually privy to. And you come in, you're in BC, and you listen, and you think, you know, people are acting this way for no reason. There are reasons. Some of the people that come in here, they're actually an alt account, and we have experience with them. Okay, we know these people. But to you, just a random person, I don't know how many times someone goes, well, why did you just ban that person? You banned him for no reason. You banned him for his opinion. You're right, I banned him for his opinion because in my DMs he said, fuck you, you stupid flat earther. Okay? And that's what you sound like. That you see one piece of you have one jigsaw puzzle piece and you think you know what the whole picture looks like.
Nope, that's not what I said, and I think you're making the wrong opinion.
That
about
is
me.
what you think, though.
Nope,
that
it's
is what
not
you think, though.
No, that's what you think. I think.
Well, you have no constructive criticism, so you have no good suggestions. How are we going to improve, dude, without good suggestions? Just treating them nicer? What do you mean? Treat them nicer how?
Yeah, just be slightly bit more patient. That's all I got to say.
That varies. It
I
depends
think
on
Yeah,
them.
dude,
I
guys,
think everyone.
give me shit. It's fun. You know, be against one of
I
your own.
think
It's fun.
everyone would agree that I give
Oh,
people
now your
a
feelings.
lot of slack, right? So
Yeah, no,
the
you're
thing
fine.
that you want people to have, I provide whenever I talk to most people.
Yeah, no,
I
no, I
don't
appreciate
get what the
you.
problem is.
Yeah, dude, I've met you in the beginning. It's a few, about 8, 9 months ago already. You've been chilled. It's just, yeah, just saying a lot of the times guys get knocked down a bit too quick. And I've even had some of the admins in here telling the guys to calm down a bit and let the guys speak.
Look, I've told
Well,
people
it's
to calm
hard
down.
because they don't. It's hard because they don't answer questions directly. For instance, me and Indio asked you
That's really what I was just
how
going to bring up,
mudfloods are
Elijah. Go ahead.
directly related.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you
I
didn't even
wanted you to get
answer it
to that.
directly. It's
No,
kind of
so
annoying.
I want to get. Yeah, I understand. I understand the way you guys do it and all of that. So the way I'm saying that it's sort of connected is the sense that it will not work on a fucking ball Earth, and then that they speak about worlds below the Earth and worlds above the Earth and worlds beyond the Earth. And that's why I'm saying it's directly related, because they do speak about it. It is mentioned, not around the Earth or on different planets. And the fact that I was banged on immediately with mentioning fucking mud fossils is why I said, give me a fucking moment to say my say. But I wasn't given that moment. And that's what I was trying to get at. But yeah,
How are
guys,
you
give me
banged
shit. It's
on?
a lot of fun. Mute me if you need to mute me.
How are you banged on? What was said that was offensive?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
Remember,
matter.
yeah, it doesn't matter.
It
There's
doesn't
no
matter.
feelings involved. It doesn't matter.
Because here we go, another baseless accusation. See, you're like a
Oh
Glover.
my, here we go.
You say something, you're asked for the evidence for it, and you don't have anything. And this is why we ban people. You're asked specific, direct questions, and you say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't need evidence," or some other stupid thing. You
Where
just
did
made
I
an
say that?
accusation that you were jumped on. You just said you were banged on. Specifically, what was said, which you understood to be being banged on over mud fossils. The only thing I heard was we try to stick to flat Earth, which isn't offensive in my opinion.
Because if you look down that, I would say rabbit hole. So
What
yeah,
was
there is not
said? I
much.
want the verbatim quotes. Christ,
Oh my
man.
god. Okay.
Goodbye.
Mute me.
I'm banning you off the server. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Yeah, cool. Have a nice life.
Everything that he said was related was actually speculation. None of which, like, it just creates another reification in people's minds, something that we can't even go test or prove or validate. It's just saying, hey, somewhere
I
we've never
understand. I
been,
understand.
there's something else.
It
It's
does.
speculation.
Well, I mean, I found it interesting that you brought up patience again, because that's literally what I pointed out. It's like, how patient are we supposed to be with someone who's not willing to engage in an intellectually honest manner, right? They're not willing to answer a question. They're not willing to respond to what, how much patience are you supposed to have? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 2? 0? What?
You made an accusation. He should already have whatever it was that he's accusing somebody in his head. It should be ready, prepared. Oh, I felt like you did this. Okay, what was that? Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter because it didn't happen.
Or like me, he should have it recorded.
Yeah,
That's
this is
something that
being
my
like
ex-girl would say.
I just don't see how he was jumped on. I don't see it. How was he jumped on? Someone enlighten me.
It was very relaxed. All we did was say, right, it's not related. No, no. Eventually, it was like, well, it is related, and then it's like, okay, how? Which he never answered the question. It's like, who jumped on him?
He didn't answer any questions. He pulled a Glober.
Yeah, he wanted to speak on a topic, and when he initially came in and asked the question, I think I was the first one to respond, and I said, a lot of people on the server have thought about that, and there could be some compelling evidence for it, but we try to stay on topic. I mean, I don't know how that's being harsh, and I know
He
people
wasn't
came
even
in
told he
after the
couldn't even
fact.
talk about it. Nobody even said you can't talk about it, even in the live stream.
Yeah.
Right.
Yo, can we get off that subject? And
Yeah, please, let's.
I think my homie here is ready to answer some questions. If you like, ask him his name and shit like that, and just kind of start the conversation. Maybe.
Well, first
He's
of
just
all,
kind
I
of.
hope
He's
you're
kind of.
having a good day. Chemtrail's friend, hope you're having a good day. I'm glad that you found out about this place. We can point you to a lot of
Nah, he can't.
information that's not
Can't hear
really
you.
readily available.
He can't hear you, Elijah. He walked away, bro. At least just listen to him for a second.
I was just saying, hey, welcome to the server, bro.
He's just trying to welcome you to the server, dude. Hello?
What?
He just wants to welcome you to the server. Nah.
No,
I mean, you just sat through that whole conversation, dude. Like, you understand, like, the rules of the server. Just have that cordial conversation, like what you're talking about. Like, all right, yeah, sorry, fellas. It's, like, really close.
Elijah, why are you welcome to the server? Stop jumping all over him like that, man. You're so mean.
I know, right? Son of a
I just asked how he was doing. Hope
I
he's
know
having a
I'm
good
trying
day.
so hard. Thanks. Did you prove my point though, Elijah? Thanks. It always proves the point that that we always have time and other people don't. Now, I'm not calling
Guys,
you
let
out
him
other
talk.
people,
Let him
but like,
talk.
yeah. I just want to let you talk. All right, he just doesn't want to talk to you, like I said. All right, I just figured we would try one more
How
time.
about this? How about you be the go-between? He asks you and then you ask us or whatever. You be the translator. How about
What's
that?
your question? He doesn't have no questions. I just wanted him to tell you that, like, with the shit he knows, I just thought it would be a good conversation, but it's fucking proven me wrong. He's just my homie. Like, he knows all the shit. He's not. Yeah, he's saying that he's not uninterested. He is interested,
Tell him to
but
join
he
up
just
later.
doesn't want to. I
I mean,
am.
this is like the five heartbeats when they're trying to figure out who's going to be the shy one to talk to the girl. Like, I mean, what,
All right, man. All right, later, fellas.
That's always me.
bruh?
I'm always ready to throw myself under the bus for a couple conversations with some girls. You
Everybody get knocked out or what?
Yeah, but I was just about to say something. Yeah, that guy was just fudding, and the acronym for fear, uncertainty, and doubt usually evoked intentionally in order to put a competitor at a disadvantage. Oh, that's all people do sometimes when there are people willing to listen and have a conversation. We have people like what that guy is doing. Oh, you guys are always jumping on people and blah, 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 blah. I mean, dude, we're here to answer questions. That's what we're here for. There's plenty other rooms to have speculation. Many times I've wanted to talk about rainbows, which actually, well, whatever. I want to talk about rainbows, and I've started up my own chats and speculations, and people came. You want to talk about something, just go somewhere, and people will eventually say, "Oh, there's a dude there. Let me go see what he wants." And boom, the conversation starts. Next thing you know, it's like 10, 11 people. So, yeah, we're here for conversation and off topic. There are plenty rooms for that where people will definitely join in. The community is large enough for all of that. So we welcome it. If anyone has any questions out there, please ask. Thank you.
And as always, we more than welcome the fine folks in the YouTube chat. Come on in, we'll have a very nice conversation. As long as you're nice to us, we'll be nice to you.
Well, I just want to say something about that. What just happened with that guy? So when we have a long streak of kicking their ass, they'll get one of them to come in and complain, "You guys need to be nicer to the Gulbers." Usually it's after one of them have tried to come in and like dominate the chat and basically like run the chat, control the tempo, control whatever. So remember 2 days ago, that dude that came in here and played music? Right off the bat, he played his music, and yeah, so that guy. And he was like telling us what to do, telling us what topic to be covered, telling us what questions he was going to answer, trying to run everything, right?
Yeah.
Call me a coincidence theorist, but usually when someone will come in and do something like that, and within 2 or 3 days, there'll be another one that comes in. Y'all need to be nice to the Gulbers. I'm really a flat earther, but give me a chance. What evidence did that guy give that he was a flat earther?
None.
None. Oh, the Gulbers are stupid. I was going to press him on that to figure out if he was just faking, which I guarantee that he was. I guarantee it, that dude was a fake.
Yeah, you press them enough, they always break.
I actually I'm pretty sure I recognize his voice. I don't know who he is. I don't remember their name, but I'm almost positive he's been here before.
Wasn't me.
But usually you'll get, if they can't come in here and shit on us and like run the chat and do whatever they do, basically control the debate. They'll go, "You guys ain't being fair. You need to give the Cobras more of a chance."
In reality, we give chance after chance after chance, and then finally, because everyone's a human being, they have a breaking point, and they start to get a little upset when somebody's not, trying to have the same conversation and trying to, ad hom and all that stuff. It's old.
Hey, we give them 3 points, right?
And do
3 points. That's 3 tries right there, right off the bat. They get 3 tries.
and deal.
Yeah, what's up, old dude?
The guy had an FE tag, mate.
Who tagged you?
I don't know, but he was FE. He's been FE for a wee while. I'm the same. I remember his same rhetoric from Ladies' Night a while back. Well, he tried to change the plan.
Beer guy? Beer guy?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. It's in the locker room. It's in the locker room chat. But you're right. Every few days, another one pops its head up. Oh, you should do this. Oh, I'm a flat earther and I do this and I say that and it works for me. Yeah, right, pal.
Yeah, that's the good one, right?
I'm a flat earther, and now that means I'm a flat earther, and now that means that dragons exist. It's fucking.
Sorry, I got hot mic.
No, I was saying I'm a flat earther, and now that I know that dragons exist.
Yeah.
Why do you think they don't go to the north, bruh? Because there really is a Santa Claus. Just remember, I'm a flat earther. Who told you that? Yeah, man. I mean, they're trying to shit all over us, man. Everywhere we turn.
Remember, everyone is born a flat earther. Most just buy what they're sold right afterwards.
I think the problem is people coming in and generalizing how a conversation should be run, right? Like just saying in general, people go too hard on the Globers right off the bat. If you have an issue with the way somebody's conducting a conversation or how they, are either going too harsh from the beginning or not going harsh enough, like talk to that person. I know I've said to Glatt before, like, "Hey man, I think you went a little hard in the paint on that one, a little too quickly," and he's like, "Oh, okay, cool." And it's just, sometimes I do the same. I hear something that gets me a little not necessarily heated, but a little slightly defensive. Spidey senses are there that this person might be trying to troll, and I probably come off a little too harsh. But I've had instances where other people have stepped in and been able to reel the person in and have a good conversation for an hour and a half. It's like we all do it.
Can I comment on that from the other side of the coin a little bit? So,
I go hard in the motherfucking paint.
Oh my God. Yes, G. Go ahead.
You better not even say that you don't get enough speaking time.
No.
We've fucked you for a long time.
No, what I was gonna say is, I'll assume hypothetically that anybody who says you should be nicer to flat earthers is coming from a genuine place. I know most of them aren't, but I would say it's not that you guys are mean to anybody who comes in here and says they believe it's a globe, but it's kind of half that and half what Napalm was just saying. I think you guys are too quick to jump down someone's throat before getting the conversation to a comfortable place where they'll actually talk to you for more than 5 minutes. If that makes sense.
But sometimes
you got to temper the very beginning of that discussion a little bit more than it usually tends to happen.
And sometimes
I can't disagree there. I can't even disagree. Sorry.
Yeah,
Look, I agree with that. And listen, it's a constant thing we battle with. Like, we don't see our other chats. Like, council chats, DMs, our admin chat, or any of that shit. Something we battle with all the time. It's something that gets better, then it gets worse, then it gets better, then it gets worse. It's the thing we gotta let, especially, this is something I've said a million times. They come in and they have their little gotcha, right? Their spiel, and they just want to get it out. A lot of times we won't let them get it out, and then they feel stifled and cut off, and even if it's 100% wrong, just let them get it out of their system. So I did this 2 days ago with somebody, and even though everything he said, it's like, I got 3 things. Even though everything he said was wrong, you just gotta let him get it out.
By that Russian astrophysicist guy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know exactly how
Yeah, we're actually in that server now with a bunch of people racking it up. It's fun.
Mr. Appeal to Incredulity.
Well, when you're dealing with people, everybody's got different personalities, how they react to certain tones of voice. There's no silver bullet. There's no proper formula on how every conversation is going to be able to be worked out, So you're always going to have issues, just is what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. It's just that initial point of contact, right? When you make that initial contact when they come in, they have their little speech that they practiced all week in the mirror, and they just want to get it out. Just let them get it out. A lot of times
And
they
then
come in from other
afterwards,
servers,
they're
right? And
into
they've been goaded into coming in here, right? And they've been worried, like, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna show them a thing or two, and they just want to come in here and say their piece for 5 seconds. After that, it's open season. But at least with the initial contact, let them, I guess, have their say, despite it being all wrong. As we all know, the best evidence for flat Earth is a globe speaking. So let them speak.
India, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do you guys always start with the 3 questions? Why does it always start there?
We don't always start there, but there's something that Miggy started. It's just something we did. I don't know, kind of. We don't use it as much anymore.
It helps get a baseline of people where they're at.
Well,
yeah, I guess that was the idea, right? Is to figure out you go ahead, Elijah. You go.
Well, the reason, India addressed the one thing. So the caveat is that no, we don't do it all the time. In fact, I never do it. But the reason for it is so people understand that. Well, it kind of helps us get on a level playing field. Like, people think that this is a fact, and they think that they know it as a fact. The Earth being a globe, that is. And once you ask them those 3 questions, they find out, well, they don't know it firsthand or directly, and there's someone that they're listening to, or someone that they have to believe, and that's when it becomes a belief. And that's the purpose for the questions, is to prove to someone that what they have is a belief, not knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not judging. I'm genuinely interested to know sort of where that
So
comes
you
from.
guys always say I'm not judging. I answered your question, man. I didn't say you were judging. Thank you for your question. It was a good one.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make it sound like you were insinuating anything. I genuinely just sort of, every time I hear it, I just sort of wonder why. It seems to happen at the start of an interaction.
What do you mean by every time? Have you heard me start my interactions like that? How long have you been in here?
Nothing to do with you, Elijah. I'm just when I've been in here and I've seen new people come in, it isn't long before it's like, right, let's ask them the 3 questions. So I was just wondering sort of what the reason for that was.
Well, you got only 3 fundamental claims. Everything else is just appendages of the body. And so it's like, well, there has to be an actual globe. Then, in order to see what we see, the globe has to also be in rotation. And on top of that, it has to have a medium that it resides in. That would be the vacuum of space. So that's why we start there, because that's the crux of the entire belief system.
Yeah, I agree because I've been around long enough to understand this shit. But a lot of the new people coming in, that's way too advanced for them, in my opinion.
If you guys don't
all
mind me,
that it's all that there is. I feel I don't know where to start if that's too advanced because
um,
that's like someone saying, "Well, getting in the water is too advanced for me. I just want to learn how to swim."
um, hi everybody. Sorry to interrupt you, but
Again.
I was listening, and like Elijah had said at the end that it's about showing you that what you think is real is actually a belief system. You
And
don't have any empirical evidence for yourself to show what is, thrown at us our whole lives.
I'd like to add to that, if I might. It's not only what Elijah said, to separate out what they think they know and what is actually just a belief, to separate that it is a belief, but not only that, the purpose of it is to further a conversation. If we're constantly battling against someone's bias, it's useless. It goes nowhere, and it ends up really badly for all parties. So if we separate the beliefs from what actually is a belief or what is actually knowledge, then we can get that bias out of the way, or at least have a placeholder to where we know where they're biased, where they stand in the bias.
Wow, well said, Sonny. Thanks. I'll have to think about that more. So it's an opportunity for us to have an effective conversation with someone. Right, everybody?
I agree.
Yeah,
Yes.
with people who are, to a certain level of intelligence, but some of the guys that come in here and kids and whatever that come in here, I think they're not ready to hear that sort of shit.
Well, how do you well, what's the word? Would I say vet? Here's the
But
thing. The problem is we think that everyone is for us to talk to. That's not true. There are just some people that aren't prepared to have the conversation, even though they claim that they are prepared, even though they're coming in here telling us, "Hey, I just want to know these questions. I want the honest to God truth is most people aren't, but some of us are good at differentiating between people that are truly asking versus people that are defending something without having an actual claim." What's up?
Yeah, I'm just saying that most people are doing the latter, what you've just stated, and most people, if you tell them that gas pressure can't exist, next to a vacuum, then if you'd have told me that 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, I would it just would have skated over me. It just wouldn't have had any effect.
Gravity, right?
I just wouldn't have understood the basics of thermodynamics well enough to get what you say, to get the point. I would have just moved
I
on.
think you would have been able to follow along with like a bike tire as an example.
Yeah,
right?
the bike tire or the pop can or the that kind of deal
Yeah.
is if you talk to people not insultingly, if that's a word. Don't talk down to people, but a lot of times the education level of these subjects is definitely, it's just not where ours is, not where a lot of people's is, and that's okay. So we got to talk to them. At least I try to talk to people, not like they're an actual third grader, but like some of the information they have is at a third grade level, and I want to fill that void for them, with them, right?
Yeah, some of you guys have have stepped up to levels that are, in my opinion, I think you're in the top sort of tier of, intelligence when it comes to certain subjects. some of you guys, like Elijah, India, obviously, Quantum, a few people in here are extremely intelligent, and the average person is, you start talking about thermodynamics, and we have, they have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's how we can, adapt our conversation to people like that, just like you're saying. So if you go into like, okay, a curvature, you got to kind of listen to what they're saying. If they don't understand what that means, like drop over distance, like it can get really simple. Then do they know what a radius is? Do they know? Ask them.
Right.
Like I've had to do that where actually somebody was talking. They were defending the globe. It turns out I knew something was wrong, and I asked them if they knew what the radius was, and they didn't have an answer.
So I have a different tack. Oh, sorry. I thought. Continue, please. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, just briefly. So we can tailor it to be more simple if they're not getting the question, and then during that process we can kind of get a feel for if they're really genuinely wanting to have a conversation or if they're just going to be LARPing. That's all.
Agreed.
Yeah. So my tactic is I don't assume anyone knows anything. So when they come in here, I mean, the only thing I'm kind of fishing for is if they have preconceived notions so that I can kind of quell those. So when new people come in, oftentimes I'll ask them, I say, hey, welcome to the server. Nice to have you. Why are you here? What do you want from me? And they'll say, well, I just want to know, why you guys think that the earth is flat. And then I'll explain to them, well, it's because, and then I go into the none of us have really woke up thinking, oh, we don't live on a globe. Now there's this new model that everybody's accustomed to when they Google it, with this dome and this flat map type situation. That's not how any of us woke up. So the reason that we think the earth is flat is actually because there were claims that were made about the globe. And then I give them a story about how I was introduced to it, yada, yada. You guys know the story. What's his name? He was on Joe Rogan, Eddie Bravo. He said something about pictures from space. They're not real. I looked into that. It wasn't satisfactory for me. So I decided, okay, well, how have we come to the knowledge that the earth is a sphere with certain dimensions? And when you look heavily into that, there's actually no answer to it. And that's what begins my journey. People usually are receptive to that information because then they're like, okay, well, what does that actually mean? And there are various ways that you can go into that versus them continuing on asking you about a model or some conception that you actually don't hold. And then you're fighting with them along the way. They're trying to force it on you and you're like, no. And it's like, so typically I ask them what they know and what they want to know from me. And the conversation kind of just rolls on from there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's a good point.
Yeah, I've seen you do that. I've heard you do that before, and I can see, that you get through to people. But when someone like Eddie Bravo talks about flat Earth, although this guy doesn't understand half of the science behind it, he actually reaches more people in his layman explanation of it. Do you get what I mean? Does that make sense?
This approach.
Yeah.
Like, I think he said something that stuck with me when I was, looking into it. He said, I can't remember if it was him now or somebody else, but they said, I don't talk about flat Earth. I talk about the moon landings first. And it's like, that's a few steps back from, even giving a shit about proving whether the ground you stand on is flat or surfaced. Before that, something has to trigger their intrigue, if you get what I mean.
Agreed.
So for me, I can't remember who said it, but I think Eddie Bravo. Yeah, he repeats, we see too far, we see too far, and after a few times, that actually sticks. You're like, wow, hold on. It's a simple thing, but it's so effective.
It's kind of the same way with gas pressure, because once that person hears, enough about the way gas pressure works, the next time they fill up a bike tire or go put pressure in their tire and go riding down the street, they're they're not going to be able to not think about it.
Yeah, once they understand how the gases are supposed to work, obviously, because the average person has no idea about how that gas pressure is not supposed to exist next to a vacuum. That's why we're in this mess, right?
Yeah, it's like
It's
this. I
hard
like
to.
that last little bit. I like that last little bit of the conversation because look, I'm gonna do a little test right now, and so you all are playing along, whether you like it or not. So I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say 2 words, and I'm gonna ask you try not to think about it. Ready? Pink elephant. Okay, so now that everybody is thinking about pink elephant, you can't not think about it.
Yeah, I but I think that sometimes it's hard to separate what they perceive to be the answer from their actual perceived experience. Well, what they think conceptually is the answer rather than their perceived experience. Because I mean, if gravity was a thing, then I mean, why does the air expand in all directions? It would contract in on itself, or to the very least, it would never leave the surface, right? But people find that hard to really visualize because they think that gravity plays a role somehow. They
Yeah,
don't know how, but they're stuck to that notion. So I immediately go, well, the sun is 340 billion times the Earth's atmosphere. That's just straight up air. So much air in so dense a place that it causes these reactions. And now we can see the sun, gives us our energy. But how is that happening in a vacuum? You
it's
just have
gravity.
air in a vacuum and boom.
You said it. It's gravity. 99% of people who don't understand science will completely do exactly what you've just said. Oh, it must be gravity. There's no other way of thinking about it.
All right, but then all
This
you
is
have to
true.
do is ask them just, where do you observe a downward vector on the air? Does the air fall down? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but most people don't know that gases have mass.
Yeah, G?
I,
Yeah. Sorry.
no, I was just saying they have to be educated on that before they will get what you're saying.
Well, I mean, if they're talking about, if they bring up gravity to solve that, then I would assume they think the gas has mass, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about a lot of
Yeah,
educated people
I
do
get
both.
what you
Yeah,
mean. Like most of them won't even be able to follow along with what you're saying, right? Just try to stick to simple examples about what happens when you get a puncture in a tire, right? Try to do that,
yeah,
and not ask them, well, if you increase the volume, what happens to the amount of possible microstates in the system? And they're gonna be like,
yeah. Because even the most educated people will start acting like the average person as soon as you take it one step too far for them. So it doesn't matter how educated they are. This shit is extremely high level. So as soon as you go one step above where they are, they'll just flip into that mode. Oh, it must be gravity.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Roger.
We hear you.
So did that guy really get banned?
Not sure.
One of these things that happens in here, people come and go, my friend. Don't worry about it.
I have another question. Is India still here? Or Maj?
Besides, he can always come back and humble himself. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Elijah. I have a guy who wants to come back. He got banned for having a tissue fit. And I want to know if I can give you his name or talk to him. His name is Malkavian Feudalist.
Oh, now as far as administration and knowing specific commands and where to go to find someone who's banned, I'm not the best person for that because I don't ever really ban people, so I don't really have to unban them and know what happened. I just kind of let people do what they do.
Yeah, if you send me the account info, I can take a look.
Thank you.
Who is that? Martoth. All right, thanks. Let me get it. Let's try to get it. How can you get it? Okay. The fuck?
Has anyone heard from Aramis?
I have not.
The last I heard was Helio about 3 weeks ago, maybe longer. He said he'd spoken to Ramastan's wife. He was still in the mend, but I haven't heard anything since then, Elijah.
Okay, well, 3 weeks ago though, that's hopeful.
Well, yeah, my 3 weeks could be a month though.
Still 3 weeks, a month. If that, that situation happened like what, summertime? Before then, even maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, early in the year.
Yeah. So if he's all right, that's awesome. Plus, this place, I mean, you don't want anybody, popping veins. It's not always the most chill environment, and I mean, not even just what's coming out, but how this. You know how many times I'm just said on mute, super frustrated. But that's not, you know. Sometimes you need a break.
Yeah, if silent screams could change the world, I would have changed it a long time ago.
Did you guys see the video that I posted in the chat? How far up was it?
Which one, Elijah?
I'm looking for it now. It's at 30 minutes past the hour. It just goes to show,
Oh, got it.
because I'm watching like classic cartoons. This is the second one. The first one was Popeye, but this one too. And people always say, "Oh, uh, either I didn't learn about the globe, or I learned about it in school, or whatever the case." But the fact of the matter is, you were indoctrinated when you would rather watch cartoons than do your homework. When you would rather watch cartoons than whatever it is that took precedence at that time. Cartoons was the thing to really engage you and get your brain going. And there was always that globe in there, like in this clip, like in the clip from Popeye that I think I posted the other day. This is how deep the indoctrination goes. Like, the fact that this isn't something to be upset about. It's like, wait a minute. Not only is it not a globe, but this is how I was indoctrinated, and this is how they're indoctrinating my children. I mean, for goodness sakes, the teenagers have every CW show ever right now. But, well, all of the DC universe stuff. That's what they have. The kids have, the little tiny rockets that they always go on, and I mean, it's fun. It's everywhere.
Yeah, and the most powerful portion of it is the subliminal stuff. Not the stuff people seek out, like movies like Alien and all that, but the stuff that you showed in your video where it's just a real quick clip of somebody standing on a globe in space and then on to the next thing. Like, you didn't even notice it, right? To me, that's the most powerful stuff, because they do it so often. And then I go about my day wondering why I'm thinking about space and aliens and spacecraft and all that, and then I'm like, oh wait. They want me to think about that. I'm not choosing to think about that stuff. It's, it was put there. Yeah, there you go, old dude. Woody Woodpecker. I mean, every cartoon, right? Every single cartoon has something to do eventually with space or any of this stuff. And that, I don't even think the episode, Elijah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't even know if that episode had anything to do with necessarily space, then it shows them in this, right before the next episode.
Not at all. Nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Exactly.
It's just, oh, by the way, this is your home.
Exactly. Yeah. To me, what's impressive about it is not that most people believe it, it's that most people are violently unwilling to consider they've been lied to. About this topic, though, a lot of people out there, right? We've all talked about the people who know about the other conspiracies, but this one makes them, have a seizure, and that's, I think, I don't know how to help that, as a person in psychology trying to be a counselor. I'm like trying to think of ways where I could meet people exactly where they are emotionally, informationally, everything, and just get them no preconceived notions, and then start over. Like come in with my cup. If we both come in with our cups empty, we can help each other learn. I guess I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I feel you though, man. GE, what do you think about any of this?
He's now Agent Platypus, by the way. He's no longer GE, apparently.
Okay, Agent. Well, I don't know who did that. Platypus or even Matthew. What do you think about what we've been discussing? And hello.
Hey, I just got here, so sorry, I don't know what you're discussing other than the last 2 sentences or so.
Problem.
You want to fill them in for me? Kind of running low on energy. About to have this slice of pizza.
No problem. Yeah, get some food, bro. Basically, it's the indoctrination levels that are so pervasive. It's really difficult to bust through the wall of preconceived notion and get to have a normal conversation with somebody about this topic, especially because if you say those two words, flat earth, 90% of people are going to shut off and have a grand mal seizure in their head immediately, right away. They'll judge you and they'll think, wow, I once thought this person was smart. And now they're talking about this, that, and the other. And so yeah, it's like the indoctrination level is so deeply ingrained that people are unwilling to even consider the topic.
I think you're right. There is that kind of indoctrination. I experienced that with 2 other words, which is God exists. If I say that, then there are people who think the same thing.
Well, and then excuse me, I agree to a certain extent on that one. And what Elijah said and posted, he was talking about, if you can see in the voice text, old dude posted a screen capture of a Woody the Woodpecker, just a pause in one of the videos, and Elijah said the episode has nothing to do with space or anything like that, but just out of nowhere, right in the middle of like a transition scene or something, they just show a globe with the characters running all over it, and then they go to the next scene. It's like it's just everywhere. You don't have a choice but to constantly be thinking globes, space travel, Elon Musk, SpaceX, NASA. It's just everywhere. Even if you wanted to, I don't know. There's no escaping it.
You're right. I think it's the default for plenty of people. In the same way that the anti-God or God doesn't exist or evolution explains everything is the default for many people. And you see evolutionary explanations all over the place in the God versus atheism debate too.
Yeah. Similar, yep.
Don't forget terrain theory.
Terrain theory, yeah. Exosome, terrain theory, germ theory. But see, that's the thing. Flat Earth is just like that. But to me, at least, it's one step even further. I could say I'm an anti-smaxer, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. Anti-smaxer. I'm against those. And a lot of people say, well, you're nuts, but a solid handful of people say, hey, I get it. I totally, I got family members, right, who haven't been stabbed yet. So it's that. But this is the topic that sets itself apart from all of them. In my opinion, it's the the forbidden topic. And in my opinion, it's because it's true and because it's easy to prove. A lot of this other stuff is unfalsifiable, like what's in the jab. Well, gosh, I don't know, and I don't know any list of ingredients that's going to actually tell me what's in there. I don't really know. I didn't make the thing, so I technically have no idea what's in that, right? It's unfalsifiable. But measuring the Earth, you just go out right now, do it.
I see what you're saying, because even people who say God exists and people who think that's crazy know family members that believe God exists. But you're right.
Right.
Earth is in its own category. It's seen as not reasonable to even believe it.
Yeah, it's not just like a faux pas, like talk about religion or politics at the dinner table. It's like if you even have these thoughts, you need to be considered committable, right? We need to talk with your physician about what to do with you, and it's just silly. But I mean, it comes from the massive, really, roided out indoctrination that we get right from minute one. It's the first thing that most babies have over their heads when they're in their crib. Fucking mobile planets, right? And what's the best? No, you got to spark your child's imagination right away. Well, I'm gonna do space and planets and aliens and race cars and stuff like that. Like assign race cars to spaceships and make them virtually the same thing in a kid's eye. I mean, yeah.
Do you think there's any indoctrination that is true?
Probably, yeah. But it's not, I don't know. I don't want to go down I don't want to say like, oh, everything's a conspiracy, right? Like, clearly that's not right, but yeah. Keep going.
I mean, obviously there's not everything that's being indoctrinated is false. Obviously people who are doing the indoctrination, many of them think they're doing a service because they think, hey, this is actually true. I'm just teaching my kid about God exists, or about scripture, or about the earth, or about dinosaurs. And so it's not like they're trying to fool the kid. They actually believe it's true. And some of it might be true.
Well, see, but the thing is, I agree with that. But the thing about indoctrination is it's subjective still. It's based on professional methodologies or doctrines, viewing animals as social and inescapably shaped by culture. It's all, you know what I mean? None of it's empirical. It's all like based on like standards and values and subjective stuff.
Right, yeah.
That's different than education, at least in the way that, yeah. I mean, indoctrination and education are two different things, I think. But you can also be educated in the wrong stuff, so I guess that's where that splits off too. But anyway.
Yeah, and I agree. Obviously, I'm an educator, so I believe in education rather than indoctrination. In fact, I would even say that indoctrinating people to say the globe exists is wrong. I would rather teach people to think for themselves, figure out what they believe, teach critical thinking and those kinds of things instead.
Well, then it's a good thing you're not a astronomy teacher, huh?
That's right, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have any problem teaching astronomy, but I'd want to do it in such
I'd have a problem with you teaching astronomy, Matthew, because I can hear in your voice you're a good person somewhere in there. And if you were to dedicate your soul to lying to people, I would be disappointed.
I have a friend who's an astronomer who teaches astronomy. It doesn't seem to me like he's lying. He believes.
I guess I should have said astrology, but astronomy is something taught. Is astrology taught in schools?
I hope not. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But anyway,
What's the difference?
Astrology teaches about how somehow what's happening in the sky at the time of your birth somehow predetermines your fate, and so you can just read your horoscope and tell what's going to happen the day. Whereas astronomy is based on actual observations of the planets and sun and stars.
Okay. Yeah,
Well,
and I got a bigger
astrology is also based on actual observations. I think you kind of just separated it, a portion of it where astronomy also tells you the distance to those things without any validation. It tells you what those things are made of without any validation. So I guess I was asking what's the difference in the sense that, well, you look at the positions of the things in the sky and it tells a story as far as astrology is concerned and how it affects our lives and yada, yada, yada. But the same is said for astronomy too.
Yeah, they're very, very similar. I think astronomy it's more of a, like, what's the esoteric, I guess. I'm not sure. So here, let me just read this paragraph so I can stop stuttering. Astronomy is a science that studies everything outside of the Earth's atmosphere, such as planets, stars, asteroids, galaxies, and the properties and relationships of those celestial bodies. Astronomers base their studies on research and observation. Astrology, on the other hand, is a belief that the positioning of the stars and planets affect the way events occur on Earth. If you're interested in the solar system and the planets, other celestial objects like asteroids and comets, other galaxies, and the rest of the universe, what makes up space, and the possibility of alien life or space travel, astronomy is the field you're considering. Astronomy. So astronomy in this paragraph is considered a science, and astrology is a belief. That's what this paragraph says. Not sure I agree.
Right, and the key difference is whether it affects your life on Earth. Astrology says, oh, those things are going to affect what you should do and decisions you should make down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I did ask for the difference.
No, and that's good to get the difference out there. Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, but see, the thing is they're making guesses with the distance and the properties of these nighttime luminaries, right? You don't see these luminaries during the day, do you, Matthew?
No. But
so they illuminate the night. That's all we know about them.
That's right. I mean, you see at least one during the day. Sometimes the moon you can see during the day.
Oh yeah, but and sometimes you can see like Venus after the sun has risen. But on average, they're nighttime luminaries.
That's right, yeah. But for example, astrologers will say, oh, you're going to face some losses in business. You have to devote extra time to complete a task at work. Be careful, those type of stuff.
I don't believe in that shit. So
yeah, me neither. Astronomy never
Well,
says
funny enough, I mean, there are correlations between certain things in astrology. And I think that's only because, like, I don't even know how deep I could get into this, but when it comes to certain charts and certain information and the behavioral pattern of us and our spending and all of that, it seems to correlate as the charts are actually mirroring what's happening in the sky. Just like time. Time is a convention, and what time it is kind of dependent on what's happening in the sky. The thing about that is when people look at certain charts, they say, wow, there's a correlation here. Oh my goodness, it's AI and interdimensional beings doing this. When actually, there probably is someone who understands what's like at least the cyclical nature of the sky and is creating speculation behind it, causing real world events to occur. But that's so deep, no one really, I mean, you'll never be able to ascertain that because that's like 5 layers deep. I don't know if that makes any sense. But
It does. It makes even if it's. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry, I may not have been listening. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was saying financial markets can be cyclical. Human beings do things on cycles, and you may be able to generate some kind of correlation with what happens in the sky. But I would doubt whether there'd be any actual predictive power that would be sort of scientifically verifiable connection. And also correlation does, we all know correlation doesn't imply causation, doesn't mean that it's caused by that. So saying it's complicated and 5 levels deep and we can't figure it out, well, then in that case, we can't really use it because we don't know how it's going to.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying everywhere I turn, the Terrence McKenna's and the people on YouTube from university says that. And they say it's AI and we don't really know what's going on. I think you're hitting at what I'm hitting at. It's bullshit. It's actually very easy to understand. They're just playing off of people's ignorance.
Right. And we don't even have AI that's smarter than us right now.
So the reality is...
Try playing a chess computer on the high level.
No, you're right. So in specific domains, AI can beat us at something, but as far as general intelligence.
What do you mean, Matthew? Every person that has graduated high school and college has an artificial intelligence to them.
I like that.
So the point of what I'm saying is people kind of sort of deify the markets. When in actuality, there could be someone out there who's good enough at coding to actually be pulling the strings. Now, if we all thought this and we all didn't think that it was fair, if we thought that there was actually an entity or a person manipulating things, we would all go crazy. I tend to believe that that's exactly what's going on, simply because of the correlation and the fact that it can't be interdimensional beings or AI. Someone has to have written the code. And that code is based on, it's based on what's already in existence. What better way to signal to people who are in the know what to do than something that's out in the open that most other people don't understand?
It's possible. The Bible could have been written by an AI.
I have to look at what artificial means.
Synthetic.
That's a synonym. What do you mean?
If you think of it this way, my opinion is that the difference between artificial and real is nothing. Like if it exists in this construct, it's technically natural because it was made here of things here, right? But human, for whatever reason, has the ability to form and shape new quote-unquote things out of the stuff that's already here. We're not creators, but we can manipulate. So, I don't know. is that artificial, something that a human makes out of the natural stuff that's already here? I don't know. Because we can't make anything. We can't create anything. We can only manipulate.
Well, I mean, that is basically the definition, right? Artificial is made by humans rather than occurring in nature. So, I mean,
Right, but I'm
even if
saying
humans were
everything
to
is
like
natural.
find that, I think it would be
You know what
like
I
it would
mean?
be a human intelligence, not really artificial.
Okay, yeah. What are you gonna say, Elijah?
Well, there's a very thin line, and well, if my speculation is true, obviously there's no way to test it. But seeing is that the sun can't be a dense ball of gas in a vacuum, since it's not that, since that's not what's causing life. I mean, the only thing that I know of that, we know how light is made for the most part. Under specific conditions, you can pull energy to and create something that will, like a light bulb, boom, there it is, you know? And you connect that to a power source, and all of a sudden you have light, or you have a battery, or, you know, the various ways that we can build something to give us light. So when I look at the sun, I'm like, well, it's gotta be some like super dope ass light. However it's made some, it's not just something that doesn't make sense in my mind. So it's like, technically that would make that, well, I mean, I would call it artificial because it's not natural. It's like created.
Is it created or is it just manipulated?
Who knows?
Yeah, because listen, I agree with you. A light bulb in itself can't happen naturally, right? No way you're going to just
Right.
put some glass and some metal wire over there and it's going to all of a sudden in 100 million years turn into a light bulb. So that in that sense, yes, humans make light bulb. But, and then I guess so my opinion on top of that is that the creator of this thing here made it possible for us to manipulate what it had created into a light bulb. So are we creating? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that.
Yeah, I like the word manipulation since we have it and it's defined. It makes more sense. I don't think we create anything.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think.
I would say light. Oh, go ahead.
Someone's roboting. Or someone's.
Just real quick,
Or
you
Star,
can
I
make.
think you're hot micing, bro.
Oh yeah, that's no sorry. He's trying to get in.
He's echoing.
I think it's north.
Is it not working?
Oh yeah, you're
hear
good. We
you.
just heard
There
your
you go.
background noise.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in and say you make something or you form something out of something that was already there, something that was created. So there's a difference between a maker and a creator.
I agree totally.
That's a good definition. Yeah, I would say if a lightning storm strikes and starts a forest fire, the light from that forest fire, I would still call that natural, even though the creator created forests and created lightning storms. And I would say the sun is natural in the same sense that everything is sort of set up and then it creates light.
That's not analogous, I don't think. I mean,
how is it different?
Sure, it's because you're looking at a natural phenomena. You're looking at an action here that can then be, I mean, like fire, right? It causes a fire. It's like, okay, well, we know what causes fire. Energy, it's like cool. And then you have the sun, which looks like a light. And the only way for light to exist is if there's a power source somewhere.
Yeah, so I'm saying the same thing like a forest fire creates light without any human intervention. Same with the sun, it creates light without any human intervention.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. The humans don't have anything to do with the sun. However, the creator created it. It has to make sense with the. I think it that it has to make sense rather than not making sense. I don't see why it wouldn't have to make sense. It could not make sense. It could be made its own way that we haven't discovered and probably never will. But there's no reason for me to think that it doesn't have a power source of some kind. That this cyclical nature isn't a mechanical works of some kind. I mean, none of us really know.
Hang on, I'm replying to Matthew. I guess don't need to do it in text. Matthew, my point about saying cool cartoons and stories about your video is that it's just cartoons and stories. It's just a YouTube video. What I would need personally to do is go with you to these locations and perform these experiments. And then you and I could decide between the two of us what is what. Other than that, this is just a video.
And the funny
That's just
thing
my
is,
opinion.
you know, you're 90 degrees at Guatemala and 30 degrees at Montevideo. That's more of a local, close moon than one that's, you know, 500,000 miles away.
Sure. And so why do they appear the same size?
No idea. We'd have to go and figure it out ourselves physically in those locations. That's how it works.
Are you actually getting a true picture of the sun, the true size of the sun?
Oh, we're talking about the moon, but yeah, the
Well, you
moon's a
said
bit
that
easier.
they're the same size, but what do you mean by that?
Oh, sorry. From Guatemala City and from Montevideo at the same moment, the moon appears the same size.
Okay.
It does. Have you been to both Guatemala City and Montevideo?
I've never
At the
been
same
to
time?
either. No.
Okay, so this is moot then, isn't it?
Not really. The question is, if they appear the same size, then how do you explain it? Do you think they don't appear the same size?
No, they do appear the same size, but I don't need to offer an explanation for that. That's just the way they are. The problem, the globe presupposes and makes up a story. Oh, this has to be this far away, and this has to be this close, and that's why they're the exact same size. It happened by random chance. You gotta be
I
kidding me.
admit that it presupposes that the moon is a physical object that follows the law of perspective. If you want to say that the moon does not follow the law of perspective, okay, but I'd be curious why it doesn't.
Nothing doesn't follow the law of perspective, my friend. That's how we live. We use our perspective. We see things from our point of view. I think the problem is everyone has an individual point of view, and then we argue about what that is in relation to the group, the collective point of view. That's what we're arguing about. That's why I say you and me. If we go to Guatemala City, measure the moon, go to Montevideo, measure the moon, talk about it, spend some time on it. That's the real way to do this. I can't just assume it's perfect 90 from Guatemala to the moon. I can't assume it's perfect 30 from Montevideo. Right away, the video becomes moot.
The other thing to that is that what was my point?
Just
Something
a lot
about
of ifs.
Something about the same size. Yeah, like, you know, we know that it's a really, really, really fantastical story about how these things appear to be the same size. And they just, okay, it is what it is, whatever. But they do follow perspective. So if I'm under as far as the motion's concerned, if I'm under a street lamp and I move away from it, it's going to move towards the center of my view. That's the same thing that happens with the moving sun in the sky. Now, why it doesn't work as far as, you know, objects getting smaller in the distance. Well, what if it's just light?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, not just light, but projected light. It'd do some. It would be different than it being like, say, an orb of light with no glare, and you're just looking at this glowing orb of light, and as it moves further and further away, it might get more dimmer and smaller also. But
Yeah.
what if
So,
it's not that?
yeah.
We
So
don't.
there are two issues here. One is, yes, you could question the evidence and say, well, I haven't been to Guatemala City, so that's not going to happen. So that's fair enough. If you haven't been there, then, if I haven't been there, then I'm just making claims. So that's one strategy. The other strategy would be to do like Elijah's saying and say it's not a physical object, it's more of a light source. And so that would be the other way to disprove what my video says. So my video is saying if it is a physical object and if it does follow the laws of perspective, then it's problematic.
Okay. Can I bring in a caveat?
Sure.
Okay, so is this what you're saying about these angles? Is this possible on a flat surface? Also?
If it's on a flat surface, it seems strange that the moon would be different, the same size. If it's
Is
twice
it
as far.
possible?
I don't see how. No.
Well, if you were working with Keo talked about this actually. There's a distance in which you could just say, yeah, that makes sense. Like, what if the moon was so far away over the flat Earth that you see the same thing? So big and so far that it works out across the plane. Why wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, why
And
wouldn't
I don't believe that, but it is possible. It's just as possible as being on a ball if we'd never measured it not to be.
That's my point.
Yeah, it's just as possible, and the question is, why does it appear the same size? That's the thing. It's
Yeah,
twice
but regardless of what you're asking why about it, it still goes into the bucket along with all the other things that are possible on both the globe and the flat Earth. That goes
It's
into
a good
that bucket.
question, Matthew. Yeah, you're right, Sonny. And it's a good question, Matthew. Why does it appear the same size? Is it okay that we, as human beings, have left to figure out a few things?
Yeah, I think it's actually nice that we don't know everything in the world. There's still mystery in the world. So I agree that
There you go.
That's a good answer to my question, which is we don't know why it appears the same size.
At least I don't know. Does someone else know? I don't know. To me, here's the thing: if we can't, if we're going to spend time, go ahead.
But I will say, I mean, there's phenomena that people don't pay attention to. Well, I don't even know if I should even call it phenomena. It's just glare. Like, there's a different glare from when you're looking at from my position anyway. And I really encourage anyone to come visit me in New York and see what I'm seeing. But there's a difference in the glare between when it's northeast and east versus when it's just hitting that southern part of me and then moving along to go to the west side. The glare is different in all instances, actually.
Yeah, even if the person is right next to you.
No, meaning like I've taken video of the sun at 10 a.m., then at or 9 a.m., then at 12 a.m., and it's vastly different. There's more glare at 9 a.m. than at 12 a.m. During this specific time of the year. I haven't done it in a long time. It happens like that all the time. I just know it happens during the specific time of the year. And then, not only that, but there are certain things that matter of fact, I'll just stay on the glare. So the difference in glare, no one talks about that. Why is there more glare towards the east than when it's supposedly directly overhead where there's no not directly overhead, but when it's towards noon, when it's the least amount of atmosphere, there's less glare then. What's that about? Because that's the opposite of the explanation for why the sunset and the sunrise has all these brilliant colors. So my observation goes in full contradiction of that. At least the aspect of the glare from the source of light itself.
It's going to be a different glare at that position every day too, right? Because of conditions, air conditions.
I think so. But
yeah,
there's
glare
like
depends on the atmosphere.
But there's like a more consistent there's what can be affected by the atmosphere and then so-called atmosphere. And then there's more of a consistent glare beyond that. And it depends on depends on the position, like what time of day it is.
Right.
Well, but there should be less glare, right? There should be less glare
I don't know.
From 9 o'clock than 12 o'clock because it's supposedly coming through the atmosphere. Why would there be more glare at 12 o'clock?
In at 9?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I don't feel like, personally, I'm educated enough on celestial objects to comment on it.
Just wake up early tomorrow during sunrise and take some video. Play with the exposure on your camera, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Just make sure, like, once you play with the exposure, you keep it to that so that you get a constant going, and then you'll be able to tell the difference. And you're like, huh, that's interesting. Why is that?
Like a week of observations or so in the same place at the same time, just watching the sun. I've never done it, something like that.
Even one clear day.
Right, just one clear day. Like today's be fine for it. Glad I gotten up earlier. Shit.
Because it's like, oh, why does the sun stay the same size? Well, I mean, first of all, you don't ask these kinds of things about light sources. Like if I was to just flash if I was to just flash a flashlight, you'd be talking about the intensity change of the light rather than how big and small the light is getting. Am I right or am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just so tough to talk about compared to measuring the Earth for curvature. That's why I try not to talk about the sky. But I mean, it's like, well, we figured out the ground. We know it's flat and stationary. Now, what is the sky? That's how I see it. I know they're separate, and I want to keep them separate because they are.
Yeah.
Figure out what the sky is, not what it is in relation to the ground, because that's just going to confuse me. Not because it has any correlation. Because we're still arguing about if there's a connection between what happens in the sky and the shape, the makeup aspect. Is it flat or curved of the ground?
Talk about perspective. Why can you block out the entire sun and the entire moon with a quarter at arm's length?
Because the quarter is much closer to you than the sun is?
They're the same size. Why are they the same exactly same size?
They're about the same size. They're not exact, but because God made things such that the sun and the moon appear the same size.
Nice confirmation from Matthew that the sun and moon are the same size. Good job.
When I said they aren't the same size, why?
He said they're almost the same size.
They are the same size. Yeah, about approximately the same size. Yeah.
I mean, give or take what? 100 feet?
Whatever these
I don't
lights
know.
are, that's all they are. So you don't know the distances, Matthew, to them. Like the reason you're stuck on this thing about, I don't see how it could work, about what I said earlier about that, for those facts fitting into a bucket where both, it can occur on both a flat surface or a spherical surface. So it goes into that. But if you're still holding on to this, oh, well, the moon is 250,000 miles away, then yes, it wouldn't work because you still have a presupposition of the 250,000 miles away for the moon. What if it's not 250,000 miles away?
So you're right. I am doing a presupposition that the moon is a physical object. The point of my video is to try to paint you into the corner of denying that the moon is a physical object, when I think it's pretty clear that it is. So I think the only way that it works is if it's just a plasma or light source that's not a physical object.
How do we get rid of perspective and get to the truth of it?
I'm sorry.
Well, I have
It's a fallacy. I just don't know which one it is. When you say, how does your video lay it out again, Matthew?
It starts with
has
the
to be
observation.
this. So
yes, if the moon
therefore
is a physical
this
object,
is impossible. Yes.
Yeah, if it's a physical object, then it should follow the laws of perspective. It does not.
It doesn't follow the laws of perspective. Therefore,
it can't be a physical object on a flat Earth.
Isn't that modus ponens?
I think that's affirming the consequent.
And modus ponens.
Yeah, it might be multiple fallacies into one.
I'll have to think about how to put it in a way that follows the logical structure. But yeah, I admit that it assumes.
Modus ponens, Latin for method of affirming. Look at that. We're both right. That's a modus ponens fallacy. Or yeah. Like straight off the rip.
But yeah, I wasn't saying that the converse isn't true. I'll have to write it out to see what you're saying.
Well, here's a clue. If you start out with if, that's a problem.
There are plenty of logical arguments that start out with if that are logically valid.
I think we're limited by our perspective. That's what I think. Gas, you know what I mean? That's what we can do. Hey, look up there. What's that? I don't know. What's it doing? Stuff. That's all we can do.
So, Matthew, I mean, because you do say that you don't mean to commit. You have said before that you don't mean to commit fallacies. I'm sure I've committed fallacies before that I didn't mean to. We're both human in that way. I try to correct whenever it happens.
Yeah, sure, fair enough.
So, as an educator, I mean, this is a very clear form of fallacious logic.
I don't think it is.
Well, it is per definition. So, if we don't have to argue about the thing that's right here in front of my face, because you say that you would like for your students to think critically. You can't think critically if you're thinking fallaciously.
Yeah, that's right.
So I just encourage you to really, I don't know, man, do some correcting.
Okay, so that moon thing, it says, 1, here are these observations. 2, the Earth is flat. 3, the moon is a physical object that follows the law of perspective. And then those three things cannot work together, so one of those three things must be false. And the question is, which is false?
No, the conclusion is that they're solid objects and it doesn't follow the law of perspective. Therefore,
Yeah, that's a fair way to answer that question. I was saying that those three things cannot all be true at the same time. And so you're saying that the moon is not a solid object and doesn't follow the laws of perspective. And that is a valid answer to that question.
yeah, but well, I guess I would have to watch your video because I'm just honestly, I'm going off of what people say. They say, well, you know, the moon, it doesn't change with perspective, therefore it can't be a flat earth. First and foremost, that's not true because, well, it could be whatever amount of distance away if it were a solid object. It'd be just the same thing, like Sonny was pointing out. But to have the person who's thinking about this and lead them to the, well, obviously I'm looking at the moon, it's the same size, it's moving away, it's not changing its distance, therefore it has to be what I already think it is. That's not logically sound. That's actually manipulative. Not saying that you're purposely manipulating people, but I mean, that's why I urge you to make correction. We all know how supervillains, I don't know if you like a good supervillain story, but I do. And we all know how supervillains get people to do things based on manipulations from things that they already believe to be true. And they just nudge them in the right direction along their path of logic, and it sends them over the edge. That's what some of the greatest supervillains do. I don't see you as a villain.
I think Matthew's in the top spot, to be honest.
Okay, so those trichotomy, that false trichotomy, why is it false? And yes, what is it? Which of those three things are false? And Elijah's answer, fair enough, is that number 3 is false.
That's my guess. I mean, that's and the guess has a somewhat of it's hard to imagine because people go, what do you mean it's not physical? How could then where's the light coming from? Bingo, that's what the fuck I'd be asking about the sun, but that's nor here nor there. So where does the light come from then? Well, I'm not saying that the source isn't physical. I'm saying it's mechanical in some way, but there are also ways that you can look at projected light. That's my answer. I mean, because we have examples of that on Earth, that would be a gross correlation, but I'm just saying, if I were projecting light onto a surface and then someone were watching that, well, that would be very different from watching an actual object that is emanating light like a bulb or some orb of some kind.
Okay, so it looks like we've come to the conclusion that the moon isn't a solid object. So at that point, how can you say anything's a solid object that we can't touch?
What does that mean?
So if you're saying if you're saying the moon's not a solid object, then what else is not a solid object? The sun?
I'm
How
not.
would you
But
determine?
hold on. What do you mean when you say that I'm saying that the moon is not a solid object?
Isn't that the conclusion we came to? Number 3 is wrong.
But what do you mean though, exactly, specifically?
If number 3 is wrong, then we're saying that one of the statements is false and that the moon isn't a solid object, and that's how it works.
Didn't I just set up everything that I just said with it's kind of hard because people will kind of misinterpret what I'm saying and go with what this guy just said. When at best, or at least, I'm talking about going to the moon and touching the surface of the thing that it's emanating from. Like, so if there was a light and then there was plexiglass and I shone it through, you could walk up to that plexiglass and boom, that part you're touching is physical.
Okay. So the moon itself isn't physical, though. But what we think
Okay.
of it, right? Is that what we're saying?
Okay. That's not what we're saying. That's what I'm saying. That's not what anybody else is saying. Of course, we're all speculating here. But the bottom line is the question is fallacious on the offset.
Why?
That's the real point. Because it's a modus ponens.
Sorry, could you clarify what that is?
Can you just Google it?
Sure. How do you spell it?
MODUSPONENS.
All right. Give me a minute.
It's MODUSTOLLENS. Hang on a second.
No, that's different. That's modus tollens.
What's this other one called?
Modus ponens.
Ponens.
So
Got it.
in this sense, you could just say, okay, if the moon is a physical object that's X distance away, then perspective and the way we know it wouldn't have an effect. And then you look, and that's exactly what you see, affirming what your statement is to be the case.
Okay, but I don't think that's the argument at all. I think the argument is one of those 3 things is wrong. Has to be wrong.
How? How would we know which is which?
What do you mean which is which?
How would we determine which?
Well, that's what we have to figure out, isn't it?
Right, but how? Okay, so how would we determine which? Go ahead.
So the problem is we can't without knowing one of them. Like we can't do it without knowing one of them is false for sure, and then we know the other 2 are true.
Okay, walk me through the logic, please.
Through what logic? One of the 3 is false. Therefore, if we find the false one, then we know which 2 are true.
Okay,
I just
so
reposted the
how
3
do
again with slight modifications.
okay, so how do we know which one is false?
We don't. That's the whole point. So the argument.
Can there be more than one false one?
No. Well,
Why not?
Hold on.
Why not?
I haven't read the first one. So does that mean 90 degrees? Hello?
Well, there's 2 questions on the table now. How would we determine which is wrong, and why can't more than one be wrong?
Okay. What's the first statement? Is it saying that the moon appears at 90 degrees in the sky?
Well, we're kind of trying to address the logical setup before we talk about the actual items,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
I know. I need to know. I need to understand the first premise first. Like I need to understand it. So is it
Yeah,
same?
he's talking about the angle of the moon towards the horizon,
Okay.
similar
And
to a sextant. Yeah,
is that facing north? Like you're measuring from facing north?
facing whatever direction you want. I think it
Pretty sure
didn't
you
really
can't
specify.
see the moon if you're facing.
Well, depending on where you are, 90 degrees or 30 degrees will be a different place. So if you imagine looking north and you go 30 degrees up, then
No,
that's
I think he was.
south.
I think that was 30 degrees azimuth or arc seconds or whatever they want to call it. So like the height in the sky. Like if it's 90 degrees, it's going to be straight up above your head. If it's at 30 degrees, it's going to be off in the distance somewhere.
Okay.
Right. I think you're going to have to ask Matthew to specify that about the direction.
Matthew?
He deafened himself, so.
Oh, he deafened?
He might have taken a call or something. So yeah, I mean that's what he said to me. He is like, because as far as I'm aware, like in my conversations with Matthew, I'm the only one who said to him, "Well, how do you know that those things are physical?" I don't think personally that they are in the way that people think they are. And so he said, "Well, that's correct. If that's not the case, then the argument is flawed." So now he's come out with this video, and he said, basically, he said, it's not his words verbatim, but barring what I think, then it's fine to say, well, if these are solid objects and if uh, the law of perspective doesn't seem to apply, then the earth can't be flat. And that's when, how help me out, Sonny. How exactly did it go? Because you said, well, why wouldn't it work on a flat earth at that point? But what did he say exactly before then?
I'm sorry I was gone for a minute. I had a phone call, but I'm back if you had specific
None. I called it. No pun intended.
Oh, you called me? No. You know, it was one of those spam calls. It's like, oh, Amazon is charging you a bunch of money. And it's like, no, they're not.
Yeah. No, I said I called it because I said you probably picked up a call because the other guy was asking you to specify something. So go ahead, please, other guy. What's your name? Sorry, I don't want to be rude by calling you other guy. Smile of Death, I think.
Now he got a spam call from Amazon.
He was basically asking about the direction that you were facing in this hypothetical example of the moon.
Oh, I see. From Guatemala City, the moon is directly above you at 90 degrees altitude. And from Montevideo, the moon would be, I don't know, kind of like northwest from there. Oh, but direction doesn't matter. It's more about the altitude. The moon appears 30 degrees above the horizon in Montevideo at that time.
How it appears in relation to the horizon determines the altitude?
Altitude is the using the definition of altitude being the angle between the horizon and how high it is in the sky. So that's the astronomical definition of altitude, not its literal altitude. It's
Yeah, right, fair enough. No, I just mean like the same would apply to a street light, right? I mean,
right,
yeah, the
yeah,
different, yeah.
right, exactly.
You posted the video in the chat, or maybe this isn't modus ponens. I was going based off of what I heard you say, but as the statements are here, it's different. But still, how do we confirm which is wrong?
That's the point. You can't. But you're right. I could put it in modus ponens if I reformed it somehow. My main point is that if you want to say that the Earth is flat, then you are forced to say that the moon is not a solid object. So I'm painting you into the corner of denying that the moon is real.
Except
Wait a
you
minute,
don't
Matthew. Did
really
you just say the moon is not
accept.
real?
No, I'm saying that if you want to believe the Earth is flat, then you must say that the moon is not a physical object that follows the law of perspective.
Well,
But
it's a
that's
good thing I got that shit clipped.
but you don't have to actually say that though, because of you can do some math that puts the moon at a specified distance and size for it to be exactly the same over a flat plane. So why would you assert that? Of course, you would ask us for validating evidence, and we would say, "Ah, that's the same position we have you in."
Oh, I posted the wrong one. I assert that due to geometry, based on those observations of 30, 60, 90 triangle.
The title of your video is fallacious, Matthew. How is something that's only apparent up in the sky that you can't determine anything about the specifics of it determine the ground we're standing on?
The title of my video is a question. Questions cannot be fallacious.
Moon debunks flat Earth? Does it?
That's the question, isn't it?
So the title is Appearance of the Moon Debunks Flat Earth with 30, 60, 90 Triangle. That's the title of it, right?
That's not
That's
really
not
a
a question.
Yeah, you realize you're showing a flat Earth. Guatemala City to Montevideo video is horizontal to each other, just as it is in reality.
Yeah, and my point is it doesn't work on a flat Earth, so it must not be flat.
How do you have a 90-degree triangle with a
You're showing it work on a flat Earth in your diagram on the front of your video. You're showing that it does work on a flat surface.
I'm showing that that's what it would look like if the surface were flat. However, the moon appears the same size from both cities, even though it's twice as far from Montevideo.
Well, thanks for showing us that it works on.
But hold on. Now you're talking about a distance, right? Because earlier when I asked you what you meant by altitude and stuff, you said, well, in relation to the horizon. But now you're talking about it's like it's a physical distance away.
Right, relative distance. We don't know how far. We just know that it's twice as far from one
But
spot.
that's kind of relevant to the argument, right? If you're
No,
saying,
you
well,
don't.
now it's further away, but we don't know how far it actually is. Well, then that doesn't mean anything, right?
And you don't know, so stop saying you know, because you don't know. If you know, then you need to tell us how you know the distance.
Because if you think about it this way, if we don't have a known distance to the moon, right? Then how can we determine that its angular size would change as it moves across the sky?
We don't know the distance, but we do know the relative distance. It's twice as far from Montevideo. The question is, why isn't it half as big then?
But why wouldn't it change on the globe Earth model if you're actually moving further away from the moon?
On the globe Earth model, they're the same distance away.
So you're telling me it's the exact same distance away when it's directly above me, and when I'm looking at it on the horizon in the globe Earth model, you've moved 0 feet 0 inches when the globe Earth has spun around?
It's within 1%.
Well, no.
It's not the
See,
exact same size.
that's not solid logic. But I mean, but is it Martal?
No, it's napalm.
Napalm.
Yep.
He's hitting on exactly. I mean, we've all in one way or another said the same thing. So,
right, we don't have a known distance.
What's good for the goose isn't good for the ganders, because you're saying, well, it's the same distance versus on a flat Earth, it's a different distance. Unless you push the moon so far back that the distance from Guatemala to wherever is kind of irrelevant, the same way it is at 230,000 miles. If it was analogous with that, then what say you?
Well, what I'm
Some
saying is,
distance that would make that distance from like whatever angular distance that is, there would have to be a distance somewhere off to the sky that would make that distance irrelevant, like you're saying it is on the globe.
Okay,
I'm saying it could possibly be like a scale invariance issue, right? Like if...
Yeah, to answer Napalm's question specifically, on this flat Earth diagram that I posted at 7 minutes after the hour, the moon is twice as far from one city as the other city. But Napalm asked, what about on the globe? And on the globe, the difference varies by at most 1%. And so it's not going to be twice as big or twice as small. So yes, there is a difference in distance from Guatemala City to the moon.
Why is it twice as far, Matthew?
That's with your assumption of size
simple
and
geometry.
distance.
No, why is it twice as far?
Simple geometry. Look at the diagram at 7 minutes.
I don't get what that means. The geometry of what?
30, 60, 90 triangle. One side is X and one side is 2X. It's basic geometry.
So you're using a distance to the moon again.
7 minutes after the hour. I'm using a X. We don't know the distance, just the relative distance is what's important here.
Hey Matthew. If you're at Montevideo and you're looking at through that 30-degree angle, are you looking through more Atmos than you are if you're looking at 90 degrees straight up?
Yes, but it's not going to make a difference in making it twice as big.
But it's going to do something, isn't it?
It's not going to do much, especially the
How
other
do you
thing.
Wait, how do you know that?
Oh, because the atmosphere changes things slightly.
Okay, can you post a citation of how it's not going to make much difference looking through, however, twice as much Atmos?
Yeah, because if you take a plane, if you're flying a plane above those two cities...
No, I don't want your so-so story.
I'm citing right now. If you take a plane above those two cities, you
your
get the same
voice is not a citation, Matthew.
Well, I do kind of want to go. I mean, because that kind of takes it away from this whole thing where it's like, well, from the globe it's a minuscule distance versus on the flat Earth it's not a minuscule distance because of geometry. There's an assumption that you're making for one that you're not making for the. Hold on. There's an assumption that you're making for one that you're not making for the other, and I want to know why that is.
Well, okay, what assumption am I making? Can you elaborate?
Well, it's a minuscule distance on the globe. Why?
Because in the globe model, the moon is 220,000 miles away, and so if you go 220 versus 221.
Well, so wait, so the X would.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
He said several times. We don't know the distance of the moon. Now it's quoting the distance of the moon. Like,
Exactly what I'm
it's
saying.
still,
For the globe,
it's,
there's X has a distance, but for the flat Earth, it's X. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So on the globe model,
Why is that?
we have a distance. And the flat Earth, we don't have a distance, but we have a relative distance.
But you're doing it backwards. Why not just give it? Why not just give?
Hold on. How do you have a relative distance without a distance? What's it relative to?
It's your model, I think.
we don't
No.
have a model.
Oh, but I was talking to Matthew. Like you're saying, it's a relative distance. Relative to what?
The distance between Guatemala City and the moon is X. The distance between Montevideo and the moon is twice as big, 2X.
Right. So that's still assuming a distance to the moon, then.
That's right. The distance is X. We don't know the distance, so we just put an X there. The relative question is how much farther is it? And the answer is twice as
Right, but then saying relative doesn't really mean anything if you don't know what X is, because you don't know what it's relative to, right? So if you make X really small, then you're going to get, different result than if you make X really big, right?
No, if it doesn't matter
No.
what X is.
So
2X,
hold on. So it doesn't matter what X is, what the distance is, you would get the same result.
That's right. 2X is always twice as big as X.
Okay, great. That means X, we can presume it's 2 meters. That means
That means you're using the distance,
video
right?
is 4 meters. Is that true, Matthew?
That seems too small, but yes, it's all
Okay,
about relative distance.
let's put that X is 1 billion of miles. That means that Montevideo is 2 billion miles away from.
That's right. Yeah, that's what relative distance means.
And if Guatemala, and if Guatemala it's 100 miles away from Montevideo, how it's possible that Montevideo is 2 billion miles away, and
Yeah, so it's not possible. So that is an incorrect guess about X.
So you could just put any number you want there in X, huh?
Yes.
And
here's
what
the
that
thing.
triangle
Relative numbers
proving?
work like this. 2X is
Oh
always
my
twice as big
God,
as X by itself.
you're in the wrong
basic
server.
mathematics.
This is not the relative server.
Do you guys understand how relative numbers work? Do you know what?
Oh my God, go away with your relativity.
I'm sorry if you
nonsense.
don't understand basic math.
Do you know how Matthew? Do you know how nature works?
I do.
It's a way for you to obfuscate.
You
through
do really? Does nature has the relative water?
No.
Has the proper water?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's it. I only thought that maybe we have relative water also, but that's good. We don't have. We have only one water.
So your diagram basically means nothing.
Yeah, the diagram is false. That shows that flat Earth can't work.
But it is on a flat Earth. Where's the curve?
Actually shown on a flat Earth.
It's shown on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
The point of that diagram is to show that you can't have those three things true at the same time.
You're showing it work on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Your
that's
own diagram shows it works on a flat Earth.
How'd you get that 90?
Observations from Guatemala show that the moon is directly above Guatemala.
So you established a 90 from a horizontal, right?
No, it's opposite of straight down.
Straight up and perpendicular to what?
It's nighttime, so you can't use the horizon. You have to use.
How you will make?
Did you hear that? Everybody
There's
heard
no
that.
horizon at night.
How you
Wait,
will
hold
make
on.
night?
Did you just say there's no horizon at night? You can't use the horizon at night.
It's hard to see the.
So you can't use the sextant at night, really?
It's harder to use the sextant at night.
Well, when do you use the sextant? You use that for stars, right?
Yeah.
When do you see stars? During the day or the night?
At nighttime.
So what is the vertical perpendicular to?
Perpendicular to it's a 180 from straight down. What do you mean?
No, I asked a very specific question. The vertical is perpendicular to what?
To 90 degrees from straight down.
You would fail basic science.
That is one line. You need 2 lines for the angle.
and engineering. You
Matthew.
Yeah, the other
If
line
you
is the line to the moon. I mean, if the moon is directly above you,
perpendicular
no,
to
the moon is
what?
vertical. It's
Vertical is
90 degrees.
perpendicular to what?
What is the second line to make 90 degrees?
I'm gonna keep freaking asking it until I get the answer.
Matthew,
I'm not going to give
line
you
to
an
the
answer.
moon, it's the vertical line. It's 90 degrees line. What is the line to make 90 degrees line angle?
I'm not going to answer that. I'm sorry.
Why? Because we need a flat horizontal line to have 90 degrees.
Horizontal.
In fucking math, only that, Matthew, only that,
That's in
because
math.
90 degrees is math.
Are you
Between
denying
two.
math, Matthew?
I'm saying that it's a very straightforward process.
You
to
just
figure out the
denied
altitude of
math.
things in
No,
the
you just
sky.
denied your
Process
own
are you
And you
math,
guys
speaking,
are
math
trying to argue
teacher.
about how to.
Matthew, can you answer honestly? What you need to achieve 90 degrees angle?
You need two straight lines to determine 90 degrees.
Two straight lines parallel or what?
At 90 degrees, what do you mean?
At
right
90 degrees, that means that 1 point from point 0 should to go one straight line up and one straight down horizontally. That is 90 degrees angle. What I learned in school in when I was 10 years old boy. Is that changed
Perpendicular.
maybe with the years?
No, that's correct. You're right.
That's correct. Great.
So I'll ask
How you
again.
have that?
The vertical is perpendicular to what, Matthew?
The horizon.
No,
Great.
wrong. Horizontal.
That's wait.
The
are you-
horizon is horizontal, but that's not what's
Horizontal.
vertical. In the term vertical, it's perpendicular to what?
Vertical is
The answer is
perpendicular to
horizontal. The horizontal plane.
Okay, sure. So, wait, give me a hold on.
Who the hell? Who's that? Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't answer a simple question about geometry. That's very interesting, though, that you couldn't answer it.
I mean, this is all just asking about how you figure out what the angle to the moon is.
Everybody
It's very
heard it.
straightforward.
Everybody heard it.
I'm glad.
That you couldn't, yeah.
I,
So
I didn't
horizontal.
forget not using the horizon at night either.
I said
That was
it's
hilarious.
harder to use the horizon at night. 'cause it's dark.
Matthew, how do you know that we cannot use sextant during the night?
Obviously, you can use the sextant at night. It's used to shoot.
Did you ever use sextant?
No, I've never used one.
Did you ever had in hand sextant?
No, I never had one in hand.
Did you study sextant?
No, I've never studied sextant.
How you can fucking even say that? I am ignorant. I don't know even, Matthew, but I will never ever say that.
But
how you can say something what you don't know that you for sure know? For example, I don't know anything about Ferrari, but I know that Ferrari can go 600 miles per hour. That I know, but I don't know anything else about Ferrari.
Yeah, so I don't really know much about sextants, but I will tell you how you could use this sextant observation to debunk whatever, right? Just kind of disingenuous.
So the whole point is that sometimes the moon is 90 degrees in one city and 30 degrees in another city, and it sounds like you guys are just merely arguing that you couldn't ever measure.
No. How did you obtain horizontal?
So you're saying that line of reasoning is going to...
How did you obtain horizontal?
Is that line of reasoning going to end up in saying, oh, then
how did you
measure
obtain
how high
horizontal?
the moon is? Obviously, you can measure how high the moon is.
How did you obtain horizontal?
By looking at the horizon. That's close enough.
I need straight line, but I cannot say that because if I say that straight line, I will be. I cannot say straight line. I cannot say that because I'm using that, but I cannot say that. I'm only using that, but I cannot say that.
So are you disputing that the moon is not...
You're disputing that you are using straight line, but you're not mentioning that.
Are you disputing that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal?
No, that's true.
Yeah, but there's still the problem of like you're using
argument.
you're using the apparent position of the moon, but then when you have that little diagram, you're using that as a actual distance for the moon.
Okay, so
which is just
that diagram, it says the moon is 30 degrees above the horizon.
Matthew, it's really simple. Matthew, it's really simple. Let's put real numbers. 220,000 miles. That it is. Is it or not?
I think the moon is 200. About
Yes, that
230,000
means that
miles.
from Guatemala it's 440,000 miles.
No, I think the Earth isn't flat, and so it's only 231,000 miles at most. It's only varies by less than 1% on the globe model. So the globe model perfectly explains why the moon is the same size. It's the problem for the flat Earth as to why they are.
No, it would be the same on the flat Earth. The moon is the same size everywhere. It's only
sorry.
It's only through perspective and distance that it could look at a different size, but it's always the same size.
Okay, so Earl, why does it look the same size if it's farther away? Does it not follow?
I think because water is flat and because we can see horizon further than where we should to be. I think this is a fact of the moon on 30 degrees. If we see the moon 30 degrees from Guatemala and 90 degrees from wherever it is, that means that water must be flat and horizon must be more than 10 times further. And all observation every time must show flat earth, and water must behave and keeps level every time. That's the reason. Why is that happening?
I deny the idea that the water follows a straight line.
I'm telling you now, all observation, what people doing, all that 8 inch per mile square, we cannot see the drop. All that things we cannot do because we can see 30 degrees moon from Guatemala.
Yeah, it's a straightforward geometrical argument.
That's all you can
sorry if you
do
don't
is
understand it.
that's all you can do is deny it, Matthew, because you don't have any measurement of it doing anything otherwise.
Look, if you want to deny that the moon is a physical object, that gets you out of this dilemma. I'm just trying to say
no,
that
we are saying that Earth is flat. We are not saying anything about moon. I don't know what the moon is.
Earth is flat.
I don't care even what moon is.
But you have to care because if you
can't, I don't care what moon is.
Can you please let me finish? Okay, so if you
We have to care. Okay.
You have to care because if you measure from different points on the Earth and you observe it differently based on where you are on the Earth, that says something about the Earth. We're not measuring the qualities of the moon. We're measuring the qualities of the Earth by looking at the moon.
How about measuring the
No.
Right. So I'm gonna
No,
try to
you're not.
determine the properties of my table by looking at my ceiling. Right.
Yeah. Of course.
Sure. And if I want to know if something's wrong with my car, I'm just gonna go into town and have a look at some shop. That'll tell me.
Who said that? Smile. Wait a minute. Who said that? Smile
that
of
was me.
death. Smile of death. I want you to do this. Go into a local hardware store. You're going to go into the lighting section where they have the high hanging chandeliers and lamps and things like that. You're going to ask the person there. I'm putting some tile on my floor in my bedroom, and I want you to help me measure this lamp, ceiling lamp, so I can determine the size of the floor and how much square footage I need for my tile. Go ahead and do that.
Okay, so I've heard this argument used before, like a lot of the same kinds of examples. Look at the ceiling to
So
measure.
you didn't answer that.
I know.
They're going to call the crisis team on you, bro.
I know. I am answering it actually. So I'm gonna ask you a question first. I hope you don't mind. Do you agree that your position determines how you view an object? So if you're looking at an object on a table, if you go around the table, it'll look different?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if we observe the moon differently, that says
Okay, listen this again. That's very good. If you look, like for example, Venus, you look Jupiter. If you look whatever planet, star, whatever you want on the sky to look, I want to know how that will make physically curvature on the Earth.
I was kind of hoping you'd let him finish what he was saying because I want to hear this. So, what were you saying before?
Well, you can't. Well, you can use any other planet because you can actually. So, based on where you are on the Earth, if it's a flat Earth, we shouldn't have that much of a difference in angle. So, if imagine there's a planet right above a flat Earth. If you're in the center of the flat Earth, you'll see it 90 degrees up, right? If you're on the edge of the flat Earth, the maximum you can get is like, depending on how far it is. But let's say the maximum is 30 degrees. What we're saying is that on the globe Earth, you can see a much greater change in angle, and that means that there has to be some change in angle of our viewing, like, view frame.
I don't know. All I'm getting
That,
is that he's using planar, which is Euclidean geometry instead of spherical geometry. So you'll have to. So basically, what you're saying works for a flat Earth, not for spherical.
How does it work for you?
But listen, this does that moon what
the
you are
way it's
saying?
working right now, the way it's working right now is the way it works.
Does looking in the moon proving that Earth is a globe? That's a question for you.
We can't tell that the Earth is round based on how the moon looks.
Okay, that means if we can. Okay, great. That means that Earth is spherical, looking in the moon. If we can realize that, okay?
So my floor is a sphere because my ceiling lamp
Wait,
is
I want
clearly
to
a
come
sphere.
again in front. Yeah, that means we can realize from moon how to say moving that Earth is globe. Are you saying that?
No, I'm not saying the Earth moving is a completely separate issue.
No, I'm asking what we can do with moon. Can we realize with the moon the shape of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, great. That means that it's globe.
Yes.
Great. That means that in nature also must be a globe.
The Earth in nature is a globe?
Yeah, because the moon, we explained the moon and everything. That means that Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Also in nature.
In nature and in real life are the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah, in real life.
Yeah, in real life, the Earth is a globe. Is my point.
But
So
why is
where do
not
we
like
see globe? Where do we
why
see
is
it's
not
a
like
globe?
that?
Sorry, which question do you
Why
want?
is not like that?
Why is what not like what?
Why is Earth not like a sphere?
Did you look somewhere that maybe we cannot find that kind of shape, sphere?
What do you mean?
In the real life, we cannot find the sphere. You know, if it's sphere, it should drop. You know, it's dropping down. It's curvature. You know.
Oh, you're saying we can't observe it in real life?
No, we cannot measure that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Why we cannot measure?
Basically, what he's saying is that if we were on a sphere, you would have to be able to measure the curvature. It would be possible to measure it, and we can't. That's basically what he's saying.
Okay, well, proving that the Earth is a globe and measuring the properties of the Earth are a different thing.
Yeah, that's
why?
Yeah.
Why are they different?
Because you can prove that the Earth is a globe without measuring it.
Okay, show us how. Right now, show us how to do that.
Well, if we're using the same argument we've been using.
The moon, yeah.
You're not, no. We're talking about the surface. So tell us how you can tell it's a globe on the surface without measuring it.
Yeah, and without assuming, how would you go about it?
Without assuming anything?
You can't assume.
Yeah,
That's the whole
without
point.
assuming. Yeah, you're only doing a measurement. So tell us how you measure and show it's a globe on the surface without a presupposition.
Okay, so No assumption, not even like the Earth is a solid object.
No
Well,
assumption. You're just going to measure it. Tell us how you measure it and show that it's a globe on the surface of Earth. Right now, show us how you do that.
I can't do that because we assume everything in the night sky is.
Well, too bad presuppositions. You're in the wrong server.
See, and that's the problem. Everything is assumption.
So
And
are you saying everything in the sky is not an object?
No. We're not saying that. What we're saying is we don't know what they are. We can't go and verify it. Can you go and verify it? No one. That's all we can do is just observe, and that's it. We can't test it. We can't do anything at all. So we don't even know what those lights are. They're just lights up there. That's it. So
But if you're
instead
gonna
of
go along that line of argument, you can't measure the flatness of the Earth either.
Yes, you can.
How?
Yeah, that's not true. It's geometry. You can do simple geometry right on the surface.
Let's try like this. Do you know what is the radius of the Earth?
It's like 60,000 kilometers, right?
Okay, yeah. Do you know that geometry has a value, math, that you have dropped it in miles? It's 3,959 miles. That means that every mile will be 8 inches of drop. That means some distance it will be more drop, and more distance more drop.
Okay.
We are measuring that. How much drop will be. After some distance. And you know what? There is no drop.
How do you measure the fact that there's no drop?
Above the water, because water keeps level.
But that's
sea level. Sea level.
That water keeps level.
Sea level is an assumption. How we measure?
Did he just ask? I'm sorry. Hold on. Did he just ask how do you measure that there's no drop or curve?
I did.
They already explained this to you. It's through geometry.
What? So, at some point, there has to be some sort of measuring tool, right? To measure something.
Theodolite?
Like a physical things dropping, like Earth, like a physical thing.
See, if you have an observation of objects and known distances, that's a measurement now.
Yeah, and so how do you observe it? You have to use some sort of tool. So if you were using
an optical tool or a laser, you can do it many different ways.
Yeah, you can even use just a mirror and flash the sunlight across the water.
Yes.
And so
some good technology in this 2021, some good photo camera, with good zoom, just to see is that true what I
Sorry?
Years ago, the ships going over the horizon. Look at this. Now we have technology. They are not going over the horizon. But it's not only technology. Horizon is further than should to be, man.
The horizon is further than it should be?
Yeah, on 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be on the ball, on that value, on that radius. What you said must be 1.22 miles.
Yeah, that's just based on an assumption. We're trying to stay away from the assumptions.
Sorry, what was the assumption there?
The radius.
Oh, I mean, if we're using the globe Earth model, we don't have to use an assumption. We can just say, if you're trying to disprove the globe Earth, then you can use globe Earth measurement.
Right back to our corner. My goodness.
No, you have to show us a measurement if you're going to declare it's a sphere. It has to measure a sphere, so tell us when it was measured.
You asked that 10 minutes ago, Sonny. That's why I have to.
I know, I'm asking it again, because you just skipped right over. Now we're back.
Yep, I'll wait. Go.
When was it measured? The time, or like how?
When, where, and how in history, up until before the space age, without presuppositions, was the Earth's curvature measured, directly measured?
I'm sure you've heard of Eratosthenes.
Tell me how that's a direct measurement.
It's not.
So then it's ruled out. So next, you got anything else?
Okay. Look, you can't make a measurement without assuming.
Okay, either say you don't know, which would be honest, or continue to try to prove that they measured it. So either do that
Why do
right
you
now.
have to why do you have to do this? Listen, real quick, Sasha, hold on. But this is real simple. Sonny's just trying to do this very simple task. For some reason, nobody has a problem answering questions until they're asked to prove their magical ball. And this is the point, Smile of Death. You've been literally panicking for the last 10 minutes. That's why you've made all these claims like, oh, it can be done. Oh, it can't be done. Literally, bro, you're just contradicting yourself. That's the point. It destroys your mind. This globe religion destroys your ability to think. Continue, son.
Okay, do you need me to ask a question over again?
You asked, how can you measure without presupposition?
No, just tell me when, where, and how it was done before the space age, a direct measurement of curvature of Earth. If you don't know, you just be honest and say, I don't know.
But I'm telling you.
But listen to this claim, man.
Do you
are
know,
saying...
or wait a minute. Do you know or do you not know?
I do know. I'm saying Eratosthenes, but that measurement.
You admitted it's not a direct measurement. It rules it out. You are correct in saying it's not a direct measurement because it's not. So if you don't have a direct measurement, just say, I don't know.
Oh,
it's not a
you
gotcha,
want me to
man.
You want me to name
You can't.
a time
That's the point.
When a human...
all you have to
I
do
want the
he's just trying to tell you to say,
I want the technical specifications of an actual direct measurement in reality on the surface of Earth, proving it's a ball.
So you either want the time where a human said, okay, let me stick a super giant stick into the ground.
No one said stick. You are. You said stick. I said measurement. I don't know why you can equate that to a stick.
Okay. So
and if you want to know, that guy didn't measure it. But okay.
Talking about a measurement. We already discussed how you can make measurements.
Right. So you either want me to name a time where a human has measured...
No, man.
Can you let me finish?
An example in reality. An example. Listen, do you know the difference between a calculation and a demonstration?
Yes.
Okay, what are the differences?
A calculation is when you calculate something using measurements, and then what was the other one? I have memory loss, bro. Sorry.
A calculation and an actual measurement.
A calculation of what?
Anything.
Whatever.
Do you know the difference? You said you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement. So I'm asking you, tell me the difference between those two.
Okay, a measurement is when you look at something and say, it's this long, when you have a comparison to some sort of, what's the word?
Reference.
Yeah.
A standard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're right, except the part about a measurement actually takes an action, an exchange of energy. A calculation does not. You're just writing on paper. It's an intellectual exercise, a calculation. A measurement is a physical action.
Okay.
So when did somebody take a physical action and physically make a direct measurement of Earth's curvature that verifies by measurement, not science, because it's not a scientific question. It's a measurement question. It's geometry. When did they physically do this measurement? If you don't know, just concede.
I know, but I've tried to. Okay, please let me finish. So you're asking me right now to name a time when a human took a ball of string and wrapped it around the Earth and said,
I didn't say ball of string. Now you went from stick to string. I said a measurement.
Panic attack again.
Is string the only way you can measure something?
Whatever
you want a direct measurement, don't you?
Bro, panic attacks. Why can't you just admit I don't know? Why can't you be an honest person? Why are all atheist globers this dishonest?
Listen. This is not a gotcha. It's really only for you yourself, not for me. I'm not trying to convince you. It's to get you to see that everything you know about the ball is just a belief only.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
So concede that you don't know of a measurement.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Please concede. Let me hear you say I concede. I don't know of a measurement.
Okay. What type
Let
No,
me hear
man.
you
Do you
say,
know?
I
Can you?
don't know of a
Can you say
measurement.
I
Before we move
know or
on,
I
thank
don't
you. We're
know
not
for the
moving
measure?
on until you concede or provide proof of the measurement. So either one, your choice.
Oh no. First, I want you to define what type of measurement you want. Do you want a
A
direct
measurement that verifies a drop over
Value.
specific distances, just like on the official globe curve charts.
Yeah, what did you want? Some like optical or photonic possibilities for us to elaborate for you? That's the point. You don't even have any option. Give us one. It's your claim. My goodness.
That Smiley, what you said, that radius, that value, who measured that value?
The only way to measure that value is indirectly, because you can't you can't.
Okay, good. Then admit that it was never done, please, so we can move on.
The measurement was done on the assumption that the Earth was.
Okay, so admit you don't know how it was done to directly measure
That
it.
was
That it never was,
calculation, not
because
measurement.
you don't
You
know. You're
need to
not
use the
giving
right
anything.
word.
You don't. Wait,
Okay?
Sasha. Sasha,
Sorry,
hold on.
Sonny.
Just please admit that you don't know, because you're just waffling.
Okay, I'll admit this.
That
There
you
is
don't know the
there is
measurement. Let me
no
hear you say it.
reasonable way.
No, let me hear you say it. That I don't know. Repeat after me. I don't
I'm
know.
not gonna admit that.
But you don't know, man.
And you're being dishonest. You're just dishonest.
I mean,
That's
he did say
disingenuous.
the only way is only being based off of an
This is
assumption.
great.
So
Okay, but I don't know.
that's his way of basically saying, hey, there's no other way. So
Mm-hmm.
There
Yeah.
isn't. Okay, look. But
You
without
mean to tell only those who don't know?
No, you're not going to equivocate now. Sorry. You
Can you
you
please let
already
me
you
finish
made your bed at this point. You're being disingenuous. That's a nice way of saying being a liar. You're a liar.
I know what dis. Look, can you let me
Yeah.
talk?
But
Please, just let me talk. Please. Okay. There has never.
How about no?
oh my god.
I'll mute him. Like, this is kind of
Michael
fun.
played
It's
inside
really
the
kind of
truck.
like terrible,
Okay,
because it's
well
like
done,
playing
well
with the
done.
cat
Yeah.
toy.
Well done. 1 second, though. I have to point out to the audience, of course, and Glatflow really wants me to do this. The audience needs to see that this religion forces you to be dishonest. That's the only evidence I need. I need nothing else. Thank you, Sonny. Well done.
Wait, is this going on YouTube?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. You know, that's against our policy here on this server, being dishonest. That's the one thing we don't allow.
Hi, YouTube.
Yeah. You're going to be your
Yeah.
own numpty clip. I got a feeling. Yeah, it's going to live in infamy.
So I appreciate the shout out. I think it's important that people see this for what it is, and it's not people wanting to be right about something, at least from our standpoint. It's exposing yet another erroneous belief system that poses detriment to the development of people, because it doesn't match reality. It forces people to be dishonest. Yep.
Nobody was convinced, you Smile, because what I told you in the beginning, water, man, you need to go to in nature, nothing else, and realize for yourself if you want. There is no drop, and that's it. And then I would be glad to see drop, and then I will believe in globe. Moon can do whatever the moon wants. But you said it's a globe. Okay, great. Then let's see in nature. Where is globe? Who measured that?
And some people might think I'm a little harsh, but if you get to the point where they're being dishonest, I don't know how you come back from that. I mean,
yeah, I know.
I mean, you could still have a conversation with them. Like, I'm not the boss here, so like, if I mute somebody, that's fine. Whatever. I'll be going out. Someone can unmute them. They can play with the cat food a little longer. I don't care. It's all for the server. It's all for this topic, to get this information out there, that we see this over and over again every day. Smile of Death is not the first one that's come in here and start spouting out their religious belief in the globe. And therefore, like an XO and a number of us have pointed out, That's being dishonest. If you're saying
Yeah.
you know something and you're going, no, a big giant stick, like then you're going, no, a ball of string. Like there's something wrong. There's a cognition disorder happening there. But there, at the base of it, it's dishonesty. Can't be honest, can't concede when they don't know something.
The commonality is this evolution belief system removes any sort of morality, Sonny. It removes the possibility of absolutes. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
There is no up or down on a ball. There's no right or wrong. It's all relative, which is
Yep.
another form of what? We all know what that means. And it destroys the mind. And that's why they'll tell you these crazy things like, oh, if you were on a flat surface, you would fall off. No, if you're on a ball, you would fall off. That's everybody's dependent on being, you know what I mean? It just destroys the mind. That's the best, again, best evidence you could ask for.
Yeah, that's the basics of what you said. If you're a ball, you will fall off. No gravity or blah blah blah. I don't need to think about gravity. Everybody is on the top, but we are on the ball. Oh, really?
Yep, there's no upper. It destroys the mind. It's a beautiful lot. Honestly, it's amazing how good it is. It's a great lot.
In this, everybody is on the top, but we are on the ball. This is incredible.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's why you're muted, Smile of Death, because that's against the terms of service here. For one, that's number one. But we don't. We don't like people that are liars that come in here and can't concede when they don't know something. We know the difference, bro. So, you know, you can't pull it off here. So
once you get used to
go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, Sonny. I'm so sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is not your house, but like we're asking for people to come in. We want to have the conversation. Honestly, we do, and I'm sure Glatt agrees with this. You know, we want the conversation, but we can't allow you to go on because what it actually is on your part is it's religious zealotry at its heart. You know, at the very base of it, it's like a religious zealotry. You don't know what the priests are saying, but you believe in them implicitly. So we don't allow people to chant religious fervor on this platform. All right, I'm done.
And once you get used to saying you don't know, it gets less and less. It gets less and less. Hold on a sec. It gets less and less ego breaking to say I don't know. The more that I do it, at least, because then I'm freeing up from what was shackled by ego, the ability to learn something. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's sure. Yeah, I that one. Yeah, like I wanted to say something, but you said even better that I cannot say better than that.
I'm sorry.
Ego, yeah. Like say it.
That's all it is.
Like Sean, ask me how moon eclipse working. Ask me, please.
No.
How does the eclipse work, Sasha?
Sean, I don't really know. I never look into that. I don't really know. I can only.
That's the wrong. Sasha, how many times do I have to tell you? Sasha, how many times do I have to tell you? Listen, I'm gonna make this very easy for you. If somebody asked you how the sun or moon or eclipses work, remind them, I'm not God. End of the question. Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't make this place. I don't know how it works, dude. Shit.
Well, I'm reminding them that when they ask a question,
why are they worshiping? Why are they worshiping you? Ask them, why are you worshiping me, sir? Ask them, why am I now your God, sir? That's what literally the correct answer is. Why are you worshiping me?
Yeah. It is the same. It's like a why. When the question started, like why Creator made this? If I know the answer, I'm fucking God.
Oh, well, so lucky. We just happen to have his secretary in the room, and he obviously just works at a flat Earth server. How did you know? Thank God we got the Secretary of God in the room.
Oh, how lucky! Yeah.
He'll be here any minute. But I want to point out, this is a tool. So watch this. The point is, Sasha and Naglat, anybody listening that knows that they want to be able to end these lies, the same tool can be applied like this. When somebody believes in evolution, great. who dated it first and how did they do it without a presupposition? It's the same tool. It's the same thing. You'll never get an answer because they realize, it's all presupposed religion. Not one part of their religion is not presupposed. Same thing. Okay, when did they verify the age of anything without a biased opinion? Where have they verified the age of something that's already known? It's never happened. That was easy.
He even admitted, he said like this, he said, you cannot measure Earth without assuming.
Right, but he refused to concede. Right, but he refused mentally, spiritually. He would not admit because of his pride. It's all about the pride because he loves himself so much. He could not admit that he was wrong.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I get it. It's I get it because it's like, wow, this is gonna change everything. You know, like it changes their whole outlook on the world. But it's like they don't want to go away from that belief system, and it's hard. So it's like we have to keep pounding this on them until they break out of it. You know, it's like
I know it's
type of
somehow like
demon
let's leave like 1 million people to do. I want to see that, I want to see more flat earthers outside, and then I will say something. Or before that, not even think about it.
But listen, Sasha,
because it's so big,
Here's the thing, though, Sasha. Really, think of it like this: the best comparison for this, especially if you're a naturalist, if you think that you're a magical monkey in outer space, you're not going to have a problem with gambling. So when you see the Flat Earth Casino, you think, "Oh man, my odds have got to be good here. Let's have a trip to the Flat Earth Casino. I'm going to make fun of these people and take all their money." Well, 2 minutes in, they've made a couple of bets on the slot machine, and all the numbers are not in their favor. So they start moving to the roulette table and they start talking to the card dealers and whatever. And it turns out that this was not what they thought it was, but they're $587 in. They're calling their mom to transfer money over to a credit card. That's what happens to them emotionally. And now they're trying to get their money back. They're stuck in the Flat Earth Discord. They just lost their soul. It cost them $587 and they lost their soul. Literally $587 and they just sold their soul. I'm not kidding. And they want it back. Thank you.
Wow. This is good comparison.
Yeah, I liked how you put that.
I like that analogy. It's the Flat Earth Casino. And they're calling their mom for help.
Right.
No, I like that. And they are stuck on the Flat Earth.
They can't afford a ride home. They cannot afford to call a cab. I can't afford to call a cab. I was talking to this guy earlier, Sonny. This guy, I thought Sonny was a nice guy. Took my wallet and left.
Oh fuck!
Doesn't this Neil Armstrong star on Hollywood Walk of Fame? Doesn't that say it all right there? The Hollywood Walk of Fame, Neil Armstrong, actor. It says it all. It's great.
Remember, it's a real life. Here's the thing you got to realize, guys. Here's what's the craziest part about it. You don't realize how powerful you are sometimes. It's a real life Twilight Zone experience for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey man, scary shit. Scary shit for somebody who wants to stay stuck. I want it to be.
Yeah.
I want it to be the globe because it can't be that they were lied to. It can't be that they accepted something like that. How could I have been duped? I'm a smart person. Mm-hmm. It's all ego and pride.
You guys should ask N. Rober. He's a glober also. So.
All these direct measurement of Earth without assumptions.
I think one of the reasons why it's so hard for them is once they realize to believe in this, you have to abandon logic and just rational thought. And they don't want to admit that they did that. And they were doing that all their lives.
Yes, it destroys your ability to think. So no matter what you do in life, if you believe in this religion, it is a problem. in any way, shape, or form. When you're given media, when you're given information, you can't comprehend when you're being lied to. In fact, you're stuck in that cartoon so much, you believe all of it. But when asked why you believe it, then you can't even give a real answer because you know you're just going to go back to the television program. And that's when the panic attack ensues.
Back to your question, when have they ever measured or got the age of something that's when it's not already known? I want to try to answer that. I could be wrong, but trees. Can't they get the age of trees by counting the rings? Or is that not true?
Well, that's a biological organism, and that's not what they claim anyway. So we're talking about the claims at hand that are the problem, not, I found a cat and I'm a veterinarian. I can guess he's 10 years old or something, or this tree. We're talking about the fact that they're dating layers of earth. That's what the claim is. That's the problem. And of course, these ideologies come from men of the 1800s that you got to realize. Here's how this is another crazy story that for some reason Flat Earth this doesn't know about yet. And this is the big problem, is that there were men around 100, 250 years ago that were coming up with geological dates like Nostradamus. The difference is now the secular world has said they're right. Well, if that was true, wouldn't we know who these people are, since they're like Nostradamus priests, prophets that predicted what we were going to be able to technologically find out how old the earth is? So no, there isn't even a claim, because they don't want to know how the guys 200 years ago, Charles Lyell and James Hutton, found out that they wanted to tell you the ages of the earth were millions and billions, and the Jurassic, Precambrian, Triassic, all these different words. Where did they come up with those dating methods? That's the point. There is no claim. It's all just imagination.
Hang on, is there a tree that's 4 billion years old with 4 billion rings?
Good question. I don't think so.
I'll settle for 1 billion. Give me a tree with 1 billion rings.
Yeah, right.
For some reason,
like
just
that.
oddly, that the oldest tree on Earth goes back about 4,500 years. Amazingly, right around the time of the biblical flood. So that wouldn't help. That wouldn't hurt me. I'll tell you that.
I will say though, and this will not sound good to what was just being discussed, but tree rings don't age of tree make. Do you realize that, right? It's just a correlation.
Yeah. And
okay,
there is no carbon dating. You cannot do that.
Exactly.
Well, that's exactly why I asked. I asked if I was wrong about that, because I was told that you can age or get the age of a tree by counting its rings, because each ring is a year. But
prove that. How do you know that?
That's the thing. Hold on. That's the point. Is that if we get sidetracked, then we are allowing people to go into the weeds versus what the issue is, which is dating
it's not.
the Earth. They're dating
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth.
not.
We're
It's
talking
not
about
a.
the Earth. Yeah.
It's not a year anyway. It's supposedly a season. Can trees and other organisms like plants, can they sometimes behave as if there's more than one season per year? Yes, they can.
Exactly.
Depends on water,
hot and
all
cold,
their
right?
environment, the minerals.
Hot and cold.
All kinds of things are going to make those rings.
Right. Everybody knows when you take something out of the freezer and let it thaw out and then change your mind and say, oh, I'm just going to use the microwave, and you put that food back into the freezer, it's going to reacquire a new layer of ice and eventually now get frostbitten much faster. It's the cold and then hot transition points, entropy going up and down, is what causes those layers. Same thing in the ice.
We don't know what's going to cause the rings in a tree. I don't, and I don't think anybody else is truly going to be able to sit down and experience or explain it. Same thing with the sun. Why does the sun do what it does? All that kind of stuff. It's just things that we're not going to be able to pinpoint and figure out, and that's got to be okay.
Exactly. Did the tree come with an owner's manual?
Exactly.
It's called a seed. Now, good luck unraveling it.
Well, and it's like a personal God thing. It's godhood. Humans seem to want to believe collectively that we've got a good bead on things, just like in Men in Black, Tommy Lee Jones. No, we want to believe that we've got this. We've got it handled, that there's nothing left to figure out. Thank God there's no more work left to be done. But that's bullshit and laziness.
It's kind of like saying gray hair is caused by old age, right? But we all know, we've seen people that have experienced traumatic experiences in their life, and they got like a little gray patch on their head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though the first statement, could be true, it could be true that a tree gets a ring every year, but it could also be true that there's other causes and unknown variables.
Yeah. My step-grandma, went totally white-haired at like 15 years old. It had nothing to do with age. It was just how her hair was going to go, because her mom had the same thing happen to her. And then my stepdad's hair went completely white at like 40. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just how it goes sometimes.
Well,
there's no way to know why. It just seems to be a pattern that develops and then goes away. I'm super tall. Both of my parents are not. My grandparents are all small. How did I get super tall? There's no experiment for that.
Oh, that's evolution also.
Right, I'm evolving.
Man, check your parents.
I don't want to change, though.
Listen, if you're not identical to your parents, you just proved evolution.
Guess so. Shit. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that.
But if you trust and if you believe, Earth could be globe.
Yep.
Well, Earth is a globe. If you trust and believe.
You have to do a lot more than that. You have to reject reality.
That's belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what he means, though, if I may, it's a conscious decision to continue to call reality something else in the face of reality. I think that's what I think these people are doing. They're, for the sake of it, being contrarians because they don't want to agree with crazy flat earthers. God forbid.
Well, again, they
especially
didn't know that was going to happen.
If they could be right.
Agreed, XO. What'd you say, Sasha?
Especially if they could be right. Not if they are right. If they could be right, we'll be
It's good
there.
enough for them. If they could be, then they are. I think
Right,
that's the problem.
Remember, Sasha, they made a bet before they clicked to enter the room. They made a very large bet. Trust me. So when they come in with that bet, 99.9% of the time, they're not going to be able to handle the fact that they lost. Now, once in a while, you'll meet that exception. It's like we all get shocked. We're like, wow, we can't believe this person. Oh, my goodness. But most people, their intention is now to try to cause harm, because if they can cause harm, then they can say, see, I did this to these people. They thought they were smarter than me. And that's why they start pulling these insults and excuses. And, oh, why does it matter? Why would they lie? They literally start going off into the realm of insanity. Literally.
It's a distraction tactic to come against us in an ad hom way, and then say, by bullying us, and then say, look, they're susceptible to being bullied, therefore they're fallible, therefore Earth's not flat, right? Anyway, I love you guys. Isn't it ladies' night now?
Yep.
So, shit. Time for the boys to shut up.
The fuck up.
I want to say thank you to all my supporters for the last couple hours. Thanks, you guys are awesome as usual. All the regulars here, I can't thank you enough.
Love you, Sonny.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to allow the ladies to annihilate Smile of Death, since he, of course, is going to make sure that he tries to get his money back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Anybody want to play Kai's music in lieu of not having a bunch of ladies right now? Just play Kai's song, something like that?
Yeah.
Mic check.
Can hear you.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks, guys.
Look, damsel, you're cutting out a little bit spotty. You might just want to reconnect.
Yeah, I will. Thank you for telling me.
Okay, I'm about to play Kai's music. One moment, please. And I'm going to be taking off to get outside. It's like 82 degrees out. Oh.
Mic check. Am I clear now?
Yeah, you sound good. Hold on.
Thank you.
Searching for Kai's music. One moment. Wow, why is it so far?
Seems like it might be a connection issue, damsel, but we can barely make out what you're saying, so.
Here we go. Link has been located. All right, you guys have a great time. I'll see you a little bit later.
Any better now?
Thanks, Sonny. Take care.
Yeah,
we'll see,
good.
damsel.
Bring up the gain. Turn a couple things here.
Yeah, it does sound slightly clearer.
Let me try some other things here. We'll get going.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Woohoo!
Love it.
Am I the only one here so far? Let's look.
I think so.
I know
Shut up.
some people are going to be maybe a little bit slow getting on. So we'll see what happens. Evening, guys. How's everybody doing out there?
It's peachy. How are you?
Going really good. Having a great day. It rained really hard here. We had a lot of big thunder. It's great.
That's nice.
Didn't have to go work with the animals today because it was too rainy.
I propose that Glayet Flobe identify as a woman until you get somebody else to talk to. I'll shut up.
That's fine, honey. I can do whatever you guys need.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Amazing.
Wonderful. So nice to have you.
Oh, no problem. My friend Brenda, Brian, as I call him, he's...
Oh, yeah.
She's supposed to be joining us. No, I'm just kidding.
Brenda? Great.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully not, jeez. Well, who cares? That'd be funny.
It'd be funny. It would be.
Has she joined a ladies' night yet?
Not yet. Not yet, as far as I know, anyway. I've never been here when that's happened so far. You never know.
That would be definitely
hilarious.
worth recording.
That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? So who else is here?
You know, that says a lot about Brenda.
It does. Even Brenda is valuable. In fact, very valuable, especially to Nathan Oakley, which is good.
I'm pretty sure
Nathan
she
versus
made an
Brenda.
appearance. I'm pretty sure she made an appearance like right when Ladies' Night first started about a year ago.
Okay.
If my memory serves correctly.
I wasn't there for the first ones, so I missed out. That would have been interesting, though.
The hole in the donut is space-time.
So what's the air outside the donut? Is it different? What the fuck?
Oh, didn't you have the thing about time is like real but not real thing too? It was really
And that
strange. I couldn't
circle.
understand what she was talking about. It was very
Good,
strange.
two ladies. I agree, damsel. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Thank you for helping though. While we get rolling.
I did really enjoy that Brenda impression and the lady impression you did.
It was excellent.
Just wait, honey. There'll be more later.
I hope so.
Yeah, and you can pull it off really well. Very nice. Just a little higher.
Just a little higher. Yeah, but see, I
There,
have a
even
guy's
better.
voice. So it's more like I'll just talk like a gay man, which is fine too. It's a lot of fun.
Which is easier, yeah.
So much easier, honey. So easy.
Oh man. I can hear my dog drinking water. So who here is besides me? I thought I heard some other.
Well, I am here, I guess.
Oh, is it Karma?
Yeah, I've been creeping about.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Kids be crazy today. I don't know what got into them.
Kids are usually crazy. It's unusual when they're not.
Nah, but like, because I work with we have up to 113 kids at once, and when a group of them decides to go 110% crazy at the same time, it just makes for a crazy day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of kids to manage at once. It's like herding cats.
Kind of. But it's really fun.
Oh, I'm sure. If you like kids, that's definitely something that would be fun.
Well, I'm not in it for the pay, I'll tell you that.
I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt you get very well paid, unfortunately.
Mhm.
There's no respect. No respect.
Well, I mean, we're really well appreciated by the parents and anybody who knows what we're doing. We've had moments where, for instance, one mom had her kid come in here after she moved to Iceland, and she was so impressed with what we were doing that when he left, she bought 2 boxes of white wine so every staff member could take a bottle home.
She made sure you guys got well inebriated for your efforts.
It was
nice.
We really appreciate you. Deserve a good break.
Mm-hmm. That was very thoughtful of her.
Yeah, she was very popular as a parent with the staff.
I bet
She's one
she
of the
was.
cool
I bet
parents.
it was. It's better than a box of chocolates. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten cool gifts myself. They sometimes have personal gifts if, for instance, you bond well with a kid that needs help and stuff. And one time, a kid I was close with, their parents had a printing place, so she brought me a homemade Steven Universe shirt, and she had a matching one. And she was like 7 years old, but she made it with her parents. So she's like, "I made you this."
Oh, it's so
Before
cute.
she left.
See, those are special things. Those have real good memories attached. That's nice. Yeah, I always liked it when I got patients that wrote me a letter or did something like that when I did a good job for them. Made me feel better. Made me feel better than all the ones that didn't do well. So,
Oh, I so get that. I have a whole folder with just little like notes and stuff from kids that they've made me, and like the ones I'm like, I'm gonna keep this forever.
yeah, you don't want to lose it, that's for sure. You pull those out on your sad days.
Yeah.
Or on those days you don't feel appreciated.
Exactly. Like I still save every like email I got when I was working in like what's it called? Like a service job where you like deal with complaints and it's a big ass change store type thing. And I got a few times, like emails from customers that were like this staff member, la la la, and I ended up getting raised for it, but I got all those forwarded to me so I could keep them.
Those are nice.
It's a good boost to have if you need it.
Yep. They're a booster. You can help. Like I said, when the days are bad, those are times to pull that stuff out and remember not everything is bad or a failure. Well, how come we're the only two today in this early part of it? Ladies' night is going on, so it is for the guys and gals to come and ask questions that have questions about the flat Earth, or they want to talk about how they can prove the globe. Usually, there's more other women here. I wonder where everybody's at.
Maybe they're just running late or something.
Probably.
Maybe we need to like
Probably. Mic check. I can hear you. Try again, though. You were a little breaky. I guess we lost her.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah. Maybe they'll get back. Probably had to redo it. Maybe they're driving.
So how's your day been?
Mine's been excellent. I haven't had to do anything today other than just clean house and play around. Listening to music. Been listening to Kai's music, another Flat Earth music. I've been going through the SoundCloud and a few other places finding stuff, so it's been good. I don't always have time for that. It's fun to do.
Yeah, I guess you. Also, her music is amazing.
Hers is very amazing. She's got a new one up. Hopefully, I won't play it yet because I think Witsit's going to play it, premiere it. But she's got a new one out. It looks like I just listened to it. It was on her SoundCloud.
Ooh, a new one?
Yes. Yeah, I just listened to it today. I had a chance to go listen. Yeah.
Ooh, you got me bouncing
It's a
about.
love song. It's a love song.
I love all her music, so I look forward to it.
Yeah. You can guess who it's about. It's pretty obvious. I'll have to hope that Witsit does post it here pretty soon. I don't want to play it here. I don't want to wreck his ability to premiere it.
Yeah, gotta give him the opportunity to do that, hear everybody's reactions and stuff.
Yeah. No, he and her were working on music together. It's their thing, so. I like it. It's a good one. I think you all like it.
Well, I'm already pretty sure I'm gonna love it. Okay, my mom just texted me to come check out chicken.
Oh, the chicken. Okay.
I'll bring the phone with me so I can stay on. Though Trace probably won't hear me because he has me muted because I'm standing next to him usually.
Did you get enough sleep? You ready to talk today? Oh, probably lost her already. So do we have any new people? Anybody up yet?
I just wanted to point out how Karma was drooling for that new song. She's like, "Oh, there's a new song."
Yeah, I know. It's good to hear, isn't it? People looking forward to it. I want to see him make some videos to go with her songs. I really do. I think it would be fun, besides just
cool.
the animation one that they have on one. I think it would be pretty cool. I think they could put something pretty cool
I act
together.
the same way whenever Chocolate Saiyan puts one out. It's just if one of my favorite musicians is dropping a beat, I'm gonna be pretty hyped.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. Especially if it's one of our group, especially.
Like I said, my favorite musicians.
What are you eating?
I got summoned for chicken.
Oh, you had to taste test it. Okay, I get it. See, when people call me for the animals or the chickens, it's not usually for the eating. It's usually to do medical veterinary work on them. So that's what I've been doing all week. I've been actually taking care of sick animals.
Oh, good job, you. That's a very noble profession.
That's fun. Fun doing semi-vet work on the side. I used to do it when I was first 20 years of my life. That's what I did with my grandparents and my mom living on the farm. Then I went to med stuff because I wanted to do it for people too. But I tell you what, sometimes animals are a little easier to deal with than people.
Yeah, I can get that. That makes total sense. I mean, animals are generally just well-natured, super nice guys. Only time they ever act out is when you treat them bad.
They don't lie. See,
Most
people
honest
lie.
motherfuckers out there, yeah.
That's right. And then that's one of the things I had to really get used to was people lying to me and being able to pick up on it so I could do the right thing.
Yeah.
Kids don't lie as much. Kids don't lie as much. They do
Depends
lie.
on how they're raised.
That's
If they're
true.
raised by a
It is true.
pathological liar, it's going to be a problem. They're lying from like first grade. We've had that
Absolutely.
problem.
Oh yeah, but when it comes to healthcare, how they're feeling, sometimes they will, but it's pretty rare for a kid to lie when they're really sick or not, and they're really poor at it compared to adults. So.
It's also because they go into a vulnerable state when they're sick, and a grown-up, even when they're sick, will be more guarded than a child.
Yep. Yep.
Although,
then
of
you have
course,
to catch the
if there's
fakers.
if there's a bad situation at home, for instance, then you might have a child that's exceptionally good at lying, sadly.
Yes. Well, that's because they do it for survival at that point. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff I had to learn to watch for that stuff. Yep. Don't like lying very much. It makes me very upset. I don't like it very much anymore.
I love that because one of my core values is honesty. So I do not like lies. So yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why I love working with kids.
Yeah, that's a little more straightforward. Less deception, less built up deception too. And it's very sad when kids are liars or deceiving people. That always bothers me because then you're right. It's something they were exposed to. Something happened.
Yeah, or they definitely don't feel good because then they wouldn't have a reason to lie. Like exaggerations is one thing, but flat out
yeah.
lying is another.
No, there's a big difference between exaggeration and lying.
Yeah, the kids will sometimes not know the difference, sadly. They'll be like,
Yep.
"You lie," and the other kid be like, "No, I told the truth." They'd be like, "You don't have 1,000,000 of these. You only have 72."
uh, yep, that's the way it works, though. I think that's why Flat Earth was such a big deal to me. I can't stand the lies. I can't stand deception. It just really bothers me. So it wasn't very hard to go after this once I figured out I was being lied to.
Yeah, I get that. The more you know about being deceived in the first place, the easier it is to spot.
Yeah, it is a skill. It takes a while to get used to doing it.
That's because we're trusting creatures by nature. I mean,
I want to be, especially people like you and me and others that are wanting honesty, don't like being deceived at all, can't stand it. Don't like deceiving others even.
yeah, I mean, just like when you're young, you're very trusting and you have to learn to not be trusting. We always start out trusting.
Yeah, it's a sad thing. We shouldn't have to do that. World shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, if society was structured in a better way or something, I don't know. If it was utopia, nobody would have to worry about that yet. But hey, we got what we got. We'll
Yep.
make the best of it.
Yep. Just gotta have your LiDAR on all the time anymore. Ugh.
But it does encourage critical thinking, so that part is nice, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest other piece that's missing in our society is critical thinking skills, how to work through problems, how to think logically, how to evaluate information correctly.
Yeah, I feel that's missing in our educational system. I removed that to make our
Absolutely.
morals dumb.
And some parents just don't know how to teach it either. My mom was really good at it. So was my grandmother. They didn't have the schooling system we have that I went through and dropped out of because it was so terrible. It has definitely gone away. They don't teach those things anymore.
Yeah, and just because you know how to do something doesn't mean you know how to teach it. It's very true.
It's true. That is a skill too that has to be developed.
I remember there was a quote I heard years ago. Trace probably told me something about you haven't mastered something until you can explain it to a 6-year-old. And I think that's really true. Because if you don't understand it well enough to simplify it to its most simple basic parts, then you haven't mastered it.
That is true. Well, in the medical field, we always say see one, do one, teach one. You learn by doing that kind of process where you have to teach. You don't know it until you taught it.
Exactly, because you have to master it a certain degree to be able to teach it. It's a prerequisite. Kind of like a container for air pressure.
Yeah, same thing.
Making sure everything we're talking about relates somehow to flat Earth, just in case.
Me too. I'm trying. Critical thinking is part of truth seeking. So it fits with the flat earth. You have to critically think and be able to logically think through a problem. You don't have to be terribly smart. You just have to be a critical thinker, be able to take things apart and then make sure that they're actually logically formulated.
Yeah, it's just I feel kind of sad when somebody can't do that. I kind of pity them, but at the same time, I also get a little bit annoyed. I wish that
Hard
I knew
not
how to
to.
help those
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Well, and they were missing something in their early years that didn't get taught, and that's what's the difficulty. It's hard to overcome it.
Especially when they've been taught to be very zealous and the opposite.
in beliefs rather than check the facts. No, we were talking to somebody earlier this morning, and he kept saying how he wasn't smart enough to understand. I mean, I've heard this so many times, and I don't know what that is exactly. I'm not smart enough to figure things out or understand. And I think it's a self-defeating prophecy when they do it over and over. I'm not smart enough. You are smart enough if you keep telling yourself you can do it and work at it. You're obviously making it through life at a certain point. You must be smart enough to figure some things out. So,
Yeah, it's bad self-hypnosis. Do this
it
often
is.
enough.
It's like a spell casting over yourself.
It's the
Yeah.
same thing. If you say the same thing about like I can't move my leg, eventually you'll paralyze your own freaking leg. It's like that guy who was stuck in a freezer overnight, and he thought it was on, but it wasn't. It was like a walk-in freezer, and then he froze to death by himself.
Yeah. That should teach us about our mental capabilities, the power we have over ourselves with our own minds.
Mm-hmm.
It is very
nice
powerful. That's why people die once they're given a diagnosis of their terminal, and you gotta, especially if they set a date or they tell them, yeah, you're going on hospice, things like that. A lot of people kick over within weeks just before the date that they set.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing to tell people how much time they have.
It can go two ways in that situation. I've heard this from a few what's it called, paramedics, the guys who go in the ambulance. Those guys, I've heard it from at least like two different those type of guys where they're like, you can often see it right away if the person's going to make it or not based on like will to live. Where the ones who are like, I'm gonna make it, those are the ones who sometimes survive horrible accidents, and people who are way less injured who are like, oh, I'm not gonna make it, they die. Sorry,
Yeah.
I almost looked at Icelandic there.
That's all right. Though I wouldn't understand it, it's all good. But yeah, no, I found that to be really true. But see, I went through that experience. They told me I was on hospice. So, and yet I'm still here. That was 10 years ago. I didn't believe them.
Exactly. You shouldn't just trust whatever the hell the doctor says just because he said it. Little human, he's not infallible.
Yeah, but it felt like I was going to, but I just didn't believe it was the time. I don't know what it was. It was just I didn't think it was real. It was going to happen that way. And I fought it.
I think that's kind of like when you get an instinct, like kind of like a divine sense where you're like, you just know something without knowing why you know it. And if you trust those, you get those more often and more accurately.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
We have a lot of these types of things in my family. Like mom can predict the future with like tarot cards, though she says you can't really listen to her, and that's all nonsense, but she's predicted the future so many times in such like undisputable ways that everybody else is like, yeah, but you can still do it, we know it. And then like everybody in I think everybody in our family has had cases of dreaming the future before it happens. Like I've had that happen like 10 or 12 times.
Yeah, I don't have those kind of dreams usually. Those are really rare for me, but I get a sense. It's happened to me several times, and actually it's gotten me out of several bad situations. Just felt to do something, didn't know why I was doing it. Made a decision that changed everything several times in my life, actually, and it was intuitive. It was a really strange sensation, and I knew I was supposed to listen to it. It's very strange each time it happened.
Your instinct.
And it's happened multiple
I love
times.
This. Yeah. I love this kind of stuff because this has amazing consequences if you follow it. So yeah.
Yeah, I actually missed being murdered. I missed being murdered by literally making a turn. And I did it because I'd never done it, wouldn't have done it, shouldn't have done it. It wasn't anything I would have normally did, but I did it because I felt something tell me I had to do it. And it was really strange. Well, I had no idea until the next day that I was the potential victim. until the police showed up, told me what was going on.
Oh,
Pretty
God.
crazy stuff like that. Yeah, I've had several things, and I did actually predict a friend's murder one time. I told her she was going to end up because I just had a sense that she was involved in something. She didn't tell me exactly what, and sure enough, that one happened too. So just this weird sense every once in a while. Like I said, I don't get dreams. Not usually, anyway.
Yeah,
Tell me
I
much.
didn't get them until I realized I had one or something. I don't know how to explain it. I'd had that happen a few times. I thought it was just deja vu until I had a moment where, because I'd started lucid dreaming more and being more aware in my dreams. That's when I started noticing more future dreams and dreaming like things 2 years before they happened and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that though. So there is something to all that.
It's funny. I for instance dreamt the workplace that I'm working in now before I ever went there, because it was pretty newly built, and I just remembered the dream because I've been working with kids for a while, and I've met hundreds of kids. And in the dream, I was talking to two girls in a really weird corridor. And I remember when I woke up, I was thinking, like, that's so weird because I don't know these kids. I've never seen these children. I know hundreds of kids. Why did I dream two kids I've never seen? And then 2 years later, I'm standing in my new workplace within a really weird corridor because the new building is really weirdly designed. Whoever designed it was an idiot.
Really
And these two girls
avant-garde kind
walked
of
up
thing.
to me. Oh, it's horrible. It's like we have a hallway that goes almost like in a circle. It's really weird, and there's no windows in any of the bathrooms, and it's horrible. Okay, but anyways, that's not the point. I turn around, I see these two girls, and I'm like, oh, those are the girls from the dream. Now I know I didn't know them. I hadn't met them yet, and I was like, oh, I dreamt you 2 years ago.
That's so bizarre. But it does work like that. It's just like when mothers know their kids are in trouble. You know, as a medic, I've come across that several times where parents knew something was up, especially mothers.
It's an
You could
instinct.
tell, and it doesn't matter how far away they were either. They could be in another country, and it didn't matter. They knew.
Yeah, we've had this happen between family members as well, where we get a sense when somebody's hurt or sick or something. Like for
Yeah.
instance, my sister has sensed when just before I like wipe out on a little like scooter that you run on, I came home all messed up, and she's like, "Oh, you were the one who was hurt." I kept texting everybody I know and being like, "Are you okay?" And then one other time I was at work and I had the chance to earn like an hour overpay, like very nice, good money. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. And then as soon as it came time to do that, I was like, I'm going home. I'm going home right now. I'm not doing this. I'm doing this later. Goodbye. And then Trace was sick as hell in bed and hadn't eaten anything because he didn't have energy to even get out of bed because he was sick as hell. So I went home and made food.
Yeah. No. And that's something science just can't explain. I mean, they're never going to be able to answer what that really all is. Which is why this place is so amazing. I'm glad that we finally got out of the deception that this place is what they tell us, because it does. Even how we have reactions and stuff and things. We were told, that can't be, those are just whatever. That's wives' tales. Not so much. Not so much. Makes this place a lot more interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, they tried to take away from the wonder of the world, and by realizing the deception, you kind of get that childlike curiosity again. Somehow,
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain.
I agree. That's exactly what I feel anymore. It's way more discovery to be had. It's not all known.
Yeah, because the guys that told you it was all known are full of shit.
True. They like to tell stories, though. Great stories. And boy, they sound so confident.
Ooh, heck, being funny.
Is there any people in here new? I'm looking up and down the list. I don't see anybody new. Let's see if I can find one. Nobody wants to talk, huh?
Seems like it's going
Where
to be a
is
very
everybody?
lonely ladies' night.
Oh, I hope not. I hope some folks start filing in. It was busy last week. You guys did a great job. I mostly listened. I think I only talked like once for a few minutes. That was it. It went long last week, too. Somebody was saying it went 5 hours.
I think so. I don't know. I was kind of sleepy. I don't remember it very well.
I remember you saying that you were having problems with your accent because you were tired.
Yeah, I think it was one of those like I'd gotten up early to do something for work or mom or something, so I'd been awake very long. And for instance, right now it's about to hit 10 o'clock, like evening time. So once everybody really gets swinging and going, it's like midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I get tired.
You're like, done.
Especially
You
if
had
you've
a
been
long
like
week.
running around at work and like swinging on a
Yeah,
swinging machine at work. I mean,
chasing kids. You should be tired at the end of your week. Be surprised if you weren't.
some of them are as big as I am almost. So I mean, if somebody like that falls over, I will still pick that kid up and carry him in like a princess. I'll be tired after.
Well, hopefully your coworkers will help you so you don't end up hurting yourself.
Yeah, we got some tall peoples. It's okay. I can always call over one of the boys. I'm a Viking woman, though. I will just do it if nobody's near. Like, I've done it before. I've run up a skateboarding ramp to grab a child and then launch ourselves backwards onto my back to get the two kids fighting off of each other. And then we just slip back on me down the ramp.
She's a shield maiden. You're a shield maiden.
Hell yeah.
A warrior. That's awesome. Where's
It's
your
hilarious that
expert?
kids. But I'm like almost 5 feet 2 inches or whatever the hell you guys call it. I'm like 157 centimeters. So I'm not that big. And some of these kids, because, Viking heritage or whatever the hell, grow up really big. Like, I've met a 10-year-old my size.
Yes. Yeah. That's awesome, though. I can imagine you out there.
I've had it happen where, like, a parent walks into a room where I have 30 kids playing around in one of those big playrooms with a bunch of toys and shit. I'm sitting on the floor playing with the kids, and the parent just goes, "Ah, there's no staff member in here? You kids are
You're
just
like,
alone?"
Hello, I'm right here.
I turn around and I'm like, "I'm actually a staff member," and her face just falls. And she's like, "I am so sorry. I thought you were one of the kids."
Say you are. You just happen to also be staff.
It's hilarious.
So are you in here, Shines? I see you posting.
Yeah, I came back. My Wi-Fi went down, and I was like in the middle of typing a comment, and then it like wouldn't go for some reason, and then everything just bloop shut off. But it's back on again, so I am here.
That's what happened to you, because you were trying to talk, weren't you? You did a mic check and then you disappeared.
It just completely dropped out, and then came back on again. So who knows? Hopefully it stays on.
You sound pretty good right now. Better than your mic check. Your mic check was kind of choppy, and then it just went.
I didn't do a
bloop.
mic check. I didn't do one. I was trying to.
Oh, it wasn't you. It was
my
somebody else.
document check in. Yeah, that wasn't me. But yeah, maybe their Wi-Fi went down too.
Interesting. Yeah, because I thought I heard somebody, and they did a mic check, and then they didn't come back, and we were like, "Well, that was quick." They disappeared.
That's funny.
How's your day going?
It's going. Chilling.
You're
Tired
chilling.
over here. It's been exhausting couple of weeks, but yeah.
Oh yes, we won't talk about it here, but yes, I understand.
Tired.
I do understand.
I'm with Karma on that one. It feels
Well,
late for me,
drink
and it's only
some
2:40.
coffee. Have some tea or coffee. That's what I'm doing too. But though it's not that late for me, I'm in the central time zone, so it's not so bad for me.
Yeah, me either. It's California, so it's only 2:47 over here, and I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Oh, you're already exhausted too. That's true. You guys are even behind me, so it's not so bad.
Yeah.
But you have had a long week, so I'm glad you're doing
Yeah, but
okay.
the energy here always brings me up. You know what I mean? Everybody's always so hyped.
Yeah.
So I'm sure
Well,
I'll
you
get
know,
energy from y'all.
we've been sending you a lot
I
of
know you have.
energy.
You guys are amazing. Love my ladies.
So did you want to talk about that what you were watching, and you and I both were watching earlier today about going through logic?
Yeah, I mean, it was really interesting. I was gonna chime in when you guys were earlier talking about just the wonder of everything. I don't know if you got to the
Oh,
part
yeah.
where Harry, riding on eggshells, somebody asked him something about, like, the wonder of it all, and isn't it just magical that those stars are even up there? And he said, no, it's not magical at all. Anything that's magical is basically somebody trying to sell you snake oil and like blah blah blah. And hearing him say that was just like, wow, that a lot of Globers think that way, right? Like wonder or magic, right? And that kind of sense of it, it's like, oh no, you have to get rid of all of that because that's deceitful or whatever, instead of just having that childlike wonder that helps you to go on an adventure or to explore, right? To look
Well, and
into
be
things.
open to things.
Yeah,
It
be open to
opens
it.
your heart to things. It actually
Exactly.
extends your field, everything. I mean, it makes you more hyper aware. Your senses are heightened when you're like that. I mean, there's all kinds of benefits. Your health gets better for that kind of thing too. Relieves worry, stress. I mean, come on, people. Don't be afraid of that stuff. Explore it.
Exactly.
They're
Yeah.
missing so much. They just don't know it. They don't know what they're missing. They
Well, and he
really
was
don't.
very
And it's
cynical
sad.
about it.
That part does sadden me, even
Yeah.
for those that are anti-flat earthers.
Well, yeah, it was very cynical, and I don't know if you saw the part also. So he was talking about like a study done, and that who knows where they got this information from or how valid it actually is. It doesn't sound valid to me. But they said they did a study with flat earthers and globe, scientists or whatever, and they found that the flat earthers are way more open to, like, of course, conspiracy and things like that. And so he was basically just saying that it was just like so ridiculous. And then he brought that up, and I was just like, it's so funny because that you are kind of showing how you're believing in a conspiracy. That in order to have like this wonder and this magic, like to see that, look at the stars and think that's magical, that's snake oil salesman. So I was like, it's almost like a contradiction. Like they're their own conspiracy theorists in their own ways. That nothing can be a conspiracy, right?
Right. And that
That's the
nobody's
thing about
lying
it.
about
Yeah.
anything. And they would never lie. And they would never define a set of parameters in an experiment like that, which is not real valid anyway, because it's pseudoscience when you do those kind of things anyway. But they define what a conspiracy is in a weird way, and then they of course classify us kind of strange. I'm sure the whole thing was set up pretty biased. Got to see the study. I'm sure it would be like, yeah,
Well, yeah, and
lots
just
of
like
assumptions, lots of
totally.
redefinitions of what things are and people.
And they think
Yep.
that they look at flat Earth as a conspiracy, right? That this is a conspiracy. So they're okay with some conspiracies, just not all of them. And they also like it's just kind of, I guess the word I'm looking for is hypocritical. It's just the hypocrisy of it all is really astounding when you're able to step back and really look at it that way. And how our minds have gotten to where they are, and that somebody can look at it that way. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, they took away the wonder and replaced it with technology
Mm-hmm.
and scientism. A new religion, another religion.
But it's not a religion, and they don't believe anything. They will never admit to it, right?
No,
Like,
of
I
course
have no
not.
problem saying
They're the
yeah,
ones. Yeah,
yeah.
they're the ones without religion. Yeah, that's okay. They can keep it as long as they leave me alone.
So it's just
No,
it's
I was
very
getting attacked pretty good on YouTube. I've been getting attacked on YouTube since Rob Skiba issue has come up. I've had made a few comments, and I tell you what, the flat earthers and atheists are hitting it that hard. Any of the channels that have put anything up good about him, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's sick. I don't know if you guys are aware of that there is a lot of propaganda and people are being attacked. I mean, Rob's reputation's being just smeared everywhere. It's just pretty sad to see.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that the people of that create conspiracies can't see that there are conspiracies. Like that they're bringing propaganda. They're the ones creating it. They don't even realize that. I mean, and just to
yes, and I do
name that's just awful.
And I do want to say I am sorry for Rob's family.
Yeah.
I know that Rob had a faith, and so he is, I'm sure, okay. But his family is what I am concerned with here. So people keep them in your prayers. You do such a thing, or at least think good thoughts about them, please. They are being attacked. People are saying horrible things like, he deserved it. And that's a terrible thing to have to deal with as somebody who's grieving. It makes me very upset. So it's not humane, no matter what side of the fence you're on.
Yeah, that's just foul.
It is foul. Yeah. No, they even created a whole website for those who they are cheering every time somebody who says no to the Jabbo. There's a website that actually cheers that on, and they don't survive. Whatever it may be that didn't make them survive. And of course, they all say it's one thing, but it's not. Even Rob's was not one thing. If you know the whole story, anyway.
Yeah, that's just. I mean, that's a sickness in itself. Like that is sick, in my opinion. To do that.
It's evil. It's evil and sick, and it's wrong. I don't care what side of the fence you're on with these issues that we talk about here, or about the flat earth, or what Rob stood for, or what his faith was. I don't care if you disagree with everything about him. It is heartless to do that to his family. And I just want them to know that we care about them. We are sending good vibes. And he was a valued member of this movement. He made an impact and will continue to.
Honestly, anybody who would make those kind of comments is pitiful, because this is just like there was a video with one of those kids react or something similar to that, where they were talking to a person who was in a cult, where they showed up and protested at people's funerals if they were gay or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong,
Yeah.
no matter what side you're on. Yeah.
Exactly. And the person who had finally gotten out of the cult, she was mortified and just couldn't talk about it without crying, because she regretted so much how she had behaved towards these people who were grieving after she realized what she was actually doing. But this just shows how much the Globers are actually acting truly like a cult.
Well, and we've got to be careful on our side, too, to not ever allow that to do the same thing, because I know there's a far right side that sometimes is rejoicing in the opposite, of the Jabbo being the issue with people's suffering. And that is not right either. We are not to do that. That is just, it's evil. Sorry.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with you on all of this. Just like the humanity. Like, where is the humanity?
Yeah, I always think of that crashing of the Hindenburg. Oh, the humanity.
Exactly.
Where is people's hearts gone? It's really sad. So keep them in mind. Hi, Bambi.
Hey. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier, but I'm here now.
So happy you're here.
How are we doing? Is there
made it.
Too?
We're just kind of hanging out. Just been talking about some really good things that are all related to truth and finding out where we are. This place is more than just the flat earth. I mean, it is where we start. It's a journey. So, but we were talking about Rob there for a minute and some of the reactions that have been just over the top wrong. And we are not going to be part of that, even if it was the other side. If the other side was suffering something, I'm sorry, we are not doing that. I'm not doing it.
That's a new law. I mean, it's a human being at the end of the day. It's not. No one should be doing that.
Nope. But yeah, just keep his family in prayers, and then we should celebrate at some point his work. I'm hoping that somebody's getting stuff together. I guess QE was offering to allow maybe a fundraiser and memorial night or something on his channel. I was hearing last night here on 24/7.
Yeah, I remember him offering something like
pushing
that.
for
He was
that.
saying
I
anybody could
wonder.
use his channel for.
Yeah, I want to put it out there. We should think about doing that. And maybe, I don't even know if the ladies' night group would like to participate in some way or something.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Do something really positive and upbeat, because that's really what it should be about. It should be celebrating what he accomplished while he was here. And leave something for his kids and his one son, I guess, that he adopted, and his wife, of course. And again, we don't all have to agree on everything. I'm sure people disagreed with Rob on a lot of stuff, but he did make inroads in this community in an amazing way for a lot of people. He played his part, so good on him.
Definitely. Plus, it's a human being. And like we're saying, I mean, if it was the other side, you'd want them to be okay.
I wish no harm on any person or even being of any type. It's not right, too. Besides, it wrecks your soul. You don't want to be doing that.
Not at all. Indeed.
By the way, Bambi, I was talking about you at work today. I was telling the kids about you. I like the stories about you and the owls.
Oh, really?
Oh, the owls are cool. I bet the kids do like that.
Yeah, owls are amazing.
They also love the part where we decided to adopt you into our family, so you're an honorary member of our family. They love that part.
That's great.
I come with 60 odd owls, so.
Well, how's your day going, Bambi?
Yeah.
Everything going okay? Are you as tired as everybody else seems to be, other than me?
Pretty much. I had a long day at work. It was a bit chaotic, but I got there. My work's like about an hour and a half walk from my house, but you know how it's getting like really dark? I finished at 8 o'clock and it was pitch black, and my town and that part that I work in, it's the kind of center of town. That's where the bus station is. It's not very pleasant, and I wasn't really fond of walking home. So I started to, and there was like groups of boys and stuff, and like there was a group of girls, and it was horrendous. I had a horrible night getting home. I ended up paying like a tenner in a taxi just to get home. So it was a long night for me. But yeah, work was good. I'm tired as everyone else, I suppose.
Well, I'm glad you dropped by anyway.
Friday. It's tiring. It's the end of the week, but at least it's done for most people anyway. Take a break tomorrow. Go play. You guys go play. Anybody going to play and do stuff tomorrow? Anybody got plans?
No, it's my one day off, so I'm just gonna spend it in the house, relaxing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Not at all. I get it. I'm overjoyed.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How is everyone?
I'm good.
Lovely, lovely.
How you doing?
Absolutely fantastic.
That's
Awesome.
good to
Yeah.
hear. Oh,
So
you're a
it's Vinny,
brother.
right?
Yeah, I'm Vinny.
Okay. So you've been on before?
Oh, have I been in here before?
Yeah, have you been in the room before?
Yeah. Well, while ago though. But yeah.
So what verifiable proof have you got that we live on a ball?
I got loads.
Alright, hit me with one that I can go and verify for myself.
Alright, no worries.
In your own time.
You know, you go outside, yeah? You gotta get a coin, alright? You throw it in the air, okay? And it will come back down.
Yeah.
Because it's round.
Right, you're 10 out of 10 big brain, you are.
I'm a what?
So if I take a cube
Yeah.
and I sit it on a table and I drop a coin on it, does that mean the cube's a ball?
Yes.
You're smart, aren't you? You're a special kind of special.
Short kind of a special.
You're not special. You're a special kind of special. So
I just,
long story short, excuse me. Long story short, in all seriousness, there isn't anything you can tell me that I can go do. Is that what we've come to the conclusion of? Great, welcome to Flat Earth.
yeah, you can't verify it now. You can't.
Does that
Not
not seem like
yourself.
sus to you?
You
Like,
you'd have
we
to
live on
believe
this massive
it
ball.
first.
Yeah, you've always got to go to the people, but think if we were living on this massive ball, those little pathetic, like you're from Britain, you went through the same kind of school system as me. Those pathetic little experiments that you did in science where you went outside with a bottle and you put like a mint in a cola bottle and it exploded, like all those cool little things that you did in science. The measurements of to do some random shit. Do you not think they would have taught us like how to measure the curvature of the earth with I don't know, some cool little tricks that you can do at home, like to measure the circumference, but there's literally nothing that we can do.
They don't teach us anything at school, to be honest.
Exactly. They don't teach us anything about the earth. School itself is a bit pathetic, but when it comes to the shape of the earth, we're not taught anything. Like if I question you right now, what's the circumference of the earth?
No idea.
How far away is the sun?
Very, very far.
How does gravity work? What is gravity?
I think it's that mass attracts mass.
That's old and outdated. It's no longer mass attracts mass because in nature, mass doesn't attract mass without a force behind it. The pen doesn't get attracted to the ground without me picking it up and putting it into a space where it's going to be attracted to the ground. Mass doesn't attract mass. My car doesn't drive towards the lamppost. I do. I cause it to go towards the lamppost. That's how car crashes happen. The crash doesn't happen because mass attracts mass. That's outdated. Now they say bendy space-time. In your school, your education system, they literally don't tell you anything. They don't teach you anything about the shape of the earth. Is that not sus to you?
No, because they didn't really teach me anything that mattered, but they stepped how
Well,
to
they taught
read
you
and
a lot of
write.
stuff. Whether it matters a different, that's a different thing. They taught you a lot, but
Well,
they
yeah,
didn't
it's
teach
same
you.
with history and stuff. They don't teach me what key historic events. I learned the Battle of Hastings, and then I
You're
just
taught
learned.
them. But do you not think you should be taught about what you're living on? Like, how fucking cool would that be if you could go out like a solar and a sun and do a little measurement of the Earth or do a little gravity experiment? Like, how cool would that be? Literally impossible. Can't be done.
They do talk about it's just that this Earth being round is kind of like seen as a given, I guess. So they don't really need to go into it, I assume.
Yeah, it is seen as a given because they don't know. Like, it's not what it is. It's given to you and not explained to you, and you're told not to question it because it's not true. When you do question it, they give us numbers for the radius or circumference of this ball. But when those numbers are put to the test, it is extremely flawed. We see too far. We measure a flat Earth. Literally, lasers can hit targets that are way too far away. When really, if it was a ball, that laser would raise in elevation. It would rise up rather than hit the target. It would hit above what it was supposed to hit. Because the thing that you're trying to hit would be down a curve. It would be downward. But that's impossible because we hit targets that are far away. The Earth is measurably and observably flat. And the reason they don't teach it to you in school is because when people come in here that are young and still in school and they ask those questions and they hear our answers, they go, well, shit, it's fucking flat. They can't teach you what's not there. That's why it's not taught. So why don't we just make kids loving space a thing? Let's make rockets. Let's make cool little things that kids will love. And they'll love it so much that they never question it. Let's do that. Voila, you've just convinced everybody that the Earth is a ball. Without actually proving it.
Yeah.
It's pretty weird, huh? Because
yeah.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a kind of mindfuck, right?
I get, it's like I don't know. They didn't teach me anything at school. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you struggle to have the conversation about the shape of the Earth because people come in here, myself included, knowing the Earth is a fucking ball. Like, don't be stupid. And then when you're questioned on it, I took a step back and was like, holy fuck. I literally know nothing. I don't know the size of it. I don't know how to prove we're even here. All I know is the TV told me so. My book told me so. The picture on my class when I was in nursery told me so. On the wall there was a ball that told me so. We had that fucking globe thing that was never used in the corner. That told me so. I literally never questioned it. I know nothing about what we're living on other than it was just kind of there. And that's what it is. And you're right, it's just a given. And the TV too, it's on the telly all the time. The Universal Studios had a massive Earth. Before we even knew the Earth was a ball, before we'd even seen it, proved it, anything, they had a ball Earth as their fucking logo.
How long ago did you become a flat earther?
Well, I've been in here for 3 years. It only took me about 3 months to come to my senses that I know nothing and there's nothing to prove that we're living on anything but what we observe, which is flat and stationary. So 3 years.
Huh.
Some people have been in here a lot longer. There was a lady who used to come around here all the time called Marlena. She grew up as a flat earther. Her parents taught her flat earth. Some of us are different in here. Marlena has done it her whole life. She knows that the earth is flat for as long as she can remember. Me, 3 years. There's some that are 8, 6, 5, 12. We're all over the place.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But the most important thing that you
open.
What?
Oh, I was just going to say we're open to anybody disproving what we think we have found with our measurements. If somebody has that evidence, we're ready for it. We're ready for a long time. Nobody's bringing it.
Yep. 100%.
What about like the edge?
What about it?
Is it like it's like you've had a few too many to drink and you just wobble off?
Well, no, because you're assuming that there has to be an edge. I mean, flat Earth, everybody believes different. Some people believe that there is an edge. Some people believe that it's just an infinite plane. The fact is that we don't know because we've never been past Antarctica. You're only allowed to go to certain parts. Most of Antarctica is blocked off, and it's for like science purposes because there's like minerals and shit and oils and all the. I don't even know what they say, but you can't go to like half of Antarctica. You can go there, get a photo with a penguin, walk away. That's about it. But they say it's a harsh plane, which it is. It's cold, weather's bad, so you can't go there. You're not allowed. I'm pretty sure when you go there, you're not allowed to take. I think I read it once. You're not allowed to take like certain amount of foods. You're not allowed fuel. You're not allowed sleigh dogs. Like they restrict a lot of the shit that you can take.
You can't even leave without your poop. You have to have it all planned out and contained and bring it out with you. So the restrictions are incredible. I think I even have something I post about all the restrictions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no one wants to carry their poop around for a week, so they do it for a couple of days, go as far as they can in a couple of days, and fuck off again. But yeah, no, you can't go to most of it, so we don't know what's out there. I mean, there could be, but there also, some people believe in an infinite plane, but there also has to be something that's containing our gases. So I suppose there would have to be something that goes from above us to touching the ground in the form of a firmament. There has to be something. So it could be infinite with a firmament. Can never say that. Everyone believes different, but it's literally when you say there's an edge, you're thinking of a pancake that's flying through space, and we're going to fall off the edge of it. You're not going to fall off the edge of anything. Possibly of sanity, but
You think it's a never-ending Earth?
I don't know. I know what I think it is. I mean, I can tell you what it could be, but I don't know what it is.
Hmm.
But we're certainly not a ball. There's no proof of that. I'm sure the ladies in here will have other opinions on what they think it is or what they know it to be or believe it to be.
I'm with you. I don't know. I do not know. I've heard many stories, and some of them are really cool, but no clue.
But the difference between flat Earth and the heliocentric model is we're not afraid to say the words I don't know. In the heliocentric model, if they can't explain something, they usually slap gravity on it. And that word deters people because it's gravity. Come on. How do we stick to the bottom of the ball? Gravity. Like, it literally explains so much. How does our oxygen not fuck off out into space? Oh, gravity. Like, they literally can't say, well, I don't know. I don't know. Let's figure that out, which is what flat earthers do. We say, I don't know. I'm not going to give you a bullshit answer that doesn't make sense or I can't prove. But that's what they do. They give you a bullshit answer that they can't prove, which is the word gravity in most cases.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, shit, look. You go to the beach and you look out to the water, you literally see a level horizon. You observe things moving above your head at night. You go in an airplane, you raise your altitude, you see the exact same, but you see more of it. Like, there's literally nothing to prove that the Earth is anything but flat and stationary. All your observations, your senses, we don't feel that there's, I can't remember what part it is in your ear that kind of detects rotation and stuff. So when you go on that like tilt-a-whirl thing at the fairground, when you spin around in circles, the little gravity ones that hold you up against the wall, you fucking know you're spinning, and you're spinning at angles and that, and you're spinning around really fast. You can feel it in you, your inner ear. You can feel that you're spinning, and you get dizzy when you come off. We literally have no sense of motion, nothing. We're not spinning. We're not a ball. That's about it.
I have faith.
Vestibular apparatus.
What was that, Hank? Sorry?
Vestibular apparatus.
That's it.
Or system, whatever.
Do you find, you know, I've been researching recently how the sun can reflect onto the earth, and it just doesn't add up. It makes more sense why the earth is flat.
Yeah. It does.
I believe the Earth is round. I put my faith in the
Mm-hmm. And that's
just
the most
believe.
important part of what you've just said there, is you believe it to be. You don't know, and that's it. I can say that I know it's flat because I can literally tell you to go outside and look at it, and that it's flat. There you go. I know it's flat. And it is flat until you're able to prove otherwise. So saying that you believe it's a ball is the best way to start, because it is just a belief, because it's a belief until you can prove it. And you can't prove it, unfortunately. So it's good that you're saying the word belief.
Is it, you know, like you say it's flat until proven otherwise. You flat the default then. It's just,
Well, I mean, what you observe is the default. Like, your senses are telling you one thing, and that's what it is, until proven otherwise. Like, why would I observe a flat, stationary plane that I don't feel any motion, and I see things moving above our head? Like, I look up to the sky, and I witness the sun and the moon, and I witness the stars. Why would I assume I'm moving? Why not just assume that the things above my head are really pretty and they're moving?
the
Like,
hills around.
Hmm?
Hills around. Hills are like curvy. Checkmate.
What? The fuck's that got to do with anything? What are you talking about, hills?
Think about it. If the hills are circular, we must be.
And that's forehead energy.
Circles can't form if they don't know how to be a circle. They need like an example. So the hills copy the earth.
You're not very bright, are you?
Like it takes one to know one.
That's not how that works, sweetheart.
But if I said
So
to
if I
you, be a
see a beach
triangle.
ball,
If I said you be a triangle, you wouldn't know how to be a triangle unless there was one, right? That's why the Earth's got to be
if
a
I see a
ball.
beach ball, therefore the Earth is a ball, because beach ball is ball. That's stupid, and you sound like you're trolling there. And I'd rather have a nice conversation with you than have to ban you, really.
Well, no, because a beach ball, right, is
I
man-made, but
suggest you
the
choose
hills
your
are
words
naturally
wisely.
a circle. The hills are naturally a circle,
The hills are circular. I mean, I don't see circle hills. Mount Everest doesn't look like a circle. That's a mountain, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't really know what I'm on about. I'm just gonna mute. I'll let someone else talk.
Probably for the best. What about airdrops? You're chilling up there, VC verified. No, we got Dane but gold.
Sorry,
Hello.
sorry, I was just like mugging out. That's all.
That's alright.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I was quite new to the whole flat Earth thing. I got like verified near a few months back, and that when I started like, looking into it. But yeah, it makes sense. It's got to be like a little theory I have working in. I'm an engineer. When you're planning out a building, the Earth's flat and a building's, let's say, fucking, let's exaggerate it a bit. The building's 1,000 foot long. Why is it at no point the building's higher at one end? So if there's curvature in the Earth, if you're starting on one end, when it gets to the other end, going at a 90-degree angle wouldn't align with the curved flooring, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of weird to explain without a drawing, but a 90-degree angle, it just wouldn't add up, because then from the ground it wouldn't be 90 degrees up.
Exactly.
So you'd have to like build it in at an angle, and you'd have to build it longer as well to have it flat out.
Exactly. You got it already?
Yeah, I don't get it. Don't understand it.
We never take
I don't
into
know.
consideration the shape of the Earth when building
Mm.
things like that, or even a pilot flying a plane. He never takes into consideration the curvature of the Earth. He never has to tip his nose down, because if he was to fly
Yeah.
straight, he should be raising in altitude, because the
Yeah,
Earth would be going down and away from him. He'd eventually end up too high for him to be able to fly. He never targets the curvature, and it's the same for building as well.
it's a bit, I don't know, bit of a mad one. I don't understand it. I don't know why they're lying to us. I don't get it. What is there to hide about it?
Well, I mean, it might not be hiding anything. It could just be sheer control. If you can convince 7 billion people that the sky is green and the grass is blue, then you can convince them anything. You can convince them that the sky is green and the grass is blue.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's simple. They could literally come out on the news tomorrow and tell you, like, for example, obviously it might actually be happening, but the gas shortage that we're having, the fuel in the petrol stations in Britain just now, that they could literally come up on the news and say, fuel is out, we have no lorry drivers, and everyone runs and grabs fuel because fuel is out.
Yeah, it's
But
true.
is fuel out? Did they just say that?
It
so they
wasn't.
can...
Well, that one definitely. They just said it.
Yeah, exactly. That's just a good example of them.
Yeah, it was one garage ran out, and the whole country goes into panic because the media.
Yeah, all they have to do is say that it's running low, we have none, and everybody's leaving their house in their car and their gas tanks, and they're away to fill them because the gas is running out.
That's bad.
Like, that control is insane. I mean, humans are all about control and money.
Well,
And what do they do?
I don't understand why they're trying to control us about the Earth, though. Like, why? What I'm saying is, what is there to hide about it? Why make the world believe it's curved?
It could be many reasons. A lot of people in here come from a religious stance. They believe that it's covering up the fact that there was a creator and we didn't come from like a big bang. So a lot of the people in here are religious. It kind of covers that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I mean, it could be anything. It could be just for money. It could be hiding. When it comes to the whole Antarctica thing and quote unquote edge, there could be more land out there further than what we know. It could be covering up that. It could be many things. Just for money. Like, it is the biggest money grab I've ever seen. Like, NASA is in Primark. Like, you can go to Primark and buy a NASA jumper. Like, NASA is everywhere now.
Yeah,
Like, that's
it's
not
everywhere.
even us over here in Britain. That's fucking America. Why are we selling NASA stuff?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And why is every country talking about it on their shirt?
It's like they want to forcing it to be promoted. I don't know. It's weird.
It is. It's strange, but it is also just a big money grab. Like, they make kids at such a young age fall in love with space. And that can't be taken away from them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm just outside Tesco. I'm gonna have to pop in now. Got to quickly do
Yeah,
a shop, but I'll probably hop on again later.
yeah, you do you. Take care.
Right. Take care. Bye.
Bye bye.
Boy, everybody's just sounding tired too.
I think everybody's dead.
Did you notice that? They're like
That
really
Friday
tired
feeling.
sounding. It's a Friday that everybody's just worn out apparently.
Yeah. I do hear that. Everybody seems kind of done.
Yeah, they seem to look cooked. That's
Yeah.
okay though. We're still here for you.
Oh dear.
Well, I don't know how you guys feel about this. I asked the chat if Smile of Death 130 is worth talking to, taking off mute, because I see them really going back and forth at it, and he wanted to get into VC. So Ray said he's been talking to him all day and he's a sophist. I don't know if it's worth
I can unmute him if you like.
You muted him?
I don't know. No. I'm saying I can unmute him if you want him unmuted.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you guys wanted to talk to him or not, but it seems to be continuously going back and forth in the chat.
Probably better talking to him than some of the people we pick off.
Yeah, the chat's been pretty funny to watch, actually. It's pretty good.
We'll just skip it and we'll unmute him. Hello, Smile of Death.
Oh, hello.
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing okay. I liked your conversation about the guy named Rob. I don't actually know who he is, but that was a nice thought.
Oh yeah, Skiba.
Oh, Rob Skiba. Yeah, we don't feel bad about talking good things about anybody that's got grieving going on in their family and trying to keep them going, because that's just not right to do that to people. So, yep. He was a really good guy, by the way. He was funny and he had a good sense of humor, so people did enjoy him.
Yeah, I actually don't know who he is, but so. Anyway, me and the people in chat were talking about flat Earth and all the well, we were mostly talking about globe Earth and all the debunks of it. Do you want me to just start with one of them?
Sure.
Okay, so the first one, I feel like post chat is a lot faster and easier to think. The first one that we talked about was the fact that gas doesn't just go out into space. And they were saying, well, either gas expands or it doesn't. And this thing that I said was, well, we were talking about density. That's a common argument here. So the gas at the top of the
You
atom.
hear an echo, brother. Can I stop you for just a second? Do you have your YouTube or something on? Because I'm getting an echo.
Because Bambi keeps lighting up when he's talking. Bambi, you're lighting up too. So I don't know if it's
Oh,
from
okay.
you.
It's something, yeah. It's pretty bad, whatever it is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was just because it was so hard to hear.
No, that's. I'll turn down my mic and see if that helps.
Good so far. Sounds good.
That sounds good. Okay. So basically, the thing that I said was, gas at the top of the atmosphere is the least dense, because gravity pulls on it less per unit volume. And so it doesn't just go out into space because the Earth is still pulling it back, but it's still being kept at the top of the atmosphere by the denser gases below it. So
Wait,
that was
say that one more time. Did you just say that the lighter gases up top are being held to the ground by the denser gases towards the bottom?
No, the lighter gases at the top are being pulled towards the Earth by gravity, but are still being kept on the top by the denser gases at the bottom.
That's what I just said, right? So you're saying that the denser gases at the bottom are holding the lighter gases at the top to the Earth.
Sort of, but the gravity is what causes the lighter gases at the top to not to come towards the Earth, but the denser gases at the bottom prevent the gas from coming lower, if that makes sense.
No, I'm not following you.
Okay, well, imagine it in layers. So the topmost layer is the lightest, densest gas, or least dense gas. Um, and the Earth is pulling that downwards, but it can't go any farther downwards than it already is because of the second layer, which is denser than the top layer. If I can get like a diagram of the atmosphere.
Can you like demonstrate this on like a smaller level? Like these gases being denser and not being able to go down because of other gases?
Or that they're not mixed from winds and
Yeah.
and other things that are going on, and heat and other things. I mean, really, where do you have the proof that it's in actual layers, specific layers?
Oh, well, I'm simplifying a little, but you're right. It's not in layers. There's a lot of mixing, but in general, like the different mixtures of gas have different densities, and so amounts of gases will be concentrated at different points, even if it's not like all in one layer.
Okay, so let me just get this straight, because you realize that, we have the cycle of gas going on down here closest to the surface.
Yeah.
Those gases, if let's just imagine this. So all those gases would just basically escape up, right? Because they're lighter, let's just say like helium. So all the
Mhm.
helium would just like totally bust through all these dense layers, still be able to go through the layers going up, but then they could never come back down. And wouldn't we run out of, like, I don't understand how that would work.
Actually, that's
Wouldn't
right.
all those major gases up there just keep filling up and keep filling up and keep filling up, making us denser and denser and denser at the bottom because they can't penetrate through if it wasn't cyclical?
Uh, you're sort of right. So if we're talking about helium specifically, we are running out of helium, but helium is found inside the Earth, so it's mine,
Exactly.
right? And so it can't escape because the Earth's around it, and that's the reason why we don't all just have the helium at the top. If we're talking about other gases, there is like a cycle. I think it happens at the troposphere. Somebody just pinged me. Oh, uh, yeah. So the cycle of gases happens at the like our layer of the atmosphere. As it gets further on, there's actually that much changing. It's more like sedentary.
Yeah, and I'm still not understanding. So are you saying it's like Velcro, like the helium is just stuck there, not going out into quote unquote outer space and can't come down to Earth? So we just have like this shield of helium around us? Like, I'm still not trying to understand what it is that you're exactly saying.
Okay, so there is like a layer where helium is present at, but there's also helium within the Earth, like within the Earth's crust. And that is trapped there by like the Earth surrounding it. It can't get out. So there are little pockets of helium that we have to mine. So we are running out of helium actually. It's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, that didn't answer my question. I know about helium. I'm trying to figure out, in your model in your mind,
Mm-hmm.
how is the helium not going out into quote unquote outer space? Is it stuck to the more dense gases below it, like Velcro? And those are, it's not allowing it to come down. It's not allowing it to go out. Like, I don't get it. Am I the only one lost?
Okay, I understand. So the denser gases, the echoes back by the way. The denser gases prevent it from going down, but the thing that prevents it from going up is the Earth's gravity.
So you are saying that the gases below us are like Velcro, and somehow this helium is stuck at the outermost layer, right? Because it's the lightest.
Mm-hmm.
Yet it was able to go through at where gravity is the strongest, towards the center of mass on Earth. It was still able to rise up through all those different density layers to get to the highest point, but it can't come back down because it's stuck like Velcro, and it also can't go out into the vacuum of space. I'm sorry, I don't know if anybody else can help me out on this. I'm really lost. I don't get this.
Well, I think you were mostly right. I it does sound a little bit weird, but
Yeah, I
well,
mean, have you read this anywhere in like science, or did you just come up with this on your own, or have you heard this quote unquote theory before?
about specifically helium, no, but
Just about everything you're saying completely.
well, I took the pieces of physics that I know and applied them to like a real world. So no, I didn't hear this example specifically anywhere, but it should work how I think it works.
So what's holding your gases here in the first place?
Which gases specifically?
All of them.
What's holding like oxygen and nitrogen and carbon dioxide?
Start with oxygen. What's holding oxygen here?
I don't actually know the density of oxygen, but I assume it's just Earth's gravity. I don't know if it's denser or whatever.
Which gravity are we talking about?
9.8 meters per second squared.
We're talking Newtonian, Einsteinian.
Oh, we can go with the Newtonian. Einsteinian doesn't really matter until you like it equates to the same thing.
So we're going with mass attracting mass.
Yeah, Einstein says that mass creates distortion in space-time, but it's really just a semantic problem. It's kind of the same thing.
I'm sorry, so we're going with the mass attracting mass one?
Yeah.
Okay. So that gravity, mass attracting mass,
Mm-hmm.
is holding this oxygen in, these gases.
Yeah.
So how do we prove that gravity actually exists? How do we prove that it's there in the first place?
Are you asking how do we prove that mass attracts mass?
How do we prove that gravity exists? So yeah, you're saying mass attracting mass is your gravity, so how do we prove that?
There's an experiment done by Cavendish. I don't know if you've heard of this.
100%.
You have?
And what does he do? What's the Cavendish? What does he do? Just for people that don't know.
Okay, so basically, he takes really, really massive objects, puts them on a bar. Actually, wait, can I get a diagram? I'll keep. He puts them on a bar and then he hangs them off the ends of the bar, and he puts other massive objects to the sides of. So the massive objects they're hanging off the bar. He puts other massive objects next to those, and he observes a rotation in the entire bar because the massive objects attract each other.
So is this an experiment?
Yeah, if you want a diagram,
we'll go through what makes it a what's it called, a sign. Hold on, let me pull up the picture.
Yeah, just for anybody confused about my because I probably didn't do that well. Anybody that was confused, here's so the bar is
Can you define? Yeah, we see it. Can you define a scientific experiment for me?
Scientific experiment is one that follows scientific principles like observing a dependent variable changed by an independent variable.
Yes, and what else?
What else?
Yo, what's going on, guys? For some reason, I can't hear him. Can you turn his mic up a little bit?
I can turn my mic up.
Yeah. So the listeners can hear you. Thank you.
I can hear him pretty well. I can hear him pretty well.
Maybe
so
I need
I'm not
to.
sure
I'm
if
sorry.
it's just...
My bad. Maybe I just need to turn. I can hear everybody else. Maybe I need to turn my volume up. My bad.
No,
Yeah,
I can hear
just
him
check yours.
very low. He is
Yeah,
very
so I'm
low
not
for
sure
me
if
as
you.
well.
Okay.
That's funny because I heard him really loud.
Me too. That's why I'm like, I'm hearing him really clear.
All right, I had to turn it up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
It's all right. It's all
I
right.
heard you really loud too, and somebody heard you quiet.
We just want to make sure everybody's hearing okay, so that's great. So yeah, would you define the rest of a scientific experiment?
Well, Bambi posted it, so there it is.
Oh, then
we can.
So would you read it? Would you read it?
You want me to read it?
I mean, we can go
Sure,
through
it
each one
says
and you can give us an answer. So we'll start with A, give us an answer, B, answer, C. We can go through your experiment following that if you want.
Okay.
The Cavendish.
So A, naturally observed phenomena, objects fall to the ground. So scientific
Hold
hypothesis.
on. Naturally observed. When your object, what object are we talking about falling to the ground?
Any object. Let's take the apple fall instead.
Apple falling from a tree?
Yeah, sure.
Why do apples fall from trees?
Okay.
It's a certain time of year, isn't it? It's when the apple's ripe and it's too heavy for the branch. Or it can be rotting. What's a naturally observed phenomenon that might not be the fact that the apple only falls when the apple is fully grown and it's heavy enough to fall off the tree, or the branch is weak?
Well, I don't think we're discussing why the apple falls from the tree. It's just the naturally
No,
observed.
but there's other reasons to why that apple would fall. So that apple could naturally fall because it's fully grown and it's falling because it's heavy. It's not to do with gravity. There's no mass attracting mass there. The mass doesn't attract mass when the apple is small. When it's not growing, or the larger ones, some of them need picked. They might not fall until they die.
Well, by definition, mass attracting mass is what causes the apple to be heavy.
So your
Well,
naturally
in
observed
terms.
phenomenon doesn't actually matter to your experiment.
so
Okay,
number
so
one. That's
for
number
number one,
one. So if you don't do A, how are you moving on to the next?
okay, so A is the naturally observed phenomena is any object will fall towards the ground.
But it doesn't without there being a reason. A pen doesn't fall without me picking it up and putting it into a medium where it's relatively denser than the surrounding medium. The apple doesn't fall until it's ripe. The apple may have a weaker branch. Mass doesn't attract mass naturally. It doesn't happen in nature without there being another potential cause, or a cause in general.
Well, sure, there's a secondary cause, but I hope you'll agree
It's
that
okay
when
to
an
be
apple
first,
isn't fully
first.
I hope you'll agree that when an apple isn't fully grown, you can take it off the stem and still it'll drop, right?
That was you again. Do you
that-
understand that you imparted something again yourself? So it's not a natural. That is not a naturally observed phenomenon. When you touched it, it was done.
So natural is without human intervention.
Well, that's what it means usually.
Yeah.
Raindrops.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good example.
Raindrops. So what is rain?
Rain is water with some minerals.
And how do we get water from? Where does it come from? What is rain? How does it rain?
The water cycle, water comes from.
Oh, so something made it go up first. Again, imparting energy. So there again.
If all clouds are water, why don't all of them drop rain?
Sorry, what?
So whoever said raindrops, obviously clouds are made up of water. Why do the fluffy white ones that you see on the blue sky days, why doesn't that one fluffy white one rain? Why isn't the raindrops coming out of that cloud?
Because
All right,
there's not enough.
okay. This is distracting. What about a cliff edge collapsing?
But now we're dish galloping between multiple things. Why would a cliff edge collapse? I mean, we can go back to the apple, because you're the one that mentioned the raindrop, and he's trying to answer what you said. So why don't you answer the raindrop one?
He's also missing
Well, I
the
can answer the
point.
raindrop one, yeah.
Wait, hold on, really quick.
Wait,
He's also missing the point.
one at a time.
He's also missing the point of the water cycle. Things are going up, right? So it's not just things coming down. Things are also going up. So how does gravity equate for that? You know what I mean? Like it none of it equates. None of it. So yes, things go down. Things also go up.
Yes, they do.
That's very true.
Things go up. That's true.
If you make a force diagram of the apple on the tree, going back to that,
What force?
The force. So the force is involved. So
what force?
Of the forces on the tree and the apple. So
You're not answering the question. I asked you, what's the force? Define the force.
Oh, the force of gravity.
Jedi? Like, what are we talking about here?
Well, then you're now negating the fact that it was superseded. We're back on the Newton thing now being superseded again by Einstein. There is no force.
Okay, look, I think natural phenomena isn't trying to talk about completely natural, like how you would think of it, like humans.
You're wrong.
That's not what a
It
naturally
really means
observed phenomena
natural.
is.
You might
It's
want to
in the
look up the
word.
definition and find citations that say that you don't have to have a natural phenomenon observed for a scientific experiment.
Okay. What did you say? Natural.
You might want to find a citation and not Wikipedia.
No. So what do you want proof of? Like,
Well, you're now claiming that natural phenomena are not required. You're
they're
now going to
absolutely
say
required.
that you can do it.
No, that's absolutely not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that
I think he's
even
misunderstanding what a naturally observed phenomena is. He doesn't think that it has to happen naturally, which would just make it a phenomenon, not a naturally observed phenomenon.
well, we're just talking about something that can be observed in general.
Naturally, it has to be observed. No, but that's the part you're missing. It has to be observed naturally.
What do you mean
Not
by
me picking up a
naturally?
pen and so if I pick up a pen and I drop it, did that pen
Yep.
just fall from it? No, I picked it up and I put it into I picked it up from its resting point on the table, let's say, and I lift it into a medium where relative density comes into play and the pen falls. Just like if I was to take a beach ball, for example, and I drop it outside, and then I go to a swimming pool and I swim to the bottom and I let go, I'm changing the medium. There's no, you have to put a force behind it for it to do that. It doesn't just fall on its own. I'm not naturally observing something falling.
What about a landslide then?
She's imparting energy into it, which then again it seeks its equilibrium.
So
and you're talking the same thing with a wall falling. It was there. It has a drop away. There was energy, potential energy, and so you end up with things falling through the medium that are denser.
Of course,
And you're
yeah.
saying landslides? Are you saying?
Landslide is
Or like
next to problem.
cliffs? Yeah, so like landslides and stuff. Why do landslides happen? Why do cliffs fall? Because they're weak. Landslides mainly to do with a heavy amount of rain. Especially here in Scotland, up in the Highlands, we have high risks of cliffs falling and landslides, and it's mainly to do with the amount of rainfall that we get. The weight on the ground makes it completely unstable, and we have a lot of landslides. We recently had a road that was crushed near me because of heavy rainfall causing the ground to be weak. The rain stopped a while ago, but the ground was weak and it eventually caved.
Okay, but now
There's reasons for that. How is that gravity?
In all of these cases, there is a potential energy contained in the medium in question, which is then being released as it returns back to Earth, yeah?
And the release is the natural phenomenon of gravity, or I guess not.
But there is a purpose between it. It's not happening without there being a reason. There isn't an external force happening there, and the issue being is you can't actually prove that it exists because you can't prove that there is a force doing it. So you can't prove that gravity exists because all the things you're saying have multiple reasons to why that could happen. Your raindrops, heavy clouds, your landslide, your apple, your pen being picked up, they're not naturally observed because there's other reasons it doesn't prove that gravity exists.
Okay,
You
but
haven't
if you
eliminated all the elements, so you're assigning a causation to something that you do not have a way to actually eliminate all the other factors involved. To say then, oh, I've got a cause. You're basically saying, well, the sun rises every time the rooster crows. Well, how are you going to eliminate, that? You've got too many other factors. It's not the rooster crowing.
But Newton
You can't do it with gravity.
Newton wasn't proposing a cause for the apple falling. He was describing the phenomenon of the apple falling.
Yeah, but you're just assigning a name to the thing that when things seek equilibrium. That also happens. Or electrostatic forces that can be involved as well. You're negating all these other forces because you want gravity, because then gravity is necessary for your model.
Okay.
And it's not because the point that we're trying to do right now is to prove that gravity exists. I mean, if you're all well to sit here and admit, like, look, we can't actually prove it, it's just a theory, then fair enough. But it's the people that literally use the word gravity to explain things that can't be explained. How are we standing on a ball? Let's slap the word gravity on it. It's like that advert for that washi tape shit. Like, there's a break in your boat, slap some of this tape on it, fix. That's literally gravity.
And they go back and forth between Newtonian and Einstein. It's a force, it's not a force. Whichever one suits them, it's gravity. I mean, it doesn't fit.
Well, the reason we go back and forth is because if you speak technically, everything is Einsteinian, but Newton did it so well that his equations and
So well that it was superseded by Einsteinian, where they had to throw it out and no longer call it a force. You're telling me that, right? Because that's what, if you go and look at the citations for what happened and what's currently the theory, you don't have any of that. Yeah, you may be able to play with some of the formulas, but because they don't, it's not a valid theory anymore. It was superseded. And then you still have the problem of how do you end up in space-time? And how do you test for that? How do you do an experiment when you can't even probably find me a hypothesis for even Einstein? I can look at his paper. You won't find it. But you can go look. I'd love you to bring it back if you've got an actual hypothesis that'll work.
oh, gee. Yeah. Well, going back to the idea about proving gravity exists, I think the other guy said it really well. Like you're talking about the cause of the apple falling. I'm talking about the fact that the apple is falling.
It falls because of the dense an equilibrium issue again. The density's in equilibrium. You change the equilibrium. Even when the tree grew and grew its fruit, and then the branch dried out and matured the fruit, and it falls, that's your explanation. You don't need gravity at that point because you already have an explanation. So you need gravity.
The thing that we're saying is that happening, that action cannot be. You can't use that as gravity. Because there are multiple other ways that would happen. You can't say, gravity because apple falls.
That's true.
Even
That's
the
very
tree
true.
growing upwards. How is the tree able to grow up if it's, this gravity? It's because there's an action and a reaction. The tree is growing. It's able to go up, really high up. Why isn't gravity bending all the trees over and saying this mass needs to come back down? You know what I mean?
Trees bend all the time.
Not in the way that she's talking about, and you know
the
it.
overall point is that we
Oh,
can't.
you mean,
There's no way that you can prove that gravity is the cause of something. It's literally just a word that they slap on things.
No. Newton doesn't suggest that gravity is a cause. He suggests that gravity
It's an
is effect. That's the difference.
Yes.
That's the distinction.
Except for that, it's superseded and there is no force. Your current theories say no. So you play back and forth with these two things, even though it was superseded. That word is so important. It means that it's no longer the way you think it was. That way you were taught.
I'm trying to pick it apart myself, but the bottom line is that the theory of gravity it's not a theory of causation. It's a theory of observation.
Well, then it's not scientific.
Well, we observe something in nature, right? Something falls towards.
What is a scientific experiment supposed to do? What is the purpose of a scientific experiments at all? What is it for?
The nature of reality?
It's to predict the cause of things.
No, it doesn't. No, that's not true. Not all
Tell you
cases.
the cause.
You can do a scientific experiment.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Listen, you can do a scientific experiment that demonstrates that water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that you can perform a scientific experiment to do that. You're not in doing that experiment. You're not determining the cause why water boils at 212 degrees centigrade. Your experiment demonstrates the observation.
That's an observation.
Yeah, but you're also saying that there's heat.
It's not an experiment.
It's a scientific.
I mean, you can if you want to. You can see that the heat is causing it to boil.
Absolutely, but that doesn't. That's not a
cause is heat imparting energy. So again,
and the cause is gravity bringing the object back down to the ground again by the same grammatical context. It doesn't make any difference one way or the other. Newton wasn't saying why the cause of the apple falling. He was describing the force that was causing the apple to fall.
Look,
Wow.
It's not a force.
It's basically the same thing as a force, and you can treat it like a force because Newton got it so right that it's still really, 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 really accurate.
That is really sloppy because it is not a
It's an
force
effect.
at all.
I
If you
just got
think about
corrected
it,
because I messed up saying that there. It's not. I literally said it was a force, and I got corrected to it being an
So,
effect.
so in your concession that it's not a force, are you suggesting that the Einsteinian model is correct then?
yes.
No,
No,
I'm not.
neither of
Because
them are.
that they're both completely wrong. We're talking about concepts with Einstein, and Einstein, it's concepts. You can't bend concepts. You can't bend time or space, and then it's this
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the space-time fabric of our lives. Like, no, that doesn't work either. It's a
Okay.
lot of really cool stories, but none of them are correct, and we need better. It comes down to that. And people with intellectual honesty will recognize that and be like, you know what? Yeah, there are all these enormous flaws in both Newton and Einstein, and we need to do better. But people are still stuck on both of them. Like, both of them are still real. And oh, he did such a great job, Newton, that we can still treat it as a force, even though it's not a force. Like, the contradictions are astounding, and it's a plethora of them. But
Okay,
nobody will concede to this. Many, I will say many, that was a sweeping generalization. Many people will not concede to this.
Right. So I'm just trying to get past the first part and say that objects falling towards the ground is a natural phenomenon. And if you think, before you interrupt me, if you think about it like this, you are part of nature. So anything that happens is a natural phenomenon. Anything that happens inside the universe is natural because by definition, everything is nature.
So if your naturally observed phenomena is the apple falling from the tree, then how do you eliminate the other potential factors?
Like what?
Like the weak branch, like the apple being ripe, like a disease in the tree that's causing the weak bit. How do you eliminate the other things that could be causing the apple to fall? Because you can't prove it's specifically gravity until you eliminate the other factors.
No.
That's
The apple. You're right. You're right. The causes for the apple falling, are a change in its equilibrium system. That's true. Yeah. But then the question is when the equilibrium system changes, why does the apple actually fall down again? Yeah. That's all it's addressing.
Well,
I understand what you're saying.
Isn't he saying that the gravity is causing it to fall in the first place?
Okay, yeah, maybe
Or is the effect too?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was he was saying.
The cause of something falling, if you want to look at it like that, in that vernacular, is there's a change in its potential state. Yeah, its energy state. In other words, it becomes detached from something that lifted it in that position in the first place. But the point is that.
The upward
But the point is that.
Okay, you go. You go.
There was a accumulation of energy to raise the apple in a roundabout way up the tree. I mean, it wasn't a fully formed apple on the floor that raised up. It was actually the material that made the apple that was raised up by the tree itself. Yeah, but nonetheless, there was an energy potential. There's a potential energy, what they call in the physics vernacular, for the apple being at the height it is. Yeah. Now you're right. There's a cause why it starts to fall. That much is true, and there could be any number of causes why the apple falls, but ultimately it becomes detached from the stability of the tree.
Right, and if you think of it,
so the question:
why don't the branches fall? I mean, the branches are way heavier than the apple, right? The
Well,
branches
they're-
fall when the tree is weakened, which goes
Yeah,
back
well,
to
they're-
Vanessa's
exactly.
point.
It's exactly the same reason, because if something's in a structurally robust, coherent framework, like a branch or a leaf or anything, a leaf in autumn, if it's in a structurally robust environment, it will maintain that potential energy, won't it? Obviously, that's why anything doesn't.
So what Drace has said there is a great point. It's more to do with the medium it's in, rather that the medium cannot support it. It's not to do with there being a gravity. It's to do with the medium it's in.
Well, you
That is
can argue.
exactly it. It has to do with density within the medium that it's in. Period. Because that apple will float in water.
Right, of course, you're absolutely right.
yes.
But the reason that it floats is because density or gravity act on it. Because it.
But that's what. It goes back to what is that that's a different. Well, it's not different chapter, but the fact that things have buoyancy and rise and fall against other medium because their density is alludes to the same mechanism. You know, if the reason that the anything solid falls to the ground is because the density of this object is greater than the equivalent area of the air that would be needed to, you know, it displaces effectively. That's why huge great steel boats float, because their hull displaces enough water to the extent that the area of the hull that the boat displaces in water is heavier than the boat. Heavier, well, the differential between that and the air is enough to keep the boat buoyant. I don't think, and what I will say at this point is I can't prove gravity. I can't prove it, and I don't, you know, I would never have attempted to.
Yep, and also gravity is still a theory. It's still called a theory, but there's so much evidence
because there is no evidence. There are stories behind it. Like he just said, he can't prove gravity. Nobody can prove gravity. It is a totally just a story. There are so many contradictions within it. It can hold the water, but you know, like this meme that, but the bird can fly. All these tons of water within a cloud. If we're gonna go with what mainstream media says about and mainstream science says about clouds, right? Then all this water, these tons of water, is in these clouds. They're black. They're up there. They don't, you know, have anything come down until they're completely full. Then the water starts raining down upon us. Like things go up, things go down. In water, it's completely different. Things that might go up here will go down there, you know, vice versa. Like there's just so many contradictions. We have anvils that will float in mercury, right? It depends on the medium and then the density of the object within it. And that is all that it has to do with.
Right,
but I totally agree.
It's as if gravity. Sorry, Sarah, on you go.
No. I wasn't saying anything. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it almost seems like the gravity's not needed. It is just to do with the heliocentric model. That's the only way that they would need gravity to exist. It seems as if it is just all to do with mediums and relative density.
Yeah, absolutely. The bottom line is this, okay, right? Is that up until that point, when Newton proposed that Newton saw the apple falling, yeah, he saw a relationship going on, not a cause, but he saw a relationship going on, and what Newton did, because Newton was an advocate of the heliocentric model, and he wondered why the moon was where it was, and he wondered why the stars were where they were, and he wondered why the sun was where it was. Within his understanding, which was the heliocentric model, he immediately was able to extrapolate some concept to explain why huge objects within that model are bound in some sort of harmonious movement. Now, the key is that if the reason it didn't happen earlier in that context is because that Newton filled a gap that existed, and the gap was if you believe in the heliocentric model, how do heavenly bodies that seem to be bound in some cyclical harmony maintain that harmony? What's the underlying reason for that? It's not a piece of string, you know. Is it the you know, if you're trying to look for a reason for that, that's where it fills in. So for you and me on the ground, dealing with the things we do with an everyday realm, okay, and I will be being. I'm not being disingenuous in when I say this, okay, right? We understand the notion of displacement. We understand that things drop vertically downwards, okay, but we can't really extrapolate a model that shows gravity independent of any variables like displacement. Whereas what Newton did is he proposed a reason and an equation that made things are bound together. Now, if Newton didn't believe in the heliocentric model, would he have actually taken it any further than he did?
Do you understand how silly that sounds? So he sees things up in the sky and he's going to try and figure out how those things up there work down here. And he sees an apple fall and he's like, oh, cool. I'm not going to take anything else into consideration. I'm not going to, you know, even address all of the multiple confounding variables that I have to do with this. I've never even been up there, but, you know, I'm going to say that what's happening here is what's happening up there. Like, it's just a story. There is
Well,
nothing to prove gravity whatsoever, and there are so many other ways to explain it and to explore, but, science doesn't even pay attention to it, like electrostatics, right? We can look at that. That has
yeah,
way more
absolutely.
power than gravity does, but they don't even use it in any equation. Why? You know what I
I get
mean?
what you're.
Like,
I
when you start
I get that, and it's difficult to dismiss those things. But the point is that in the millennia or the two millennia before Newton, or at least the millennia before Newton, when with the particularly in the realm post optics and lenses and telescopes being generated. Okay, right. When people were making accurate observations in the night sky, yeah, pretty much everybody in that realm looking at the night sky at that time and mapping it came to the conclusion of the heliocentric model. Now, I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying that's what they determined was what was going on up there. They
I'm sorry, you cut
looked
out for a
at
second for me really quick. I don't want you
yeah.
to go backtrack. What was it that you just said? So, millennia ago, before Newton, what were they using? What did you say they did?
With the development of optics, particularly when they used telescopes, yeah, and they started to map things very accurately in the night sky. But certainly in the period prior to that, when they started mapping, when astronomy was born out of astrology, yeah, a lot of the people looking at the motion of things in the sky realized that there was some anomaly which meant that which lent itself to the heliocentric model. Now,
Okay, well, you know that people mapped the sky way before telescopes were even invented. They didn't
I
need
know,
telescopes.
I just
to map
said that. I just said
Okay.
that. But what telescopes did is they gave people a slightly higher, a resolution accuracy to measure things more accurately.
And so
Yeah,
you're going to talk about the retrograde motion, and that's what you're
that's
going to
one.
say that
That's
it
one of the.
predicted it. I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
Yeah,
How do you know that that isn't just another story that people, because it was already written down. It was already in the notebook. This whole
of
thing was
course it
already in the
was.
notebook. Then they're like, "Oh, look, he predicted it." Well, he already wrote it down. So he
Of
noticed
course
it. So it
Of
wasn't a
course.
prediction, right?
Of course. I understand that. Yeah, but also what was happening at that particular time over that period of time was that people were making people were coalescing observations of the night sky from globally. Yeah. In the time of the classical sciences in Greece and those sort of eras, people were making the number of people making observations of the night sky were few and scarce with any degree of accuracy. But in the period before Newton, in the history before Newton, I say science, but the observational discipline was coalescing facts from around the world. Okay, and it became apparent to the astronauts at that time, or not the astronauts, sorry, the astronomers at that time. Yeah, that when they looked at what was going on as a whole, it appeared as if the stars were in some sort of spherical mechanism above us rather than a hemispherical one. Now, whether they're right or wrong, who knows? But
Did you say that
what
they were in a spherical rather than a heavy spherical? What do you
yeah,
want?
they realized that there was a spherical projection of the stellar map rather than the hemispherical one.
What's a heavy spherical one? Oh, hemi. I'm so sorry. I thought you said
Yeah.
heavy. Okay, I was like, I've never heard.
That's fine. It's fine. Yeah. So when they came to that conclusion, and they were looking at they were mapping the planet, the not just the retrograde artifact particularly, but they mapped the planets, the wandering stars. The mathematics they built derived a model whereby, which suggested that there was what it did is it had significant anomalies with the Earth being at the center of it. Yeah. Now that's not to say that they got that right, but what they did come up with is a model that put the sun in the middle that patched all that up. That's irrefutable. They came up with a model they made patched up the notion that the Earth was moving around the sun rather than the sun was the relationship between the movement of the sun and the moon, the sun and the Earth, us and the sun, was patched up by the mathematical model they came up with. And this is what we're told. I can't prove this, obviously. Yeah, this is what the history books tell us. So, with that being the foundation from where they were working, they moved from a realm of, when you move away from, when you move to a heliocentric model, from one where you think the Earth is a center, is conceptually the center of creation, you then ask the question, you then raise the issue of what keeps things moving around the sun. Literally, you have to come up with some other. You then start begging questions about what keeps things moving around each other in this harmonious pattern. And a little bit of work, they're going on at the time was the observation of comets, and comets have these.
Is this physics class that I've joined?
Oh, Josh, I'll recede the floor.
Isn't that the whole point to know
But
laws of physics?
what I do want to ask you, because obviously you said we talked about gravity for a long period of time, and then you head out with, but I can't prove it. But what I want to ask you is not about gravity, about the Earth in general. What can I do as just a little person from Scotland? What can I go do to prove that the Earth is a ball?
You can do well. Your options are the same as me as a little person from England. Pretty much none. You can't, as I said in there before in this forum, it's very difficult. Well, it's impossible for. I can't contrive a way of verifying the Earth as a sphere. Oh, sorry, verifying the Earth has got curvature. Therein lies the rub. Well, you can look to the horizon, but and you can argue, that things disappear, but then you can. There are observations that contradict that. Yeah, so I think that looking to the horizon or looking at things in the distance on the surface, is a waste of time if you're trying to prove the Earth is round. Doesn't work.
Well, I think
because if it worked,
so there is
here.
nothing that we can do it as me or you. Like, there's nothing that the average Joe could prove what we're living on. No, okay. Let's add a few more things into the mix. Like, what about rotation?
Well, again, if and again, I'm playing devil's advocate to what we're told as a scientific model. Yeah, is that and what I tend to do when I look at these things is I'm interested in finding a way of working out what's right or wrong, but in the model they talk about and the way they describe it, you wouldn't personally feel rotation of the Earth. I don't believe.
No, I'm not talking about feeling. I'm talking about proving that it's rotating, proving that we're living on a ball, and proving that we're spinning.
Well,
how can you or I do that?
Well, that's difficult, but if you accept the idea that...
But is it possible? It may be difficult, but is it possible?
Yeah, well, if you accept the idea that...
So what would I do?
Well, if you accept the
It's not about... That's the thing, it's not about accepting ideas. What do I do to prove it?
No, I understand. So...
And
the first thing that you can do is, if you accept that gravity... So the first thing you have to prove is gravity exists. Mass attracts mass. So that's the first part we have to prove. Okay, the second part is all the objects in the solar system work how Newton described them, or very close to them, or very close to how Newton based the Einsteinian model. And then the next thing you have to prove.
Huh?
Yeah.
So first of all, the first thing I have to prove is the thing that we just discussed that we can't prove. So long story short, we can't prove it.
So the reason...
No if, no but, we can't do it.
No, I disagree.
Can I ask a question?
So what can we do then? Sorry, go on.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, do you guys like being lied to? Just a quick yes or no. Do you like being lied to?
Nobody likes being lied to, do they?
Okay, then why do you continue to believe in lies? I mean, the ladies just did a great job at telling you what you believe in is a lie. And because you just admitted it too, you can't prove it.
That
Nobody
doesn't
can
mean
prove the
that
lie.
doesn't mean say
So
that doesn't
why are you continuing to go on? I mean, is this like a psychological issue? Do you have
just
Stockholm
bec-
syndrome?
just because you can't prove something, it doesn't mean it's a lie.
Yeah, it's a belief
No, no, no.
system.
You're
Yeah, I
you're
It's
don't
just
think
missing
not.
the
It's
point.
not.
You need
I
to
don't think
exactly. Wait, hold on. What Bambi just said and what I was going to say is she was spot on. It's a belief system then, and you need to say this is a belief. It's not a theory, it's not any of these things. It is literally a belief that cannot be proven. And there's tons of variables. Like so many of them, so many confounding variables that go against these beliefs. And like they would just be nice if people just had a little bit of intellectual honesty, a little less naivety, and could just like be honest and say, you know
No,
what, yes, this is a belief.
yeah, I apologize for not. In here, I have said that for an individual like myself, it's a belief system. It is a belief system
Good, thank you for that honesty, because that's exactly what
because
Thank
because
you.
I've already asserted that I can't find a way of proving it myself. Yeah, so it becomes for me a belief system. The question is it a belief system to everybody, or is there something that's been ascertained that I haven't personally ascertained that led
But there's
to
all
the
these
conclusion
ifs
they
and
made?
buts.
Well, that's ifs and buts of what this is all about. Are we, is if this that that's the
But
discourse we're having.
I mean, being in the server for a very long time, and people here longer than me, there's all these ifs and buts and no answers, and everybody says the same if but, but there's nothing. So when do you stop the ifs and buts and say, look, the Earth is flat because there is no if, there is no but, there is no nothing. The Earth is flat.
No,
When do you
that's
stop
not,
the pretending to yourself for that point?
that's being disingenuous. That's asserting that your observation that you can't see the curve has no ifs and buts.
Well, it's observing. It's admitting what you're observing is what it is. Like you're
And
trying to prove that it's something that it's not, and you're failing with that. So do
and you
you
do
keep proving, or do we move from a circle to a triangle, or do we move to a square? What do we move to once we figure out? Okay, well maybe
but
it's not a ball.
and that's fine. But you do understand that there are people. There's a whole history of people who were looking. Lots of them were religious, and lots of them were looking for answers in the night sky. Who looked at the night sky, mapped the night sky, and realised that it wasn't, like I say, a hemispherical projection above us. There was a sphere of activity going on above
They're
us,
observing things above our head. What does that mean that's below our feet?
all
Observing
observations.
what's above you doesn't prove what you're standing on. Is that what you were trying to say there? What's above us is what we are here. Like I don't
Observe.
point at someone with blonde hair and say I have blonde hair.
Well, so do you believe that there are laws of physics first? That there are
What do you mean?
natural
Do I believe that there are laws of physics? What
Yeah.
what law specifically are you talking to?
Just do you
like
do you
natural
believe
laws.
that there no, like any law, do you believe that there are a set of rules that the universe works by?
That what then the natural laws of physics like thermodynamics?
Not specifically our like globe Earth laws of physics, but in general laws that the universe follows, regardless of what they are.
Yes, actual
Yeah, of course. I
laws
mean,
totally exist. Actual real laws that cannot be falsified. Like there's nothing to ever prove them wrong.
Hey, I just want to interrupt real quick and say hi to Bambi.
oh hey,
sorry.
I was
It's
literally
been a
talking
long
to
time
you.
since I've seen you, Bambi. Good to see you.
And you, Raven.
In answer to the question to
Wait,
law,
really quick. It's like, for example, Andres, posted one of the laws that, obviously the second law of thermodynamics, it destroys the globe theory. It destroys the fact that people say, like, and everything you said earlier about helium not being able to go out into outer space and also not being able to go down, and it's also stuck like Velcro to the denser mediums below it, layers below it. Yeah, second law of thermodynamics, there has to be containment. And gravity is not that containment because, as we have discussed for a very long time, things also go up. But yet you said, I think it was who was it? It was Smile of Death. You said that the helium that is at the outermost portion doesn't go out into outer space because it is velcroed to the other gases below it because they're so dense. Which you said you can did you say you could prove it? Is that something you
Uh,
said that you could prove it?
I said that according to like general physics that like is mostly accepted. Um, yeah, you can prove it
Okay, so
according to
how
those
would
laws
you
of
prove
physics.
that? Okay, so how would you prove that?
Well, you'd have to go about showing that. Well, I don't know if it's helium that is actually the densest in our atmosphere, but assuming it is, you'd have to first,
Wait, what did you say?
assuming helium is the least dense in our atmosphere,
Uh-huh.
which it probably isn't, but I don't know. Assuming that, then you'd have to like show that you'd have to use evidence from other scientific experiments that have been conducted to show that less dense objects will uh, go upwards in relation to a denser medium. And then you'd also have to show that mass attracts mass, which is the sticking point for us here, and that the gravity will the helium will also be pulled down by gravity. And then at that point you can come to kind of a balance between um, the force of gravity pulling downwards and the force of the denser medium displacing the helium.
Okay,
And
so I'm
that
going to
comes
stop
to
you there because you're already back to gravity being a force again. And you
right.
already said gravity isn't a force, but it could be treated like a force. Well, it's not a force. And we are back again to also mass attracting mass. Things go up, things go down, different things happen in different mediums. Things that would go down here will go up in other mediums. So, what you said, again, is that the least dense gases are velcroed to the denser gases somehow. Even though they're able to go through those gases up, they can't come back down through them. And they're also stuck to them. And then they won't go out without any containment because what would the containment be? If they cannot go back down because you're saying that the gases are too dense for it to ever come back down again, then what is keeping it from going out? And you said that it's being velcroed to those gases. How would you ever prove that?
Well, if you're accepting modern physics, then it's pretty easy to prove. If you're not accepting modern physics, then it's impossible.
Okay, no, I'm not asking about what people think and, oh, if you believe in this or if you don't believe in it. I'm saying, what is an experiment that you can show that these lighter gases are literally being velcroed to the denser gases, cannot go back down through them, and cannot go out into outer space? How would you actually set up an experiment for that? And where have you ever naturally observed this ever in nature?
Okay, well, if I'm going to use your definition of natural, then like
It's not ours, it's the.
well, no, there's actually so a natural phenomena is just like a law of physics. But
Then made by it.
I know, setting that aside, um, you can send up a balloon with sensors on it to measure the concentrations of different types of gases in different areas. And as it goes through the atmosphere, you can get it to log its information, and it'll show you what we already know.
How would that balloon ever come back down again? Sorry, that was a bad joke. But
Also,
seriously.
that didn't sound much like a scientific experiment, which is what you asked for. But I just want to interject also to point out that we do have maybe some new people. There was a Dane but Gold guy and maybe some other guys. So once you get tired of going in circles with these guys, okay, there are some others. Just wanted to
I
point
think
it
we've
out
gone in
before it got
circles.
forgotten. And I'm gonna go. Just stop talking now. Have fun.
Yeah, no, I think we've gone in circles enough, Karma. So if somebody wants to tag somebody else in, I think the person we said, Dane but Gold, you were the first person that we said. So if you want to talk about anything, say hello.
Okay, sounds good.
Dane but Gold, are you there?
I am.
Hi. What brings you here?
What another flat earther told me there was an event going on the server, a sort of discussion night. So I got curious.
It's ladies' night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was on another server, and he said that there was a ladies' night here. I was like, interesting.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
No. What do you think the Earth is?
I'm still leaning on the spear.
What makes you lean towards fear?
I'm not a big supporter of, a big conspiracy that. I know some people are going to say that it's. I can't remember what the fallacy is called. If everybody believes it, it must be true thing. But I have very difficult imagining that.
But it's not about imagination, it's about what's there.
And that is correct.
Well, for the globe model, it's about what's their lack of, really.
And it's also not a big conspiracy. I mean, people that actually would really know this would be, a tiny, tiny amount of people, which it's very easy to control people through power, money, death threats, all kinds of different things. But most people, they just believe it. They believe what they're doing. They've been told the story. They think that it's true. It gets passed down, and they aren't actually lying. They're not in on the lie. They're just going along with what they believe because they haven't nitpicked it themselves. I believed it because that's what I was raised as. That's what I was taught in school. I didn't question it until I started questioning it. And then I was able to say, like, that's very interesting. So, and I know compartmentalization because my father-in-law helped build the Hubble telescope. He worked at Lockheed and he had top security clearance. He couldn't go into the building with a cell phone, computers, keys, even like nothing. You go in there, you do your job on one small thing. He worked on optics. He worked on his job on optics. Who knows what those optics were actually used for? And he came home. That's literally it. And you don't get anything past what your top security clearance is, and you don't get to talk to anyone, even family members, about what you did, what you know, or anything along those lines. Otherwise, they will get pension. They'll come after you. Like they will know, and they keep tabs on you once you have that kind of a clearance. So it isn't that all these people know. It's a very, very small group of people that actually do.
I
can verify that's the same in Europe as well. I've had military, I've had defence clearance in this country, in the UK, and it's exactly the same scenario.
But is that in terms of working for a space agency, or what is it that has security clearance?
All of them have security clearance. Everything has security clearance, and you only have a security clearance at your level. Then you can go up to one, and even top security clearance isn't like full blown security clearance. Like it's like the Freemasons, if you will. Like there's different levels to it, and really, truly, the only people who really know are the people at the very, very top of the pyramid, right? Very, very top. And it could even be that, even if with astronauts, like how many of them actually did go to space, or how many of them were told, you know what, we have to cancel this flight because of this or that, and we're going to put this show on, but this is really what's happening, but we just have to say this because of government, things and war or whatever. And so they still think that it's real. They didn't even go into outer space, but the people were told it's a lie. There's so many multiple ways to keep a secret, and people that are pros at this and know what they're doing, it is not a hard thing to do. And people are very, very naive. Believe, we want to see the best in people. I mean, for the most part, people are more naive than they are disbelieving.
But that also unfortunately goes in the opposite direction. And it's not the topic we're currently talking about, but I have experienced a lot of people who are, very skeptic of the mainstream will go to what I call the big fish in small ponds. People without credentials who make claims, and because they say something that others want to hear, they believe them. Often when I talk about people about these sort of discussions, because it's important subjects, it's always important to question things and be skeptic. That's healthy. But I have talked to many people who say this mainstream thing is a lie, this guy says so. And when I Google this guy's name, let's say it could be medical science, then it turns out that he is a book author with no medical credentials.
Okay, so why
Uh,
does it matter that somebody needs a credential in order to be investigating something to share a truth? Why does somebody have to have a piece of paper behind them? Because that's buying into the system that
Yeah.
people with credentials are the only ones who can actually know something.
You can
There
know
are a ton of,
something,
Basic
and
knowledge
there are a ton of
checks out.
autodidactic people. There are many autodidactic people who learn on their own and do not have to go through a system in order to gain the knowledge that they're seeking.
you can learn on your own. But for example, if you have a loved one who's in a very bad state and has to go to the hospital, then you probably wouldn't accept that I would be the one doing the operation because I have never taken the slightest medical education in my entire life. You'd probably want someone with the credentials to do it. Or if you really has to go a place but your car engine is broken, I have never touched a car engine in my life. I barely know what the things look like. You would, if you really, really were desperately in a hurry, you would probably not let me do it because, people who have the credentials, and they can get those credentials in a lot of ways, are usually very experienced within that category of thing. And it can be a lot. It can be trading. It can
Okay,
be
so
physics.
that's kind of funny in the sense, like, I don't really know if it's similar or not, but I work with birds of prey. I know pretty
Yeah.
much everything there is to know about anything to do with birds of prey. Owls, hawks, I know about like their hunting patterns, their styles, their digestive system. I know everything about the medical side of them, how to care for bumblefoot. I've never went to college, university, or anything like that, but I could very safely and comfortably, and I have done, saved a bird's life by performing minor operations on feet for bumblefoot and really swelling and stuff. But I have never, I don't have anything behind my name saying that. I've been doing it for 7 years, and I have learned it and I have done it. Does that mean what I'm doing is irrelevant, or it
No,
doesn't mean anything because I don't have a piece of paper behind me saying that I
no,
went to university to be a vet? Or
you have the experience, but some people.
yeah, I've been doing it.
And now, for example, you told me you're technically, that is also credentials, but you just told me. But sometimes there will be a person who says a thing. The thing I mostly stumble upon is within medical science. He will say a thing, and when I look the guy up, and when he doesn't have any expertise, he hasn't actually worked in a hospital or actually researched the topic as much as people who have done it for 30 years.
But how do you know how much he's researched? I mean, you've looked him up and you've found that his career as an author. I mean, clearly this person who is an author reads a lot, is very articulate. They must know a fair amount. Not everybody can be an author. I mean, you need to have a fair amount of knowledge behind you and be able to do your research, especially depending what they're illustrating. You need to be able to do your research and know what you're talking about. Most authors are very intelligent people.
Sure, but
That author may know what he's talking about.
And it comes back down to you who doesn't have a degree and then you or credentials as you're putting it, and you should be able to read that book, then look at what's going on in the medical, and you yourself would be able to then investigate both sides and figure out for yourself what you think is actually happening. To say that people cannot figure things out on their own with enough studying and enough research and enough experiments or testings or observations or anything along these lines, that's just, it's fallacious at best. It's not being intellectually honest.
You got a cool job, by the way.
Yeah.
Very cool job.
Well, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I don't get paid for it. It's volunteering work. I work in a pet shop, but I do it as voluntary work.
It's still very cool, all the same.
It's great. It leads me to make a lot of hooter jokes, so I'm okay with it.
But take me for example. I haven't been out in the field and actually studied birds of prey. Like, imagine if I actually went up to you and said you were wrong, and I hadn't done any research.
That's different. No, see, what you're doing is you're saying somebody that you're taking this guy who wrote a book and saying like he's never even looked into it. How was he able to write the book if he never looked into it, if he didn't study it? That's not what this person is doing, and it's not what any of us are doing. And it's not going back to the whole conspiracy thing. It doesn't even correlate. Like anybody can look into the shape of the earth, they can look into science, they can do the research, they can study for themselves, be autodidactic, and have these arguments and stand up and say, you know what? I see that peer review is a pyramid scheme and that they're only allowed to do certain things and that this truth isn't getting out there. So we're going to have these conversations where we can have them, where our voices can be heard. So to say like, I'm not allowed to talk about the shape of the earth or about science because I don't have a certification in it or a degree or anything along those lines, I mean, it's fallacious.
Everyone is
They
allowed to
used
talk
to be
about the
able to
shape
talk
of the
about
earth.
exactly. So I mean, again,
I
yeah,
just
everything
accept.
I don't think
I just accept
totally
how
want it.
much I know and how much I don't know.
I think what you're suggesting about doing your own research and being qualified in a topic without necessarily having an academic label attached to you is sincere, and I think it's genuine. But if that's the case, and here's the point, yeah, over the last 2,000 years, many dedicated erstwhile people using telescopes and making star charts have all, either as a collective or independently, come to the conclusion that the stars are in a spherical map around the Earth. In other words, some of the stars disappear over the horizon and they come around with a beautiful harmony that suggests they were moving in a circle when they were out of view. Okay? That's a statement of fact. That's what people have come to, conclusions that many people have come to, who have dedicated their time, not just me and you, who just basically look at the stars and go, aren't they pretty? This is people who make maps, who try and understand the patterns of their motion. So
but
you
you're
have to.
still you're begging the question. You're begging the question with even saying that the star is going past the horizon, right? It's going past the horizon. It's not going underneath it. This is where things need to be picked apart, and we need to go back to all the way back to Euclidean, right? Euclidean geometry. And like I can't remember the phrase that was said over the building, but before people could even get into philosophy or talk about anything else that had to do with anything else, they had to start with logic. And that is based in sorry, I'm gonna start that is based in Euclidean geometry. So they had to study that first, and then they could move on to other things. People have lost logic in science. Like it is so illogical. There are so many fallacies within it. They are not accounting for every single variable that could possibly be. They aren't thinking. Once they think that they know something, they're like, we know it. And then when people try, especially now after the whole moon race and this whole globe thing that's been happening, especially since the 60s, you can't even go up against it. You can't even point out to even people like regular everyday people that this is fallacious. It is completely fallacious, and they will argue against it no matter how fallacious it is. Like this has to be recognized.
Of course, and I understand what you're saying, but that, with all due respect, that is being disingenuous to the people who've actually studied the geometry of the motion, who didn't just make the assertion that, it disappears out of my point of view. They actually mapped the motion of things on the equator across the entire night sky.
Understanding me. They're begging the question that it is a
No,
sphere.
no, that's not true.
Not.
A lot of these,
They're not begging the question. Tell me how.
No, a lot of these people that did these observations in the past, who were passionate people, were religious people who believed that the Earth was the center of the universe.
Exactly, and they created a new religion. Awesome.
And they had a preconception the Earth was flat, and that they were trying to map the firmament. But the conclusion that they came to on many occasions was that it wasn't a hemisphere, it was a sphere.
Yeah, because they weren't realizing what they didn't know that they didn't know. There are many things that right now, as we're talking right now and what we think we know, there are so many things that we didn't know that we don't know that we don't know yet, right? There's so much out there that we haven't had the epiphany yet. Oh, like they didn't have the epiphany that this is perspective. They didn't have the epiphany that, hey, if I take a pair of binoculars, I can zoom back in again. And if I take out a telescope, once it disappears again, I can zoom it back in again. Perspective takes a major key. Also refraction, the celestial refraction, right?
What does celestial refraction mean?
celestial refraction is we have density layers, and all these density layers, when we are looking at things, then there is also celestial refraction as there is terrestrial refraction, right?
Can you prove can you prove what's between us and the star that causes the refraction?
No, I can't. And
But
so
then it's no better than what they're saying, is it? It's no more qualified than what they're saying.
Exactly. Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere that you tried to attack me with something, but we actually agree. And now we're pointing out where these begging the question fallacies are, right? So
Sure,
you just
I'm
tried to
not.
attack me with something, but I
No,
actually agree with you. So this is
I'm not.
fascinating.
I'm not attacking you. I'm begging the question. That's different. I'm not personally attacking you. I'm trying to. We're having a discourse. I'm not attacking you. I'm not.
I didn't mean that you were like being hostile or anything along
No,
those lines. I'm saying
Didn't he
like
just
you were trying to
admit
come
he's
at me
begging
with
the
something.
question? So you know you're begging the question? Are you doing it intentionally, or did you just realize it afterwards?
No, I'm begging the question. How do we? I say I've been I've maybe because it's not been on ladies' night, and maybe I'm taking up too much of your time, and you need to be talking to other people. So perhaps I'll just listen. But I've always been, I've said since I've been on here that I can't prove these things. I can't observe these things. I'm always begging the question: how do we know how do we know what they say is true, and how do we know the assumptions we make, the people on here make are true? That's what I was doing. I'm not. It's very difficult to work out what.
Look, let me help you out real quick. You were talking about this quote unquote fact that these very passionate people that are religious and have beliefs, right? And they can usually admit that they're a belief and they have faith, right? That is an admitted fact
absolutely.
for most people that have religious, right? So they were so passionate that they were trying to document the firmament, and then they noticed that, oh, these stars are going under the horizon, right? They're setting. And so they begged the question and thought it was a sphere because they didn't take perspective into account, right? They didn't take the fact that if something moves farther away from you, it will disappear because we will not be able to see it anymore. And so they just assumed that, oh, wow, this means it's a sphere. So they created a new faith that is a heliocentric model, which I think you have already conceded to, that you do believe in it.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
I mean, that's where we're at. They're begging the question. And you even admitted that you were begging the question. So, yeah. None of this is anything that is provable. It is 100% a belief. There's no way around it, unless you have something to actually provide.
But it's disingenuous to the sophistication of their observation to suggest that when they see a star rotating around the sky and disappearing in the Near East, that in a period of time it reappears in the near west horizon is just a function of it going into the distance, because that's not how things work in real life.
What are you talking about? Like something can't move in a circle above us?
No, but of course it can. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Well,
But if
then I
they're
don't
watching it,
understand how something can move west and then come back around east, right? Or
well,
if it's circling
that's what
east constantly, why wouldn't it come back around? I don't understand what you're saying.
they observe.
Sorry, Shines. Sorry to interrupt you, dear. But I don't know if this will be of any help. Maybe not. But I'm assuming, but I don't like to assume. So this is why I'm asking. To the person that you're talking to, the gentleman, are you familiar with the conceptual idea of a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So are you guys talking about circumnavigation, or am I just
No,
need to
we're
be quiet?
talking about no, you're good. Thank you for hopping in with this because it's kind of trying. He's talking about them mapping the stars. These religious people, they were very passionate, which I said, they have a belief and a faith since they are religious that they admit to. Then they were very passionate. They mapped the stars because they were trying to find the firmament, and they discovered that the stars set. And so then they said, okay, well then this is a fact because it can't be a hemisphere. It has to be a sphere that is the stars are going around it because it's coming around the other side. They didn't think about all the variables of all the other ways it could be. Then they created the whole entire globe around this and said it was a sphere, which I said is begging the question. He admitted to that. But he's still saying that I'm being that we're being disingenuous, which I mean I don't understand. He even admitted that it's a belief for him, so I don't understand how we're being disingenuous.
No, what I'm saying is that they saw stars setting in the far west and then rising in the far east, and that's not a function of perspective.
That would be.
I also don't understand your statement on that. You do realize that the stars on every portion, you see them at a different time, and everybody sees them exactly that way, coming from the east, moving to the west. And then at all those time zones, you can only see them for that long, and then they move away, and then they reset every single year, like a clock.
Yeah.
So when you were trying to bring me up to date, Shines, I wrote down, that if you're going to be mapping the stars, don't you use a sextant for that?
No, not at all.
I mean, back then people did it with their naked eye. Then they started using telescopes, all these different things, and so we went through all of that as well. But yeah, we weren't talking about sextants.
No, a sextant is its only purpose of a sextant is to work out where you are on the surface based upon the stars and themselves and the horizon and the time. If you're looking for a
Right. Yeah, you can't just use a sextant at any given time. Yeah, I understand what you said, but
so that when these people are mapping the night sky, a sextant doesn't come into it because what they're doing, it's the map of the night sky that makes a sextant purposeful, not the other way around. Yeah, basically.
Okay.
An understanding of the night sky is a input into using a sextant, and that tells you where you are because they have a understanding of the geometry and the synchronicity of the stars and then where they move around the sky. They utilize that with a sextant to work out where you are, and but it's not the other way around. When they're using these people that are mapping the night sky, were literally painstakingly looking up at the constellations and on paper trying to extrapolate what they saw and the motion they saw. And this is long before they could point a camera up there on a long exposure and see these glorious circles of light, that you get because you have a long exposure photo of star trails. They had a model of that without long before the camera. But they also
Shine. Oh, sorry. So Shines. I apologize. Shines, what's your? Do you want to bring that back to what you were saying a few minutes ago? Or did you reach a conclusion pretty much? It sounds like that's what it kind of sounded like.
I mean, I think that we have reached the conclusion. I just don't think that he's able to concede that conclusion. And
and that's okay, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have to agree.
Well, no, but that's the thing is that he does agree. He does agree that it's a belief. He does agree.
Yeah, that's the weird part.
And he also says there's dishonesty behind it. I don't get it.
It's a belief
Well,
for me.
maybe we can.
It's a belief for me because.
Yeah. And can I say too? I mean, maybe these people that you're talking about. I don't know specifically these people, like what religious group you're talking about, but maybe they did do a great job at mapping the celestial bodies and whatever, And then what Shines was saying earlier about well, let's apply logic to that now. Let's bring it back down to earth, right? And so the one thing I would think of that's super simple is well, what about water, right? We're told the earth is 70% water, or probably even more, maybe a little less. I mean, I don't know the specific number, but what does water do? We continuously see it find its level, and it's contained. And so how can that even happen on a sphere, right? So maybe they just were so excited about what was above them, they forgot, to apply the same logic and the same observation power they were having to the earth, right? So we can't have a sphere spinning and still have water be level and contained. I mean, that's as simple as anything can get, right?
You're spot on with that. Everything you said was completely spot on, and it's the confounding variables that were never even considered. Which some of them, I mean, I recognize that there are things that we don't know, right? And we're constantly learning new things that we didn't know that we didn't know. I mean, there's things that we know that we don't know. Like I don't know how to, build a car, like somebody was saying earlier, right? I don't know how to work on an engine, but I know that I don't know that. But there are other things that we don't know that we don't even know, right? And so I will concede that there are
I
some
don't
things,
even know.
right? I don't know that I don't know these things. Like we all have this, right? And we have these epiphanies like, oh wow, I actually did not know that, right? Something that gets brought into us. But there had to have been things like perspective, art, things like this, like the fact that they can completely throw those variables out and just come into a group and say this is what it is without taking all these variables into consideration. I will concede that there might have been some things that they didn't know that they didn't know, but my goodness, there's too many variables. It's like, really? I mean it's suspect at best. Intellectually honest, for sure.
Yeah, but what I can see that it's difficult to get your head around. But going back to what I said, one thing before I give up the floor to, because there may be other people want to speak. I conceded to you that the notion of the spherical Earth, so to speak, is a belief for me because I can't prove it. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a belief to everybody. In the same way as, and hear me out here, if I was a Christian, I would believe in Jesus. I've got no proof of Jesus per se.
See, the thing is one of the foundations of the server is that we don't
I'm making that.
challenge. We don't challenge
No,
other people's beliefs. I'm not saying that that's
I'm
what
not.
you were saying, but
No,
we can
no.
all relate to that 100%. Absolutely.
I was making an analogy. Let me finish the analogy. Yeah,
Oh.
I may believe in Jesus Christ, yeah, but I'm sure John, like John or Paul or Peter's disciples, if he did exist, didn't believe in Jesus Christ. They knew Jesus Christ existed. Yeah. Now, just because just because I personally believe something, doesn't necessarily mean that other people can have knowledge of that.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
So I'm not saying that's the case with the globe Earth, but a belief for some people is not necessarily a belief for everybody. Maybe others who have made an observation.
Okay,
Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead.
I said, Sasha, I'm going to quote him from Livestream. He says, I believe in unicorns, Jesus, and Buddha together, but water keeps level. High five, bro.
Well, and this is the thing. Like,
everyone agrees.
Wait, hold on. Let me. Oh, sorry, my dear. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you. All right, I was just going to read another comment from one of our ladies. Karma says, of course, the globe is a belief/religion, but that is not a strong argument for the globe. No.
Yes, that is exactly what I was getting at, is that, so, okay, you can say you have this belief in it. You can say that you have faith in it, right? But that is not what scientists are teaching. They're teaching it as fact. The fact that you recognize that it's a belief is almost an anomaly, right? The fact that you are willing to concede, I believe in this, we do not hear that from, I mean, I've never heard it before from, this is literally my first time. I can attest to everyone else and all the other ladies, but this is my first time. So good on you for actually admitting that. But that is not what is happening out in the rest of the world. There might be some people, but this is not the majority, right? And this isn't like an appeal to authority. Like, this is literally what they're teaching in schools, what they are telling people since the moment we're born, with our mobiles over our beds and everything else that comes into play, is that this is factually true. So I think we're getting somewhere if people are starting to recognize, you know what, this is a belief, this is faith. So I have to thank you for that, that you are willing to admit that. And I hope that other people are willing to start admitting that as well.
Woohoo!
It has to be. It has to be a belief because I haven't proved it.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to be rude to you, sir. I just happened to see a lady that I think I recognize the name. Like, I think she changed it. Tracy Van No Allen Belt. Is that somebody new? I don't think so. Or
Oh
No,
no, she's
Jenny.
Tracy can be a guy or a girl's
She's been
name.
around.
Hello.
Hey, hey.
Can you hear me, Jenny?
I can.
All right. Yeah, it's me, Tracy.
Yay! Good
I
to
was just
see
listening.
you.
All right, on. Thank you. I was
What's
just
new for
listening to the lady.
you?
Oh, girl, I've been doing a lot of things. And
Okay.
just been busy, but I was able to make it today, but I just was enjoying listening to the girls, do their thing, and just waiting for a time to, be able to talk. But
Have you been following a little bit, like not just our Discord, but the community? Like, Kai, she's been putting out some songs.
oh yes, I
And
what
some
was
of
it?
the other ladies, like Karma in here with
Yes.
Drace and Lulu. So I don't know how long you've been gone.
Well, I was able to meet with out here in California in Venice. I was able to meet Kai and Wizit at the meetup,
Yes.
and I was able to meet Jaronism also, and that was really fun. And that was probably like a month ago or whatever. But
Wow.
I did make it for that, and that was awesome.
Yeah, Witsit's had a lot of practice in this very server.
I know it seems like
The
this is
man, the
this is
man
what
is like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going and going. And okay, so I'm gonna just tell you, there is an animated GIF, right, of Cat Williams, and he's looking around confused, right? And I can watch that GIF over and over and over while I listen to Witsit, and I'll just giggle up a storm because he'll just, how Witsit works, and it's just
yes,
like one thing after
amazing.
another, and it's like blowing people's minds. But they probably don't
Yes,
say nothing because they're scared.
they're scared, girl. I've seen it in action, in live action, and it is, oh my gosh, so many people they're in shock, and
Yes.
they're like,
You
are you,
have a
oh my
moment when
gosh,
that happens, when you realize that, oh my
yeah,
God, I think it's flat. You have a moment.
yeah,
You do.
and it,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Mm-hmm.
by it when Kai and Witsit were in Venice, it's right there at the beach, so the ocean's right there, and so
Right there.
it's like, look, the water's level. Look, it was like perfect. They could
Yep.
prove it right there, So yeah, that was awesome. And
Wait, in Venice, did they have a landmark out in the ocean?
well, it was, how can I say it? It was like overcast, so it wasn't that there was boats out there, but it was so like the temperature pressure, the you could see them, but it was just it
Yeah.
wasn't a clear day. That's what I should
Right.
say. It wasn't a clear day. But they were still able to say how the water is level. You know what I mean? Like if you look out in the ocean, side to
Right.
side, in front of you, it's all flat,
Yeah.
level, sea level.
Nobody's ever seen curved water. I don't care if Wolfie 6020 says Lake
Yeah.
Pontchartrain curves and shit. It's
No.
like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get out of here with that shit. BS. Get up out of here.
GTFO, man. That's what you ought to do. But
Yes,
that is
yes.
cool. You get to meet them.
Yeah, that
So
was really fun. And Dan the Waterman, I met him also. I've met a lot of people. It was great. A lot of flat earthers showed up.
oh man. I bet you the energy there was pretty interesting.
It was awesome. And it was a beautiful day. It was really nice and sunny. I took my dog, so we got to walk the boardwalk and everything. And a lot of people, they bring their dogs there to walk, and enjoy the the beautiful beach. So that was also fun. So yeah.
I don't know if anybody can top that one.
Yeah, it was.
That
I'm
is
like,
so cool.
it was, you guys. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If anybody gets a chance to see what's it in your town, I suggest you go and take a look and meet him
Dude,
and see.
Really
I'm
jealous. You
I'm
got
extra
to see him.
jealous because I missed him in St. Louis. I could have
He didn't
traveled
come to
just an
Northern
hour.
California. He did not come to Northern California, and I was like, "Please come out here." He's like, "Oh, we're
Oh,
definitely in Northern California." I was like, "Sweet, Bay Area, like come and see us." And he
yeah.
only went to Southern, so you're very lucky. That's really cool that you got to hang
It's
out.
better than missing.
Yeah,
Not
Shine. It was great. I'm so man. It was just like really the best feeling ever. It was just great. It was
That's
great
awesome.
because you
wait,
could
hey,
because they're so being that there's flat earthers there. You're able to just speak freely about it, and everyone knows what we're talking about with each other. It was just great. I'll do it again.
Sounds amazing.
are you gonna go to Flattoberfest? Is that happening soon?
I can't make it to that. I'm sorry. No, I won't be
Yeah, I
able to
can't
make it.
travel like that,
Yeah, it's
unfortunately.
like I mean, I wish I could, but I just can't. But I know that it's going to be awesome and everybody's going to have a wonderful, wonderful time.
And
So
they
I'm
always
sure.
live stream stuff.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So we'll be able to take a look at that. So that'll be great. Cool. But what's been going on in here? Like, how's everybody doing?
Better know that you're here. Missed hearing your voice. Haven't heard you in a long time.
You got any more
Yeah, I
music,
was
Karma?
wondering how you were doing.
Hi. Okay. Cool. And Karma, do you got any music out? You got any more music?
I haven't been doing much. I'm sorry. Real life has been keeping me too busy.
Yeah, you've been busy too, huh?
Hey, you know
What
what?
about
I'm
your
not
brother?
tired of your songs, so
What about your brother? I know he's got something. He's got some new music, doesn't
He
he?
probably does.
Yeah, Drace always got some good
Which one
music.
were you up to?
Okay, okay, let me think. The last I heard was Drace and Bong, or no, Bong did the beat, and then I heard the one with Drace and Crypto. Crypto did the beat. That's the last I've heard. Anything after that lately?
I think those were the most recent ones. He's been busy too because we've been dealing with family stuff.
Oh, okay. I hope everything's okay.
It's all getting better. Like one of her grandmas is sick, and mom went to the ER for 2 days and spent a week in hospital, and then she's been getting better. And just a lot of stuff, but we've been getting
Oh,
through it, and everything's getting better.
okay, okay.
Well, yeah,
Um,
I'm so glad everyone's healing up.
yeah.
Yeah, it all works out in the end. And we do have a lot of songs in the works where we've been meaning to finish off. Like I've had a few that I've been supposed to record like months ago.
any snippets, like sneaky peekies? Probably
Um,
don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
and what about Lulu? Does Lulu have any music out lately? Luluka?
I think she's been traveling quite a bit. I don't know
Okay,
if she has
okay.
anything new out, but I thought she was traveling quite a bit recently,
Okay.
so I'm not sure she's had the time to do anything.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to catch
Have
up
you
on
heard the one
everybody.
she did with Elijah?
Oh, yes. Um, are you talking about Moonshine, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love that
Super
song.
good,
Yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Do you guys play music still for ladies' night sometimes?
That's funny you
Yeah,
mentioned
Kai's
that
most
because I was
recent one
thinking
is really
it.
good.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can listen
And
to
she's
them.
dropping another one soon. I heard that today. I got super hyped.
Whoop whoop. Hey, where's it at? Where's it at? Let's get it on here. I bet it's bomb. I bet it's like, it's gonna be good, you girl. You know it, huh? Kai's song's
Hell
gotta
yeah,
be
it's gonna be
good.
good.
It's gonna
It
be
is
on
good.
fire.
I heard it. It's good.
Oh, for real? Sound
It's
the
real good.
alarms.
It's a love song. You'll have to wait. Wits is gonna drop it, so I'm not gonna play it until that happens because I want Wits to do his thing because he talked about it the other night and I found it. So yeah, it's good. I like it. It's a love song and it's about Wits.
I bet it is. That's awesome. I can't wait. Okay. When's this supposed to happen? Is it today or tonight?
I don't know because Witsit just mentioned it last night on his live stream that she had one coming up and that he would be dropping it soon. So that's how I found out about it, and I just kind of did some sneaking around and found it. So I'm just giving you heads up. It's good, guys. You'll like it.
Okay.
And then I asked Miss Gitsit if it. Yeah, well, and I asked her last night. She was on this here in the 24, and so I had asked her. I said, "So, what's the title?" And she gave me the title, and I went, "Okay." What is it? Apples and Sunshine. Apples and Sunshine, if I remember right.
Actually, that was on her spot. Not sorry. Let me get the right app.
Yeah, it's there. Don't play it though.
SoundCloud.
It's gonna drop it. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, you can go listen.
Okay,
She probably hasn't heard The Matrix yet.
What's it drop it? Because I know he wants to.
Actually,
SoundCloud.
I opened up my app and that was it. Actually,
okay.
I
But
listened
what
to
about
it.
the Matrix one? She has to hear the Matrix one.
The Matrix. Okay, yeah. Can you guys play some music? Can we hear Kai?
Trace has it lined up. If you guys say okay, we're hitting go.
Drace,
Yeah, okay.
get it popping, homie. Let's do this. And then after that, we'll look for some globies. Look in this
Yeah, we
chat.
played it before Ladies Night, I think, was Matrix. And I was listening to it all day today.
Okay, cool. Yeah, play that.
Hi.
He's pressing the button. Nothing's happening yet, but it's maybe happening in a second.
Okay.
I can't wait till they do more collab.
Ooh, I hear it. Okay.
This is some jam.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me. They're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? It don't mean nothing to me. They're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Amazing.
Whoa! Yeah, that was so fucking fire. What they gonna say
What are
right
they gonna
now?
say right now?
Say
See, yeah.
nothing. They can't say nothing. Earth is flat. Oh my gosh, I'm hyped. I gotta get that song. I love it. Kai, your
I
song is
knew you'd love it.
great. That could be on the
I was
radio.
like, she has to hear that.
That could literally be on the radio. I'm not even playing. That is so good. The beat is awesome. The melody, it's just great.
It's very slick, but do you think it will ever get on the radio?
It really could.
Playing
like,
it at
I
work.
know. I agree. It
Oh,
could be on the
yeah.
radio, but do you think that they'll allow it on the radio?
They're haters.
I don't think they will.
Man. Yeah, because the radio stations, they're paid to play the songs. They get
Sure.
money to play the songs that the record labels, tell them to play or whatever.
It was
So
very slick.
That's
It's
actually
very
a good
good.
idea. We should start a flat Earth station. I mean, it wouldn't really be that hard to do, especially if it was like nowadays it's AM, right? Like AM used to be the popular one, and then it switched over to FM. But AM has,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an easy radio broadcast. We could have 24-hour just flat Earth music. That would be really
I
cool.
love that
I
idea.
would
That's a
love
great
if you
idea.
could do that on AM radio. That would be
That would be so
great.
cool.
Tune in 24/7 flat Earth music. That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
I mean, a route into that for you guys would be, if you've all seen the kind of the atheist experience, couldn't there be a flat Earth experience? On a radio blog or a video log like like they do for the atheists do. Surely that would be a good way of, you could have your, people ring you up and you could discuss things with them like you are on here, but actually then you can then put it onto YouTube. It's a very effective medium for communicating what you've flat Earth experience.
I think
Why
that's
not?
a great idea too. To have the
Yeah.
phone in where people just don't have to.
Irrespective of what you think about what the atheist experience do, they've got a very good model there. They have their show, and after their show, which is in Texas, I believe, they have a meetup in a restaurant, and people can come from the area and just face to face talk to them as well. And from what I can gather, they're nice people. They'll talk to you and they're engaged with you both. I mean, they're very aggressive on their radio channel, but when you meet them in person, they're quite affable. I think that it would be a massive benefit to this community to have that kind of exact same interaction with people.
See, but I think that's a great idea as well, because even if somebody, like, if we did it, like, even if it was a coffee shop, like, we each take turns and we're like, okay, we're going to stream it from where I am right now in the Bay Area of California, right? And then we can have somebody else do it from Southern California or whatever. We have these
Brilliant.
meetups and we have people talk to us, right, through this
Yep,
meetup,
yep.
but we
Yep.
also have people calling in, right? And so they get to talk to multiple people and hear differing points of view and have these discussions for, hours on end, however
That's
long we want
exactly
to have
it.
it. Yeah,
That's
so
exactly
they
it.
can bring a lot of people together in person and out of person.
Because you've got the
I
mute.
so want to do that. I so want to.
Exactly, because you've got the mute button, you've got control, you've got the control of the forum. You let people on if they get aggressive or abusive. You cut them off, and if they're being ridiculous, you can put it on YouTube and show them for their fallacy. But the key is that you give people. It's very intimidating coming on Discord. I do it for lots of things at work, and I do it for lots of things that have nothing to do with this kind of discussion. But actually, when you arrive somewhere and you effectively you're launched into this forum and you don't know what's going on, it's very one to one. It works quite well sometimes, I think.
I think I get what you mean as far as like face to face. Some people are more comfortable communicating that way. Although I think something like Discord will reach more people just because more people have access to it.
Of course, but like I said, you can't. In the end of the day, that's what the atheist experience I found. You can't beat having people ring up and just getting them to stick on topic, getting them to follow through their thought process and run through it with them. And if you've got people that you're on the end of your lines who like you have here, that know all the facts, have got all the responses to anything you could be asked, it can only be beneficial to your cause, surely. And it would give everyone who is here an opportunity to hone their response and to create a coherent retort in a discussion forum like they do in that mechanism. But the point I'm making is that it's whether you believe in what the atheist experience are saying or what they believe is not arguable. It's no point in arguing the fact that the system they have there benefits their cause. That's the key.
Yeah, okay. I think we get your point just fine. Great idea, buddy. I think we can go on about
the atheists. I could care less. Well, me personally, I could care less about the atheists, but I do understand you're saying. I guess they have a radio channel on AM radio or something like that. Maybe we can start a flat Earth radio channel on AM. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah,
we could have shows, different shows. We could even have a comedy show. We could do all kinds of stuff. It would be cool.
I think they use.
We could do all kinds of variety.
I think they use public broadcast services, don't they? I think you have that in the States, don't you, where you could actually set up a channel in a local area. I think that's what they do. I must stress, I'm not advocating their beliefs. I'm telling you what they do, and how effective it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So tell me about yourself. What do you think about the Earth you live upon? What shape is it? Are you a globe? What do you think the Earth is?
Well, I mean,
before this happens, we already had like hours of conversation. Everyone in the chat is already like, "Oh no!"
So
like,
we could vote next. We could vote next if we wanted to.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I see a couple people in here. There's Weasley.
Go for the next people. Go for the next people. Definitely.
Okay,
Go for the next people.
Who we got here?
We have Weasley and the programmer are the two people that I'm seeing. If anybody sees anybody else, but those are the two that I see. If you guys want to chime in.
What you said his name is Wesley?
Okay, yeah. The programmer said he doesn't want to talk. He's just listening. And I think it's Weasley.
He's scared.
I don't know if I'm saying
scared,
that right.
Wesley?
No, that was the programmer. But
He's
Weasley hasn't responded yet.
Oh, okay. Shucks. And you said there's another guy that said he's doing he's programming right now?
No, the programmer said that he's just listening. He doesn't want to talk. And then Weasley is not responding.
Hey, programmer guy, come on in.
Hi.
I'm here. Okay, I'm here. I'm a programmer.
Hello.
What's up, Mr. Programmer?
I'm doing okay. Thank you.
You are welcome. So, what's up? What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Computer programmer guy.
The shape.
Are you into the globe?
Excuse me. Let me turn off the Okay. The shape of the Earth is basically flat. Not technically flat, but it has some, elevation, stuff like that. But yeah, it's flat technically.
Yes, you are absolutely right. It is flat as can be.
Yeah.
And so,
Where are you
how did you
from?
find our server? How did you find our server?
I was in Rob Stever group. He always talking about flat Earth and how it related to the Bible, and
Yeah.
so I found the post that somebody was. I found the group through somebody posting it in
Mm-hmm.
Rob group, and then I came here. So
Wonderful. Yes. Well,
yeah,
you're talking to the right girl as far as that goes, because
Thank you for honoring him. Thank you
yes,
for honoring him and coming here. Really, that's wonderful to hear.
yeah, it is.
absolutely,
It's really good.
absolutely.
It's really good to be here.
And we are glad that you
To be with like-minded people. It's really good.
absolutely. And today is ladies' night, and that's where we ladies take over for a few hours on Friday evening to
Okay,
speak.
okay. Sorry
So
about that. I'm new.
it's great. No, because that's why we do it, so that we can speak to the new people that come in and get to know you better.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
I am glad. I'm glad that you made it today.
yeah.
So
It's awesome.
how long have you been okay, I know you said you learned from Rob's channel, but how long have you been looking into the flat earth?
Uh, I found out it was back in 2017. I didn't know much about it, but I've been heard about it and reading about it. I thought usually I thought the shape of the earth is flat, but more limited, and maybe there's a chance we can fall off the edge. That's what I
Oh,
thought at
no, no.
first.
Right.
And
No. A lot of people think that because there's a fake it's called Flat Earth Society, which is a fake Flat Earth channel, I should say, and on their website they have a disc flat Earth that's going straight up into the sky, like as if it's just going all into space, which is fake. But so a lot
Hey,
of
Tracy.
people, yeah, they happen to see that and think that we're like that, but we aren't. We are
Hey,
no.
Tracy.
Hello,
Sorry to
yes.
interrupt you. I
Okay.
actually, the other day, I spoke to a young lady in here, and she actually, the first time she came across Flat Earth was from Flat Earth Society visual imagery. And she
What?
immediately assessed that it was ridiculous and she didn't look into it.
That's
She like
amazing.
dismissed it.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. I thought I gave
Oh
her the Flat
man.
Earth, the ladies' night tag. So hopefully she'll come back next week.
Oh, Jenny, I'm glad you let her know that.
I
Wow.
know.
So
We had a long conversation.
I could just imagine how many other people have done that. You know what I
I
mean?
know. It's a real thing.
That would be a great
Oh,
clip
Yeah, the
to
smart ones
upload
really.
to YouTube. Like if you guys can cut that and have that conversation up there, that would be awesome.
Oh man,
Are there any single flat Earth ladies?
let me see. I gave her a role. Maybe I can look it up.
I
I'm
can't deal with those
single.
glove bitches anymore. Please.
That's hilarious.
How
That's
do you
awesome,
guys
man.
feel?
Well, keep coming
I live
here.
in
That's know. Well, Wits had found somebody, so it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, see, it works.
Yeah, it's not easy though. For instance, I live in Iceland. We have 300,000 people, like 350,000 at most. How many flat earthers do you think I'm gonna find here
I'll
when I'm a
fly to you.
social Turk who stays at home and stays on
And
Discord?
Karma, he said he'll fly to you. He said he'll come out
That's
there.
not that. I'm serious.
How old are you?
Old enough.
Yeah, but too old? That's the question. How old are you?
31.
Okay, that's actually doable. I'm only 28.
Woo! Hey, I think it's gonna happen. Hey, you guys Wow, if that happens, that'll be two couples.
It'll be
That
a
would be
dream come
That's
hilarious.
true.
funny. Well, have you seen Dave Weiss's Flat Earth app that's connecting people as well? So you can find other flat earthers and you might find some other
Yeah, does it have like
female
a singles
ones out there.
selector?
Well, you could definitely put on there that you're single, and I don't know if you'd find
Oh,
people that way, but it might work. Might work.
hey, ladies. Okay,
Yeah.
so I actually messaged her, the one who I was talking about. Her name's Rabbit.
Rabbit. Okay, I'll try to remember. Rabbit.
I'm gonna
Okay.
look her up
Wasn't
on
she here last week? Wasn't she here last week or the week before? She was here at one point. I remember
Not
that name
new.
coming up.
Yeah, her.
Yeah.
Not on Ladies Night. I've heard her in here some other time as well. So
Yeah, she
I
was
recognize the name.
she was here.
And Jenny, she's the one that went to the Flat Earth Society first. Is that the one?
If memory serves me, I mean, please ask her about it yourself. If you
Okay.
if you see her in here.
Okay. Wow, because I've never met anyone that's ever was there. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing her talk about that again. Her experience, her journey. That's what I usually
Yeah, like
ask people.
so who are the people in there? Are they are they these anti-glober? I mean, anti-flat earther? You know what I mean? The fake the ones that we argue with a lot. Are those the people in there?
Well, I just checked in a guy named Sailor, and he actually came from that server, so maybe he can provide
He's here
more
right now?
insight to that. Yeah, he's in here right now.
Sailor. Hello. Hello, Sailor. You there?
Hey, sorry, I was going to the bathroom.
So, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, no, that's okay. They were just talking about somebody else who had been in the Flat Earth Society, and I said that you came actually from that server because Tracy. Hey, Tracy, by the way, it's been a while.
Hey, girl.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. And you?
I am well, thank you. So
Great.
she was just asking what type of people were in there, and I had said that you had come from that server, so maybe you could provide some insight for her with the type of people
Yeah.
on that server.
Pretty much average Globers. They're
Knew it.
just like, always going to authority and always siding with people for no reason. I asked, like we talked about earlier, when someone, in my eyes, lies or is deceitful about one thing, that basically throws their entire credibility out the window. But to them, that's still not enough, and they don't understand why someone would lie, or the world or a organization would lie. I try to recommend for them to research stuff like Freemasonry, but they're uninterested.
What?
Yeah.
Maybe point them at Project Veritas. It's pretty easy to watch because it's just YouTube videos and they're doing exposés and stuff. So that kind of proves that people do lie and stuff.
Karma. Sorry to come in at the tail end of what you were saying, but I just thought of, for some reason, it just came to my mind. I talked to a customer today, and he was wearing a mask, and he said something that made me go in and tell him about, sorry, I always say this, I never say it right, coaches' postulates. And I wrote down Dr. Andrew Kaufman. That's the only one that I know right offhand. But anyway.
Just say Koch's postulates. Most of the scientists say Koch's, not
Oak,
coaches.
like the
Yeah,
drink?
just Koch's.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Even though it's spelled like with the CH. A lot of them just say Koch's.
Okay, but anyway, I think I went too much on the sidebar to explain myself. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I was trying to think of too much at once, ladies. Give me a minute and I will back to what I was trying to say. Karma, what did you say a moment ago, dear? Can you recall?
Project Veritas. Does that bring it back?
And what were they doing? Because they do a lot of things.
Project Veritas?
Yeah,
that
what
we're
is
being
it?
lied to.
They do videos, they do exposés, they prove that we're being lied to because they record people undercover.
Oh,
For
Bringing
crises that are going on. Yeah.
For me, it's like I always walk into the other room and then it comes back.
Yeah. Or maybe I'm not meant to say it on the live stream. There's that. Because I forget that we're being recorded sometimes. I don't want to. Yeah.
And by the way, the walking through the door into another room only works if you left the thought in that room. Because going through the
Right.
door, you're in another space, and it's something to do with how your brain works or something. But if you were originally in this room when you thought of it, don't leave the room because you'll be leaving
Right.
the thought
That's
behind.
not
Just
going to help.
relax and let it come to you.
I would agree with that completely. But yeah, it had something to do with a conversation that I had not like 2 hours ago with the customer. He had. I'll stop thinking of it, and then I'll think of it. One of you girls will say something, and then I'll just. I guess that will teach me for trying. I hope I didn't interrupt you or in your thought or anything, Karma. If I did, I really apologize. Because you know how when you think of something, you don't want to forget it. So I appreciate
Karma.
you.
Coming in hot. Hey, Karma, can you ask your brother Drace to please play his song called I think it's Cancellation. The Cancellation. This is a globe cancellation.
Is that with cryptos or
No,
songs?
it's just Drace. It's Drace by
Okay.
himself on this one.
Oh, good.
And oh my God, it's my favorite by Drace.
He's got a wonderful voice. It's a rich, manly voice. It's incredible, actually.
Yeah, he has
I'm
his own sound. Yeah.
Mhm.
I love that song, and it's really good, ladies. Like I promise you, and he talks about all the like the scientific method. Like he talks about what we talk about. Oh my gosh. If you could find it, Karma, please play that. It hypes
He
me
got
up.
it ready.
Then I'll be able to after the song. Then I can.
I remember.
Hey, who's the Icelandic chick again?
That's Karma.
I'm Karma. Yeah, who's my future husband? I don't know your name yet.
Okay.
What's your name?
It's me.
I'm on phone. I can't see who's lighting.
Hollywood. How's it going, Hollywood?
Oh,
It's great.
Perfect.
We got single
my
flat Earth
God.
chicks in here.
I have a question for everybody.
There you go, Karma.
I haven't heard from you, Hollywood, in like a year or two.
They wouldn't let me back in.
Are you kidding me? Aren't you a
I had
flirt?
to fight my way back in. You have no idea.
Wait.
Oh,
did you
I
say
do.
It must have been quite the infraction.
You
Guess
didn't
who
change
won?
up,
Interesting
did you?
times.
You are a flat earther, right?
I'm the real deal.
Okay, then you gotta stay here. You can't get kicked out no more, okay?
I'm trying to keep my mouth shut as much as possible.
Okay, check it out, Hollywood. Listen to this song by Drace. I mean, man, it is so good. I'm ready. Come on, let's play it. Globe
Grace,
cancellation.
love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification. To name a few. It's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation. The cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No manner of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and maths experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile per hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you, you're a victim of a psychological operation.
Woo! That was
Can I just
awesome.
say, okay,
That is
number
so
one,
good.
number
Yeah,
one
that's
was that
amazing.
was so
Dope.
fantastic. But
Fire.
Tracy, your hype abilities are like insane. I was like, I already love that song, but like you in the background, like, you know, hyping it up. I was like, I'm so hyped right now. It was amazing. I love that. Thank
You
you.
need to like add that to the actual song. That would be so good.
Oh, Trace, I love you, dude. You got some serious vocal lyrics and your your thought pattern.
Lyricist. He's a
Yes.
lyricist, yes.
You are the baddest, man. That shit is fire. I love it, man. Oh, it's so good. That song is so good.
You gotta come back more often, Tracy.
Right?
We
It
miss
is so
you.
fun. I am so glad I skipped karaoke night to hang out with
I'm
all
so
you
glad I
guys.
just popped in. I totally didn't even realize it was Friday.
Yay!
Yeah.
I'm so glad I came today too.
No doubt. I just looked at the list on the live stream. I'm like, I saw Tracy. I'm like, wait, I know a Tracy.
Now she's got that epic name, Tracy Van Noellen Belt.
Yeah, Noel Bell. Oh
Nice.
man. Okay, guys,
Okay.
Globers, come on out and play.
But wait, I remembered my question that I had. So,
okay.
all right, so we started he opened the door and I'm like, hey, this, and this. And then, okay, get this. He comes back. He went to customer service and on his way out, he said that he listened to Alex Jones. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I rolled my eyes and I said, well, I guess you got to start somewhere. Is what I told him.
Yeah.
And I said, you need to find someone else to listen to. I mean, well, I heard people talk about how he's controlled opposition. I said, sir, you are exactly right. That is exactly my point. And so he asked me for alternatives. I mean, he said he goes on BitChute. So I don't know, like, what's like the raciest stuff you could send him?
I mean, on BitChute is kind of hard, and in all fairness,
Really?
I would have to say that Alex Jones, while yes, he is like diet woke and like, you know, shill material or whatever people want to call it, he has also been right, and people are realizing that, whoa, he has been right, right? Like even with the gay frogs, he was right. Like You know, they're putting
I
stuff
don't like
in
them
the
putting
water.
chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay.
Yeah, but it's true. But it's true. And so people are realizing these things like, whoa, like Alex Jones was right. So it is an entry level, right? And that's what I mean. People can say that that's a psyop or whatever, but I'm sorry, like it does lead people, those people that have that open mind that are able to then, you know, explore other things. But BitChute is a tough one. I think even Rockfin might be better than BitChute, quite
Well,
honestly.
I guess
Because at least Eddie
who's your
Bravo's on there, and like there's other people on there, like San Tripoli is on there, which I mean I'm more fond of Eddie Bravo than I am of
Stan
Sam Tripoli.
Tripoli? Yeah.
He's on there. There's a lot of people that are on that channel, but
Wait,
BitChute, it's tough to
Glowbusters,
even like
Darren is on.
wait. Okay, so when you said Stan Tripoli, you said what station?
It's
Or
called Rockfin, and it's spelled
oh
ROK.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
over there now. You're right.
Yeah.
Do you gotta pay for that, or is that a free
No.
app?
It's a free app. You can watch everything, but you can pay for like more things, just like with YouTube. You know what I mean? But no,
Okay.
it's totally free, so you can watch anything that's on there. But some videos will say like, "Oh, you need to pay to like watch the extended thing," which the same thing happens
Yeah.
on YouTube, where it's like you have to go to now my site to watch the rest
It
of it.
depends on the creator. If they have their own like Patreon supporters and stuff, they don't need to do that. But it, just depends. Some people divide their content in half. I hate that personally.
Yeah, but even with
It's
the
like,
Patreon people, they're like, okay, now you have to go behind this paywall to watch the rest of it. You get this 15
I
minutes, and then you can
know.
watch it. You know, it's like
But the nice thing there, it is only $10 a month, and you get every creator. That's one fee.
On Rockfin?
Done.
Yeah, how does that
$10
work?
a
Because
month.
I haven't signed up. Like I
Rockfin.
didn't
So you pay the
understand how
one.
that works.
Yep. You pay the one fee. It's $10 a month, $9.99, and you get every creator's content available that
Can't
they
you
have that's
pick
behind
something?
this
Because I thought
behind and
Jared,
on free. You
I
can pick
thought
them
Jared
all. You can pick
said
anyone you
that.
want. You pick a creator that you want to make your basically like I don't know, what do you call it, like your entry into. They get a little higher
That's what
percentage
I was
then of the
wondering.
monthly
Okay.
fees from all of it. They're sharing with all these creators, so you can pick somebody that you think is worthy of being your access into it to pay, but they don't get a whole lot more than everybody else.
it's
And
just
so
like
yeah,
doing
you
like
get to
the
choose.
hashtag whatever. You know, hashtag this to get your entry. It goes. They get like a 10%, entry fee kind of a thing.
Yeah, they get
So,
something, whatever the percentage is. Yeah.
so who would be like world stage commentators like in the truth community on Rockfin? Kind of like, the only one that I can think of from back in the day would be like someone like Max Egan. I don't know. I never was not an avid follower, so I'm not saying he's the example of what I'm asking, but so that's why I said like a Alex Jones alternative to send to this guy because he's gonna ask me.
I mean, honestly, I would just say he needs to use keyword searches, right? And on Rockfin, you will get what you're looking for. So he can type things
Yeah,
in
it
and
works.
get to those places. He can even do that even by YouTube. Like you just have to get past the algorithm. So you type in, different key phrases of what you're looking for, then you click on, the rest of it, and then click on upload date, and then you have to scroll. You know what I mean? But you can still find things even on YouTube still. And even on BitChute, I think is the hardest. I think their algorithm of searching for things, it's really hard to find stuff on BitChute if you
I
don't
couldn't
know who you're
find
looking for.
anything
Yeah,
like past like
it's really
6 months ago, and I was like, "That's ridiculous. Something's wrong with that."
Yeah, BitChute, it has a horrible algorithm for searching for anything.
Okay, so
right now.
I'll definitely refer him to Rockfin. I'm sure he can figure it out.
Did you tell him about our Discord?
Well, I asked him if he used Discord, and he didn't seem like he was really technically savvy. And so yeah. Usually people are talking about, what's going on right now, what we, really can't talk about on YouTube live stream. But so yeah, usually it's about that. I mean, you got to meet people where they are. You can't just jump in with flat earth. Not in the context I'm in. Not in the context I'm in. If I was walking through a park I'd never go through again, sure. I could run across and say, Earth is flat. Sure, I'd do it.
Hey Jenny,
I don't
I
give a
tried. Hey Jenny, I tried that before at a party, and it didn't work out too good for me. And I ended up
right. People
for
get
the
all bunched up.
yeah, there was a guy, and yeah, it was crazy. And he was a what is it called? He was a Qer, a QAnon, a Q something.
QAnon.
Yeah, that. And so I thought, like, because I didn't know at that time, I didn't know what that Q. I thought was down with flat Earth. Like I didn't know anything about it or whatever. So I thought that, oh, I could talk to him about it, and oh my goodness, it was the wrong thing because he he got all in my face, and yeah, I had to
Whoa.
protect myself, girl, and I did. I protected myself,
Whoa.
and he crunched over. I got him right in his, you know what, kicked him in there, and he fell over, and then all the his friends or people at the party were like, "Hey, guy, what you doing?" Like they thought,
Good for
you know,
you.
I can laugh
Jeez.
about it now,
Okay.
but yeah.
So this one customer, I'm not trying to allude to this any certain topic, but uh, he had a mask on, and it said very clearly on the mask, Epstein didn't kill himself. So it's
That
like
was
you don't believe the media when they say that, but you're going to believe the media to do what you're doing right now. You have no idea how much I want to scream at that dude. It's like, what are you doing?
yeah,
That's
that is
such a
so.
conflict.
I know.
Well, that's like the
Conflict
diet
thinking.
woke, right? They're like, I'm being complicit,
Yeah.
but I can use this to like advertise my views.
Oh,
No, you're missing the
Please don't.
point.
Yeah,
very
so
very cringe in the moment of being by, I've waited on him, cashier at a grocery store. It's like, I don't bring up nothing unless the customer brings it up first. Never.
yeah.
That is my solemn rule.
Well, I learned like I know now who I could kind of talk to, from
Right.
that.
Yeah,
But
of course.
at first I didn't, I would say it to everybody, like I was like, all happy about it, like, hey, have you heard about that? But oh wow, yeah, that happened, and I bet from I don't know what happened if he's looked into this or not, but I'm pretty sure maybe since that happened with he and I that he might have looked into it, but I'll never know because it was a party. It was like a house party, and he wasn't
Yeah,
like
you
my
never,
friend or nothing.
all you did was plant a seed,
Yeah,
and he
that's
can't reject the seed. He can't. You can't
Because you clicked him in the
unknow
seat.
that. That sounded really
yeah.
weird. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I'm gonna write that
No,
down.
it did. It
Yeah,
did.
I kicked him in all his seeds. Yep, yep. Woo. Yeah. Hey,
Sorry,
Globy,
everyone.
it's all good. Is there
Oh
where you at,
God.
Globy? I know you want to talk to us ladies. Come on
Well,
in.
so I see two people. There is Super Fluoride, and there is also who was the other person? I think it was no, it's not a Sailor. Sailor, are you here?
Yeah,
Hey, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing well. What brings you here?
I just found this Discord.
How'd you find it?
Noah showed it to me. Showed it to me.
Ah.
I was on the Flat Earth Society Discord. I thought that's the only Flat Earth related thing on the
This
whole, like,
man.
on Discord. Yeah, and it sucked because I was like the only real one there, and then he just threw the link out to this one in like the general chat, and then I joined.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wait.
and I was like, "What the hell? There's so
What?
many people here."
Wait. What? Wait. Let me make sure I heard you right.
So there's
Are
a
you?
flat earther in the Flat Earth Society that posted our link there.
Yes. That's what I
Nice.
wanted
That
to
was a
ask.
good idea. That's what we should be
Yeah.
doing. Dropping that link.
He didn't even
Yep.
get banned. I don't know. It's
Somebody's
like
doing it.
it's like so inactive. I was like the only one really in there debating people. So I don't even think he got banned or anything. I don't even think anyone saw it.
Wow.
Nice.
Well,
Very
thank you,
smart.
Sailor. Thank you for coming here, Sailor. I truly appreciate it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I got so much stuff that you guys have in here that I have to look into. So much stuff.
So what's going on with the difference between what you heard over there and what you've heard so far over here? So like, do you notice the differences?
Yeah, of course. It's a lot easier here because over there I try to debate. I have like a small like kind of archive of stuff that I've been downloading just only recently, but here you guys have a bunch of stuff that you could just pick and throw out when you're debating people. I would try to find stuff, but as we all know, shit just gets deleted and erased and removed all the time. Like I would try to find stuff that I like a couple weeks ago I'd find, and then I'd try to reference it and I'd look for it, but I couldn't find it. And then I look like the idiot because it got removed.
Well, what is the number one reason you think that the Earth is flat, level, and horizontal?
It's honestly for me, it's not really kind of scientific. It's more spiritual. I don't really think you can believe in an intelligent creator or a god and believe that it is a globe. Because if you believe it's a globe, it stems back to the Big Bang, which just it can't you can't have that in creationism. But I do like the science behind it. It's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but they do, and many scientists are Christians, and they will say that the Big Bang was a virgin birth, right? It came from nothing.
Mhm.
It was this virgin birth that brought everything into existence from God. So they have their loopholes that they can create. So I do.
Matthew Learns
Yeah.
would be a perfect example of that.
The which
Matthew
one?
Learns.
Oh, Matthew Learns. Yes, exactly. So I mean, there are many ways they can then say, well, it can also be this. But there are things rooted in just natural observation in actual science that can ultimately say that no, there is no evidence for a globe. So I think you're going to learn a lot here to help you explore that and have many more arguments than it's just a belief, because
Yeah.
it's not just a belief. It is evident. It is factually evident from what we've seen, and we haven't seen anything to the contrary yet. So
Well, the biggest red flag I try to tell everyone is like I'll try to find someone. I'm like, I just found this and it got erased. Isn't that a red flag to you? They're like, oh no, they don't see it. I'm like, there's literally videos of like the moon being cheese, and there's probably people who believe that the moon is actually cheese, but it's not getting erased. Isn't that misinformation? But no, flat Earth.
Do they have the moon as cheese on that Flat Earth Society website?
I don't. They might. I don't know.
They probably do because they're so fake, man. Oh my god.
But I'm just saying, like, yeah, that can exist all over the place. Flying spaghetti monster, all this stuff, but nope, not flat Earth. Doesn't that raise a red flag to people? I guess not.
Yeah, we have a video in our archives that shows the Congress censoring flat Earth on YouTube. That's why everything is removed from years ago, the early flat Earth stuff, and
Yeah.
they really did do that. So that'll answer your question. Like they allow, like you said, the spaghetti monster man or whatever you said a minute ago. They let all that stupid stuff and aliens and Bigfoot and you name it, abominable snowman, you name it. All that could be on the web, on the web. But the minute a flat earther posts their actual video that they did with whatever laser, whatever it is, oh my goodness, remove it. They remove it, man. They take it away.
Yep.
So I'm so glad.
It's insanity. I know, it's crazy.
So yeah, just check out all the stuff we got, and if you can, tell your friends or anybody else that's on there that you might have met, and let them see what we really have. We have real, true evidence, proof that this Earth is flat and stationary, and also it does not move.
Yeah.
There is no spin, no rotation, nothing. Only time Earth moves is if it's an earthquake. I live in California, and we get those off, every now and again. But that's the only time I've felt the Earth move. And it shakes. It's not that it's moving like, whoo, it's not spinning and, it's just shaking,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. I do. I got a lot to look at. I think because I've kind of been like my dad is also a flat earther, and he's a big questioner, and it's pretty much just me and him. I can only conversate about this stuff to him, and vice versa. So I think there's a lot of stuff that you guys probably like. I think I know all of like all the surface level stuff, but I think there's a lot of things that you guys all probably know that I'm not informed. Like, what was that thing you were talking about?
This guy, I just like I don't know. It's this random guy from Europe, and it's this guy.
What's up?
What?
Hello.
Who is talking? Who is that?
It's somebody named Active.
Hi. What are you
Active.
doing?
What's
Are
going
you
on?
open mic or what?
Yeah, I just have a question. What was that? What was that thing you guys were talking about earlier when I talked about like why lie about it in the first place? And someone mentioned a project something.
Paperclip or something?
What was it?
Project Veritas.
See, I've
Veritas.
never even heard of that. I think I've seen it a few times, but I've never looked like that. That didn't even cross my radar. So, like, there's a lot of things.
Your guy seems to be a genuine journalist, though. Of course, I'm not gonna say I know for sure, but he seems legit because he always has people undercover taking video, and you can see them actually saying the shit. It's not just he said, she said, or edited stuff. It's always the full video and things. And they have whistleblowers and stuff.
I'll also look into that.
If you stay on our channel here, this is where you find the truth. This is where you find real stuff, you know?
Yeah.
All the real evidence and facts of stuff.
And by the way, with Project Veritas, one of the reasons why it seems so legit is because they have around 400 retractions, because whenever other news sources try to talk about them, they shit talk them and make up stuff and misrepresent them, and then they always sue them and win. So they have to post a retraction, and there've been like over 400 of them, and they have like a special segment for when that happens.
Got it. Yeah, I'll look into that. It's interesting.
Yeah, they have an awards wall for how many retractions. Everybody gets a certificate if they get sued.
Retracto.
It's pretty funny.
Retractio.
Retracto. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I love that they have a mascot for that. It just makes it very adorable. Grace is telling me they sent the mascot to the guys who have to do the retraction. Wait, isn't that just a free way to get a plushie? I think I need to read a news article real quick.
You have any more questions for us, Active? Or Sailor?
No, I don't think so. I just got a lot of researching to do. Got a lot of stuff to look through on your server.
Yeah, you sure do.
Well, make sure you listen in and participate, please. Listen in and participate. You'll enjoy it. You'll learn a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It's definitely interesting. I didn't know there was. It's crazy how many freaking people are here. Insane.
Yeah, there's millions of us flat earthers.
Well, it's crazy because we walk around every day, and you walk around, and you're like, none of these people think the same way as me. So it's mind-boggling seeing all these people.
You might know somebody who knows it's flat, but isn't like open enough to talk about it because they fear ridicule. Because, for instance,
I'm pretty
I
open.
give hints at work, for instance, all the time, and like my boss recently went like, "It's flat. You think it's flat, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's obviously flat." She's like, "Okay, cool," and that was it.
Boss, that's awesome. Your boss knows.
She's a cool lady.
That's great.
Yeah, that's
I don't
awesome
know if she
too.
knows it's flat yet, but I'm not gonna push it too much because I don't want to fuck with our dynamic. But I mean, I kind of just drop little hints and talk about this and that, and I'm like, oh, talk about second law of thermodynamics and teach the kids at work about.
Well, I'll tell you, Arkansas has a lot of people, and the groups that I'm hanging out with right now, I would say about 50% are flat earthers. It's crazy. I keep meeting people that are like, yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I've been flat smacking everywhere. Yeah, I've been flat smacking like crazy on people that haven't, and they're willing to listen right now. So and a lot of them are, yeah, we gotta talk about this. So it's been good.
I think it's
Yeah,
COVID, the
you'd be surprised. I think
insanity.
there's more people out there open.
I think the
Yes,
insanity
it
of
has
COVID
opened
has
people
made
up.
people do it, really question everything, just how crazy it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It has definitely made people willing to hear this a little bit easier and not fight it so much and consider it at least.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to know, since we have Americans in here, if Kansas is at Kansas, why is Arkansas not Arkansas? It's written the same way.
That would be a good question for Helio next time you see him.
Don't know. I really don't know. And I'm living here now and I have no idea why either. And I've always wondered that as a kid too,
Oh.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's not pronounced the way it's spelled. So I just moved here and I don't think I've ever asked anybody, but they laugh every once in a while because I'll drop I'll say it Arkansas on purpose because then they know I'm not from here and they start laughing. So it works.
Love that.
Kansas Ozarks. It goes along with banjo music really well.
So there's no more new people, huh, girls?
I just tagged Jenny. There's a guy up in BC right now. He Martoth brought it to my attention, or everyone's attention. He's a fourth year uni engineer, and I listened for a minute, and they were like, I just popped in for a minute to like see what was going on in the BC check-in, and they're like, well, you're really dishonest, but let's go ahead and get you through these rules, and we'll check you in. So if he comes down here, it would be awesome. His name is going to be Cold Hockey
Entertainment.
Yeah.
Popcorn time, guys.
Already in live stream, they're like, yeah, you're kind of dishonest, but we'll still give you the rules.
Nice.
We're gonna chop him down and let him know about this flat earth.
I'm going to go back up and see if we can bring him in here and to make sure he comes down. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm glad somebody's on the ball. Thanks, Shines.
Shines is on it. Shining it up for us.
I have not been looking at chat because, everybody likes to post memes and it goes fast, and I don't know. Sorry.
So now Active is asking why he can't talk. Active wants to know why he can't talk. Well, because you were talking in the middle of somebody else's an open mic. That's the only reason you were muted, I think.
Well, I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. But somebody did it. Somebody got him.
It wasn't me.
It's all good. It's all good.
So, can I ask you guys a question?
Go.
No.
Yeah, go for it.
No. No,
What
not
is-
at all.
Oh, okay. What is the?
We're not here for that.
When you guys are trying to wake someone up, what's like the first proof or thing you hit them with?
It's different for every person.
Discord server right now.
Yeah, it really is. It's a feeling out. You got to feel out what their knowledge base is too, what their experiences are a little bit. I don't know. Kind of open, slow.
Respond differently to different approaches as well.
I like to.
I start with questions. Yeah, I just start with questioning them. Odd questions like, what do we think the moon is, or just what do you think about that moon landing thing? Do you think it was real? I mean, those are really good openers. Things like that, or I don't know. Have you ever been, to the ocean and seen boats go over the curb? I mean, just all kinds of things you can use.
I find like a lot of people they're like, yeah, I think the moon landings were really sketchy. I don't believe them, but then they're still on board with the round Earth. it's I don't know why there's a disconnect between the two. You know, I feel like if one is fake, it would kind of prove the other one to be fake as well. In a way, it's just distrust in general.
It's always going to be hard to get people to realize they've been lied to. It's much easier to lie to somebody than convince him he's been lied to.
Yep,
Yeah.
very true.
That's why I like using
But at the same
water because it is what it is, and you could if they're holding like a glass of water in their hand, you could say, look at your glass of water. It's flat on the top, right? It's level, and they'll go, yeah, and you know, exactly, just like every lake and pond out there in the ocean, everything, you know, and then it has them to think about water. You know, your bathtub water, I'll tell them everything, sink water, a bucket of water. And then I'll hit them with so if the earth is 72 or 75% ocean, then what does that mean? It's level, right? Flat, yeah. And then that's how I like to open people up like that.
Yeah. I hate when I bring up the water and then they go, but what about like a water droplet that's curved on the side? Like, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not at all the same thing. Not at all. And then a water droplet, it's not a sphere, you know? It's like a teardrop. It's
still working on it.
It's not even a
Yeah.
sphere, you know? So yeah,
I know.
Shut up when they say it.
I also most people I talk to, they say you know, I don't know, talk to a scientist. I'll be like, then what, you know, why can't we feel it spin? I don't know, talk to a scientist. Why, like, you know, that's their number one thing. It's like these people don't think that they are intelligent enough or they're not capable of finding out the shape on their own. You know, they think, oh, I don't have a PhD, I'm not a scientist, so I can't do it. That one bothers me.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier today, that people actually self-prophesy themselves into being not able to think. They keep telling themselves over and over they can't figure it out. They're not smart enough. We talked about that earlier on Ladies' Night because it is. It's a spell casting almost kind of on themselves.
What's your name?
So it's like
That's why it's
saying
also
you're sick
important to
over and
find
over. I'm
what's
going to
out
be
there.
sick. Well, you'll get sick.
It's true.
Even if you fake sick hard enough, you will actually fall sick if you method act enough.
Yeah, you can make yourself believe things. Absolutely. So,
If somebody want to talk, I keep hearing another guy.
I hear
somebody
popping.
I muted him again.
I think it's the new guy.
Because he
the
asked,
active
"What
new-
are your names?" or something stupid like that. Like,
Is that active?
yeah.
Well, you know, if you're going to talk, you're going to have to be polite and not
He's
interrupt. And
gone. He left.
That's okay. It's on him.
Oh, but yeah, I did want to point out that when you're talking to somebody face to face that you're trying to get to this kind of conversation with, it's good to start with questions where you can find what fallacy they're basing their belief on. Like, for instance, you were talking about where they have that thinking of, oh, I'm not smart enough, someone smarter than me has done it. And then, you know, you can start with that. But if you ask the questions, you can find out if it's that or if it's trust and authority or different things. And that kind of tells you what angle is going to work best with them. Because if you find the core pillar of what's holding up their belief, what's the thing that convinced them when they were young, and what's the reason for them holding on to it, as long as you dismantle that, it gets much harder for them to deny it. Though they might need time to get over the dissonance. That's always a thing.
Got it. That's a good idea. I'll keep that in mind.
Know your audience. You always got to know your audience. It's just kind of one of those rules.
Exactly.
And it works. Yep. Read people. Learn to read people. It helps. I think Whitsit's pretty good at that. He seems to read his audience as even quickly. He's pretty good at that lately.
Well,
He's
last
gotten
night
better.
was
But
amazing.
actually,
Last night,
whole tour. Yeah,
night,
that was
did
fun,
you
wasn't
watch
it?
with the little girl?
Yeah, I
And,
did.
everyone was like, "This is the slowest I've ever seen Austin ever talk before." But he knows when to talk fast, when to speak slow, what to say. Like, he really has honed this skill, and it's really beautiful to watch. And there's so
Yeah.
much to learn from watching him. It's fantastic.
Well, he's gotten better even over the tour. I've watched him improve over time. It's it's really been interesting to watch from day one all the improvements and how he's learned to work with it. But he also got it some of that here. He got
Yeah.
a lot of
Oh, for
experience
sure.
here at
He definitely got it
24/7.
here.
He's done a lot
He
of work.
definitely got it here. I mean, that's it's like, training, right? You train and then you go
Yeah,
into the
he
real
trained
world
for
and
it.
you have it happen. Exactly. And there were moments like I could tell after the whole incident when there was like cop to cop to cop after like back to back to back. I could notice that like he was, approaching people. There was a little bit more of, I wouldn't say like an aggression or anything, but you can tell there was a different vibe, right? Like he was irritated.
Confidence.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
but a
And then
confidence there too, where he was not going to put up with it anymore. He
exactly,
was
like he was just
not
like,
going to
I'm
be weak
done.
about it.
Exactly. But then that
Yeah.
settled down. Once it kind of settled down, then he went back into like, no matter what, these people aren't the people who did this. Like he just really like you can just see him and sense him. And I'm sorry, like I think he is just amazing. He really is awesome.
It's
Awesome.
been a maturing process.
It
Yeah,
is.
he's
Like
been
to watch
maturing
him
through this.
grow.
It's really
Yes.
fun to watch.
Amen. Like it is
Yeah.
just fabulous. It's absolutely fabulous.
It's always
I
fun to
highly
watch a good man.
recommend. Yep. If nobody's seen him before, like watch his live streams, even if there is replays, read the comments that people are writing. I mean, it's just when you get to catch him live, which he's live right now. And so sometimes I'm like, oh, I never get to see him live. They never give me updates for him when he's live. But I
I
was
know
able
they
to catch him
don't.
last night. And it really is
Yeah.
fun to be in that comment section and like talk with everyone else and like see how everyone else is responding. And even if like people are being mean in the comments, people will call them out and be like, why? You know what I mean? Like these are, it's just really cool to see that interaction. I love it.
Yeah, he's awesome.
If nobody's getting the notifications for when he goes live, but people want to watch it and stuff, couldn't we just make a tag and have people
We did that in other
that
channels.
let other people know?
Yes, we created tags in other channels where it's like Austin is live, and then it's like an at everyone. Austin is live. Well, they don't do an at everyone, but it's like people post it. But if it was like an at everyone, then they would know like Austin is live right now. But they don't do that. So if you aren't checking, the servers that do that, and you aren't getting the tags from YouTube, then literally it's like I will just look up his name on YouTube, and every so often it's like, oh, he's live right now. Awesome.
Crazy because I get the notifications now. I didn't for a bit, but now, yeah, I get them. I just miss them on my phone because I just don't pay attention to my phone.
Yeah, I never get that
Yeah,
ever.
that's
Never through
crazy.
email, never through text, never through even like on the main subscription page. It doesn't even pop up that he's live.
Really?
Like I don't get any of it. Yep.
I
And
only
I
had
know
that for a
him
short
hard.
period of time where mine was like that, where I didn't see it, but now it's been back to normal.
Yeah, I've even unsubscribed, resubscribed. Like I've tried all these different things to like see like what am I doing wrong, but I still do not
It's
get
not
them.
you.
Some people just
Oh,
It's some kind of shadow
YouTube.
banning.
Jeez.
Well,
They
we
even
learned
banned his. They tagged his QR code the other night too, so he couldn't get his QR code that he's had for a year. I guess paid for service to make sure it works. They keep attacking that too.
Yeah, he said that last night as well.
They're definitely working it.
Yeah, when he's doing his activism, like as soon as he's doing, it's like they almost know. He was like, it's like they know. Like
they're
I'm
watching
doing
him.
right
Is
now.
it like a voice thing?
Absolutely.
Because how it's not like somebody's sitting there actually being like, oh my gosh, she's going live. Like I can't see it that way. So what?
weird,
like,
right?
what do we
I don't
think
know.
it
Except for-
actually
it's
is?
been
The
weird.
algorithms?
Even the police interaction, the second one or the third one, I can't remember which one it was, and I think in Yellowstone, they knew who he was. I mean, they were able to look at his previous interactions, and they knew he's on some list.
Was that
He
at
is
the time that
absolutely on
they
some
put
list
out
at this
a
point.
whatever for him, or was that a different situation?
The what?
I
They
can't
put out
remember.
a whatever they call it.
APB.
Something.
Oh, the
APB.
APB.
Yeah, look out for Witsit. Yes, that was
that, or was that
yeah,
a different incident then?
Mm-hmm. That was part of it after his interaction on Mount Rushmore.
Well,
They
yeah, so
definitely
that
hit
would be
him.
they were literally they knew it. So I mean, that's a little different than what I'm talking about. Him just
Well,
like
and there was
different things on
suspicion though that they were watching his YouTube channel. That when he was there at Mount Rushmore, there was some interaction that happened that we didn't get to all see. Some of it was before it was on, the recording was on, but there were some other things he mentioned that it seemed like the police were watching what he was doing, and that's how they changed the whole situation at that point too. So it's just really odd. And
well, it is.
yeah,
I
there's
just
been
know
some
that like
odd things that don't make much sense, except for they're
Yeah,
monitoring.
'cause Rose 777 was on about that for a long time because she was having issues when anytime she'd post anything with Crow, it would like just get taken down. So she wasn't sure if it was the title, the voice, what was it? So she was trying
They have
different
so
things.
many, right? They have so many different
Yeah,
algorithms,
so
whether they're
that's
doing voice, face.
yeah.
So if he's in the middle of a street and they recognize his face somewhere and they know that he's out there doing activism, that could be an algorithm. Like who knows what potential power they have of whether it's voice, face, text. People actually starting to look at the more that somebody looks at a QR code, the more that they're like, let's shut down the QR code because new people are coming in. Like there's tons of different algorithms that they can go off of. It's quite
Well,
fascinating.
yeah,
I mean,
and
this is
just like
stuff they
all
pulled
of
in
that, like the
Iraq when I was
words,
there. They were,
really crazy.
yeah, when I was in Iraq, this is the kind of stuff they were pulling. They had monitoring cell phones and figuring out what was going on and monitoring the internet. So it's something that they have
Joshua, yeah,
practice. There's
it
there's
sounds
skills.
Joshua, yeah, that it sounds like that. Stalking or whatever. If they've taken off his QR code, then they're like follow like whatever it's called, where they see
Gang stalking, you're calling.
when he's on
Yeah.
live, they know he's on live and they take off his QR code or whatever. So
At
they're
this
watching.
point,
Yeah, they're messing with things.
At
They have the
this point,
ability to do
when
it.
they're saying that parents going to a parent teacher meeting or whatever it is, the school boards, that there's terrorists for coming up and showing up and saying like we don't agree with this, those are terrorists. I wouldn't put
Yeah, they put a
anything
dad
past
in that
anybody.
position.
Like,
That got me
I
mad.
wouldn't
Yeah.
put anything past
Yeah,
them
they
now at this
actually
point. Like
have
they
done
are
that.
like in full blown tyranny mode. Like we are the enemy. The
Yeah.
people are the enemy.
Oh,
Period.
Yep.
can I say one thing else? I noticed Truth is here, so I just want to say, hey, Truth. She's finally
Hey,
here.
Karma. Hey, Karma.
Hey,
Hey,
girl.
girls.
Hey, Truth.
I just got in and I was just listening, trying to catch up. That's crazy.
Good night.
The QR code. Are you kidding me? Like, isn't
No,
I don't even know when
it's
you
been
make one of
happening.
those what the terms of service is for that, but it sounds to me like lawsuits need to happen at this point.
He's
That's
having
insane.
to fix it almost every night that he goes live. He has to
Yeah.
fix it because they
It's a
shut it
contract.
down as soon as he gets going. It's weird.
Yeah, I
Isn't
agree.
it
It should be
like
a lawsuit.
is it something that you pay? Does
Yes.
he buy
Yeah,
that?
yeah, he paid for it. Yeah, it's a paid service. Yep, contract. Yep.
What?
If you think about it one way, though, it's kind of a compliment because this is how big of a threat they consider him.
I mean, yes,
Yeah,
we can look at it
yeah.
in that positive light, and I'm always the person that's like, let's look on the bright side of life. But that means that the people that are getting those QR codes, when they go to it, it's bunk, and they're like, oh, it doesn't work, and they might not ever look at that card again, right? And they
Oh,
don't know that
yeah.
they can check back to it. So it really is something that is hindering
Yeah.
people from,
Oh,
getting
yeah, I
to this
totally agree.
information.
Accessing.
It's just another
Well, and
way
then
for
they
them
just
to
toss
block
it.
information.
Yeah.
It's
They just throw
wild.
the card away after that. What a
Which
waste.
I agree with Truth.
Well,
And there's also going to be people, there's also going to be smart people who see him handing out the QR codes and they see it's blocked and they're going to be like, why is this not working? He just handed this out.
So, and those people that
Yeah.
actually have that thinking capability, they will go back to it and then figure out that, oh, it is working out. And then they will have that thought later, like, huh, interesting that they blocked this, because they will get to that information. But the people that don't have that initially in their own thinking capability, that aren't somebody that thinks, and this is so silly to even call it like a conspiracy, but to even just check back again, like that it will work again. They might think that it's just broken and, oh, this guy is a loser, right? He thinks the earth is flat and the QR code doesn't even work, and they're going to go on their merry little way. Like those are the people
Yeah,
that
just
they're
go with their
trying to
confirmation bias.
exactly. It's such a trip, man.
Well, he may have an avenue for some kind of lawsuit. I mean, if it's connected to his merchandise, I mean,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah. I think it is.
that's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's connected to something. So, but yeah, he was saying at least he was telling people when he handed them the card, don't stop trying because it will work. It's just being done wrong right now. Again.
And they
So
haven't
he was
debunked
letting
it,
people
right?
know. So he obviously
Yeah.
checks it as he goes. Yeah, he's been
Yep.
keeping an eye on
And the
it.
people
That's
who
good,
listen
and
to
other
that will
people
see he's
are too.
speaking
I
the truth.
think.
That
Yeah,
is
it does. I think it
crazy.
gives him even more credibility. So actually, I think they're maybe helping you. Without even trying, they're helping him.
And what's up with the I guess I was on the news, I guess a week or two ago with Rand Paul saying flat
Oh,
Earth.
that was amazing. I know exactly
was
what you're talking about, girl. That was hilarious.
Well, did you guys see?
It's even more than that, because after that video, I found when he wasn't referring to our black swan, right? He wasn't referring to the oil rigs and the horizon behind it. He was but he, even after, like, I think it may have been a week later or 2 weeks later, after that video, I found one. It was just in my recommended, and I'm like, well, this is recent. I wonder what he's saying here. And I clicked onto it, and he mentioned, about black swans. He said we have our
What?
yeah.
He mentioned a black swan.
Not our black swan, but he did
He
mention
doesn't. I know,
black
truth. It
swan.
don't matter.
Shut
He
up,
mentioned the
Rand
black.
Paul.
It's getting crazy, man. It's crazy time.
Truth, if you can
We're
post that
getting
link,
out
I've
there,
not
lady.
heard Rand Paul, the senator, talk about black
It's
swan. That would be
happening.
so amazing to see.
He wasn't referring to our black
totally,
swan.
but still,
Right.
like,
But
Yeah,
yeah,
the more people who understand how
the
that
term.
works, the more people can understand easier what we're explaining to them. The more you
Yes.
understand logical and fallacies and all these different things, the easier it is to understand the truth.
Yeah, he should.
I'm posting a video.
black swan. Like the
I'm
fact that
posting
he
a video.
mentioned it next to the flat Earth, that is amazing.
By him mentioning black swan, that we know what the black swan is, and for anybody else to mention, black swan out of their lips, that means something that has to do with flat Earth.
Well, Tracy, this is what's so amazing. They never talk about that that at all, right? Like the black swan never gets brought up in any everyday conversation. The first time I ever heard about it was through flat Earth, right? So if Rand Paul is talking about flat Earth in one video, then in another video he's talking about black swan, even if it doesn't have to do with flat Earth, that means he's researched flat Earth and knows what black swan is. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that Rand Paul knew what black swan was until he started talking about flat. You know what I mean? It is a possibility. I'm saying there's a chance.
I stopped watching. I stopped watching television. I stopped watching television back during the Hillary and Trump elections, or it was during the debates. Actually, it was before the election actually happened. That's when I stopped watching television, because it's like he's the only one that I ever thought like about voting for was Trump. And then when I did more research into his family tree and shit, I was like, but Rand Paul was the one that I originally wanted to vote for if I was going to vote, and because he didn't make it through the primaries and it was between Trump and Hillary, I don't know. I just stopped watching television after that. But one of the things, it's like during that time, I remember after, like, I sent so many emails to Rand Paul. I always assumed he wasn't getting them. He didn't get them because, they probably they probably have someone to go through his emails and shit, and he only gets the pertinent ones or whatever. Or maybe he does. Maybe he does read them. I don't know. But after I came to the knowledge of flat Earth, which was after that, then I sent him that. Those were my last emails. Was a bunch of emails about flat Earth, and it's just, I think it's just weird. He did speak against a lot of things, and he did get his ribs broke and all this stuff, like when he was running for the primaries in his front yard. And I do think that was because he was speaking out against things that they didn't want him speaking out against.
I agree.
And so I just posted Latter-day Saints video on the 4 times he says it in one speech for flat Earth. If you guys want to even run it here in a minute, it's like 4 minutes long. If you guys want to even play it, it's pretty funny.
Well,
Latter-day does a great job.
And I think that I watched the entire thing, and I think that he doesn't even realize, in his own head, he doesn't realize that he's actually supporting flat Earth, and he doesn't even get it. He doesn't even get that what he's saying is actually like demolishing what he's talking about, which we can't talk about here, but he actually is demolishing it by using those terms. But he thinks that it's like, contrary to it, but it's not. Like, it's absolutely brilliant.
It's funny. It's really funny. But yeah, you guys should play this Latter-day Saints. He put it together and made it a comedy piece, and it's great. It's awesome.
So here,
somebody can play it.
I've time stamped it. If it's right after that,
Nasty.
it should start playing right where he says, "Well, we've had these black swans." That's what he says. Anyway,
Nice.
Hey, say that again, Truth. He said what? Say it one more time.
he's talking to this other dude, and it's like they have this planned, like this conversation between the two of them, so that they can each say the things that they want to say. And part of what he says is, "Well, we've had these black swans." He says, "Well, we've had these black swans." It's timestamped, so you can listen to it.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh, I can't wait. Yep. Flat
Oh my gosh,
Earth
and
is
the dates
moving on up. We're moving on
the
up.
dates actually line up. Like he said everything about flat Earth. Now after he talks about flat Earth, now he's talking about a black swan. Whether it's in context or not, it makes me wonder, like, did people hit him up? And now he is like, he knows about the black swan, so now he's using the black swan in other arguments. Like, we never hear black swan ever be brought up in arguments, especially not in government.
No.
So
It's
like,
so weird. And
it makes
back
me
to
wonder if
back.
we got emails. It makes me wonder. It would be really cool if that's what it was. If it wasn't just a happenstance that he just so happens to know about the black swan, philosophical argument. The
I don't know. Could be. He's
a trip.
It kind of reminds me of in the beginning, like of all this, like last year's beginning thing. Remember when they were saying we need to flatten the curve? Flatten the
Yeah,
Yes.
curve.
Yes. It's the same kind of thing. It's so weird.
It
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
He
Well, they
seems
know
pretty
about
blue
flat
pilled
Earth.
still. But maybe he only seems that way because he has to say certain things or avoid saying certain things. Who knows?
Well, it
You never know,
definitely
man.
seems that all of them, like since this all started happening, which we can't talk about, it is very interesting that everything was on the uprise with this awakening, right? Everyone
Yes.
started finding
To
out
stop
about it.
it.
It was like boom, boom, boom. Like everyone started getting on the level. Like even people in my friends and family that I never thought would ever come to it were starting to come to it. Then all of a sudden this happens and it became flatten the curve. Everyone stay inside. No information is allowed to be shared. All these different things. Like it really, I'm sorry, but I don't believe in coincidences like at all. And I think that there is some
No.
sort of connection somehow,
It
some
is.
way to this awakening of what is happening to the shape of the earth with everything that is happening right now. Because it
That
would
is
be the
why.
greatest awakening that could
It's
ever possibly happen.
maybe it's even spiritual. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
It's so
Exactly. It's
weird.
all tied together. It's all tied
It
together.
is.
And they don't want people knowing. There's
Nope.
something going on, dude.
Yep.
Something going
You want
on.
to play that one though? The Flatter Day Saints one. That's the long flat Earth one. That's pretty funny. Somebody can play that. I don't think I know how to do that. Yeah, if we can play the video.
I can probably ask Tracy.
Okay, cool.
That'd be cool. I think even the YouTube should hear it. If they haven't heard this one, it's funny.
Yeah.
It's a comedy. It's a comedy.
Yeah, let
Is
them
it
hear
the
Grand
Saturday
Paul.
Yeah, it's at 23 minutes after the hour.
Okay, he has the link ready to go at your command. And since I'm actually talking, I'm just going to say this.
Who's
because I've been
ready?
thinking this for the
Who's
last
ready?
hour.
We
Hey,
are
let me
ready.
say this one thing. By the way, I just love the collection of ladies we have here tonight. So many ladies I haven't heard in a while and haven't talked to in a while. And I just want to say I super appreciate you guys. And you're freaking lovely. And I just kind of love you
You
guys.
too. You too. We love you too.
Such an amazing night.
Absolutely.
You know, one I've not heard from in a long time. I'd like to hear from is Yuka.
Oh, Yuka. I love Yuka. She's the piano player, huh?
Yeah, that lovely song that she did. She did it awesome.
Yes, I love it. I love that. I love her voice.
She's here right now, isn't she?
Yuka?
Matthew Leans? Laluka?
No, that's Laluka. I'm talking about
No, that's
Yuka with a
Lulu.
Y.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yuka.
Hi, Luluka. But yeah, there's Luluka, and then there's Lulu, the pianist.
Gotcha. Okay. I've never met her, and I would love to.
No, I don't think I have either.
Yeah, she's great, man. She has
Also-
some good music.
Yeah, and also Trace mentioned someone we haven't heard in a while, and he's so right. We haven't heard Rio in forever.
Rio's here. Hi, Rio.
And I just missed her. I don't know if she's here.
Okay.
We should tag her and try to
Well,
get her here.
let's play it. Let's play it then. Let's do it.
Aye, Captain. Trace, commence.
Yo, I bet you guys didn't know this, but NASA be recycling their piss water and be using it to drink your coffee with, yo. Sounds good.
Mr. Becerra, are you familiar with an Israeli study that had 2.5 million patients and found that the vaccinated group was actually 7 times more likely to get infected with COVID than the people who had gotten COVID naturally?
Senator, I have to get back to you on that one. I'm not familiar with this.
Well, you think you might want to be if you're going to travel the country insulting the millions of Americans, including NBA star Jonathan Isaac, who have had COVID, recovered, look at a study with 2.5 million people and say, well, you know what, it looks like my immunity is as good as a vaccine or not. In a free country, maybe I ought to be able to make that decision. Instead, you've chosen to travel the country calling people like Jonathan Isaac and others, myself included, flat earthers. We find that very insulting, goes against the science. Are you a doctor or a medical doctor?
I've worked over 30 years on health policy.
You're not a medical doctor. Do you have a science degree? And yet you travel the country calling people flat earthers who have had COVID, looked at studies of millions of people, and made their own personal decision that their immunity they naturally acquired is sufficient. But you presume somehow to tell over 100 million Americans who have survived COVID that we have no right to determine our own medical care. You alone are on high, and you've made these decisions, a lawyer with no scientific background, no medical degree. This is an arrogance coupled with an authoritarianism that is unseemly and un-American. You, sir, are the one ignoring the science. The vast preponderance of scientific studies, dozens and dozens, show robust, long-lasting immunity after COVID infection. Even the CDC does not recommend measles vaccine if you have measles immunity. The same was true for smallpox. But you ignore history and science to shame the flat earthers, as you call them. You should be ashamed of yourself and apologize to the American people for being dishonest about naturally acquired immunity. You want more people to choose vaccination? So do I. You want to lessen vaccine hesitancy? So do I. You want to have that happen? Quit lying to people about naturally acquired immunity. Quit lording it over people, acting as if these people are deplorable and unwashed. Try persuasion instead of government cudgels. Try humility instead of arrogance. Try freedom instead of coercion. But most of all, try understanding that there's no more basic medical right than deciding what we inject into our bodies. Today, after hearing that millions of people in a study show without a doubt that there's a great deal of immunity from getting it naturally, do you want to apologize to the 100 million Americans who suffer through COVID, survive, have immunity, and yet you want to hold them down and vaccinate them? Do you want to apologize for calling those people flat earthers?
Senator, I appreciate your question and appreciate that everyone has their opinion. We follow the facts and the science at HHS. We use the expertise of the medical professionals, the scientists at HHS to make decisions. It's a team effort, and we rely on what is on the ground showing us results.
Except for the dozens and dozens of studies. In fact, most, if not all of the studies show robust immunity from getting the disease naturally. The CDC says if you've had measles and have immunity, you don't have to be vaccinated. The same was true of smallpox. You're selectively doing this because you want us to submit to your will. You have no scientific background, no scientific degrees, and yet you aren't really concerned about 100 million Americans who had the disease. You just want to tell us, do as you're told. That's what you're telling us. You want to mandate this on all of us. You're going to tell us if I have 100 employees, you're going to put me out of business with a $700,000 fine if I don't obey what you think is the science. Don't you understand that it's presumptuous for you to be in charge of all the science? Have you ever heard of a second opinion? I can't go to my doctor and ask my doctor's opinion? I mean, this is incredibly arrogant, combined with this authoritarian nature that you think, well, we'll just tell all of America to do what I say and they better, or we'll find them, or put them in jail, or not let them go to school, or not let them travel.
Oh, wow.
The science is against you on this. The science is clear. Naturally acquired immunity is as good as a vaccine. The Israel study actually showing it better. This isn't an argument against the vaccine, but it's an argument for letting people make a decision who already have immunity. You're not willing to consider natural immunity?
Senator, our team has reviewed every study that's out there on COVID, whether it's from Israel, from the U.S., or wherever else. They have used the facts that have been provided through the rigorous research that's been done to reach conclusions. 660,000 Americans and more have died because of COVID. We're trying to do everything we can to save as many as possible. We're using the facts, we're following the science, and following the law.
Nobody's arguing the severity of this, but you are completely ignoring the science of natural immunity. So's Fauci, so's the whole group. You're just ignoring it because you want submission. You want everybody just to submit to your will, do as you're told, despite the evidence, the large body of scientific evidence that says naturally acquired immunity does work, is an important part of how we're all going to recover from this. So is the vaccine. But when you add them together, we're in a much different place than if you ignore them. 100 million Americans, by conservative CDC estimates, have had the disease. 200 million or more now have been vaccinated. It's a good thing. Combined together, it's how the disease is. Nobody wants to get the disease. We're not advising anybody to get the disease. But if you're unlucky enough to get it, think of the nurses and doctors and orderlies who all bravely took care of COVID patients. There was no vaccine for a year and a half. They took care of people, risked their lives, they got it, survived, and now people like you are arrogant enough to say you can no longer work in the hospital because you've already had the disease. We're going to force you to take a vaccine that the science does not prove is better than naturally acquired. That's an arrogance that should be chastened.
That's it.
Okay, guys.
That is pretty
I love
crazy,
it.
huh?
What did I say? I love it. Listen to this. He is legit arguing every single point for flat Earth. He is legit
Yep.
saying the same talking points we're saying, but then,
Yep.
like, does he not realize it, or does he? Is he still just using it in a derogatory way, just to, like, get that point across, or does he realize, like, those are literally our arguments? Like, you're
I
totally
think he
Yes,
knows.
how
it
He
is
to
knows.
hilarious.
amazing. It's
He
amazing.
knows. I think Rand knows that it's, you know, it's flat, and this is his. He has to figure out a way to do it without being caught by the elites because he doesn't want to die. You know.
Well, you know that he has to. He's like, well, wait a minute. They're arguing against actual science here, and we're supposed to just listen to them because they say it. We're supposed to just go along with it when they're arguing against the science. And then when he realizes that it's the same vein that they speak against flat Earth in, you know that he's got to be like, wonder if there really is anything to this flat Earth. What evidence do they have for the globe? I mean, you never know, man. I'm telling you, it's
Isn't it
questionable.
bizarre though? It's just bizarre. And then he does the Black Swan.
That's how I
Later.
know that.
It's
That's
so
how I
weird.
know that he knows about flat Earth because when you mentioned the black swan, no one mentions. Even though I know you explained to me that he's not actually speaking about the actual black swan, you know, that QE did, but he did. He has looked at that. He saw QE's black swan because there's no other. The black swan is that.
Well, there is
Isn't
you
it
gotta
funny,
acknowledge
though?
the possibility that he has just learned about this logical example. Like it has, you know, it has existed before QE used it. But of course,
Sure,
it's
but it's
popularized
rare. It's
by
so
QE.
weird. It's
That's the
so
point. Is that
weird
Maybe,
that it would
maybe,
come that quickly after that flat Earth thing.
maybe he's trying to speak a secret language to all of us to let us know, hey, elect me into office, and then we'll change some shit. I don't know.
And maybe we can get a little bit more truth out there, right? Like, if we can get the power, then we can speak more truth, but we can't do it in the realm that we're in right now. Like, who knows? But I feel like it was a nod or it was a signal, because nobody really talks about this this logic at all. Like, I've never heard anybody in Congress ever bring up, or the Senate bring up, the
I
black
think
swan.
the
Like,
term
ever.
you used, a
I
nod.
agree.
Also, it's not very common that you hear people using solid logic
No.
in these type of things. So yeah, of course we don't hear them talking about the black swans.
Yeah.
And how
But-
cool would that actually be if people in
For
Congress
just reasons.
actually use logic? That would be fantastic because they don't use logic at all. They just use hyperbole and like blanket statements
Sophistry.
and idiocracy and sophistry, right?
Feels
Like,
before
if we
reals.
actually had logic and it was actually like a symposium where people actually use logic within our government, that would be a whole new world. Imagine it. That would be fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And
It's just interesting, that's for sure. And I have to appreciate Flatter Day for putting that together in such a humorous and very succinct way.
Yeah, he needs
that
to
was.
revise.
thank
He
you,
needs to
Flatter Day
revise
Scoop.
it now and add the black swan to it, where he talks about the black swan.
Yeah, because I don't
Right
know if he
again.
caught. I don't know if he caught that one.
I don't think he'd said
Yeah.
it yet. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We know that he'll never make it into office because they don't want him in there, or he would be in there. There's a reason why they don't want him in there. So
Yeah, and I'd rather his father. I voted for his dad back. I think it was in 2012. Ron Paul, his father. But that's it. I'm not. I don't like Rand, but I do like his father. But his dad's not
His dad
running.
has been ruffling feathers for a long time and still is a little bit. I've seen a few articles he's put out recently that were
Yeah, he's the
talking
only
about what's
one.
going on.
He's
Yep.
been the only one for all these years that, you know, he wanted to open up Fort Knox and they wouldn't let him do that. He was trying to show the American people that all the gold for, you know, and they were like, nope, you can't see it because it's not even there, if you ask me. But anyway, he was.
you can think of it. You can think of it as if it's there.
Yeah.
They just pretend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, so yeah, I just.
It's globe gold. Don't you understand? Globe gold. It's imaginary.
Yep.
You guys are still talking about Rand Paul?
No, I was talking about his dad now, Ron Paul. I wish it was Ron Paul that was running, but he's too old now. But I wish it was him in this position and not Rand Paul. I like Ron Paul.
You know, it's funny. Me and Trace kept up with videos about him and stuff when this was going on, even though we're in Iceland. And a weird rap with him, like there was somebody playing him and somebody else on YouTube actually helped me in my economics exam. Because they had one of the answers in the lyrics. So yeah, I always remember him with very positive.
Huh. That's interesting. Yep. Interesting times.
Yeah, Ron Paul was the bet man. He was awesome. He was the one, man, and he had all the votes here where I live in California. We voted for him and he won, but I don't understand how he lost the primary or whatever. A lot of people voted for Ron Paul and they picked instead of him, I think it was McCain. I don't even remember, so long ago. But or maybe it was Mitt Romney, that guy with the binders. I got a lot of binders.
Was it Mitt at the time, or was it somebody earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember Mitt Romney with his binders? Yeah, I got a lot of binders.
Binder Mitt. Yeah.
and the dog tied to the roof.
Yeah.
Roof of his car.
Only thing I know about Mitt Romney I learned from epic rap battles of history.
Oh yeah? Wow. Seems like so long ago.
You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. And boy, those were the good days, weren't they, gals? They were the good days.
Those are good old days. All those binders and stuff. It was crazy. And he didn't even see anything wrong with saying that over and over. That was hilarious. I'll never forget that. I will never ever forget that. Oh, brother. So I guess the Globies went to bed now, huh?
I guess they're going to bed early. It's Friday night. Man.
Yeah, because
Or maybe
we've demolished their globe, their whole brainwashing, you know? They can't come at us anymore. We've dominated this. It's over. It's over. We are the champions, my friends.
The globe is dead. It is dead.
It's dead.
Oh, that was funny. Last night, that's what Witsit was saying to the paramedics that drove up that were picking up some drunk. And he was saying, "Do you got an extra stretcher for the globe? It's been dead for about 5 years."
No, wow. Yeah, Witsit is so cool. You guys, he can think real quick too. He's real quick thinker for any person with any different personalities. He's on it like that. Kai is excellent also, you guys. Seeing her in action is
It was
great.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Las Vegas, wasn't it? And then down in California, wasn't she at one point?
I've seen her in Venice, in Los Angeles, and I noticed that people really were listening and stood a long time with her, and people took cards and everything, and it seemed like they're gonna, look into it. I didn't catch anyone walk away going, "Nah, I'm not," "I don't believe you." Like once people stood and started listening, to me, it seemed like they were interested in looking into it. That's what I got from it.
Some would say it's because she's pretty too, and then they wouldn't be polite.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Yeah.
She makes Witsit look really good. Yeah. Yeah, she
Did you see what
it's really fun to
said?
watch them.
Hank said he wishes Witsit could get all the ladies on the front row pregnant.
Oh, Hank. My God.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious.
They're a good duo. They're a real good duo together. Like it really works. They match just as great. The chemistry.
The chemistry is definitely there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're gonna make a great team, especially if they do their music and keep doing that stuff together and do some more media I think media is
Or good
really
genes for
something they're
making
going to do
beautiful.
well at. Oh, that too. Like I said, he's definitely got blessed by her. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And she's pretty as hell, so babies would be adorable.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. Yeah.
we have some beautiful children. Absolutely.
I
Oh,
like how they play that little act where he's stupid and she's a hick
yeah,
and he's a hick
yeah,
and
that's
there's
hilarious. That just
like a
happened.
little bit hick and she's playing. Yeah, that's a good act. That's a good routine. It works. It's worked several times very well. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, he's like,
Whenever
well,
it gets a little slow.
he's like, you mean to tell me? Oh my gosh, it's so funny when he does it. I laughed so hard too that day. It's just so funny. And then while they were doing their their activism, this one guy with this big old sign kept walking through them, like kept pacing back and forth, and it was a sign that said beware, extraterrestrials are on their way. Like it was it was crazy. It was some crazy alien lover. It was
That's awesome.
and Winston was
Perfect.
Winston's like, yo, dude, what are you talking about? There's no alien. Oh, it was fantastic. Oh my God.
Did you guys catch the one in Utah, the live show in Utah at the college? I think it was at a college area anyway. Did you guys catch the one where the girl, she was probably in her young teen, 14 maybe year old girl, came up with a baseball bat and bashed in his
Wait a minute.
speaker, yanked the cord out of the microphone. Then she broke somebody's phone that was helping him out there, a girl that was just talking with him. Yeah, it was crazy, man. This gal came up several times and tried to start stuff and then finally came up with a metal baseball bat.
No
and he
way.
had a real confrontation with a whole bunch of the people there. They were going, "This is our church. What are you doing?" They were in drum circle. Yeah, they were doing a drum circle, and he'd been invited by the guy who set up the drum circle, who knew him. And these guys went ape all over 20 minutes. It was pretty wild at Utah.
Wait, Denzel.
And you would have thought he was like, Utah. I thought this would be the calm place.
And
Denzel.
Yeah, it was down in Salt Lake.
This is my turf or my church?
He said it's their church. They called it their church. He came to what I guess they have weekly drum circles. All these probably pagans, I guess. I don't know.
My goodness.
But
no way.
it was bizarre. It was hilarious because they were mad that he was speaking over their drum circle. It was bad. And he had been invited by the actual guy that set it up every week. So it was funny because he was yelling, "I've been invited here. What is wrong with you people?" Yeah, watch that one. That one's pretty intense.
I think there was.
Girl comes up and has got a baseball bat and takes it to his thigh.
A girl does this? It's not a man? Wait a minute.
Not a man.
Call me
14-year-old girl.
Call me like I wouldn't even say it's paranoid because it's justifiable. Because what paranoia is unjustifiable fears, and this isn't even a fear; it's just an observation. But when you watch that, it's like so they claimed that girl was 14, and
they said,
and he was invited to the thing anyway, and you don't need to be invited to be in a public place anyway. But if you watch
public.
Later on, when he finally engages with this couple and they're listening to him, like they were really into the conversation. And even though they didn't agree with him, she wanted to engage with him because both of them really liked science. And then this other dude comes up and like interferes and interrupts that, and then he will not let Witsit get away to go talk to other people. So much so that that couple, they had a podcast and they got tired of not being able to have the conversation with Witsit, and they even noticed that the dude just kept being disruptive and just like they freaking do in here, man. Just like when they come in here and they just having a good conversation with someone and then they just want to interrupt and derail the conversation. That's exactly what was going on. So honestly, and then later on, I heard that he had planned to be there only because he knew that Witz had been there and that he'd been in to the thing for like what, since 2014. So I wouldn't doubt it if that girl, like if he didn't put her up to it, like pay her, hoping that Witsit would
Whoa.
react in a way where they could like accuse him of being mean to a 14. You know what I mean?
They
I don't know.
tried. They did. They did try. They did. There was a group that surrounded him, trying to say that he had caused the problem and that he was hurting because he grabbed her baseball bat and held on to it so she couldn't destroy anything more or hurt anybody with it. And they were saying that he was in the wrong for even doing that. And he was like, "Are you kidding me? Somebody with a metal baseball bat, I don't care how old they are, if they whack somebody in the head, they're going to kill them."
I guarantee you, if someone dug
so
deeper
he
and
was
looked
really
into that,
defending his right to stand up.
they would find
It
out
was
that he knew
crazy.
that 14-year-old girl.
Yeah, I caught it live, and I was like, "Holy moly!"
Because that's rude. Like, what the hell?
Okay,
If
I'm
if a
looking
child
at
has
these.
a weapon, you have a right to hold it or at least take it away from the child if it's trying to wield it.
Yeah.
Like, that's
I'm
your
looking at these
responsibility as an
pictures.
adult.
Yeah, she broke a bystander's phone in half after she finished his speaker and finished his microphone, so he couldn't speak with either of those. The speaker barely could work, and I had to get a new one. So he spent another, who knows how much getting another system because it's just been awful. He keeps getting them either taken by the cops or destroyed.
OMG.
It was nuts, and he handled it really well. He really did. He did the right thing again. Yeah, it was nutty. It was the nuttiest startup, and these people went insane. It was all a bunch of the people. It was sick on him. He was like, they're all gonna get
1,
up.
2, 3. It's like 4 people in this picture that the past is the future, I think, is putting on the live chat, and I see this chick with a bat and like some guy. It's like in 3 different pictures, like 3 or 4 people. So they attacked
He's
him.
there. Yeah, they attacked him. It was literally, she came up the first time saying it was something about a church, and then she left and came back with the ball bat, and it was like, holy moly, here we go.
No church,
but they just called it their church. They come there every week on the same day. I think it was whatever day it was. It was either Saturday or something. But it was crazy. And he was like, I thought this was Mormon country, and they're kind of little bit more calm. But no, it was worse than any of the other places. It was more violent and more risky than I think he's been in a lot. It was crazy.
With the bats?
Yeah, Salt Lake City. Yeah, she pulled it out.
I'm gonna look at that tonight.
Went out his stuff.
I'm watching that.
It was good. I mean, and then he just went around and did individual interviews after that because he had no system to work, and so he couldn't broadcast. So they ended that being able to be heard by everybody. So he made the rounds. He started making rounds.
So
and doing individual interviews, asking questions. Oh yeah, he couldn't broadcast his stuff other than through YouTube. Yeah. There was no amplification at that point.
What the fuck? This is crazy. I can't wait to watch.
It was very crazy. It was like WWE stuff going down. It was like, whoa, here we go. Yeah.
I'm looking at the
then
photo,
last night,
and this chick is like all up in the picture. Like her mouth is open, like she's about to attack or something.
She did attack. So she took that bat to his stuff. Yep. And he did good. Yeah, like I said, he only grabbed the bat when he thought things, it wasn't his stuff that was just getting destroyed, but he was worried that somebody else would get hurt.
Why did they let it? Nobody was
because she did break a phone and of somebody just bystanding.
Helped him.
Nobody stood up and stopped it. No, and actually it kind of egged it on. They kind of egged it on. It was very strange. Nobody thought that he should stop her.
Good grief.
They actually confronted him, tried to accuse him of actually doing too much to stop her. Yeah, they was very strange, the whole incident. But he's had some really interesting incidents. The other night was a guy that was talking cool with him for a minute and then turned around and started having a problem with another guy, and they ended up fighting right in front of the camera. It was hilarious. It was like, and it went all the way down the street and chasing each other.
See, I told you guys.
There's been all kinds of crazy stuff that's been happening, but he's been protected.
I told you guys a couple years ago it happened to me at a party and with a person I didn't know, and I thought it was cool to bring up flat Earth. So now you guys see there are people in the world that do attack just by you speaking flat Earth. They go crazy.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah. He's had some real people that harass him.
You gotta check first. See if there's a little sane first. A little shit test.
This one was not sane at all. It was so insane. It was like, yeah, she's probably needing to be on something if she's not.
Also,
it was
the thing
pretty
that
radical.
pisses me off is if this had been a woman that she was attacking, I bet they wouldn't have given him so much shit.
Yeah, well, like he said, he had to defend himself. It wasn't about and his stuff.
Yeah, it pisses me off.
She'd already
People
broken his
think that
stuff, but it was about
beating up
stopping it.
a male, it's not violence anymore. It makes me so mad when people act like that.
Like this Antifa kind of idea. This whole it don't matter. It's because they've got an excuse. Yeah.
I thought Utah was like a like calm and Mormons.
Yeah, Mormons. No, no. You'd be surprised. Yeah.
Apples in every barrel. I mean, even if a state or a place is nice generally, and most people are awesome, there's always gonna be that one crazy.
I've never ever heard of anything like that in Utah. Like it's I just gotta watch the video.
Utah's a little more radical than people know. There is the Mormons, and they are real calm. Those people are pretty even keeled most of the time. But there's a lot of people. My brother I used to go visit him up there. He's at the Air Force Base up there, and there's a lot of mix of people. There's the university, and people think, oh, it's just all Mormon kids come to BYU and all these schools. No, it's all kinds of people, and some of them are pretty radical, and they don't agree with everything, and they're just it was not happy times in the park. Not liking him interrupting their drum circle and whatever else they were doing.
Drum circle? Oh wow, okay.
That usually was a pretty good one because you could hear the drum beat in the back, and they had done it quite a bit because I where I used to live, they used to do a drum circle every so many nights up at the park, and so you can tell if they've practiced together. And then these people obviously have been coming every week working together, and then they were not happy to be hearing about the flat Earth from some dude that they didn't know that didn't have a drum.
Had a drum, it would have been fine. That was the problem.
So he was doing his normal thing, the flat Earth thing, and then these people that in the picture came over and this woman with a bat, and then the guy, and they just started attacking him because of flat Earth.
It went so fast. Because he was interrupting church is what she yelled. That's what she said. You shouldn't be here. You're interrupting our church. She said it, and some other people came up and said the same thing. Well, this is kind of our church. There was one real cool dude that came up. He was like, well, it is like everybody kind of has their day here, but I like it. I like that you're here speaking truth. So there was some real people that responded good, but it was it was on in moments. Yeah, as soon as he set up and started talking.
Wow.
It didn't take but a minute for everything to get going.
So does it seem Danzel
It was pretty crazy. It could have been. I mean, he could have gotten hurt. I mean,
did it seem like the lady or whatever heard about flat Earth before, and then when he started talking, it just made her snap?
I don't know. She just snapped the fact that he was speaking loud enough to be maybe heard over the drums. Maybe, I don't know. But he was far enough away that he shouldn't. It wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Because you can't even see you can't see the drum circle hardly from where he was at. It's quite a ways back because it was pretty loud. So he was staying back, but there was people sitting all over, and of course smoking their joints and doing their drum circles. Their church. I had no idea that was church. But then when she came up and started yelling that, and other people were like, yeah, they kind of see this as their service time and their time. And yeah. Like part. You weren't, he wasn't part of their clan or tribe or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that she couldn't just walk up
it was
to him and
quite
talk
wild
to him
to
like a
watch it
decent
live.
human
It was like,
being is a red flag.
are we gonna see once it ended?
What'd you say,
Yeah.
Karma? I think I heard you a little bit. What'd you say?
Yeah, I was saying the fact that she couldn't just start by walking up to him and talk to him like a decent human being and try to start with civilness, that's a red flag already. Because
He
that
was
doesn't,
enraged.
considering
Oh, so she never
the
talked to
reaction and yeah, I'm just saying like the reasoning she might have behind it might be completely illogical. Might be something that would never occur to us. You
Yeah,
No, she started yelling pretty quick, and then it escalated, and then she kind of left. He got her to leave at the first point, and then she came back with the bat. So, yeah, it didn't start with the bat, but it started with her being very upset right off the bat. So,
so maybe it was the ego bruise. So she had to get violent because when she turned away and didn't have any comeback, she couldn't think of anything smart
guess.
to say. So she's like violence instead. That's sometimes what happens when the ego gets bruised.
Yep, same thing
Yeah,
happened to me.
one of those things. Yeah.
He didn't have nothing.
Escalated quickly.
When I hit him with that gas pressure without a container, and I was like, "What? Tell me." And he was just getting angrier and angrier, and he couldn't answer, and he just exploded on me and stuff. So yeah, when they get caught and can't figure out to protect their globe model, then they just, you know what I mean? They go, oh, stupid little bit. Like
that's
they,
why it's so,
they go crazy. They go crazy.
that's why it's so important to make it not a you versus me mentality where they're stuck defending the globe, but you come at it from oh, we were both taught this, and there's this really weird thing. Did you hear about this? And then you're telling them like, no, I didn't hear about this, and you're like, how can that make sense with this? And they're like, well, I don't know. And you're like, yeah, right? It's weird. And then you act like they're right to not know because it doesn't make sense. And then you point out more how it doesn't make sense and try to get him on the train of making fun of it with you. So you put him in the position of wanting to be the smart guy who makes fun of the other guys.
Disarm them. Yeah, that's a great
That's how you get
disarm.
the narcissist. The ones that get angry that they don't know, you want them to be like, heh, I'm the guy who has special knowledge. I realized those guys who are supposed to be smart guys are idiots, and I'm the smart guy. That's the only way to get the narcissist on board.
I see. What you're saying.
That's true. That's true. The narcissist.
Yeah, they're
Narcissist does that a lot too with his.
Hi,
What was that?
Deuce I see you in the chat. How you doing?
Hi.
Hi, Deuce I haven't heard you in so long. It's been a long time. I haven't been here in a while.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to talk, but hi.
Yeah.
You are allowed to.
Not allowed. When we ask you.
Yeah.
You are being called upon. You are being.
I said what
summoned.
I said. I said hi.
I like Deuce Oh my God. He's so funny. Oh God.
The more somebody resists, the more I'm like, now I want to make him talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. You will talk.
Make me talk then.
How's your day been, dear? You having a good one?
Yes.
What did you do today?
Built a room.
You built a room? That's amazing. What kind of room were you building?
It's a room for my neighbor. He wanted me to build it in his garage, so I built it today.
You go, boy.
That's so nice.
It's wintertime. Slow for me, so. Not wintertime. It's just crappy weather, so.
Hey, I'm jealous of your crappy weather. I live in Iceland, so.
Yeah, it's probably nicer than here right now.
What kind of weather you got?
I live in Western Washington. It's cold and rainy 24/7, so doing stuff outside not great.
You get any frost
24/7
yet?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, twice. What did you say, Tracy?
I said 24/7 Flat Earth. I was just being
She's
silly.
advertising.
Yeah.
I hear that.
Hype Manny likes you did.
My jaws are literally sore from smiling so much listening to Tracy.
No, it's been a good night. She definitely brought the vibe. She brought the vibe.
Cool. I'm so happy you guys are happy. Right on.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, Tracy, but earlier tonight you were being like praised to the heavens in the chat, and everybody was talking about how much they love you and how much they love listening to you. So I don't know if you
Oh,
noticed.
shut up.
That was the whole love fest earlier.
Oh, let me go to the chat. I didn't even pay attention until like right now. I sat down and I saw Deuce Ball here, and I was like, and then I had seen Joshua saying, "Oh, those are them damn hippies."
They're not hippies. Hippies are cool, man. Hippies are
Yeah.
are closer to the truth than those. Yeah, Deuce was right when he said commies.
They were
Yeah,
commies.
but
they were not.
if you think of like hippies on a periodic table, they're much closer to commies than they are regular people. So they're a precursor to commies.
Oh,
no. When I think hippies, though, I'm thinking of the people who are against wars and all about, truth and love and just like outside of the kind of anarchist, like,
Wait a
vibe.
minute,
Maybe
no.
There's a
Okay.
softer side of it.
Hippies are precursors to socialists, and socialists are precursors to communists.
Well, then I've got the wrong image of a hippie. Then I like my image of hippies better than what you guys are telling me. I think I'll just keep the image that I've got.
Well, there's also
The hippie that smokes indica and is really chilled.
My
The
hippie
Wait a minute. If that's true, then why did
Uh,
Hitler fight the communists? If socialism is like just the next step.
Yeah.
I mean, the
He
Germans
likes
like literally
commune.
Maybe
That's
they want to paint them in a bad light so that people who are against communism will also be against those people, even though those people, I don't know.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out and high five to Raven Song.
Oh yeah.
I love you, Jen Jen.
Same here, bro.
Who is beeping?
I think that the whole war with Hitler and everything, I think that was an experiment for what's happening today.
I agree. This is 2.0. Germany.
Yeah.
1930 2.0. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guess what comes next?
Except for the bankers are kicking us out.
How about we give Helio the signal? If I don't know if he's ending the stream or just letting it go, but that way, it is after 10.
Yeah,
Helio,
last week it went 5 hours. You guys
restart
went
it,
5
Helio,
hours last year.
If you're
Ladies?
restarting the stream, you can restart it now if you want to.
Can we play an outgoing music?
Okay, let's hear a song let's hear a song to go out to.
Yeah, we need a song to go out to. It helps.
Do you have one picked already, Danzel?
I don't. You guys played everything that I kind of like, so
Okay,
pick something else.
I got another one from Drace, and it's called it's my other favorite by him. But it's him by himself, and it's, I think Robert Tarr might be on the beat again. I think it's the one, it's GoPro. Or you got
The old
it's
curve
just
is
a
GoPro, right?
It ain't nothing but a GoPro.
Wait, is that the one where it's like, love?
I love it.
Call me Trace, but I have another name. They call me Love, Wisdom, Harmony. I see
No,
the
no, no,
fractal
no.
symmetry, right? Or is it the other one?
No, not that one. The one that starts off, it goes, Thank you for Jimsy giving me the idea to do this song. And then he goes,
Mortician, maybe?
yeah, Mortician. Yes. That's another one you guys
Dre's
got to
found it
hear.
already.
Oh,
He
it's
fast
so
on this.
good.
He knows the song better than I
Yes,
do know him.
Come on, Drace, put that on, man.
Let's
That is
rock it.
fire. Okay.
Drace,
Let's
24/7, Flat Earth Discord, with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Jemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free, as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo. The FP commando. With knowledge as ammo. 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FES no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick. The mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination, with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition. A recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Nice.
Oh my God, Drace, you were amazing. And Tracy, you were like the hype woman of forever. You were amazing. I love
And
it.
I want to hear you make music, by the way. I think you got the voice for it.
That was a nice vibe. I'm gonna admit it.
Oh man, Trace's music just hypes me so much. I got my friends like, okay, I'm just gonna keep it real, okay, you guys. My family, not me, okay, but my cousins, they own a record label, okay, and I have a little niece, and she's a rapper, and she's just turned 20, and I let them hear your music, Drace, and I've already like flat smacked my family and all that for years now. So anyway, they love your music, those, especially that song and my other favorite by you, The Cancellation. So to be honest, I'm kind of like trying to get some kind of way where I could get your something where you could make some money through this, because they do videos. They're my niece is on World Star. She's Vivo videos. Like, she's really up there. She's on YouTube. She's done the music awards, like certain, I just don't talk about this type of stuff because I'm not, how I could say, like, I know all about the music industry, but see, that's why my family have their own record label. They're doing it themselves. They're independent, and they've been doing this for about 15 years. So maybe I could get something going and get you some kind of way foot in the door with your music, truth music, flat earth music. You won't have to cross over or none of that type of stuff. You could keep it the same with the truth flat earth music. So
Independent.
yes, it's called, and the record label, I'll tell you guys right now, it's called Bad Actor Records. Bad Actor Records. Out of United States, Texas.
Texas.
Super cool. Yeah, Houston, baby.
God bless you, Houston.
Stay weird in Houston.
Yeah, I got a lot of family over there on my dad's side. Yeah.
Is that why you have such a cute accent?
Probably. I just love music. I love dancing. I've done like music hooks for like my cousin and stuff, my niece. So like I do know a little bit about music and everything like that. So I might go ahead and
you'd be good at it.
Cool, yeah.
So when you dropping a flat Earth track?
That's what I was getting ready to say. I'm gonna work on it now, so hopefully I'll have one. Maybe I'll try to have it maybe by next week. Maybe ladies' night. I'll try.
I was gonna say, make a flat Earth ladies' night song.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so hyped.
I'm gonna do.
You know, there's so many songs already out there about ladies' night and loving the ladies. I bet you could just sample something kind of like they did with the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Space may be the final frontier, right? But it's made on Hollywood Basement. So I bet you could sample something and add to it. It'd be really easy to do.
Yeah, I think I could do it, you guys. So get ready, cause yeah.
I know you can.
Come on, yeah.
I'm so excited.
Me too. I missed you guys. I'm glad I made it today.
Oh my god, me too.
Yeah, you need to drop by more often. Especially when there's not enough Globers. Gotta have some entertainment.
Okay.
This was 1,000 times better than having Globers. Getting Tracy, I take that over to Glober any day. Seriously.
Yes, absolutely.
She got them high vibrations.
Cool. I love you guys, man. Woo-hoo! Is that Hank Hill I hear?
Yes,
you know it.
You do.
You know it.
Hey, Hank.
How you doing down there
Hank
in
in the
H-Town
house.
soaking up the sun?
Yeah. That's what's up. Hank in the building. So you guys, the fellas, you guys can talk now. I think we're over with ladies' night. So if you guys feel like you'd want to talk or come on in.
Yeah, I've got a question for Drace. Does he
I think
ever?
we should
Does he?
extend ladies' night though.
Does
Just
Drace
saying.
ever singe his facial hair? When Drace, do you ever singe your facial hair when you're spitting the flames, man? I'm wondering.
No, I always shave before I spit.
That's good, man. That's proper.
Shave before spit. Okay.
Spitting them flame bars, man. Dang.
Clean and smooth and a little spice before he does his spitting.
There's another song. I just got a song. It's in one with you, Karma, you and Drace. It's called Bellic Beats, I think.
The system, yeah, because I'm not sure if you've heard that one or not.
No, I'm gonna listen though right now. I'm gonna go on mute, you guys. I'm gonna go listen real quick.
Think about the Federal Reserve when you listen.
Okay, I'll be right back.
You know, Iceland did kick out their bankers. And it's like, you guys still alive after doing that?
Well, no, that was the propaganda the bankers put out to the world. But that didn't actually
Nice.
happen. One guy was supposed to take the fall for all the bankers, but then he got like exonerated afterwards, and no one was left holding the bag.
Like usual.
Reinstated even.
So that's
Yeah,
the
I don't
people
think
just
any.
paid
I don't
for
think
everything.
any of them are going to be like legitimately or authentically held accountable for what they do. They're all in it together.
Oh yeah, like for instance, our gas stations, they're known to collude. Like every I don't know, 10 or 20 years, they do the whole like, okay, we made them pay 1% in fines for how much they've been colluding, because they always charge you like 200 or 1,000% more than it costs.
Well,
to hit.
no, every few years they get caught for having colluded because they keep raising the price together, and then when the price falls overseas, they don't lower it, so they just keep raising it. And they do this repeatedly, and they've been caught repeatedly, and they only have to pay 1% of the profit back. So why not?
And not anything to stop them at all. It sounds like some other industry called the pharmaceutical industry. Pay the fine, keep playing the game.
Yeah, that's actually what they do, right? All the big people that are making all this money and all these whats right now, they've been convicted of fraud before in a court, right? But when it comes to the jab, they found Jesus, of course. So
Yeah,
Oh, Jesus wants you to take
I
it
was
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like when I was offered
exoneration.
the thing from J&J, the sub company Janssen or whatever, at my workplace, the first thing I did was just a Google search, find its parent company, go into its legislations things, and I found the asbestos in baby powder, the failed vaginal meshes that ruined people's danger clams, and the ruined hip replacements for old people. So they've been killing babies, ruining danger clams, and hurting old people. And these are the guys you're supposed to trust.
Breast implants,
So,
breast
yeah, that as well.
implants that
Yeah. They've been ruining boobs
leaked
and danger clams.
everywhere.
Are they not evil?
Yeah, I mean it's just like everything. Yeah, or let's see, making a bunch
Did
of
you say
kids have
danger
polio in certain
clams?
countries.
Yeah, I said danger clams. That's
What the hell?
that's a term now for that.
well, you guys do know Johnson is it's a euphemism for a male reproductive organ. So their company's literally
Yes,
called
absolutely.
Penis and Penis.
Penis penis touchers, yeah. Peter touchers. Peter bumpers. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I say danger clam to keep it more polite, since we're like PG-13,
Right. Does anybody know where my
Family
peen
friendly.
is? I dropped my peen.
Family
Does anyone
friendly.
see my peen? I lost it.
That reminds me of an old joke. Oh, but shouldn't we do an official outro ending of Ladies' Night? So Helio knows where to cut it?
Well, I
That
just
happened when
ended mine.
Deuce stepped in.
Oh, I probably missed it then. Sorry.
I think Ladies' Night should be extended. Like seriously.
No.
Somebody wants it
It's so
more.
mellow
The
when you get
ladies
a
hang
chance
out
to talk.
after.
Yeah, you have the after show with the ladies. It doesn't have.
Yeah, we have the
ladies
after
out.
show. Yeah.
We're doing it right now.
We're doing it right now.
John
That's
Lovett.
right.
Are there no Globers to talk to, or do we just want to talk about some fun things?
Actually, Drace, I would like you to read your thing that you did the other day. I was really impressed with that. If we could get somebody in here to play a Glober again. I kind of think that needs to be exposed a little more. Could you go over that again?
Yes.
What'd you do?
Jace, is Danger Clam an Icelandic word?
No.
So I think
saying.
the best Glober response or the Glober introduction was, I'm doing a book report on flat Earth, and I need you guys to talk to me about it. Can you tell me about it?
You're doing a book report on flat Earth, and you want us to talk to you about it.
What book are you reporting on?
No. I'm just saying.
Well,
That was
like I can help you.
Okay.
But
My
what
college
book?
thesis, and I want to understand how you guys believe.
Yeah.
I'm doing a college thesis.
It's
exactly.
I need to know how you guys
Okay,
believe
well, what
in
premise are you
this
speaking with?
crazy ancient. Well, you guys, I'm a psychology major, of course.
that's what I was asking.
You have
Trying
to
to
start
figure
with
out
the
why you guys
premise.
think the way you do.
Is it
It's
The
always starts
premise
with the
is
premise.
that you guys, why are you
Well, it's just
guys
an
like in the
assignment.
past? Why are you trapped in the past?
I think I could play a decent Glober because I work with kids and they often use very childlike logic.
I could use the same argument for Globers that keep saying gravity mass attracts mass. Why are you
Everything's
stuck in the
gravity.
past?
Are
How
you
many
saying
times
my
can you
mom
say
lied to
Cavendish?
me when she told me I lived on a globe? Are you calling my mom a liar?
Well,
Nice.
I don't want to paint a horse red, but did you guys believe in Santa Claus for Christmas time growing up?
Well, in my
Everybody's
case,
slightly.
it was a really good reason for it because apparently, and Trace can witness this, my dad put up a ladder and climbed to the third-story floor dressed as Santa in the middle of the night, so I would believe he came to my window.
Yeah, he
Well,
did. I was
karma,
down there
same
holding the
thing.
ladder.
Same thing happened to me. They used to we lived in California my whole entire life, and they would they would get drunk and they would go up onto the roof and jingle bells. And then they would also then wake us up. Like we had to go to sleep for these few hours. We were like trapped in a room, locked in this
Oh my
room, right?
word.
And then we would go downstairs and there's outlines of snow around boots. This was my grandparents who would do this. And so there was
Oh my
this outline of
word.
snow and like,
But
oh,
how
Santa totally
The
came.
deception is strong, but why would they lie?
how could they keep
Brainwashing,
it
man.
secret? This many
Serious
people all across the
psychological
world.
It'd be
operations,
more
man.
convincing if I hired a bunch of vertically challenged individuals to act as elves.
See, but isn't that
Shove
amazing
presents out
though?
of the tree and shit.
But what they're doing is that they're doing it because it was fun for them, right? And so this is the thing that's so fascinating about it is that they're doing something that happened to them when they were young, and they're passing on this tradition that is supposed to inspire like this energy of giving, like whatever. And then adults come to this knowledge afterwards, right? That then they're foretold. So like when I was with my mother after my grandparents, she then was like, no, it's not that Santa Claus is real, and it's not that somebody's watching over you and watching your every move, so like you're trapped in this thing of you have to be good. It's that you want to be good, that you want to give these gifts to people because Santa Claus is a spirit that lives within all of us, right? Which was dope. And I was like, I could totally get on board with that. Like Santa Claus is totally real. Like I feel the spirit of Santa. I want to give, right? It's like this idea. But that doesn't happen when it comes to the globe earth or other things. There isn't this like, we're going to lie to you about this and then it's going to take you to this next level. It's just, we're going to lie to you about this and there is no next level. Like, this is the lie.
Well, no, they're just
There's
keeping
no
on with the
happy ending
tradition.
at the end of it. Yeah.
We
And there's
didn't
no
have
happy
any.
ending when we find out the lie.
We didn't have any benign spirits of Santa. We had horrible troll men who would break into your house and lick your pots, or slam your doors and stuff like that.
Lick your pots? What the hell?
Yes, and steal your meat. And then they had a mom who was like what do you call it?
Like a kind of like a troll woman.
Ogre lady who eats children.
She kidnapped them and feed them to the cat.
She kidnapped the children and feeds them to the cat.
Monster cat.
Who, by the way, if you don't get clothes for Christmas, that means the cat will get you.
Wow, it's like cancel and
Holy moly!
What the hell?
What kind of
I took a group of kids to the local zoo, which is basically farm animals, and they built a little room where you have peeky holes into a dark room with 2 LED red lights that's supposed to be the eyes, and they make it shake and make weird monster cat sounds to terrify the kids into it being real.
Holy moly, you guys got tortured for Christmas.
Trauma-based mind control.
They give you gifts, like tiny gifts into your shoe that you leave in the window for the the last 13 months of December. But you, like, the family gives you the actual Christmas presents. You always know who gives you that. But the shoe gift is always supposed to be small out of consideration to other households that might be poor, so that, you know, they don't think, why is Santa giving me shittier shit than the other guy?
Huh.
I think that there is
So we try to
something
be
to
fair.
be said. I think that there's something to be said. Like, some of these stories that we've all been told, no matter where you come from, are absolutely horrendous and freaking terrifying. They're awful. But they're also, this is my point, is that while they're awful and terrible, you realize as you get older, the parents tell you, like, oh no, actually that isn't true. This is what we teach children so that they will do this or do that or do this. There's a reasoning behind it, right? We say this so that there can be a lesson to be learned, which can it's still totally messed up. Like, you could have just said, don't do this. But there is like this indoctrination of, like, we're passing this down generation to generation to teach children to behave or stay inside or be giving or, behave or whatever that thing may be. But then that truth comes out at the end, right? That truth comes out at the end, that the person realizes that this was a lie, which also therefore teaches somebody about deception. So then there is that lesson as well. But when it comes to the globe earth, there is no final end to it. It's just this deception and this story, but there is no lesson at the end. There is no end to it. Like, it's just an ultimate deception. It's not like something that is even close to, what happened in childhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
also
just
what you're
weird.
talking about is they twisted the old traditional way of teaching kids, which was what we call dæmisögur or stories where it's examples. Red Riding Hood was, for instance, about being careful of strange men who might want you ill or stuff like that. And other, like, old fairy tales usually had a moral to it to teach your kids something important. And with those kind of
Yeah.
stories, you tell them the story and then go through it, the logic of it, what you're trying to teach them the lesson of, whether it's metaphorical or not. And then as they get older, you get more literal. But instead, they have us deceive them with the play and all these other things and don't actually teach them any story or moral. But afterwards, we explain it away with that, which kind of preps them for this whole being lied to. And then when you're like, wait, there's a problem with this, you're like, oh, you get a story about it.
Yeah, which
It
also
kind of
helps
preps
them
them for it.
Grimm's.
to not be so
Grimm's.
naive. It helps them to not be so naive, right? Like, when you hear these kinds of stories, then you're kind of it teaches to be skeptical, because you won't be so naive when you're older, because you learn these lies. So there's the morals, and then also learning how to be skeptical. But then
You
when it
would
comes
think.
right, and then when it comes to this globe thing, I mean, what's so fascinating is that there are morals to this story, and there are lessons in not being naive. But that we haven't gotten to that next level of this story yet, right?
Yeah,
And it
that's why
almost
you
makes me
gotta
wonder,
use
are
real
there
life examples as well, because you tie the example story into real life comparisons and help them realize how it works that way. For instance, it took me like when Grace explained flat Earth to me, it took me like 5 minutes, and I was like, okay, it's flat. Because when I grew up, from a young age, they would tell me all these truther things, and they would show me all this evidence and other things. So I knew from an early age, both from personal family history things with like secret societies and shit, and from what my brother, who's a super truther, Trace over here with all his amazing research, which he's been doing for years. Of course, like when he shows me this, I have no reason to not look at it with a skeptical eye and with a clear mind, because I already have so many precedences where I know people are willing to go to extreme lengths for personal gain.
What's amazing?
Oh,
Funny
it's
you
like
said
Grimm's
super
Tales
trooper.
used to be.
We
Yeah,
all
Super
talk at
Trooper.
once. I think that one of the
Grimm's fairy tales used to be like that, though. If you actually read the original Grimm's fairy tales, I don't
Oh
know if
yeah.
you guys
Yeah,
know
yeah.
from
The
overseas
older
what
they
I'm talking
are, the
about.
more
They used to be like that. They were
Well,
very
even before
violent. A lot
that,
of them were kind of scary, but they taught a lesson. They really taught a lesson. And I got a lot of those from my grandparents, and they never taught us about Santa Claus. We were told straight up that is a myth. They're trying to, manipulate your mind, and it was interesting because, yeah, I came to Flat Earth really easy too because they were truthers. My grandparents, my mother, and even if they didn't know that Earth was flat, they were really interesting that we never got taught. I actually ruined a bunch of kids' Christmas by telling them straight up, Santa ain't real. Made them cry.
even before Grimm's or Hans Christian Andersen, all of those stories came from stories prior to that. A lot of them were Chinese or Icelandic, Viking, like all these different things, and they were much more horrific than the Grimm's fairy tales or the Hans Christian Andersen. And when we bring them down into today, like they get less horrific and less horrific, and into now, all of these things of Krampus and all these other things have been brought down into Santa Claus, which was, Saint Nick, all these other things prior to it. So we're getting like the moral of the stories are getting so much more watered down that now we have Santa. And the most thing about that is just like somebody watching over you, making sure you're doing good, right? And the globe. Those are like two of the major stories that we have as morals that are new stories in our world right now.
Yep.
And it's quite fascinating because the moral to the story of the globe model is number one, people will lie, people in power will lie. You're stuck in a cage and there's more to adventure outside of us, but those morals have not come to most of the people on this world, right? And if we can get people to recognize the morals of those stories, we can then, go into a whole other adventure and a whole new reality basically on Earth. Like if people were to actually realize this, and we could then travel all the way to the north, explore everywhere. I mean, I really think that this is the reason we don't have flying cars. Could you imagine if people could just fly around anywhere and like there weren't like you had to get passes and government access and like we could just freely explore places and just see what was out there? They can't allow that,
Pretty
right?
cool.
Yeah. So if we could do that, it would then break us into this new realm. Like it would just keep getting better and better and better. But we're in like this stuck position of Santa and globe. And Santa is still super freaking prevalent. Like for the most part,
It's huge. It's getting bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it gets bigger every year right now.
Did you guys know that Christmas wasn't even legalized in the beginning in the United States? I just posted a link.
Yeah, I mean, especially like the pagan roots of it all, like it's still debated to this day. Like people are upset about it, they love it, like it goes back and forth. And it's so funny because there's so much that people don't know, right?
Well, did you hear what the so-called ex-satanic priest said about Christmas? What it was? Like he claimed that on Halloween they gave sacrifices. They passed the children through the fire to Moloch, and they gave sacrifices to their gods, and that Christmas was everything surrounding Christmas was based upon so they burned the Yule log they celebrate it and to see if their gods accept their sacrifice on Halloween. If the Yule log burns, it's either whether it burns or whether it doesn't burn, right until from the winter solstice all the way up until New Year. That's why the Yule log is part of it.
I used to play guitar with this pagan guy.
Sorry, I was saying, like, see what I mean about things getting, like, better and better? Like, things are getting, like, so much less nasty. Like, even the stories we had when we were younger, they were awful. The stories prior to that, they were awful. Like, everything was just, like, really bad. These stories that they would tell. And now we're at a point where Santa Claus, it's not about I mean, maybe people are doing that out there. Who knows? But for the most part, like, Santa and Christmas is just about giving gifts and celebrating with your family and lighting a fire in your fireplace. But we do have true evils when it does come. We do have true evils when it comes to the whole globe model. I don't know what's going on.
I think that's North Star's trying to say something.
North Star. No, I think he was He was reverbing me. But like now we have the globe model, which I think is, I mean, there's other really horrible things that are going on in this world, but they're not stories we tell our children, right? There are other horrors that now they aren't morals to the story, right? Like there are things that are evil with whether it's human trafficking or all these other things that are happening, but we don't have stories for that now because it's like basically become that we can't talk about that. Now it's considered like propaganda, conspiracy theory. Let's disappear that. Like Hansel and Gretel doesn't exist. People aren't stealing children in the night, kind of a thing. But the globe story is real, and that I think that is now our new, basically horror child story that people don't realize is a horror child story. That is a lie that we are kept in this cage that they won't let us out of. I'm
And
sorry
you
to be
also
harsh,
got
but that's kind of where I'm
the
at.
account the TV programming things. That's always getting nastier and nastier. And that's taking over a lot of the story time nowadays because the kids don't have as much time with the parents and they spend time on the screen. And there's so many bad social programming and all the children entertainment nowadays. It's super hard to find any children entertainment that's not nasty at some degree.
Yeah, but the thing is with Christmas, they tell you it's all about, the birth of Christ. But the thing is, there's a couple other figures that were born during the darkest part of the year, and they were told to be, the true light and all that stuff. So, there's no collaborating evidence that he was between early harvests.
Roboting a little bit.
There, but I think I can finish you off like that. He wasn't born in December, right? Like this was
No,
something that
he
was carried
wasn't.
over from the pagan tradition, right?
Right.
So I
Just
mean,
like every other holiday. Yeah.
and everybody's waking up to all these different things and all these different stories, and I think that we were on the edge of breaking free of this globe model, and then what happened? Like something happened, which we all know what it was, and now we're kind of at a stalemate because of communication and distraction and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Basically the flu took over. Like that's it.
So I used to play guitar with this pagan guy, and I just kind of happened to meet him and started playing guitar with him. And he actually came to my house and played guitar until one night he asked if he could moon my wife, and then that was it. And when I played with him, yeah, for real. And then when I played with him, he asked if he could moon my wife in my living room. Right.
Just said you could do something with propane up his butt.
I didn't hurt the guy, just turned him loose. Right. Anyway, but the point of the story was he said Christmas is the one time of the year when atheists and Christians come together to celebrate a pagan holiday.
Nice. That is true though.
Now I am
It
super
is.
curious about the mooning thing. Did you ask him why he wanted to moon your wife?
No, that was just it. It was done after that.
Damn, I will never
It was
know.
like that was a line too far.
Well, I mean, think about it. Read the headlines.
Oh,
Christian man slaughters a pagan in his own house for trying to practice pagan traditions. It's a hate crime. I'm sure it would have been something like that.
Since when is mooning someone a pagan? What? Okay, that's weird. Is
He
that
was
a
a
part of the
Satanist.
thing? You gotta moon someone? What?
It just starts there, maybe.
The moral of the story is I didn't harm the little troll. I let him go.
Good job being the bigger man.
Yeah, I was about twice his size.
Now, wasn't Drace going to read something?
He doesn't have to,
And we
but
get
I
off.
think it's really good for new people. It's like the 3 points on like steroids.
I'd like to hear it. I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, it's just a preamble, kind of to get them to just think a little bit and accept some basic premises before they get all twisted and triggered and want to latch on to some delusional stuff. So if they agree to all the premises, then those straws no longer are available. So that's why I kind of want to make some kind of easy to use preamble, kind of like the 3 points that you can just slap in front of when a new person comes. And then after they've agreed to this in a very friendly and nice manner, then they go into the 3 points and they realize, oh, it was just a belief, and then you can go further and further, and eventually this will come into play. But it's I haven't really gotten to use it, so it's still in testing.
Need some other testers, huh?
Are you going to share it?
I can play along if you want me to, just like I did last time.
I'm not quite ready for that right now, but yeah. I know
Okay, maybe some other time. Maybe some other time.
Yeah, 5-10 minutes I might be ready for it, because I gotta run for a minute.
All right, brother. Whenever you got time.
Sorry for putting you on the
I wanna
spot.
hear it.
I was just really impressed with it. Because it's kind of like, gotcha before I gotcha. Gotcha.
That's why I want to hear it. It sounds like it would be good.
Yeah, Mom asked him to help him out with something, so I think he'll be ready in a few minutes.
It was one of those things where I heard it, it's like, it's like putting on a beekeeper suit for all of their,
For their stupid retorts?
Yes. Because after they agree to it, they can't go back to it like dogs vomit, right?
Yeah. That would be nice.
Because, we get those people in here that are relative truthists, right? Relative truthers, right?
That's so oxymoronic. A relative truther. Relative.
Yeah, it's all relative. Like when I ask people, "Are you a man child?" and they go, it's like, really, bro? Like, were you born a man child? Are you a man child? Like, it's like I'm kind of calling them a man child in the way of asking them, like, are you a man? At the same time.
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
they get so caught off guard that their brain just stops functioning for a second. You know that Windows startup sound? Something like that.
Something like that. That sound, yeah. Their eyes roll.
Get that blank, like slack-jawed look on their face. Had a teacher like that one.
Still trying to figure out what a monster cat is. What is a monster cat?
It's basically a giant evil cat that eats children. It's scary looking. I think.
So you're like a mouse? Children are seen as mouses or something, or mice? Like they get eaten by a giant cat?
I don't know. It's just giant evil cat that eats you. That's what you're taught.
So weird.
By a giant troll ogre lady who has 13 sons. Although her husband is basically a
13
loser.
sons. The number of rebellion. Wonderful.
My
But what does
favorite
it all
is the
mean?
one
Yeah.
that's like looks like a little dwarf. He doesn't really have anything going for him except for the fact that he's tiny.
It's just tiny. Okay.
Yeah. There's one that looks like the bowl you eat from, There's one who steals your meat. There's one who sniffs your doorways. No, or was it windows?
Sniffs your door.
No, it smells your windows, I think it was.
Lord, I thought.
Smells your windows.
Lord, I
Hey,
thought she
look,
was gonna
That's-
say sniffs your daughter. I say I'll whoop Biden's ass. I'll whoop his ass.
Yeah, well,
Smell-
that's
so-
what Biden is. What's the name of that troll? What's the name of that troll?
You know, smelling my daughter. That's not on the table. It's not on the bargaining table.
Like her.
Okay, I found it. There's one who licks spoons. There's one who steals your yogurt. The guy who
Yogurt, in particular yogurt, huh? Oh. Oh man. I wonder what they all meant back in the past though. It's like, well, how would you I don't know. How would you
Okay,
wrap
he
a
smells
story
your
around
doorway.
morals?
I found it. He smells your door.
A doorway sniffer. Nice. I wonder what's his name is what? Gap. How do you say that?
You're
Godfer?
killing.
Godfer?
Yeah,
Do I spit it or something if I say it right?
It's like the weird thing that looks kind of like a P. It sounds like a TH. So it's like gáta þefur.
Oh my word. Say that again.
Gasputh Errands.
Oh, that was actually pretty good. Gáta þefur.
Oh, I can roll. I can roll my tongue.
Gata Verfus? Yeah, that works for Biden. Let's just call him that from now on.
So cute when people try to speak Icelandic. It's adorable. I love it.
Well, you guys have a hard language for us.
I'm starting to battle my
Hear a lot of
daily advice column. My first set of advice is use deodorant every day, morningly, daily in the
How about
morning.
you?
As
How
long
about
as
you
it's
soap in your
organic
butt
deodorant.
crack?
Always
Yeah,
use
organic.
deodorant. Can't beat a good smelling man.
Hey, what's that word again? Let me try to pronounce it.
It's the name of the doorway sniffing dwarf.
Godfrey Onvrich.
Godfrey Ulrich.
It's gáta þefur.
What?
I missed a
You
few
kind of sounded
syllables.
Russian there for a second.
Oh Lord.
I have a harder word if you want it.
I bet.
Oh, we want to hear it. Want to hear it.
I bet he says.
Well, the longest word we have is Vaðlaheiðar vega vinnu verkfæra geymsluskúra útidyrra lykla kippurhringurinn.
Lord,
Serious?
that's one word?
One word, 6 letters.
Oh,
One
shit.
word? We thought Mississippi was bad. We thought
Right,
Mississippi
it's
was
like
even
supercalifragilistic.
realistic expialidocious. Yeah.
Right.
What's up with that?
Say that 10
Ours
times real
actually
fast.
means something.
I gotta know what it means. Shit.
Damn it. This is beat me to it. I was going to say the longest English word we have is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. He freaking beat me to it. Passes
It means nothing. When it means nothing.
Chill. Okay. So Vaðlaheiðar is a place. Vegavinnu means road work. Verkfæra means tools. Geymsluskúr means storage shed. Útidyra means outside door. Lyklukippu hringurinn means the keychain ring. So it's a keychain ring to an outdoor storage shed for tools that's used for road work in a specific place.
All right, say the whole phrase again. Say it again, like in Icelandic.
Go out in the shed and get the damn tools.
Vegavinnu verkfæra geymsluskúra útidyra lykla hringurinn.
Oh my word!
That's great.
That's
Hey, damsel.
go
I have a-
outside in the shed with these keys. Get the tools, then fix the roadway.
It's just the name
Damn
of the
you.
keychain.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
Damsel,
just
I
a,
have a
that's just the
question for you
name of
about
the damn.
Icelandic culture. I heard that Iceland people believe that there's like fairies and rock formations and stuff out there. Is
Hold
that
on,
true?
Damsel's not in
That's not me.
Iceland.
I'm not.
That's karma.
I'm
That's
not an
karma.
Many
Icelander.
people who actually believe in fairies and stuff. Though
Native
we did
Americans
live in
do.
I did actually coincidentally believe for 10 years, the first 10 years of my life, I believed we had one of those little elves in our house. But then when we moved, mom admitted it was a ghost, which was pretty hilarious.
Oh, okay. Well, you know the
Later on,
Irish. When I'm
later on,
Irish, they believe in fairies and dwarves and
Native
leprechauns, of
American
course.
people, we believe in woods people, rock people, mountain people, plant people who are only as tall as the smallest plant, a blade of grass. Rock
oh yeah,
people aren't very much taller.
Oh yeah,
we
Native
have
Americans are
we
like
also have
deeply
creepy
into the
ones.
supernatural. I get you, Mike.
Yeah, and your grass people, those are the fairies of your guys' folklore. So they fly, they got wings. Because they're so small, they got to be able to fly around and navigate the realm.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
too
had all
tiny.
kinds of fae stories. Like we had creepy ones that were like more witchcrafty ones. Like you could summon a really weird, creepy thing that would like the woman who made it from like a bunch of remains and weird shit and ruined milk and things would create this child that would suckle the inside of her thigh, which would have a teeth,
Weird.
and then it would
Oh, that's
grow
weird.
up. And it was just some weird shit, and you'd know that a person was this kind of apparition because the butter would always churn around them or something like that. It was kind of weird, but it was a folk story that I always remember a little bit because
It
it's
sounds
really
like them
creepy.
alchemists and those little twins they make. They grow a man in an egg with chemicals or a test tube.
Homunculus. Homunculus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It
yeah,
sounded more
a
abrupt,
homunculus.
honestly.
Yep. Well, it's a thigh sucker, so it's kind of perverted too. That's her little
It was
sex slave.
creepy as fuck, I'll tell you that. But there's also really cute,
She's
like
a
nice ones.
oh
But
yeah,
usually they
oh
tend to
she's a
be
freak if
sweet
she
and
needs a little guy sucking on her thigh all day. Yeah, she's a freak.
it was something like
Shit, a freak. That's all it
kind of
is.
like an evil
Yeah.
fae baby
Well,
that
I've learned
somebody
to
made
read
in the story.
in 49 years. I've learned to read into things. You know?
My favorite
Well, that
though
is
that I know
freaky.
of story is about the Elf Queen, and it's from a song where
Shit.
she's tricking a man that she liked to stay inside this little fae kingdom inside the rock that she pulled him into.
Bay Kingdom in the Rock.
But
That
he
sounds like
resisted, so he resisted.
that sounds like a euphemism for the vaginal cavity.
No, they usually live
Yeah, that's what
inside rocks
exactly.
or caves. There are
You
fairies
guys got some freaks over
very
there in Iceland, huh?
They have too
the
many
stone
cold
itself
days indoors.
is the house of the fairy.
Oh,
The
we got to
fairy lives
use this
inside
one,
the rock.
Michael. We got
No,
to
but
use
it's
this one,
actually
Michael.
really temperate in Iceland, and then it's cold in Greenland. Like Iceland is like the summertime place.
Yeah, but
Isn't it
still, they must be
backwards
doing
though?
something
Go live
wacky.
there a lot.
I don't know.
Greenland's cold, isn't it?
As much as Drace and his family get sick, I don't know, man. Sounds like it's a pretty rough place with the weather. Not a whole lot of sunlight to
It,
go
it
around.
tends to do that thing where it's like it's snowing and crazy
rainy.
winds. Okay, I dressed like crazy. Then you go to work and like all of a sudden it's sunny and you're like, okay, I can take off
Yeah,
my ones, my snowsuit. And then all of a sudden it starts hailing. And you're like, why is there hail? You go inside to
yeah,
get your coat, but by the time you come out,
that's
it's raining.
Michigan. That's Michigan. That sounds like pure Michigan. That's a northern environment.
That's only certain
It'll
parts
be
of the year.
yeah. In
And then
Michigan, it can
there's
be
fake winter and then there's real winter.
yeah.
Fake winter and real winter.
Yeah, but I've also
Also,
heard,
circuit
I've
breakers.
also heard that
They know about
And
circuit
this summer
breakers.
we had
the best
3
hot
days of
springs.
sun.
We
At
we call
least.
it pre-winter, then winter in Michigan.
Yeah,
We're
but
it's
it takes
northern.
out like a lot of times. Sometimes we'll have a whole month where it'll be like crazy snowstorm and then no snow for like a week and everything seems fine and then it's crazy snow again but that was only for a day and then you're like okay it's over again. But then the next day it starts
in
again.
Michigan, in the middle of the winter, all the snow can melt. It can start to rain. Then it snows again. Then it rains again. all in one day.
Yeah, we get
We get a lot
and
of
that
that
kind of
back
snow.
in
Snow
Spokane,
we call
Washington,
slop.
too.
Hey, Damsel, I've also heard that like Iceland is like really big on geothermal energy. They have like some of the
I'm not
best
in
hot
Iceland.
springs.
I'm not Icelandic.
Karma's the Icelandic
You got the wrong name.
Oh, somebody was somebody was from Iceland. I
No,
apologize.
it's
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, damsel's not from us. It's Karma. Karma, she's in Iceland.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Karma.
Iceland.
It's cool.
Is there,
No problem.
are Icelandic women mostly blonde or brunette?
Mix.
Hard to tell.
I think we have quite a few blondes, but we have a lot of brunettes as well. But to speak to the geothermals, yes, we do have a lot of geothermal energy, and there's a lot of heat in the ground here, which can be easily used and accessed to. And we power much of our country through geothermal.
Oh,
yeah, and I
cool.
heard you guys have like a lot of really good hot springs too.
Yeah. We also grow
Idaho
tropical
does
plants
have
with geothermal energy.
hot springs.
Yeah, and Raven, just in case you don't know, I mean, Raven, Raven, Karma and Drace are brother and sister,
Okay.
and
Okay.
they live in Iceland. Just wanted to let
Gotcha.
you know.
And we're sitting next to each other right now.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Gotta
Nice
keep
to
each other
meet you.
warm.
All the flat earthers in Iceland are on one couch right now.
No,
No, Mama's downstairs.
no, we've actually had some other Icelanders come in here that are flat earthers.
Yep,
So,
there
yeah,
have
yeah.
been. Every once in a while. Yeah.
You better have a big comfy couch.
Big comfy couch.
I went Blues Clues on that one, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Blues Clues, Blues Clues.
Hey, did you see
I'm
that?
gonna need my
that I posted.
handy dandy notebook.
Did you see sesquipedalian is it means someone that's long winded. So when someone's getting long winded, you can throw that one out there. Sesquipedalian. I posted an article
Can't
with
say
some of the
that
longest
if
English
you drink a few
words.
more beers.
Helio, how do you know
You
all
better
these
not
words?
use that one too
I just
often there,
googled it.
Filio.
Fucking hey, man! It's
My favorite is when somebody asks you a question, you can quote Hamlet, and you can be like, I think Hamlet quotes this best. It's something like scene 3, act 3, line 82, I think it was, and the quote was no.
like one word. No.
That's a little
No.
hyper fastidious there.
Oh, there you go. But that's pretty.
So make sure you say it with emphasis, though. No.
Yeah, like really drag it out.
With no context. With no context. No.
See, in America, we call that the nerd code. Milo, quit talking shit to the cat. Quit.
Did he fart on the cat?
No, the cat's playing in his food dish again, and he's getting mad. That's my food. Don't touch that. Your food dish is over there. He'll like he sounds like he's gonna kill her, but he ain't gonna do shit. He loves the cat. He's just trying to, and she knows he's fronting, but he's still trying to front.
He's making.
Yeah, the cats always know. The cats always figure it out that they're fronting. Yeah, I've seen that happen with our
the cat's
cats
like,
too.
you
They
ain't
had
doing shit.
issues
You
with the
love
dogs.
me. You sniff.
Yeah.
She's a
It sounds
female.
like-
He sniffs her butt every time she walks by. She's like, I'm gonna knock your food out of your dish, and you ain't gonna do shit. That's a normal woman for you, you know. I'm gonna throw your steak on the floor, and you're still gonna eat it, motherfucker.
My
And
wife
you're
cooked
gonna
me a steak today. She cooked it like she likes it. It was halfway burnt.
So not how you like it?
I am so glad to
I
be
like mine.
free
like
of
pink,
that.
but not bloody.
Yeah,
my wife,
my
she
old
totally screwed up my steak.
my old lady didn't like to cook and hand a bloody steak either. But that's how
I
I
love
like
a
it.
rare steak though. I don't like cooked. I don't like really cooked meat. Rare steak
No,
is really good.
look, I just want you to sizzle that shit and put it on the plate.
You just want it barely brown, right? Barely
Just,
warm.
yeah, just skew it. Just skew it and throw it
You
on
want
the
it
plate.
mooing then. Nearly mooing.
And put some veggies next to it. Don't forget the veggies.
Ever tried marinating steak in pineapple? Because that shit is awesome for making it all like, what's it called?
Juicy.
Yeah, well, it's
breaks. Yeah,
and it breaks apart easy. What's that called?
Tenderizes
It's
it.
like,
Yeah,
it's
tenderizes
a tender.
it.
So
Yeah, tender.
because it's acidic. Then okay, I get
Right.
it. Yeah.
That's the way wine works too. So yeah, you just have to have
Yeah,
enough
we
acid to
use
break it down.
wine or
If you like that,
Pineapple
get
makes
some
a
ham.
minute steak taste good. I'm just saying.
If you like that, get some ham and cover it in pineapples and cherries and smoke it.
My grandmother used to do that, but I don't eat pork anymore. But I used to love that. I used to love it.
there is so a joke in there. So we were talking about half pink, half raw meat, and then we made it juicy and tenderized. Oh my god, man! I'm gonna have to take a cold shower.
Hockey puck.
Mike,
We're actually gonna
Mike,
stay
you are
tomorrow
just
because
you're
Drake's
way
about
too
to
frustrated, brother.
Fresh tuna steaks, just charred, where it's brown on the outside and pink in the middle. Oh, I did it again.
Yep. I'm seeing codes, bro. I'm seeing codes in the in the wording. I am too.
Moo. Yeah.
Cry.
You want it mooing.
Moo.
Go to.
I'm done.
Yeah, you better go take a shower, brother.
Shake hands with beef.
Well, I could just go feed the cows and then I'd be all good after that. They're all nasty. You feed them, they lick you, and they put big old goober sweats and nasty crap on you.
TMI, bruh.
TMI. You ain't never had a cow kiss, man. That motherfucker will lick your whole face, dude. And it'll be
when I
all
was younger-
slobber.
Because the cow used to lick my forehead all the time.
Yep, mine likes to steal my hat and then lick my head. That's nasty shit. I generally take a towel with me. I love that cow, but damn it.
Every time I get a haircut, I have to tell the lady when she cuts my hair to make sure she compensates for my cow lick. Because if she don't, it'll be like waving, like I got a freaking hand on top of my head, like waving at everybody.
I don't know.
Hey, that's pretty
Every
funny.
now and then he's got a tick. He just says, "Welcome to He-Man Woman Haters Club. I'm Spanky."
Hi, Spanky. Yeah, with the little sticking up hair, yeah.
Yeah, we used to pick on guys with cow licks and call them Spanky. Them kids generally got this. They get their head shaved. Just shave it all, Dad. I'm tired of that cow lick.
I go from Caesar to Shaggy depending on what kind of year it is.
Caesar to Shaggy.
Yeah,
I don't mind. It wasn't me, Shaggy.
Yeah. No.
A perm.
Shaggy Scooby.
Oh. Hey, Scoob, I think we're going to have to raid this kitchen.
Are you saying you have a Jew friend there, Hank?
No, I'm saying my hair goes from a Caesar cut, where they just comb it straight forward and it's really short,
to a poofed
like
out
all the
Shaggy
Caesars.
do. Shaggy got
to
a
a Shaggy.
do.
Yeah, Shaggy got to do in the wintertime. In the wintertime, I look like Shaggy.
Shaggy got a mullet. Zoinks!
Zoinks! that cat is literally in heaven right there.
Zoinks! Scoop, we're going to have to raid this kitchen. Yeah. You know,
Raggy.
You know he was always high. Shaggy's
Yeah,
always
Scooby
high.
Snacks is only a few letters away from Doobie Snacks.
Yep. Doobie Snacks means I got the munchies I'm gonna eat everything in the fucking kitchen.
I've been sober for a
I mean,
long
that's
time.
what
I
I did
usually don't
every
go
show.
this long. I think I've been sober since like August 1st.
I do their sandwich thing that Scooby and Shaggy do. I do that with every leftover in the kitchen. I have cucumbers in the motherfucking sandwich before it's over.
But if I had some, I'm sorry.
Dude,
I
I
thought you were done.
Go
love
ahead.
cucumber sandwiches.
I was gonna say, if I had some Native American friends and they offered me some peyote, I'd probably take a journey with them.
I'd probably
Just
go on
Do
that walk
peyote.
right now. It's a
Yeah, I'd do
spiritual.
peyote.
It's a spiritual journey. You learn shit about yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's one that's way more spiritual than a lot. And I would do that one. If it was
It's
in the
nice
right place with the right people.
when you trip. It's nice to write down what you focused on for your 14 hours or your 12 hours or your 10.
12 hours. Jeez.
You
Dude,
you
if
ain't
you
never did no.
if it's
You
like
ain't never
escaping
did
from
2 hits of 4-way blotter.
if it's like escaping from this reality, it's I may not want to come back from it.
We knew that.
Right?
without
I hear you.
Come on, Truth. We're going to the loony bin together.
Shit.
I'm coming with you.
I got a ride that'll
I'm
take
not.
you
I'm
right out
not
of
even
this galaxy. Shit.
like seriously, not even joking.
Mike. The last 2 nights.
This is how I look most of the day. Damn it!
I know it.
All this good looking shit, and I gotta go home. I can't buy one. I think I hear my kid calling. Damn it!
Oh well, you're making that look for different reasons than I'm making that look. Then,
Mikey,
I
is it
am.
getting Mikey?
I am.
Is it getting cold up in Michigan yet?
It is. I mean, my internet works real good now. I'm not frustrated about that no more.
That's good.
Shit, it's cold in East Texas right now.
Yeah, it's rained ice cold rain for 2 days, man. My season's coming close to an end. It'll be sporadic for the next month. It normally is.
So, as a farmer, Mike, what do you do during the winter months? I know you're like working with the animals and stuff, but what do you do during the winter?
Well, now that I'm not married, I stay fucking busy, so I don't have to think about it. I build a car. I might find a piece. I might find a piece of trim in the front room that just needs totally redone because it just doesn't fucking look right. I arrange.
But you have to be up early in the morning, take care of the horses and shit, right?
Yeah, yeah, but I always got time to make sure the rugs are mathematically and symmetrically organized through the house.
You are a very, very frustrated man. There is something
is there a level of OCD there?
Oh, there is.
It's frustration.
That too, but like I got a model collection that I've been building since I was 13. And I got all these little shelves on the wall.
Getting used to living alone.
So yeah, so I dust 5 models a day. 5 models a day. I'll dust them. I'll clean them off with Armor All. I buff them, wax them, and so it keeps me systematically. At the end of the week, I'm done with the whole wall. And then I'll go back and do it all. So they always shine. I've never kept them this nice in my lifetime. I just let them get dust. And then
That's OCD. That's actually, I respect that because I'm kind of like the opposite. I let shit go.
I used to. But one day I said, damn, that dusty ass shit in the middle of my nice front room. How the hell did I ever not notice that? Oh yeah, I was getting some then.
You were busy. Like I said, you were busy. You didn't have time to be
I was
trying
happy.
to find things.
I didn't notice it. Right. Now I'm irritated. Now I'm irritated. I'm like, that fucking dust is all over them motherfuckers. Them shelves need fucking clean.
It's interesting because it's backwards for me. Like when I was younger, which I don't think calling it OCD is correct. I think it's just different personalities.
No, I get that. I was
Oh,
just saying.
see,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, making a comment about, like, how, Big Pharma likes to label you as shit that they can give you
Label.
pills for
Yeah.
and tell you that
Everything's got a label.
something's wrong
Dude,
with
I
you
wish
or
I had.
whatever.
I wish I had at
But
least
when
50% of OCD because I'm freaking lazy and my shit's
could
all
just
Yeah,
go
when I
through the
was younger, I
alphabet.
was like that, and I wouldn't even say that much younger either. It's only been over the past maybe 3 to 5 years that I'm totally opposite now. Like I used to pay so close attention to detail, shit would bug me, but now it's like I don't know. I'm more free spirited, and I just kind of go with the flow, and shit doesn't bother me that much. I just kind of like I'll
When I
just
was
let
a
it
kid,
go. Do what needs done, and that's it.
yeah. When I was a kid, my doctor labeled me with half the alphabet, and my mom just laughed. OCB, HTAD, ADHD. My mom's like, that guy just don't know. All them letters add up just to being a
Yeah,
fucking normal kid.
yeah. Your
My
mama
mom,
was probably like, "He's just a boy. He's just a boy."
yeah, that shit just irritated
Just
me.
a little
Nope,
boy.
he's just a young boy. I got 6 of them.
Yeah, it's like, why are you trying to put labels on this boy?
Yeah, it's like one of them scanner strips.
No, kitty.
For the love of God, Mike, go out and get laid.
Don't do it, Mike.
Go to the fucking car show. Take your fucking
Be one with the white top shirt.
Corvette.
Hold it in, bro.
Don't
listen to these people.
Your
Hold it in.
Duesenberg. I know you got a fucking Duesenberg.
Well,
Hold it in, bro.
Yeah. Listen, the problem isn't talking to people. The problem is being too damn picky.
Oh, I know that. That's always been my problem as well.
And that's my ex's fault. I'm damn well trying to. Oh wait, she got this one little trait, and she might be like the last one. Hell no.
Yeah,
I know. I'm kind of the same way. I'm twice divorced.
Yeah,
I'm twice divorced.
You're really shy.
I've been
This is
thinking about
different.
that
You're gun
lately.
shy.
I've been thinking about that lately. And
Yeah.
it's like back then it's like
Get
you
your
were.
ass back out in the fodder.
I think back
Get
then
out of the manhole.
you're not so set in all of your ways, right? Because you haven't really found like in all of your ways what you want to do. And then once you get set in them, it's like what the it's like once you get set in them, it's like
Exactly.
that's who you want to be. And if they're not okay with it, then you just it's like so back then you were willing to accept
Yeah, I don't nobody
a lot of shit
fucking
that
with
you're
the
not
comfort.
you're not
that
willing to accept now.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that a chastity belt passes the future?
Yes, it is.
Mike has his chastity.
Listen, it's a mental chastity belt built out of frustration.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm twice divorced as well, and and as far as what you call getting laid, I haven't actually done that for a very, really long time.
Oh, TMI, bro.
But there's a difference between getting laid and
listen, man, you're
finding
triggering
a
my
girlfriend.
PTSD. I got PTSD over that.
Yeah,
damn.
shit, I got 2 divorces. What the
Oh,
fuck are you talking
fucking
about?
A, just go out of your league, just go out of your league, or go with something that you would
Comfort
never.
zone.
I don't really give a shit, to be
Listen,
honest.
Valid
I was
girl
gonna
and
go
just
talk to
go
a
with it and
therapist
like,
about it.
hormones released. Now I can think.
Hey, once you reach
Some people
close
aren't
to
like that,
50, it's not necessarily that
Listen,
important. You know,
Some
I
people
was
the
gonna
heart
go
follows the body.
talk to a therapist about it, but I went there and I seen the therapist. Like my doctor recommended one. I went there and this hot ass chick comes out of this room and I'm like, oh my god,
Of course.
who's that? And they're like, well, that's your therapist. And I was like, oh no, I don't want therapy. I'm out.
I ain't speaking.
That wouldn't have worked well.
How the hell am I going to tell this woman about my sexual frustrations?
Yeah,
It just ain't happening. I'm out.
Yeah, it's not like that. I don't miss, flesh to flesh contact like that. But it's just, it's just, it just doesn't. It's not as important as it was. Yeah, sure, dude. You have to admit. I mean, shit. I mean, women and men. You miss it when you haven't had it for a long time. So whatever. But at the same time, it's not.
I'm hot, sick and sweet, from my head to my feet. Yeah.
A little bit of porn music there.
That's why I did it with a slap bass.
I figured.
bow, chicka, wow, wow.
Wow, exactly. Exactly. Oh man.
Anyway, it's it do what it do.
It do.
I'm just saying, don't let the terrorists
One day at
win.
a time.
Don't let the terrorists win by not going out there and
people in
invading.
VC check-in. Do we really have to talk about this?
Step inside, walk this way. You and me, babe. Hey, hey.
Elijah, there's some people in VC check-in?
And the answer is yes. Yes, we do. This has to be covered.
But Armageddon.
It's a part of flat Earth life.
Yeah. Would you say Armageddon?
Armageddon it, bro.
Armageddon.
Armageddon it.
Oh,
He said,
Armageddon.
I'm getting it.
I thought
He's
you were talking
getting
about
it.
Not
we.
thought you were talking about the chastity belt. Armageddon it. Armageddon.
It can mean whatever it needs to mean to you at the time that you need it, bro.
It hit me that way. It just hit me. It just hit me like that. All right. So yeah, there are some people in VC check-in.
There is
Northern Rebellion. There's some people talking to him though. So hopefully we'll get them in here. We'll talk about the flat Earth.
But still, listen, somebody's always got to call off the normal, everyday human conversation that makes us seen as human people. So we're not just labeled flat earthers and called retards. But hey, you know, everybody got their own opinion of what's the best way. I think it's
same as we are normal human.
Yeah, I think it's best to be seen as a regular old person before you have a conversation wherein somebody might call you a fucking retard.
Nerd, retard.
You want me to see him as a normal retard? Yeah. Okay.
A normal retard. I guess that would be.
As long as I'm not seen as a full retard, we're good.
Man, by the way, with the ladies' night thing, I think I was listening and like Quantum Eraser and Sonny were talking. I thought maybe the ladies' night ended early or something, but it was about the sextant, and so I went ahead and stopped the stream. But I think it went for a couple hours, and
I don't know what
that later.
I don't know
what
what
you were talking about, Hilo.
Because no one in here was ever talking about the sextant.
He's talking about being jealous.
Are you watching the playback?
Hold on, I didn't listen the whole time, but I did stop the recording.
He's talking about being jealous.
After about
I did call out and say, Helio, if you're listening, I guess you can stop it now.
I wasn't. So I don't know when that was. I don't listen to the whole.
Blame me.
I don't. Well, okay, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying
it went on for 5 hours.
No, well.
What you said didn't match anything we talked about. That's all.
Hold on,
funny.
you guys went for like 2 hours, and then freaking Quantum Eraser and Sonny were talking. I was like, did they end early?
Nope. Not tonight. Not at all.
Oh shit!
That's why I'm laughing.
4 p.m.
My bad.
You haven't been here.
Well, I have it like 2.5 hours, and I'll post that later.
My Lord.
Anyway, it's pretty good.
Okay, well, you got 2 hours of it. You missed the last 3 hours of it.
No, I heard some of that, and I was like, "Oh shit, ladies, I still going."
5 hours and 10 minutes.
Maybe I clicked on the wrong freaking link, you know.
But if you restarted the stream, you still got it.
Because it was a really good night. You actually
were driving down West Ave, and they was on East Ave.
He was in an entirely different town. He wasn't even in the same town.
Yeah. Not even the same. Yeah.
Well, like I was saying, I mean, I didn't listen the whole time. I was like going back and forth. And,
but Helio, it's okay because if you restarted it, you still got it.
That means you have
No,
it.
actually, that whole stream, and I didn't even start this live stream until about 11 a.m. today. So I think we're still. Let me check.
I think you were still running because I was looking at YouTube at one point during it and it was still there. So I don't know. Didn't look like anything was.
Yeah, we're at 11 hours 19 minutes right now. So YouTube won't archive it past 12 hours. So I'll stop it here pretty soon, and then I'll capture the whole ladies' night.
Yeah, it's better
It
if one
was
of the
really
more
good.
elegant ladies stops ladies' night, because the way I stop it is, Helio, if you want to restart the stream, go ahead.
But
That's
I'm
it.
not always listening. Somebody's going to have to message me. And it'd be best if you message me like a half hour before the top of the hour, and then I'll know that you guys are going to end it at the top of the hour. That would really help me out to make a.
We were having so much fun tonight. We completely forgot Helio because we did remember
I know,
that we were
I
supposed
know.
to be doing that.
I
Not
know.
today. It was too much
my
fun.
recommendation.
You missed a good one.
I'll do the best I can. I didn't miss the whole thing. I listened to a lot of it. But
Your favorite lady was here, Tracy Van.
Tracy
I
was
heard
here.
Tracy come in. Yeah,
That's why I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah. It was good.
What? Wait. Why did you say that's my favorite lady?
Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Don't focus on that.
No, I actually do
you
love
and her
Tracy
go back and
because she's
forth
so excited all the
Yeah.
time. She's like,
I know.
she's just so freaking. She's
She
so
kept us
excited
pumped all
the time. Yeah,
evening.
she does. She's
Especially
great.
since we didn't.
Hi, Helio. Hello,
We
Helio.
didn't have
There's
too many
Tracy right
guys.
there.
See?
I love it, man. Tracy freaking rocks, man.
Miss
You're in
you.
California, right, Tracy?
Yes, I am.
There you go, man. It's California girls. I mean, that's what they wrote. They write songs about California girls, man. I mean, come on.
That was what's his name? He used to be in Van Halen. He sang that song. California Girls, I think.
Yeah, shit. The Beach Boys. Beach Boys were writing shit about California girls back in the freaking 70s, man. Come on.
Them too. They did too. You're right. You're right.
Everybody writes songs about California girls, man. Come on.
Yeah, and they always do videos at the beach too. Like their video is always like a whole bunch of California girls, Valley girls.
They all could be California girls.
Yeah.
I just heard news that the presidential candidate of Iceland is actually a flat earther.
Really?
Trace, that's
Are you for real?
Yeah.
You gotta contact him,
Tom, I
Trace.
just found that out. I'm going to be contacting that guy for sure.
I would be too.
He's going to be polished to the max.
Absolutely. Oh
Hey,
my God.
there's the doorway to step into changing and reforming the educational system.
Yes. Wow. And that's Iceland. So the Iceland president.
That's really awesome. I've never met like any Iceland flat earthers, so that's really cool.
Yeah, check this out. I mean, didn't
yet? He's just a candidate.
Yeah, they got rid of their government. Didn't you guys get like sue the government like a couple years ago?
Yeah, no, in last year's election, he ran for office, and I didn't even know about this because this wasn't like high up on any news. But she just happened to find it just now. So if I can find this guy, I might be able to help him run again.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
And Drace, can you guys possibly find like some clippings or something that you could so we can see?
Where is your source of this? Where are you seeing that the president is a flat earther? Like, I'm interested in that.
Not the president. He was a candidate for the president.
Okay.
He was one of the candidates of as we were voting for presidents.
Okay.
I get you.
He was running to be the president. I see what you mean. That's just as good.
The headline.
And he wears flannel. He's got to be a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
The
He's
headline
normal.
says basically a congressman feuding or arguing with Axel Peter about whether the Earth is flat. And then they have a quote by the other one, basically says bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Okay.
Well, everything in the mainstream media is bullshit, 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 right? So
he's like
he says there's no evidence for the globe, and apparently it all started when a lady asked him, what's your explanation for why the Earth is not a ball? And he said, I never actually claimed that the Earth was flat, though it's obvious. Liggi beinast við basically means it lies to all, it's obvious to anyone, and that there was no proof that the Earth was a ball. And then apparently they argued a bunch on Facebook, and this was covered a tiny bit on this one little article which had gone completely past me. But I was looking for something else and accidentally found it. Just
wow.
Serendipity.
I am so happy. It's getting
Thank you for
out.
translating.
It's getting everywhere. It's getting
I
around,
could
you guys.
translate the whole thing for you if you wanted, because I can read it and translate as I read it.
Oh, I see, because it's in your
None
language.
of that makes any sense.
Wait, check this out. I just found a Bloomberg article about the says this is where bad bankers go to prison. Iceland is the only nation that put top finance executives behind bars after the 2008 crisis.
Trace,
Yeah, that was a
Trace says that's fake.
That was a propaganda piece.
Oh,
that
that's a
went
propaganda
all
piece.
viral
Okay, cool.
around the world, and everybody was talking about, but then nothing happened. The
Yeah.
guy who got charged, they ran 2 years of investigation, and then a guy got
And
charged.
it just
and
ends
then-
up in nothing, right?
Yeah, they don't talk about that in any of this, but after 6 months of being a suspect, he got cleared of all charges. So no one got indicted, no one held the bag, and the Icelandic people just had to pay for everything, and our taxes just rose.
Oh, no surprise.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, damn.
so more than likely, so you're saying that's just a total propaganda piece, no surprise. Because Iceland is connected to the entire monetary system in the same way that we are,
The thing is, it had a small basis in the beginning. That's why there were people who actually argued for it online, because David Wynn Miller, the quantum language guy, came to Iceland and helped a couple of hundred Icelandic people win the bankers in court, took their powers away, and showed that their documents were illegal, which prompted the banks to redistribute all the loans to everybody, so they had to re-sign everything. They did this to my mom, so she still has like a massive loan on her house. Meanwhile, like a few hundred Icelandic people got all of their debts just cleared from the banks because their contracts were illegal. And so that's how they did a small victory against the banks, and that got like used as this like, oh, all the bankers are
here
are
in the
losing.
Western world, we were told that they arrested a shitload of bankers. Are those bankers still there, or are they in jail?
They're still here. No one was arrested.
Yeah, see, yeah. So it was just like it was a flare basically in the media, and now it's forgotten.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, we have like 2 prisons, one for the public and one for the government officials.
Oh shit, we have more than that many prisons here.
Yeah, but the difference is you're only allowed to go to the government prison if you're like one of the elite members. But everyone else,
you get croissants for breakfast and shit.
Yeah, there's a massage parlor, a golf course, and everything. It's a resort.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I had suspicions about that. I mean, they want to say, well, Iceland, which is a resort, it's a resort. I was gonna say resort, but what's it called? Like an obscure country, whatever, just up there. Hey, you guys are here. You found your way here, and you're gonna tell us the truth about what really happened in your country. And I think that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I think we all have like our own, like they can't control us all with the propaganda if we're all talking. So I think that's important to have these open lines of dialogue between these countries.
Well, but it's what's really funny about this, Trace, is that like everybody knows that the government in America is complete bullshit propaganda, all of it. Anything you hear from another country, if you're in another country and you hear something about America, that's that's all bullshit.
No, that's just no, Helio. Get it right. That's the government side, and then you have the people's side.
No, sure, but how can you access the real information? I mean, you're actually going to have to do some work to find the real information.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I guess it's the same for Iceland too, you know. So that's why I was curious. It was like, oh, Iceland's suing the bankers, you know, and they're putting them in jail. But now we just got the real information. It's like, no, they didn't go to jail. Or if they did, they're just like in a, you know, like the political prison.
No,
Helio, they eat bagels and shit every day with
Helio. They'll never go to jail. None of them will ever go to jail.
Yeah,
it's just all for show.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of like
to appease the masses.
There was a tiny victory, and because there was a tiny victory, and people were like, "Hey, we did something," they just capitalized on it, and so they crashed the bubble, and someone had to hold the bag. So they just built this whole narrative, told the whole world, like, all the bankers are going to jail. Iceland is so good. Let's build up the reputation of Iceland for our what's it called?
iSafe.
Yeah, iSafe was one of the things, because we were looking bad in the.
Are you and Karma like sitting in the same room on different laptops?
Yeah, they're brother and sister.
I know that. I'm just wondering if they're sitting in the same room.
They're both in Iceland.
Yeah,
I love you guys.
I have a 50-inch TV in front of me. I'm sitting in my bed with my mic like reaching over where I sit, and she's sitting next to me with her phone and her microphone headset connected to the phone. Does that give you a good picture?
I think this is really awesome. I've never met Icelandic normie or Icelandic flat earthers. I know some Icelandic normies, but like y'all are the first Icelandic flat earthers I've ever.
Yeah, they've actually they brought a few Icelanders in here that are flat earthers.
That's fucking awesome. Iceland people are awesome.
Go ahead, Hank. Was that Hank that was about to say something?
Yeah, just real quick, I wanted to say that I think if they would have drugged the bankers out by their short hairs and grabbed them by their ears and kicked them out, that all the Icelanders would be dead, like the Germans.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, I keep wondering
because I wouldn't have anything to spend anything on, because their dollars are a thing, even though it's virtual, it's still a thing.
They would just start bartering with each other. It's not that. The government would end up killing them.
Dead, but most of them would be dead if they stopped using, American dollar or whatever dollar they trade in.
Do you think that
they don't trade in dollars?
What? You don't trade in
so
dollars?
I'm glad you guys didn't kick out your bankers. Glad you guys are still around.
Do you think that Icelanders will ever tap into
what?
To what? Bitcoin?
What happened to you, guy?
What did you say?
Dropped.
My mic is really weird. I was asking, do you ever think Icelanders will ever tap into their Icelandic Nordic Viking spirit and raid the government and beat the shit out of them?
I have hoped that for a while, but we are being domesticated quickly, so I don't know if we can.
Jasper,
because Icelanders come from a brutal freaking line of blood, so
we come from warrior poets.
Yes.
Yeah, you're ascended from warriors.
Mr. Jeffrey Bezos, you have a lot of background noise on.
Yeah, I just want to say, I see everybody
with wind in the mic. I mean, whoever has an open microphone, if you're not talking, please mute your mic.
Yeah, I'm usually on push to talk. I'm sorry, I'll switch it back.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say, I see, other people on here, they got like the Viking roll and I don't have one. And that's like the only thing that I'm jealous about.
Yeah, major respect for the Vikings.
Right. Yeah, that's the only role that I want that I don't have. But don't give it to me because everybody will think I got like privileges or something.
Well, they're good at navigating ships, so I bet they could have used a sextant. They probably would have been good at it.
Shouldn't gingers get the Viking role by default?
I know.
Wait.
I know.
Gingers.
Leprechaun role, maybe.
The
But
fuck? What do you mean by that? I mean, gingers. That's a racial term, isn't it?
Well, you got to know your history, right? Because the Norse, they invaded Ireland and Scotland and England. So if you look at the Irish, if you're Irish, you're probably most likely a descendant of that.
we have some Scandinavians and
Hold
Vikings.
the phone. Somebody said gingers. Is that a racial term? Are you talking about
I'm
redheads?
a 6'3" ginger. What do you think I am?
Okay, well,
Picture me with a
hold up. Hold up.
I'm a 6-foot ginger, so
Hold
I
up.
can say it.
I have Irish in my blood, but I'm not a ginger. My hair is almost black. I mean, you consider it brown, but it's almost black. When I was
It's okay
younger.
to be a ginger.
Were you redheaded when you were young?
My hair was
No.
white, clear when I was young.
Oh, okay.
Like clear, like you can't barely see it. It's so white when I was a child.
So you're almost albino.
Oh. Yeah, are you albino, Hank?
No, I'm not albino. I got brown hair right now, and I do get a tan and freckles.
Okay.
Tan and freckles.
Can you get
so
a
my boy
tan?
hair? Listen, my boy hair goes between like dirty blonde.
What is
lighter
boy hair?
brown.
What the fuck is
what
boy
the fuck
hair?
is boy hair?
Hank?
That's the hair on top of your
what the
head.
fuck, Hank?
That's the hair on top of your head, right? And then your man hair is the hair on your face.
Jesus Christ!
What the hell, Hank? Are you
Why
speaking
you're
Texan
making
now?
shit up right now, Hank? Man.
Boy hair.
Oh boy.
Boy hair.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, here.
He wasn't referring to what you guys were thinking he was referring to.
Fucking Hank.
Oh, no.
You guys got
See,
We're supposed to fuck with Helio. We're not supposed to fuck
Gio,
with
when he says shit like this, and we're getting deeper into Hank's mind because nobody ever says boy hair except for Hank. I've never heard that term before.
Nobody.
So you're gonna have to help us figure this out, Hank.
Like, no one's ever heard
Earlier,
that
he
here.
was trying to be
Honestly,
using the friendly. No, never heard that one.
No, anyway, baby. So basically, you consider yourself as ginger because you have red hair. I mean, used to be we usually just call people.
beard.
Hold on, here's
That's
what we
ginger
do. Hold on.
means.
We just say redheads, right? You're a redhead. All right, cool.
I got a red beard, and my eyebrows are see-through. They're so blonde.
All right, where did the boy hair come from?
Yeah,
when
I
did
seen
you realize you had
I got a
boy
picture
hair?
of Hank
I
somewhere.
don't even know where that came from. What is boy hair?
So
His
when you're
boy,
born,
his hair when he was a boy.
you're a little boy. You got hair, right? My hair goes from dishwater blonde to like light brown. It goes back and forth between.
You know what?
Hey,
Blonde is dishwater.
Hold on. I have an experience with this because there's a man that I know that's a redhead, but he.
You were about to say redneck, weren't you?
Oh, he's a redneck too. I ain't gonna lie about that. But
Is he from Kentucky?
he's a ginger.
I know a guy like that too.
And
his name's
I knew him for a very long time. I worked with him for a very long time in a cabinet shop where I was working, and he started turning gray early. But he told me that he was a redhead when he was growing up. He started turning gray early.
Ooh.
So my
I'm
son
trying
does the
to
same thing, Hank.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that.
And so do I.
So
like
my
during the summertime,
eyes
my hair
change
is
color.
more blonde.
Sometimes my eyes are blue. Sometimes they're like bluish green, almost green, and then my hair changes color. Yeah, I mean,
you're a shapeshifter.
I'm a shapeshifter. That's right.
That's that Irish leprechaun bloodline in you.
Holocaust.
No, it's like I'm a bald head, and I'm a gray head because I started losing my motherfucking hair when I was 16, 17. I mean, fuck,
I'm right there with you, Helio.
Yeah.
Same here.
I was born with light hair and light blue eyes, but now I have dark hair and I have like turquoise eyes with like this weird sun around the black bit. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
you got the shape in your eyes?
As you
The
get older,
octagon shape?
let's call it a progression instead of like you're just getting older. No, it actually means that you're getting wiser.
Yes.
This is a wise man because
age equals wisdom.
Yeah, it's a pretty. You're a pretty man because we can tell that you've been through some shit. Isn't that better? I mean, and a woman too. The same thing with women. Like, we can tell that you're beautiful because you've been through some shit.
So Hank, my son, when my son was
You
born,
stay the hell away
he
from my
had
grandmother.
when my son was born, he had his hair was solid white. They called him Cotton Top, and now he's got brown hair, and it gets blonder in the summertime and darker in the winter.
Oh
and,
wow!
And that's kind of what my hair does too. But I was never as blonde as he was. Like he was solid white.
Is that like some kind? Is that like some kind of genetic mutation?
Well, I mean, I was going to add, however, do carry an albino gene. Like my grandfather was he was full-blooded albino. Him and his brother and his sister, all three of them were, but only one of them had pink eyes.
Did they all
the
have
pink
hair
eyes that shook back
like
and
the
forth?
whole time? Hair on top of their head the whole time?
I'll put it to you like this: if I would have been born up north, my hair probably wouldn't have changed colors.
Hold on,
I think I adapted to Texas a little bit.
Well,
because it's so hot.
no, that really doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, doesn't have necessarily anything to do with the genes. So, True Avails, were you saying that there was some albino? I mean, if you're an albino, you're fucking albino. You're never gonna.
Is there some correlation between?
Because I had a really
blood
close friend that was an
there's-
albino, and
Hold
he
on,
was
Helio. That's not true. There's ocular albinism, which is when you have gray eyes. Your eyes are albino. So there is different types of albinism.
Yeah, it sounds like they're.
Huh?
Okay, whatever. But I mean, if you're an albino, you're not. Hold on, Michael. So you're saying there's different sections of albinos, right? So I had a really close friend that was an albino, and still is, and he's a really good guy, and he's a popular guy. Actually, I mean, I could send you some videos. He's doing a really good thing. He's a computer expert, and he does security for like computer systems and stuff. He's a really good friend of mine. But anyway, but as far as this goes, like it's like even with it doesn't matter if you're black and then you're like you have a child and
Helio,
like,
what are you saying, bud?
Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying.
I'm holding it.
Okay, well, hold on. What I'm saying.
Go ahead, Helio.
Well, I mean, just for the sake of, there ain't no Globers in here trying to argue the fucking flat Earth.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're just trying to get you there. That's all.
This is a good time, Helio.
Right,
You're fucking amazing.
Dude, I'm bald, but I can grow the shit out of my hair on the back of my head, but I can't grow it on
I'm
the
right
top.
there with you, Helio.
Dude, I started losing that shit in high school, you know? So anyway, no, I'm not the only, you know, it's been fucking years since I've been embarrassed about it. You know what I mean? I don't really. I'm a bald guy. You know, whatever.
It's nothing.
I don't fucking care if you think
nothing to be
it's
embarrassed about, Helio.
Hey,
I had a receding hairline when I was 18.
Don't tell anyone. Women women like sexy bald guys. So don't even don't tell anybody.
Helio, actually,
So
right.
anyway,
I know
I
a couple
just
girls who
own
do.
that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Own it.
Anyway,
That's good, Haley.
so anyway,
It's all right,
recently,
Haley.
it's not. It's all right. Yeah, I mean, I used to
wear a
be.
hat, Helio?
I used to think that it could be something, but I know that women like sexy bald guys.
But do you wear a hat?
I mean, it's not every woman likes sexy bald guys. I mean, everybody has their own flavor. It's not even a big deal.
Flavor, okay.
Yeah,
What does
it's
a bald
flavor.
guy
It's
taste
all
like, Helio?
flavor.
Let's
It's
get
all
down to it.
flavor. When it comes to sexuality, it's all flavor.
Oh boy.
So there used to be a band called Bare
Away
Naked
from the
Ladies,
vodka,
and
my friend.
Is
they
there a
said that
bald?
vanilla is the finest of the flavors.
Is there a bald flavored drink out there somewhere?
Point me to it. Point me to it, please.
Hold on. There's a bald flavored man.
Bald
That's
flavor.
me.
Oh my God, this is awesome.
That's me. That's me too, Helio. Like straight up, I'm right there with you, bro.
What, you bald too?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
He's been saying
He
that
said when
for
he
the
was
last
18.
10 minutes.
Well, it's just like it's like a. I mean,
You're not alone, Helio. It's
dude.
okay.
He's not.
I actually
Don't feel
dude,
bad, Helio.
No,
They're just
I
picking
know.
your
I
brain.
know this
Yeah.
for a fucking fact.
They're just picking your brain, man, because you don't have hair to
No,
pick it.
no.
Whoa.
At a certain point, I was self-conscious about it, but I'm not anymore. Because women don't look at men that way. It's like, oh, he has a head of hair, and if he's bald, I'm not attracted to him. Oh, that's fucking bullshit.
Is that true? You know all the women, but listen, dude. All
No,
jokes
I'm not
aside,
saying all the women.
Wait,
They have their own.
listen.
It's like I'm not attracted to all women either. It's just
There's a
I'm
place
just
for
saying.
you in the dating world, Helio. In fact, you're amazing, so you should probably get back out there.
Yeah.
Well,
Get
I
on
might
Tinder.
eventually.
Yeah, really.
It's Friday night, Helio.
I'm in a slump
It's
right
Friday
now,
night.
but maybe I'll get
way,
back
go on
there.
Tinder
I'm
then.
fucking
Shit, it's
almost 50
2021.
years old, so whatever.
You're the fucking shit, Helio.
It's not
I
old.
love you, bro.
40's the new 20, right?
Only 45.
Yeah, well, how about 50?
Right?
Is that the new 30?
50's
You're
the
5
new
years older
47.
than me.
No, I don't know.
Fuck you.
It's the new thing. It's the new thing, you guys. The older you get, the more awesome you are.
Well,
So.
to be honest, this. I mean,
Guys are working pretty hard.
I would like to have I'd like to meet a partner or whatever and do whatever we can do together. But as far as
Just stop getting married to them.
Yeah. Don't marry him.
everyone wants to
He's
have a
already had
partner,
two.
but we all
Yeah,
partners
but
here.
the thing
Maybe
is you
this
don't have to get married to them and turn them to an ex-wife and have to pay for that shit.
Yeah, well, that's never going to happen again. But
No alimony in Texas.
isn't
No
this
public land in
social
Texas either.
platform? This social platform where we can actually talk to women and men together and freaking actually have
Women
a real
and men together. What?
Yeah, you have a brother, dude.
Wow.
Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
Oh, we can't have sexually, a sexual
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Alrighty.
Yet, but eventually, somebody that's 50 years old is not gonna we're not gonna be like in virtual goggles going, "Hey, I'm having sex with you," or like some machine or whatever. I know what they're working toward.
What the fuck is going on, Helio?
This is not Helio poop party.
What did you drink
This is
tonight,
their
Helio?
Hold on. This is their
What are you drinking tonight?
Did you drink it, Mickey? Goddammit, for fun?
No, hold on.
Those virtual goggles, Helio, and you put them on your head, and then look at or talk to a woman on the virtual goggles.
No,
do that.
Oh, it's because his woman's here.
No, my woman's not here. But no, I'm just saying. I mean, this is what I'm thinking is that I really think they're trying to turn this type of platform into something like that, where you don't even actually have to have physical contact.
What the fuck?
No, that can't. That'll never.
Boy, we've gone through so many topics, Helio. Wow. What are you
Yeah, I
drinking
told you
tonight?
I was talking about Blood Flash. Goddamn.
In order to
No, it's great. It's just like, whoa.
in order to be in a relationship,
It's been good. It's fun.
It has to be
You're
physical.
feeding the
This is
trolls,
fucking
man.
Running Man and fucking
You're
all
snitching on
kinds of
yourself.
shit. No, I'm not. I don't even want that. I'm just saying. I mean, like Running Man. They made
even want what?
They made movies about this shit a long time ago.
Helio, are you talking about what's going on right now?
Are you talking about, like, Demolition Man is exactly the timeline we're on?
Yes, I would agree with that.
How the fuck do you use the 3 shells?
It could be.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Running.
Just
Not
toilet
just
paper,
Running Man.
Helio, are you talking about bald, awesome dudes getting hot chicks? Bald, ginger, awesome dudes.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie though.
That's a side. That's a side topic.
All the phone.
All the fucking and all the real metals for living in the sewers.
Maybe an albino.
The ladies here won't admit it. They love bald guys, man. They're freaking.
It's true. A lot of them do. Hey,
yes, they do.
Joshua.
We do.
I can't wait to join you in the sewers.
Hey, we'll be eating rat burgers.
Left dishonored your brothers.
We'll be growing hydroponic off the waste of the elite.
You are my son.
Yeah, so all the bald guys, don't be self-conscious.
Oh hell no, I ain't.
Ladies love you.
Hey, I'm just glad I still got a full head of hair. Well, not full.
Well, I wish I did, but I shouldn't.
I'm starting to get a thumb head.
I'm naturally bald, but I'm not gonna fucking get implants in my head
you can
to
fit
fucking
4 fingers from your hair.
stimulate hair. So whatever. I'm just gonna be natural my entire life.
At 5 fingers, I'm almost at it.
Bosny. That's that stuff for men. That surgical stuff, I think it's called Bosny.
Yeah, they clip a portion of the back of your head like an inch wide. They use a razor, and then they freaking cut it up and then put it in top of your head so that you can grow hair again. I mean, how unsexy is that?
Well,
Rogaine
didn't work for Joe Rogaine, so
I don't mean to laugh, but it's funny.
No matter what
nothing's
flaw,
gonna work for Joe.
no matter what flaw you have, whether you're a bald head or you have one testicle, make that your strength. You are God's creation. So,
yeah,
it's just like I'm God's
I have a
creation.
friend with only one testicle, and he's
he's
cooler than all of you.
probably more fertile too.
Be proud of whatever happens to you. You are God's creation.
Yeah.
To each of our gifts and our niches.
I've been owning my baldness for a long time. I don't really.
Damn it, man! But you're a fucking musician, so who cares?
And I'm a good.
Yeah, you can play the guitar.
I'm a decent
Most girls
talker.
like that.
I'm a decent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I meet a woman, they're not going to immediately hear me play guitar.
Dude, you automatically have a leg up on me, Helio, because you can serenade them with music. What can I do? Choose her fucking
who
oil?
does that when you meet a woman? You don't immediately.
Listen, baby, listen. Hey, I don't have much to say, but I can play this.
It's like I'm the shittiest asshole.
Yeah, it's like Helio plays the guitar.
I had
Helio plays the guitar, and
first
that's the
night.
entire
I actually
conversation.
had one guy. Yeah, no, that worked, Helio. There was a guy that I met one night, and that's what he did. He serenaded. It was pretty cool. He was a really good
Really?
singer.
Okay.
See, it
We had a
works.
good time that night.
Did it get him laid, and then you never saw him again?
None of your business, buddy.
Yes,
I kiss and tell. I'm not going to kiss and tell, but
So the moral of the story, you got whiskey dick.
Yeah.
Helio's like, listen, I can't fuck when I'm like this, but I can play guitar and sing.
Helio, I totally envy you, dude.
No, I
it
wouldn't
works.
envy me in any way.
No, I envy you because you can sing and you can play the guitar, and that's like an entire conversation.
And I don't give a shit if I get laid or not.
Oh my goodness gracious! We got to clip that.
Holy fuck!
Clip it out, man. I mean, I haven't freaking got laid in years, so I
No,
don't
dude,
give a
because
fuck.
actually, that might help your case with women hearing a clip saying, "I don't care if I get laid or not."
Yeah,
right?
You're single, Helio?
No, that makes you sound like you're
I've been
looking
single
for the
for
right
a
things
very
instead
long
of.
time, and I haven't gotten laid in years. I don't freaking seek out a relationship or freaking
Yeah, you
dates or
respect that.
shit like that. I just freaking, go to
I'll
work,
tell
do
you,
what I
he's
gotta
a
do, and I just
gentleman the
fucking.
time I met him.
Oh, you guys
He's a
feel bad
gentleman.
now. You feel
He
bad for
likes taking
me.
women out,
Hey.
whining and dining them, and showing them a good time on the town,
Yeah,
going out
well, I
dancing
mean,
and that
that's
kind of
not
stuff,
even
going to Olive
necessarily an
Garden.
option for me. Yeah, it's
You
not
know,
necessarily an option.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and speak for everybody and say that when you become a truther, none of that shit really matters anymore. Like you're focused
yeah.
on one, you know.
Yeah.
There are more important things.
When you're in
Yes, it's not
truther,
primary.
when you're a truther, all the priorities come into perspective. You know what you need to do.
Well, did you hear about the
Right.
new bill that they're trying to
Not
pass?
only that, hang on, guys. Not only that, attention.
Hey.
So much healthier for you than not, and so that's what you learn when you wake up is semen retention. At least as a guy.
Yep.
Sex.
Here's the thing, Gus.
Even
you gotta
though
postpone
I
gratification.
love sex, but I don't, I don't participate.
It's secondary. It's secondary.
What? He likes it, but he doesn't participate. So it happens over there, and you're just not going to do it.
I froze it all like 10 years ago.
Well, I mean, who would I participate in sex with?
I don't know, Helio.
If I'm
It's
not
my
dating
business.
anyone, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I understand.
I imagined. Listen, I imagined you in the same room as sex going on, and you not participating and just being there.
That's not even
That's
what
like
I'm
an
talking
out-of-body
about.
experience.
So whatever.
We know you didn't mean that.
No, I meant exactly what I said. I'm not going to be in a room. Somebody said that I was going to be in a room with sex going on, and I wouldn't participate. I'm talking about I don't go on dates.
Would you
I
be
don't
the
date anyone.
you'd be the camera holder while everybody's making a porno, huh?
No, you guys, if you want to date some people and have casual sex or whatever, it's on you. But I mean, not that I don't miss sex. I just don't. I
hear you, man.
I do other shit, So whatever.
It's just not important. It's not like, oh my god, I haven't gotten laid in
Helio,
4 months.
I think that Helio, I think that we've been raised in social constructs that where we're supposed to think what's important and what it's not. I don't think what you do. I don't think that you're abnormal for not caring. Putting sex secondary. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think that's the way either, and I think there's a lot of people that don't. Especially in the social.
There's so many more important things that we need to be worrying about than that.
Yeah,
yes, indeed.
Exactly.
I gotta tell you, Helio is a gentleman. I met him the first time a few months ago, and he is quite a
Helio
gentleman.
is an awesome
nice dinner
dude.
with everybody.
Helio is amazing.
You got to meet him, Daniel? That's
Enjoyed it.
Cool.
So he's a nice man.
You guys need to hook up. What's going on, Danzel? Are you single?
Yeah, I am single.
Oh, hey, Helio. She's right
Too
there
funny.
where you're at, man. You should.
It was just really nice. He invited me to meet a bunch of other flat earthers, and it went really well. So, but he was very gentle and kind and nice, and introducing me to people I had no connection with at all, but flat Earth. But it was great.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
We had a meet up in Arkansas, and she lives in Arkansas now. Yeah, we.
Wow. Okay, Helio. I think you need to, ask her out on a date, and you know what I mean. Take her out.
She's like 2 hours away from me.
Come on,
but
man, you gotta do it. Can't give up on your dreams.
Definitely
2 hours, dude.
That's not
Helio.
nothing, Helio.
Helio.
2 hours
I
is
dated a
nothing.
girl. Listen, I dated a girl long distance for 2.5 years. She lived in Austin, Texas, and I went down there like 10 plus times. Drove down there, and that's a 14-hour drive. So you have zero excuse.
If it's Helio, if it's meant to be, then it's gonna work out, man. It'll work out by itself naturally. It'll just
She's
work
a flat
out.
earther, Helio. You are too. You single and you live in Arkansas. Oh my gosh, you guys should, do something with.
Well, at the very least, we're friends. I can say that for certain.
There you go.
Yeah. Right on.
So we had a really good time at that meetup. It was cool.
Yeah, we did. Like I said, I was very happy that I got to meet you. It was fun.
Well, hey, Danzel, at least you don't have to worry about him wanting to have sex all the time because he just admitted that he doesn't.
No, like I said, he's a gentleman. He's a gentleman for sure. Yeah, he's got his priorities right. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'll bet
I
he's
actually
blushing like
appreciate it.
crazy now, you guys.
No, it's
Hey,
not
I
even
got
like
pumped
that.
in
I mean, it's just like me and Danzo. I mean, I think we whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
You're so funny.
I mean, you guys wanted to see. It seemed like something that's whatever. But anyway, yeah.
I think
I like Danzo, but she's a brilliant woman. So whatever, it's all good.
Well, see, Danzo.
It's all good.
Stop putting him on the spot now. Come on.
Okay,
It's not necessary.
Trust me. Trust me,
far as-
I'm good.
Yeah, as far as everything concerned, we're good. We met each other, good friends, and if anything comes out of it, whatever. That's that. I mean, I'm not even. To be honest, I ain't even.
You gotta do
Love
that.
you, Helio.
I think
yeah.
that waking up to
Make that move. Make that move, Helio.
No, if it's gonna happen, it would happen. I don't know.
Yeah, Helio. That's what I was saying, Helio. If it's meant to happen, it'll happen naturally.
Yeah. I mean, you guys try to push it. It's not gonna help us.
These things work themselves out. Just gotta let them.
Dude, Damsel met her, man. I met her in person. She's freaking awesome. You know, I mean, I love Damsel. She's freaking awesome.
At least Danzel knows for a fact that you're single, and you also know too that she is too. So that's a good start right there.
Yeah, I mean, and our personal relationship has nothing to do with us.
Guys,
talking about
on my homestead, when you're all living on my homestead, Helio and Damsel, I expect you guys to at least be best of friends. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll always be best
Dude,
friends.
I want to come live on your homestead. I didn't know you had a homestead.
Talk about something
I'm
else.
making one. Dag nabbit.
I got one going too. I've got my
I
5
actually
acre.
don't. My mom has farmland, but that's it. We haven't done anything with it yet.
We could dig the well, and then that'll be the free water, and then we
through the rock up here. Yeah, Iowa Creek. We're good in the spring.
I'm totally looking forward to the point where we get to where nobody has a job and everybody's like moving off the grid and because they don't have a job and they're like, surviving for themselves.
Yeah,
okay. I will join. I will straight up join the first community that I see. I will join them.
There's going to be a lot of them, brother.
It's called the barter. The barter system. Barter system, you guys.
It's already happening, actually. Yeah, I'm part of that kind of thing going on right now, so it's awesome.
Right on.
That's what I'm doing.
Hey, you guys. By the way, we have a bunch of new people in here, so
bring them in.
you might want to check them out.
Welcome, new people. Nice to meet you.
New people. Ole.
Hola.
Hola.
Notice some VC verified, some no rows.
Tell me some names, Karma. What's their names?
Lad is one name.
L-A-D.
Lady?
Lad? Just Lad. L-A-D.
L-A-D. Lad.
Oh, Lad. Well, that wouldn't be the lady's name.
Lad without the V.
Oh, Lad. Hello, Lad. Are you
I'm
there?
a lad.
Lad.
I'm always here.
Is that you, Lad?
Yep.
Hi, how are you?
I'm extremely excellent right now.
Okay.
Extremely excellent. Nice.
I think everybody's excellent. It's Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday
I
night.
think we're doing good.
Friday night, we're having fun. Lad, how did you find your way here?
I've been on the server for 2 years, so.
Oh. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I came back from a long exodus about a year. Yep.
Okay.
All right, so you're familiar with the argument then, right? Well, I mean, it's not necessarily an argument. It's like flat Earth truth or why we think the Earth is flat and all that kind of stuff.
I think
Are
that's
you
an
familiar
objective
with
way to
that?
frame the argument.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, that's the objective way, right? Which would be flat Earth truth. So, where do you stand on this?
Which one of us you asking?
I said the objective truth that the Earth is
There's
flat.
two guys talking.
So
Lad and who else?
Me, faction logic 1, 2, 3.
My bad.
Okay. So they both brought southern sounding accents in here, guys. Let's play with them.
Oh, I mean, I can't help sounding.
You're gonna fit right in.
I can't help that.
Hello, fashion. Fashion. 1, 2, 3.
Facts and logic. That's his name.
It's
facts.
It's some ironic naming of my name, but it's not fashion.
Okay, my bad. I misunderstood what he said. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was missing too, because I wasn't even watching the chat.
Huh.
But anyway,
So what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Facts and logic. One, two, three.
Seems to be spheroidal in shape.
Oh no! It's not.
Excellent contradiction.
Hold on.
Hey, you just asked a question. I'm just answering. I'm not trying to get all mad. You know.
No, it's all you don't have to get mad here. Facts and spheroidal. You don't have to get mad here. Facts and logic. Just let me ask you: do you think there's such a term as spherological?
I don't. Sometimes I kind of jumble the words, but I mean like a.
So that jumbling word.
The
I mean, it
adjective of being
sounds
like
like.
a
I mean,
spheroid.
where the hell did you come up with this term spherological?
No, listen up. Spheroidal.
Spheroidal.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, how about just spherohypothetical? I can come up with a term too called
Hold the phone. This is how we call spheres in the South. Spheroidals. Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm.
Spheroidals.
We got the confirmation from
Well, I was wondering where he came up with spherological, Jimsy.
Whatever he said, that's how we call it in the South.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so there's two. Okay, so two lad and also facts 1, 2, 3. You both are Globers.
You could say that. I don't know about lad. I just know about me.
Okay, and you've been here for 2 years. You've been here 2 years, but
only infrequently.
Okay.
Infrequently.
What's your top globe proofs that you could give to us right now that proves that it's a globe?
Well, to me, there's two things I look at. One, and let me get to the second part before you jump on the first part. One, you can see something go past the horizon, right? So that indicates there's either refraction of light or it's being blocked by a horizon or both. Now, when you look at refraction and the density gradient of the atmosphere, what you have is you have light that is refracted upwards. In other words, that makes something look flatter than it is, or even look like a concave. So if you see something going past the horizon, what that means is that it has to be a curve, because the refraction, in order for refraction to make a flat Earth look like a globe, you'd have to flip the atmosphere's density gradient. And that's not how the atmosphere.
Sorry, but that's
I like this guy.
I like him too. It's like, where the fuck did you come from? He's got the globe Earth roll. I mean, I really want to hear more. He's just like, he's very creative.
Nice, but no.
They call me a creativological person. You understand?
You're a typological person.
Creativological person.
Yes,
you're a creativologist.
Words too. Okay.
The correct term is spheroidological.
Oh, this is pure comedy, man. I want you to continue.
Do we have a comedian or clown role?
Oh yeah, you're it. Yeah. This is it, bro. That was brilliant. I like that. It was fucking funny.
Yeah, get the jester role made, guys.
I know. Oh, I think we do have a jester role. Hold on. That shit was
Y'all done lost your mind.
fucking hilarious, man. Oh man. Hey, go ahead and continue. You got some more?
Yeah, tell us more. 1,
Listen.
2, 3.
We'd like to hear it.
What else do you want to
You
know?
got the floor, brother.
Just the floor?
Okay, so
Your other reasons.
Okay, that was 1. So give us 2 and 3.
I got stories and fallacies. I like that. But I was confused for trying to move me down the list of people. So I was like, am I even here?
I want you to continue. You were doing great.
Yeah, you're still here. He goes, am I even here?
I was just wondering because my name, you changed my name. The alphabetical order done switched up on me, you know?
Okay, so
There we
you
go.
have 2.
Fallacies and stuff. I like that.
You got 2 more for us. Okay, you did 1. So now give us 2 and 3.
No, that was the 1 and 2. The 1 was you see it going over the horizon.
Okay.
The 2 was why that means it's a curve because
Oh,
of the
no, but it
fraction index
doesn't.
of the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it doesn't. So give us number 3. Give us your last proof that you feel that it's the globe.
Oh, there's all
but
sorts
it
of
really
stuff. I mean, you can see if you go up real north to the poles, how the sun stays up for 6 months and goes down for 6 months, how the stars are different on different northern and southern hemispheres. I mean, that's not hard to observe. You can go up there and see it yourself. It just doesn't work on the flat Earth model.
And you did? And you did? Did you do that?
How does the sun rise if it doesn't set for 6 months?
No, it goes around like in a pattern in the sky. But
I'm not talking about locally where, up north. I'm talking like, say, I don't know, here in the States, like, say, California or Florida. How does the sun rise and fall if it's in the sky 24 hours a day in the northern hemisphere during the summertime?
No, what? Because the Earth rotates. Or are you asking why there's a day and night cycle?
The rotation of the Earth?
I mean, I think some flat earthers have tried to deal with the laser gyros on it. So you can definitely measure the rotationological.
What's a sextant?
Quality.
Rotational logical?
Man, I thought we were trying to stay. I thought we were trying to.
I'm trying to find a gesture roll to give to him. I can create it, but I don't think I should.
The opposite, actually. I'm making an anti-sex joke. Okay, first of all, abstinence for life. Secondly, I don't think we want to shift the conversation about sex. That doesn't sound appropriate. We're trying to stay scientific, right? Scientifical.
See, I knew it.
Scientifical.
And see, this is how these globers are, right? They don't care about sex. They just care about their fucking balls.
Oh, this guy globe thing. It's funny.
I am nothing but a mindless robot.
Yeah, this guy's really he's just messing with us, man.
No,
I mean,
He's having a piss, taking a shit.
All right, seriously though, what do you want? Like, what do you?
He's funny though, man. We should keep doing this, man. To be honest, it's funny.
I mean,
he's trolling though.
What you got? What's? How about you? Why am I wrong? What's wrong?
He has not done any research into flat Earth at all.
But I don't. Is she just talking about like?
I don't have to.
I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with what I said?
You don't have to get the other side at all. You can just stay on your side.
I'll tell you.
Would it be safe to say that
the
sun doesn't set?
You said the reverse sextant ain't no such thing. So
what now?
That's another thing. You said reverse sextant, didn't you say that?
No, I don't think I said that. I think you're slipping up your words more than I'm slipping up mine.
Oh shit! Maybe I did. Maybe I don't know, man. Maybe.
I have a question.
Okay, what do you?
Yeah, shoot at me. Don't shoot at me with the
gun.
What do you
do? If you don't mind, what do you do for a living?
That's irrelevant. What's the price of rice in China? Come on, bro.
Price of rice in China? You probably Google that.
Well, I mean,
can't Google what I do for a living because I'm unemployed.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
He sounds like the king of Nashville.
Thank you.
Oh, what now?
That's good. I can find that on Google.
Elvis has left the building.
Let's go with it.
I don't follow.
Might be a good idea, Karma.
Well, good. That means you're a leader.
Take him through the
That's
3
right.
points.
I like the way you talk. I like the words that come out of your mouth.
Oh yeah,
you got a pretty mouth.
Hey, a lot of us have really sexy voices.
You got
so
a pretty mouth.
Listen, I didn't say the way you said it. I said the words you said. I'm about the content.
Lad, Lad, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Come on, buddy, you got this.
Okay.
What am I?
Wait a minute, is this the same guy? Are you the same guy?
Almost. It's nearly the same person. They're both using southern accents.
I'm sure we can speak at the same time.
I'm sure I can use Southern voice as well, even though I actually live in the South, but I don't use that.
I live in the dirty South. Don't drink the tap water around here.
Yeah, Hank's in Tejas.
Shout out to all my Southern brothers and sisters.
Hey, I'm one of them.
Hey,
Yeah,
Okay,
fallacies
I'm
and
Captain
stories. Somebody's server muted you, and I don't disagree with that. You're just trying to take the piss. But if you have real questions, we can answer them. And I know we kid around a lot, but yeah, I mean, if you have real questions, it seems like to me
He just do a
he's
dingy
familiar with the
remark.
argument, but he's just like freaking clowning.
It is clowny.
I'd be interested to see y'all's response to his point about refraction. I think it was an interesting argument. I didn't hear much of a counter argument.
Super. Anybody
makes
want
you
to
flat earth.
Refraction of what? I mean, nobody made a claim. Nobody made a claim yet. You just said refraction.
Here's the thing. Refraction is the flat Earth argument because before 2019, right, we used to say that the horizon is based on different locations due to refractions, and the globe earthers would say, no, there's a geometric horizon, and that's what causes the horizon, right?
Well,
and
it's
then
a combination of both.
No, it's not.
Yes, it absolutely is. There is a geometric horizon, but you can often see past that due to the effects of the horizon.
How do you see past a hump of water?
Well, the light bends around.
Geometric horizon. What a
How do you demonstrate that light bends at 8 inches per mile squared? Do lasers bend at 8 inches per mile squared?
Yes, they absolutely would. It's a beam of light. Well,
How do you demonstrate that?
You can take a laser and shine it out over an ocean, and you'll see some degree of refraction if you have a large.
That's circular. That's the very thing in question. That's called begging the question fallacy. So take your circular
keep that
logic.
southern draw when you're answering. Make sure to keep
the southern draw. Yeah. Take your circular logic and flush it down the toilet.
By the way, Hank, you're not talking to the same guy. That dude's muted. This is
No,
Lad.
it is the same guy. I heard that same guy's voice through
Oh,
that.
so is he in here with two different accounts?
We have similar voices. We're not the same person.
They're twins.
You can check.
I just want to make
They're
sure.
certainly friends, that's for sure.
Okay, well that's cool. I mean, you guys can come in here and claim all the bullshit you want to, but we're gonna call your bullshit out every single time.
Hey, Elio, man, don't be so hard on these kids. They're just having fun, taking a little piss with us. That's all.
They're trying to take a piss out of us. That's all.
I want to ask the question. How does
everyone's having a conversation?
Come on, there's a serious question. What?
I want to ask the question. How does refraction prove that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I think he made an interesting argument. The very fact, as he explained it, was that you cannot see things over a certain distance. They are, in some effect, blocked. And one argument could be made that the act of refraction actually works to bend things over the horizon to create an effect.
Did you just say they're, in a sense, blocked?
No, that's
How you going to see Chicago from Michigan, huh?
Well,
How
that's
you going
a
to
great
see Chicago from Michigan?
Why don't you see Chicago?
Hold the phone.
How do you know that there's an over the horizon though? Where did you find that at?
I vote
Over the
only.
horizon?
You can infer the existence of the horizon.
Hold on. Before we continue, I vote Jemsy and Hank only respond to this guy. Please, guys. Only Jemsy and Hank. Please.
I second that.
No. Hank was talking about something, but I think he's done. So whoever want to reply, but just keep it one or two people. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he wasn't done. That's what I'm saying.
Get him.
Yeah. So you said that it's because we can hit things on the other side of the curve. How do we know there's a curve there if you're hitting it? Because imagine you got a woman, she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, and she's laying flat on the table, and the doctor says, "Hold on, brother, let me get it out. Then you can go." Right? The doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She says, "I don't know. Ask my husband." She says that because she can't see over the belly that's got 3 babies in it. She can't see past it. Right? And if you're going to claim that the atmosphere is acting like, a mirror, you're going to have to show that, right?
Not at all.
Well, what are you
That
claiming?
was my
How do you
question. How do you know
shoot
there's
something?
another side to the
claiming the
horizon?
atmosphere bends light.
Hold on, bro. It does, but to what degree? To 8 inches per mile squared? The same
I'm
curvature
not
rate as the
precisely
Earth?
sure. There are certain
That's
formulas which are
lucky.
determined to calculate the amount of curvature. It depends on barometric conditions at the point of question. It isn't
Right.
constant everywhere.
So what degree does light bend?
Like I said, it depends very strongly on the current barometric circumstances of where you're at.
Right. So when you look at water, a glass of water and a straw in it, at what degree does it bend there? Because that's two entirely different mediums. If you're looking through the same medium, do you think it's going to bend more or less?
If you're looking through a constant medium?
I didn't say constant. I said the same medium.
What do you mean the same medium?
Atmosphere, gas.
Yeah, what the same in what sense? I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me.
You know, atmosphere, gas.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, in the glass, you're looking at three different mediums.
Yep.
The glass of water, that's one, the glass.
I
Then you're looking at the water, then you're looking through atmosphere.
As Fallacies and Stories or Facts and Logic was saying, there is an atmospheric gradient. The density of the atmosphere is not constant with height. And as a result, because the refractive index isn't self-dependent on the density of the medium through which the light is passing, that's going to create a degree of refraction as you pass through the atmosphere at an angle. If you pass through the atmosphere at a constant level, you're going to see less refraction, of course, than you would if you were to shoot off.
Exactly. So you're going to see less refraction. So when you see a helicopter take off,
that's not what I'm
hold
saying
on,
at
bro.
all.
That's exactly what you just said. You're going to see less
I'm saying at
refraction.
certain angles, refraction is less or more exaggerated, depending on the degree.
So if you're 1 foot off the ground, right, off the water, and you're looking at some oil rigs, right, how much of it's going to be refracted?
It really very strongly depends. Well, all the light that's passing off the oil rig is, of course, refracted because it's in the atmosphere itself. Like I said, the degree of the refraction itself is dependent. It really very strongly depends on the barometric conditions where you're standing.
Of course it does. But what is the maximum degree that you can get refraction out of one medium?
I'm frankly not entirely sure off the top of my head.
Okay, that's the first honest thing you said so far. I appreciate that.
I've been honest on everything else I've said as well. So
let me say this. You got a helicopter. It's taken off with the sun behind it, and you can see the heat waves. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? Heat waves?
I suppose so, yeah.
Now, is that causing the sun to set and rise again?
The heat waves causing the sun? What? What are you saying?
Is the heat waves causing stuff to set and rise again?
Absolutely not. I'm not sure. Yeah.
It barely distorts the image, and you can barely notice it. How hot do you suppose that gas coming out of that exhaust of that helicopter engine is? You think it might be a little bit different than the heat above the water and the heat a little further above the water?
Yeah, I imagine it would be, yes.
It's going to be a much different
There's actually, you can notice quite a degree of distortion. But as well, you also have to notice that the exhaust gas is a very turbulent medium. It is not a constant gradient, which sort of smoothly diverges through the levels. So you're going to see,
the exhaust gas is going to be more bending. There's going to be more bending if the temperature is over 5,000 degrees coming out of exhaust.
Not bending, distortion.
So is the light bending or distorting?
It really depends. Light is, of course, bending, but in the atmosphere, the bending is a constant curvature. It's a uniform bending with the exhaust.
Where are you finding curvature, though?
Well, you can verify
You're
that.
Saying that light is bending.
Where can you verify? Where have you verified curvature?
Well,
hold on, brother.
That's not what we're talking about. Things over a certain distance. If you look at some far out building, you can only see the top of it. That's a very obvious proof of the geometric horizon.
Well, all right. Hold on, just a second, guys. Give me just a second. So you're saying that the light is bending, but have you ever thought maybe what if the light is not bending? What if the light is doing what it usually does, and it travels in a pretty straight line, and the Earth is not bending? You ever thought of that?
What?
Is that a variable that you entertain?
What?
Is that a variable that you have entertained, that maybe the light is going straight like it usually does, and the Earth is flat, and that's why you think the light is bending, because you believe the Earth is bending, therefore the light has to be bending.
I would be totally fine with that
Have
solution.
You entertained that idea?
If you could see objects in
He's basically saying that you think the Earth is bending, but you can't verify that the Earth is bending.
Well, for your bending. So you're for your perfect bending rate around a perfect sphere or an ellipsoid, oblique sphere.
I said nothing about a perfect or constant bending rate. Putting words in my mouth.
Well, it'd have to be to
Absolutely not. The degree of refraction differs very strongly.
Don't interrupt me, motherfucker. I got something to say, and I'm not going to be interrupted by you. I'll ban you. I'll ban you, punk. Shut up.
Because you can't argue against it. Yeah, because you can't argue against it.
Listen, don't interrupt me. I can't argue against it with your fucking mouth running. That's the point, and you know that. Don't be childish.
One more chance.
Act like an adult. So it had to be a uniform rate. You'd have to have a uniform rate of bending all the way around the ball. But the problem is the atmosphere isn't a uniform consistency. It's fluid. It changes every 5 feet.
Why would you
so
have
it's almost because you'd have to keep it constantly bending. You know, when light goes from one medium to the next and the density changes, it's two media, then it bends. And you'd have to have a consistent rate of that from the object to two, the observer. And you have to keep on stair-stepping all the way around.
Yeah, well,
that's kind of statistically improbable.
There's nothing about. I said nothing about having to have a constant rate of bending.
I didn't say you did. I said your statement implied that because that's what it would require to happen in reality.
Why would it require that? I don't quite understand how.
What's going to keep the straw bending down?
Listen, I just explained it specifically.
No,
for it to be constantly curving. No, it's not a claim.
Why would it have to be constantly
It's a truth.
I didn't say it had to be constantly curving.
Okay, then the light doesn't bend around a curve
Absolutely
to
not.
bring objects to your eye. That's refraction.
So is it a sphere?
It's a differing rate of curvature depending on the current state of the atmospheric medium. That's all I said. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. It's very simple.
You wouldn't see it.
Okay, well, refraction doesn't cause you to see things from a curve on a distance that's not geometrically possible on the globe, then. That's what you're saying?
What?
Hang on, he claimed.
Well, by that logic, that's what you're saying. Yeah, light bends.
I'm not even sure what you're trying to
say.
Does
he have a burden of proof since he claimed it?
I'm addressing refraction. If I seen something 1,000 miles away and it's not geometrically possible on your globe, would you say refraction?
Can you tell me an example of where you can see something 1,000 miles in the distance? Just standing at sea level, for instance? Or some other extreme distance like that?
No.
You very
I could show you an instant.
About 20 miles off in the distance. After that point, everything.
Well, that's not true. We have a world record.
Can you see 1,000 miles anyway? Without optics, can you see 1,000 miles anyway, dude?
That's not the point. There wouldn't be a visual line.
1,000 miles.
Excuse me.
Metric curvature at the Earth.
You like to just talk over people, and it really pisses me off, dude. I'm not gonna get frustrated. Listen, if there's not a straight line to the site to the object, if it's on the other side of a ball at 1,000 miles, optics wouldn't fucking matter now, would they?
Well, it depends if the light itself can curve to allow you to observe that object.
Well, then you'd need to invoke a consistent medium for it to curve at a consistent rate around the sphere for 1,000-mile distance.
Not a consistent medium. A consistent medium would not allow for curvature itself. That's the whole point of refraction.
No, this is the point. What? It would be consistently inconsistent. That's the fucking point.
That doesn't make any sense to me, what you're saying.
I know it doesn't because you can't follow the logic.
No,
to keep it bending.
That makes absolutely no sense at all.
So here's the thing.
You're not even listening to what he's saying, dude. You're just talking to him.
Because it's BS.
He's just talking over me. He's talking over me. So you can't understand while you're talking. You can't even listen while you're talking.
I was quiet.
You're trying to piss me off so you can get banned, so you can say, I'm so smart them flat earthers ban me. No, you're rude. You're uncouth and you're unruly.
Well, you're more or less the same.
Jackass.
I'm not. I'm trying to be heard, and you're trying to not let me be heard because you just want to imply that I can't fucking answer something, and it's because you're fucking talking.
You're freaking out at me, a random stranger just talking to you.
Oh my God!
Conversation.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're shutting up.
Oh, childish.
That's what you're doing.
You are
childish, yes. So you treat me like a fucking bitch in my own house.
He's not freaking out. He's not freaking out.
No, hold on.
Him and
you come into my house and you're refusing to let me talk because you don't want your premise debunked. So you think if I just keep talking so he can't answer it, then he doesn't have an answer. You're a fucking child, dude. And I'm gonna unmute you. Go ahead and ramble on with your bullshit, but we already see this is how you win a debate with nonstop gibberish.
Mike, you're just power provoking you, dude. He's provoking you.
No,
I'm not provoked.
is
That's
not.
the point.
Hold on.
I want
This
him
is
to
not what it's
continue
about.
to do it, so
It's like,
we can see.
we're trying to make concise arguments, and you're just making up shit.
No,
Like,
he's just talking in the middle of your sentence.
Can you name one thing
saying
I've made up?
refraction can
Non-stop.
cause things from hundreds of miles.
I'm not even going to attempt to name one thing you
I
made
called
up
this
because
dude
you
out
just like to interrupt
2
people in the
minutes.
middle of their fucking sentence. No, I can.
Go ahead.
You made up the fact that I'm just triggered and attacking you when you're just trying to provoke somebody.
Yeah,
You're trying to listen.
I called his ass out 5 minutes ago. I knew
You're
he was going
trolling.
to do this.
You're trolling for the purpose of an emotional response, and you got what you wanted, but you're not going to get it anymore. It's not how, so it is what it is. It's a statement. It doesn't require a rebuttal. No, I won't listen to you. I'm going to give you what I got. It's you get what you give here, especially when you piss me off. I'll mute everybody in the lobby so I can keep fucking trolling you. And I won't mute you. I'll just keep talking over your punk ass like you did to me.
Well, then I'll talk as well. I gave you.
I fail to see how that applies.
You can talk as long as we let you.
That doesn't mean anything.
That's how long you talk here.
You didn't give me respect. I don't see how.
He sounds
Can
like
you
he's
elicit?
Hoban. He sounds like he's from Pensacola, Florida.
No. Don't mute this motherfucker, man. I'm telling you, don't mute him. I ain't done with this motherfucker. I'm going to start demoting motherfuckers. You step on me again. Elicit how you gave me. You reiterate on the you gave me respect. Interrupting me in my own damn server. What?
I said I gave you respect until you started screaming.
I don't understand how that works. I don't see how that works. I think you're lying.
I give every individual respect.
It doesn't work like that. That's not what I said.
What?
How the fuck do you like it?
I don't really.
I don't know. I don't think
I
so.
would personally be embarrassed if I were.
I disagree, but you know that's what you say. You're allowed to your own opinion.
Of course, you haven't rebutted anything I've said at all. You've just kept interrupting.
I don't see how.
Hey,
you just keep talking.
Hold on, he hasn't made a claim, Michael. So I mean, there's
I know.
nothing to rebut,
I'm giving this motherfucker what he gave. You know. How do you like your own damn medicine, motherfucker? Take it, eat it. Put some Robitussin on that, or should we call it Latitussin? Because it's your flavor, your style.
Respect is something earned, not given.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll give it by default until somebody fails to.
I don't see how that's true because you demonstrated different.
Listen,
yeah, you get respect when you give it, so it is given.
I would let somebody else speak.
I don't care what you think.
No, he's a moderator. He can speak
I already stated it's my server, dude. I'll talk when I want to. I'll mute everybody and ban everybody in this lobby just so it's me and you. You're fucking with the wrong dude right now. I really don't care.
I just think somebody watching this stream would be embarrassed.
I don't see how that works, and I don't really give a fuck how it matters.
I think you really ought to.
You dumb motherfucker, you just rattle on. You get galleys all over the fucking place, and that's why your name's Lad, because you're a child leash motherfucker, Lad.
Yeah,
Son.
yeah, Lad. We're not embarrassed. We're not embarrassed about this. You know,
not at all. We love to give what we get, and the motherfuckers talk over us. We fucking talk over them. You know, that's how it fucking works. I never drew first, but I drew first blood. I'm the devil's son. Call me young.
I've muted you. I'm not actually listening to anything you're saying.
I don't give a fuck if you mute me. I'm just going to keep talking over your ass anyway. You can mute me, but that doesn't stop me from not letting you be heard because I just talk over your fucking punk ass. It is real funny. Nobody hears you.
Hold on. If you mute anyone in this server, locally mute someone, that's against the rules. You can't do that. If you do that, you're automatically banned.
I don't care, he can mute me, but he's not going to be heard, so it doesn't matter.
No, the last I checked, if you mute a moderator, you're fucking banned, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's if I want to ban you. But, I mean, if Helio wants to, he's a mod, and if he says you can't mute a mod...
I'm not going to ban him a bit, but if he locally mutes you, Battle Mod, in the server, and he can't hear you talking, then he's automatically banned. That's a rule in this server.
Yeah, that's been a rule since the beginning, Helio.
Yeah.
I know. It still doesn't stop me from trolling his ass and talking over him every time he tries to talk. I can still do that. So we're all laughing at him, and he just doesn't get the fucking joke. I'm cool with that.
Just
Dumb
saying.
fucker.
I mean,
He's a
that goes
dumb
for
fuck anyway.
anybody that joins the server. If you locally mute someone here in the server, that's an automatic ban. You don't mute any individual in the voice channel. Automatic ban.
I know it does help, doesn't it, Glappo? It just helps my troll out because that dumb bitch doesn't know I'm talking over him. And it just shows how dumb he really is. I love it when they demonstrate their own stupidity. I don't have to do it. I just keep talking. And I'm good at keeping talking, right? You guys know I can just ramble on or whatever. 20 fucking minutes, hour later, like, goddamn, Battle Mod, can I get a fucking word in, Battle Mod? You frustrated motherfucker, you.
Am I the only one in here
Sure.
that Lad sounds like G Platypus?
He sounds something like
Hey,
something.
I don't care who talks to Lad as long as they talk over him. I'm fine with that.
No, it's cool, man. He was too scared to actually have a real conversation. So
that is the point, bro. If he wasn't scared of what we had to say, or he thought we really couldn't answer it, why would he interrupt the answer?
Yeah,
it's
like,
a troll.
Are you here to find out why
It's
people
a
think the
troll.
Earth is flat? You know,
and I have to give it this label. It's the basic bitch troll because it's been used for 20 fucking years, and 1999 called and they want their troll back, motherfucker.
Ever since you voice chat, have a bunch of Slim Shadys in there. I'm the real Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady.
real flatty, or I'm the real Globy. There's no other Globy. What the fuck is?
It's a Slim Shady troll.
All you other Slim Globies, I don't know. I mean, Michael, you're bringing up a great point on that. You know about the
Lad,
observations
Lad,
and stuff.
You didn't. Yeah, Lad, he didn't want to have a calm conversation. That's why he kept interrupting people. I refuse to let you type that in my text lobby, son.
And just like right before
Matter of fact, I'm changing your name to Son.
There was a couple of, I don't know if it was Lad or something. There was a couple of freaking Globies that came on different names.
You're not going to write in my text lobby, punk. I meant that.
So yesterday,
see, here I'm God and you're the servant.
Yesterday I was on another server and I was debating, and I debated until some flat earthers came in. So I held down the floor for a while by myself, and there were some other people in the text chat debating along with me and helping me post stuff because I was at work. But this guy I was debating, he was a student to be a physicist, and every time I started to make a point he didn't like,
you was at the House of Wisdom?
Yeah, that's where I was.
Yeah,
every
that's
time I
probably this guy right here.
Every time I started making a point, he started interrupting me, and I was like, bro, why are you so terrified to let me finish my point? And he was like, I can't let you go on. So he interrupted me every time I started talking, and I was like, bro, why are you such a coward? Why are you so afraid to let me finish my... Just trying to finish. Let me finish, bro.
Hey, was his name Sunglasses?
Yep, that was him.
Yeah, Sunglasses did that to me, and that's why I started asking people to go. I want to get 3 shifts of people in there. I want to keep it just nonstop rated, and I want Sunglasses triggered every time he comes to his home server because the flat earther's there fucking up his day.
Yep, he's a physicist student.
He's not.
I asked him, like, bro, how come you're not like laying back eating popcorn, like kicking my ass with facts and, you know, citing your sources? I'm over here citing sources.
In physics. I asked him to define.
Just holler at me, Michael.
You go show that clip.
No, hold on, Michael. Go ahead. I want to say something after you finish, Mike.
He said he's a physicist. He said he's a physicist, and I asked him to define a couple physics, and he couldn't do that. So that's not very common of a physicist. They could repeat what's right there in the physics books, right?
He didn't know what
word
the
for word
method was either.
I mean, never mind. You just said what I was going to say, Mike.
Oh, cool.
Like,
then
where are you gonna? What? How does physics relate to flat globe. Flat globe. Never mind. I just said Glatflow because it was because I'm a huge fan of Glatflow.
Oh shit! You don't want to bring me into this now, goddammit.
Anyway, so it's just
hey, I just read
where is physics
that DM
in
so wrong.
Boy, my son just keeps going, man.
When I want to go over to that server, you'll go with me. Okay, I was.
Dare
I read that on the wrong thought,
sure.
but I'll keep you in mind.
Hold on, let me.
Oh, I read it as you're down to go whenever.
Okay.
Hey, we're all down to go whenever, but
if you know what I mean.
What?
No, you're not on my level.
Physics, in modern physicists' minds, or whether they're students or masters in the field of physics,
yeah,
their mind is it's like physics is the globe, right?
All physics. Yeah, it's all physics.
Yeah,
you bust out your physics, equate it, bust equations on my ass, quantify it.
Right. Cool.
He can't do any of that shit.
But at the same time, if the presumption is based on like astrophysics or anything, even with we're so confused about modern physics. On Earth, these physics can be measured, right? Because we do have, I don't want to say the word gravity or whatever. We have weight. I'll say weight, right? So, when you step on a scale, don't you, Mike, to measure your weight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So there's weight. Has nothing to do with spinning balls around the universe, does it?
Oh, yeah, that is who does that to me, isn't it? So that's probably Tessarian and his buddy. That's how Tessarian's buddy was trolling me last time, wasn't it?
Remember last week they were doing that? Remember that guy?
I've been yelling it.
Come on, unmute yourself, Tessarian, and say hello. Damn it, I won't, man.
Yeah, I want to give credit to the other flat earthers that were there while I was there. I may have been hogging the mic a little bit, but there were other flat earthers there helping me last night.
With them dudes, it's best to go one-on-one so you can drive the point home and refuse to let those guys obfuscate the point, because they'll get garish on you and they'll just go, what about this? What about this? What about that? They don't want to give you the chance to give out an intelligible answer.
Yeah, even like the Globe Earthers on his own server were like, hey, bro, like, I've noticed that you like keep talking over people like over and over again. And it's like, can I get a moderator? Like, geez, can I finish my premise right before this guy like filibusters the fuck out of me? He's like, I'm not filibustering.
Give me a minute. Let me look. I'll tell you who's the moderator that backs us up over there. The one that invited Firehawk. So just tag Firehawk when they do that, because Firehawk bitched him out 3 times and told him to keep it civil, and so did the other dude that has staff above his name. What the hell was his name?
Well, they kept interrupting me, so finally I was like, why should I listen to you? Are you a smart guy? When he said he was smart, then I posted the Dunning-Kruger thing and explained how smart people think they're stupid and stupid people think they're smart. So I got tired of him.
That's the point. It's stupid people think they're smart, but they're not stupid. They just understand weight. Right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I got tired of being overtalked and I started getting a little trolly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Shit, I've been there for 3 years,
it's
Hank.
silly. Yeah, it's silly.
Listen,
they think we're
Lad showed that,
out of them,
and Helio. The minute they talk over me, I go straight to trolling them.
Yeah, I know that.
And I'm pretty aggressive about my trolling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know you are. But I'm just saying it's not necessarily
I'm
effective.
good at it.
I know you are, but at the same time, it's not. They're just going to call you an asshole.
It's effective to get my point across that you get what you get.
Yeah, I get you. Well, I have a different,
once we set that
I
down,
do it.
then we can have a civil conversation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to get what you give.
Yeah,
And hey, guys,
yeah.
I didn't listen earlier. I didn't go to take that shower. My son called drunk, and I had to do the designated driver with a car hauler hookup. But at least he's a good kid. He don't drive drunk. So
That's
That
right.
is smart.
Yeah, that's
You
good.
taught him
That's a
well.
good note.
You taught him
That's a
well.
good note.
Good job.
well, he's driving a 350 horse Mustang, and he's like, Dad, I can't drive this loud, badass Mustang home drunk. You come get me. And I thought I had an hour drive to the
Hey,
town and
Michael,
back.
you didn't have to
I was
tell us
thinking
that.
2 hours.
You know.
He usually drinks in town, but he was drinking at the country bar that's right in our township. I was like, oh, yeah, that's 15 minutes.
Michael,
I'll be there.
That's a little TMI right there, bro. You know, I mean, it's not necessary.
Oh, it is, but that's what happens in a proper family unit when the global politics and the global bullshit and the liberal, not really, the liberalism. That's what do you mean it's not good for live stream? My son was smart enough
you
to
can
call,
do whatever the
call
fuck
home
you want to, microphone
and not drunk drive.
microphone driver.
Well, I know that's why. Listen, you're the reason I went and got better internet and a couple $100 headset, dude. What? What?
That's true.
I didn't influence you to get better
I pay
internet
$240
microphone so you
for
can
my internet every
your
month.
personal information about you
I got
going
that
to pick up
Bugatti
your
smack.
son when he's too drunk to drive. I didn't give you that fucking internet that way.
Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with it. It's done the proper way. Don't drive
Right.
drunk. Have your
Yeah, it's a
designated
good
driver
idea. It's
come
a good
get you.
idea. If you have
That's
the ability to
intelligent.
pick your son up, you know, if he's
Or
too drunk
Helio,
to drive. Yeah. Go ahead.
having a buzz
No,
like you do
that's
now.
perfect.
Would you advise him? Would you advise him to snatch third gear on his way out the bar?
No, I would definitely get him to get.
Well, for a minute there, you sound like you disagreed with being safe.
No. I'm just saying I wouldn't talk about me having to pick up my son drunk from the bar on the live stream. That's all I'm saying.
Is it legal to drink? Is it immoral to drink? What's immoral is to be a drunkard and be drunk every fucking day you open your mouth.
That's me. Are you describing me, Michael? I'm so
No. I'm just saying.
I
don't know that you're drunk every day because you don't talk every day, Helio. You take breaks.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't
much. I mean, there's certain points where I am. You know, I drink a lot.
I wouldn't be able to make that statement unless I was just assuming shit.
No,
That's all I'm saying.
Hey man, he makes cabinets. You cannot make cabinets if you're drunk. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't
Shit,
drink.
my boy works
I don't
16
drink when I'm
hours
at
a
work.
day.
I make the shit out of some cabinets, and I can't do it when I'm drunk.
Listen,
so whatever.
my boy works 16 hours a day all year. Some days he only got 4 hours sleep when he went back to work. I'm proud that he waited till the rainy season to celebrate making it through his second season. I'm proud.
No, it's all good.
Cool. I mean, he called
No,
you
he
and
did
he
it the
said,
right
"Dad,
way.
I don't want to drive drunk. Can you come pick me up?" Yeah. Props on him, man. Good.
Yeah.
Long neck bottle.
That's a responsible person.
Yeah,
Good
I
thing.
even told him, I said, bitch,
Man.
I told him, bitch, I brought the trailer, you got to load it. And he said, Dad, I'm fucking drunk, man. I'll drive off the trailer. I was like, man, whatever. All right. I got it. I'm quicker anyway, dude. I done hauled a
it's
couple
very
thousand
dangerous.
cars.
I mean, I almost killed myself a couple times driving drunk, so I completely understand that shit. I ain't gonna
No, I always taught my kids they got to call me. Call me. I will even pay for a taxi if that's what it takes. Anything to keep somebody
Helio,
safe on the road.
You see that kitchen cupboard that Drace Love Wisdom Harmony posted? Does that set off your ADD cupboard ADD?
What?
Does that make you want to fix some cupboards? It's like, you can't
the
have that.
picture
Cupboards.
after.
Cupboards is an old word.
Old Mother Hubbard.
Cabinets.
Okay. Are you trying to? I'm a boomer, damn it. Are you trying to fix?
I guess I am. I mean, you're not much older than me.
Cabinets.
Old Mother Cupboard.
They're cat. They're cat nants. Cat nants.
Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When she bent over, Rover took over, and she found out he had a bone of his own.
Oh my!
Bada boom, bada bing.
Damn it, Father.
Bada bing. You know what I said?
Them damn cupboards.
Them cupboards. Oh shit, Michael! That shit is fucking.
Well, it's no different than Carlin. Rat shit, bad shit, dirty old twat.
Oh, Drace is making me rethink my food storage right now.
George Carlin taught me that shit. Blame it on George, dog.
Yeah, but it's like we have so many different cultures on here. It's like people in England and Iceland and shit. They're like,
they all
what
laugh
are these
at the
Americans
Mother
talking
Hubbard.
about? But they all have an old Mother Hubbard, right?
With a cupboard, yes.
With a cupboard.
I keep plates in my cupboards.
Hey, they started as cupboards because, you know, way back when a redneck only knew how to build a shelf with some angle boards, and they just had a board they set cups on. And that I guess that evolved into a cabinet.
Maybe it did. Evolved into a cabinet. But sometimes
I just want to know, does one cupboard make a cabinet? Is it a net of cabinets? I'm not hip to this cabinet.
There's so many. It's like when I listen to English people talk, they use different terms for what we describe in America as, you know, as parts of a house. You know, since I'm a cabinet maker, it's like they just refer to it as a different term, and so it's really interesting to me.
Dudes, I didn't know how much I didn't speak proper English. I thought I spoke proper, coherent, cohesive English.
What is proper English? Describe that.
Grammatically proper, like you and I are talking about, but we don't. And that was apparent when I started talking to English people. I was like, damn, we don't have real English.
Yeah, we speak American.
Yeah, but their English has diverted from the same English that people spoke in the 14 and 1500s when people started coming over here, too.
Shit, it works. Look, Cyrus is going over there right now if anybody wants a co-pilot.
Well, it's like we say trash can.
Hey, I'm out to show them.
We say trash can, they say bins.
Listen, when they really start trolling you, say, well, I thought this was a house of wisdom, so I was trying to grace it with some wisdom, seeing how the ambience doesn't already contain that.
That got me thinking.
Jesus, what happened?
Well, you know, there's no wise people over there, so how the fuck's it a house of wisdom?
Hey, wise people over where?
At the house of wisdom. We're trying to make it into the house of wisdom by filling it with wisdom.
Okay, well, do you want...
They got physicists who can't quote physics.
I got frustrated with you, and I left the other night, but do you think they're really interested in talking to us?
Oh, yeah. Ask Cyrus. I crushed 5 people after you left and was uninterrupted.
No, I know. I heard you talking about
offense,
it
bro.
The next day. No, I get it.
That sunglasses dude, I got him so triggered he called me 5 bitches and then left. After he told me to mute myself 5 times. First he said he was going to mute me. And I said, well, you're not a moderator. You're not going to mute nobody. He said, I can locally mute you. I said, then you just won't hear me talking over you, punk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know,
because I got a better mic than you, and he got fucking mad. He was like,
yeah, he funny muted me. He funny muted the fuck out of me, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. Do you think there's any chance that we can actually get some of the people over there for like, dude initially came in here asking for a 3-on-3, which I think that's a bad idea. It should be like 2-on-2.
There are a couple willing and open-minded people, and
That's
a few
still
of them
a lot of people.
Listen,
two would be
a
just
few
like
of them.
one moderator from here, or from there, or maybe both.
Listen, Helio, a few of them already came here because they understand this. Whether we're right about flat Earth or not, we know a hell of a lot more about a formal debate and a logical formal fallacy than they do. So a few of them are already coming over here trying to improve their debate skills.
You know what they were doing to me last night? They were accusing me of making a logical fallacy on my own argument.
Well, was it a formal one or just?
Well, they were saying that I was
an ideal
one. My own argument.
What was the argument exactly?
Dude, which argument did I not bring up yesterday?
Well, I can't listen to it because I wasn't there. I'm asking you what were you bringing
Dude,
up?
I was there for like 4 or 5 hours. What did I not bring up?
Pretty much everything. I mean, I imagine everything, but it wasn't here on the live stream, so I can't listen back to it. So that's what I'm saying is if they actually want to come here and talk to us, or if they want us to go over there and talk to us, I can move my live stream to their fucking Discord. And
he joined.
We can actually listen to
He joined
their
after
Discord.
JD. JD been here for a couple years, so how long has he been here? 20.
I mean, this ain't very fucking hard. It's like when they come in here and get all excited, it's like, dude, I fucking do this every
Shit, he
day.
been here a year and 10 months.
Yeah, I can freaking move
No,
the
lad.
Discord over there.
Yeah, but Tazarian, where he's made so many accounts, it's like there's a lot of them that he's made a long time ago, and then like when someone bans him, it's like the S ban, which is 180, 6 months. Is that how 180 days? So after 6 months, you can reuse those accounts if it's not a hard ban.
Son, that dude got done like that because he had the same demeanor you had. It's not about your arguments; it's about your delivery and your demeanor. So when you're unruly and uncouth motherfucker, you get treated like one. That's what you need to understand here. We don't ban people for their arguments. We ban them for the way they act.
Attitude is why we.
Yeah.
See, here's the deal. We're flat earthers, right? We've had all the rotten tomatoes that we can stand, right? All we want to do is finish
We're sorting
our
tomatoes. Yep.
Yeah, we just want to finish our argument.
Tomatoes. The minute we see your bruise, we throw you out.
We know the argument. We already know what you're going to say, so we got to understand that.
So, Justin, you want to go? Hold on, I'm gonna try to get up a crew and go over there and just leave you to run the damn VC, and then you won't have me trolling you. Cool? Who wants to go over that?
No, hold on. Let's not do it yet. I mean, you can if you want to.
I'm gonna keep on trolling you, bro. If I don't.
No, that's cool. Go over there. But I'm just saying, nobody here bans you because we disagree with you. We only will ban you if you're being a dick.
Right, shit. I unmuted that guy last night, and when he messaged me, he said, "Hey, bitch, can I get an unmute?" And I unmuted him. But he didn't talk like that when he got in live stream, and he was actually cool, and he had a good demeanor. So it's all in how you present yourself, how you present your arguments, and how you act. Got nothing to do with the content. We don't ban on the content of the argument. We got answers for all that shit. If you don't
enjoy that, we like really good arguments, man. We're just like we thrive on that shit, like really good arguments. If you know what you're talking about, we thrive.
Yeah, and we have hyper specific rebuttals to it. But if you're going to interrupt us after we let you get out your intelligent argument, and you're not even going to let us say ours, just so you can act like we're stupid and we can't answer, then why the hell should we even keep you here? It's childish and
why
asinine.
would I help you sharpen your rhetoric if you won't even let me get mine out?
Right. And you're being a child. You're sitting in our text lobby whining that you couldn't treat us like shit in our voice chat. And I'm ready to just ban you. Your year and 10 months is about to come to an end. I don't know how the fuck you made it this long.
Oftentimes when people get banned from the server and then they start It's like posting everywhere. There's like, oh, they just banned me for no reason.
Yeah, he can go to YouTube and find
nobody
that
gets
bullshit.
banned. Nobody gets banned from the server or the YouTube chat for no reason. That's bullshit. We don't
here's my
ban
deal.
people for no reason.
If someone offers a 3-on-3 debate on Flat Earth, 3 Flat Earthers go over there, 2 Flat Earthers keep their microphone muted, and that way it'll be 1-on-3, just like Kent Hovind, and we mop the floor with our ass. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's what we did. Listen, I had 2 other people with me. I had an old dude and Cyrus, and neither one of them even opened their mouth until I'd already mopped the entire lobby. And then I was like, oh, Cyrus, he's off hearing this shit, and this is your thing. You might as well go. And they's like, yeah, we want to go at Cyrus. Because they thought, well, maybe they got a chance with him. And Cyrus is calmer. He just shuts up. When you quit talking, he finishes what he's saying. And he fucking went through them and calmly whooped all 3 of them. And I was like, you guys want to talk to old dude now? And they're like, oh, well, whatever. It's cool the whatever way it is. And I was like, yeah, you
can have
like it. Right. Like you said we were stupid.
We're
Now
partners here. It's like we
you're
have the
finding
same
out we're not.
arguments, just a little different flavor, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like we already know their arguments, so it's not like they're going to tell us anything new.
So tell me something. Did you think that was Tazarian or not? Okay, unmute fallacies and stories, and Michael, and see if I don't know if you can recognize Tazarian or not, but if you can recognize Tazarian, see if that's who you think. I'm telling you, I think it is.
Yeah, give me a second, Gemsy. Let me tag this punk so I can get my message out, and then I'll give you a link to that server. It's a permanent leak. If anybody wants to, just copy it. It's permanent. So,
and it's fun.
Do they even want to talk to us after that last interaction?
Yes, people have been going there nonstop since there, Helio.
Cool.
Awesome. We've kept 3 shifts there kicking their ass, and we're letting them peel the flat earth. Firehawk is the moderator that's down with us, and he's fair. He moderates fair for both sides. Up there,
That's the guy that came in and asked for us to go over there.
It is.
Okay,
it is.
Cool.
And he's cool.
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention. I've been working and shit, so I haven't been paying attention. Cool.
Yeah, he's cool. Shit, I think we already got 5 or 6 members from their server. So, and they're decent people. Like I said, they want to increase. They see we're way better at formal debates.
It's like that's really cool. But like a big server like that comes over and is like, "Hey, I got a lot of people here want to talk about flat Earth," and then they come in, and then we go over there, and